Chapter 101. Tang Zheng still remembered that when he left the Qingzhou Trade Conference, the leaders of the bases in Qingzhou left Wudi's radio frequency band for future contact. But since he left Qingzhou, he had basically no contact with the bases there. Unexpectedly, this time, Bai Ling from the airport base took the initiative to contact him. Tang Zheng remembered Bai Ling, a pretty and fashionable girl. But the message she sent had nothing to do with beauty and fashion. You are Wudi. Are you going north? If Tang Zheng is free, please go to the highway from Qingzhou to Fengcheng to take a look. Something extremely serious and dangerous is happening. This was the message sent by Bai Ling when she contacted Wudi. And Wudi related to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng had just received the notification from the Alliance, and then received the message from Bai Ling. The two messages came almost at the same time. But Tang Zheng valued Bai Ling's message more. As for the Alliance, Tang Zheng had long known that they could not become friends with him. Shuguang City has been in chaos these days, with more and more people coming, and many of them are very suspicious. Some survivors have tried to enter the inner city, but they were stopped by the soldiers of the city guard company, and no one has succeeded yet. Tang Zheng can be sure that there must be people from the Alliance among them. The Alliance is investigating the strength of his side, and the intention is definitely not good. So when the tax collectors of the Alliance came, Tang Zheng did not plan to cooperate with them. But Tang Zheng has not figured out how to do it. But now Tang Zheng must first go and see what Bai Ling said was a serious situation. Let's go by plane to see what Bai Ling said happened. Is it worth her to pass on the news to me? Tang Zheng boarded the helicopter and took off from the Zhuguang City base. When the plane took off, many people in the city looked up at the sky and were shocked. Before the end of the world, this kind of aircraft with front and rear double propellers was rare to see, and the Imperial Royal Army did not have it. I really don't know where Tang Zheng got it from. However, some people felt proud, some were secretly jealous, and some were wary. The current Zhuguang City is indeed unstable, and there are too many people with ulterior motives. The helicopter flew out of Zhuguang City and flew to the south. After flying for more than 2 hours, the front is the territory of Fengcheng. The plane continued to move forward for more than 100 kilometers along the highway that Tang Zheng had taken before, and then the speed slowed down. Because on the plane, you can already see the serious and dangerous things that Bai Ling said. On the highway, an endless tide of zombies was seen, heading north. Even though Tang Zheng had seen many big scenes, he was still shocked by the scale of this tide of zombies. From where he was, the tide of zombies on the highway had no end in sight. You know, Tang Zheng was on a plane at the moment. His vision could even see more than 10 kilometers away. On the highway, the number of zombies was simply endless, and the black mass of people was surging. More spectacular than the migration of wildebeests on the tropical continent. This shouldn't happen. Zombies are actually acting in an organized way. At this moment, Tang Zheng knew that the world was going to change. Before, whether it was the base in Qingzhou or the Northern Territory Alliance, the leaders of these bases fought back and forth, fighting to the death for their own interests. And the whole world was in a state of chaos. That was also a premise, because everyone thought that their common enemy, the zombies, was no longer a concern. Although zombies still occupied almost all cities and towns, everyone was not afraid because they had no wisdom and would only wander around unconsciously. As long as you stay away from that thing, what is there to be afraid of? The number will not increase anyway. If you kill one, there will be one less. Maybe decades or even hundreds of years later. You can only see this creature in zoos or museums. But what if the zombies are organized? No one has considered this issue, because no one will think deeply about things that have not happened. But the scene in front of us has pushed this issue to the table. This huge group of zombies. Even if we look at it now, there are at least more than 300,000. The reason why I only said 300,000 is because Tang Zheng has not seen the end yet. Such a group of zombies acting collectively is obviously under unified command. Which survivor base can withstand such a group of zombies? I am afraid there is none. If there is one, it is only his own Zhuguang City. What if zombies all over the world act like this in the future? Then the second catastrophe of mankind will begin. Tang Zheng took a deep breath, his face solemn. Keep flying forward. I want to see how big this group of zombies is. His soldiers were not that scared, and continued to fly forward. About 10 minutes later, the plane returned to the front of the zombie team. Tang Zheng had seen it clearly. This group of zombies spread nearly 30 kilometers on the highway. Tang Zheng roughly estimated that according to the calculation of 20 zombies per meter, the number of zombies here was about 600,000. After getting this number, Tang Zheng couldn't help but take a breath. 600,000. His troops may not have reached this number even after the construction. His 4 field companies, plus the artillery company and the armored company, are still fighting fiercely in Shuanglin. They can kill about 20,000 to 30,000 zombies every day. After 7 or 8 days, they have only killed about 200,000. And that is an unorganized group of zombies. This shows how terrifying the scale of this group of zombies is. Sitting on the plane, Tang Zheng said to the communicator Wu Di, "Contact Bai Ling and see what she knows." Wu Di immediately contacted Bai Ling. "Hello Bai Ling. I'm Tang Zheng." "Ah. Hello. Commander Tang. I'm Bai Ling. Thank you for the information you gave me before. How did you find this group of zombies?" "It's like this. The night before yesterday, I got news from a small survival base in Qinzhou. It said that the zombies at their base seemed to be attracted by something and left the place where they usually wandered. I thought it was a bit strange, but I was too busy yesterday to take care of it. I remembered it today and flew over to check it out. I saw countless footprints going north along the highway. Out of curiosity, I followed them. You should have seen the scene afterwards." Tang Zheng agreed. "Yes, I saw it. But where did this group of corpses come from? Do you know? I am sending people to investigate. One thing that is certain at present is that the group of corpses came from Qinzhou, probably in the direction of Mingshui. The specific location has not yet been determined." "Mingshui?" Tang Zheng was stunned. "His hometown is in Mingshui. Leader Bai Ling. Do you know anything else?" "I know a little bit more. That is, this group of zombies must have a leader. And they have a strong purpose. They hardly stop along the way. Even if there is a survivor base in some place, they will not attack it, but keep heading north, as if there is something in the north that attracts them." Hearing Bai Ling's words, Tang Zheng felt more and more uneasy. He still said in a deep voice, "Thank you very much for the information that Miss Bai passed on to me. If you find out the specific direction of the zombies, please tell me. Don't worry. I tell you when I have news." After ending the call with Bai Ling, Tang Zheng signaled the plane to lower its altitude. He wanted to try to see the leader of the zombies here. The zombies also noticed the approach of the plane, but the zombies continued to move forward. Tang Zheng's attempt to find the zombie king was unsuccessful. Trying to find the leader in a zombie group that stretched for 30 kilometers and had at least 600,000 people was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Tang Zheng did not let the plane open fire on the zombies. That was meaningless. After circling for a while, Tang Zheng decided to go back first. It is still unclear where the zombies are going. Maybe they will enter the city after reaching Fengcheng. The plane was heading back. Just when it passed the border of Fengcheng, Bai Ling's message came back. Tang Zheng knew that Bai Ling was the leader of the airport base and had a helicopter to use. It was very fast to find out the news. He immediately connected the call. "Commander Tang, I have found out that the traces of the zombies were first found in Tailai Town, Mingshui County. The zombies once surrounded the police station there. My people were still in the police station and saw some human remains. Now Tailai Town has become a completely uninhabited area. There are no people or zombies." "Ah, you mean the zombies came from Tailai Town in Mingshui?" "Yes, that's right. Commander Tang, I remember you built your base in Tailai Town," Bai Ling also exclaimed. Tang Zheng pondered for a while. "Yes, my hometown is there. But I don't know why this happened. Commander Tang, what we can be sure of now is that the zombies started from Tailai Town. As for the previous footprints, they can no longer be found due to the rain. I think you should be more careful. Maybe the zombies are heading for you." "Okay, I understand. Chief Bai, I appreciate this favor. If you have the chance in the future, you are welcome to come to Zhuguang City, which is at the foot of Guyun Mountain, 700 kilometers north of Fengcheng." After saying this, Tang Zheng hung up the radio call. Tailai Town. Bai Ling has already investigated and found that there are no survivors in Tailai Town. So the people who stayed there are probably killed. Commissioner Wang and his men knew where their troops were going, and they did not hide this matter at the beginning. In this case, it is very likely that this group of zombies is really coming for him. Who led the zombies? Zheng Kejiang and his men? Or the people in the prison base? Or the people who were offended at the trade fair? Although most of them should be dead, it is really hard to say what the zombies are. The dead can become zombies. They are all possible. But that is not the most important thing. The zombies are about to arrive in Fengcheng. From Fengcheng to my Zhuguang City. According to the zombies' restless marching speed, it will take about 7 or 8 days to arrive. I must make a defense deployment quickly. But Zhuguang City is in chaos now. And the tax collectors from the Alliance will arrive today. So I must think of a way. Tang Zheng knew that the first great disaster since the establishment of Zhuguang City was about to come. If it can survive this disaster, Zhuguang City will undoubtedly become famous. And countless survivors will flock to it. He can even issue currency. And his troops will officially surpass the Alliance in fame. But if he can't survive? No. Tang Zheng firmly believes that he will succeed. Chapter 102. Tang Zheng took a helicopter back to Zhuguang City. In the past few days, Zhuguang City has begun to take shape as a city. Dozens of buildings have been under construction. And some have already been topped off. The engineers work in shifts almost 24 hours a day. And the construction speed is far faster than the normal speed of civilians. At this time, Nanmen Street is already very busy. Especially the Public Security Bureau, the Ministry of the Interior, and the Registration and Trading Hall are almost overcrowded. Where there are people, there is business. Many vendors began to gather around here, forming a medium-sized market. Although Zhuguang City has not issued currency, the survivors still have their own way of trading. In addition to the traditional barter, bullets, gold, and even Zhuguang City's points cards have become tradable items. And when Tang Zheng came back, he found that someone had bought a piece of land at the intersection of Nanmen Street and Dongmen Street, preparing to open a big hotel here. The intersection of these two roads can be said to be the prime location among the prime locations. Someone took it first, which is also very visionary. After Tang Zheng came back, he led the guard platoon to the south gate. It was already past 9:40 in the morning, and the tax collectors from the Alliance were about to arrive. Before today, Tang Zheng had not figured out what to do. But after seeing the terrifyingly large group of corpses, Tang Zheng had a plan in mind. They stood in front of the gate, and passers-by looked sideways, knowing that they were from the Zhuguang army, and did not come to disturb them. At 9:50, the convoy appeared in Tang Zheng's sight. On the temporary road in the distance, a convoy consisting of 3 off-road jeeps and about 10 trucks was heading towards Zhuguang City. It's quite a big show, bringing so many large trucks. How much supplies do you plan to collect from me? Tang Zheng complained, and then waited for the convoy to arrive with a smile on his face. A few minutes later, the convoy stopped in front of the Zhuguang City gate. A hot woman in her 30s jumped off a jeep. Tang Zheng had seen this person when he went to the University City base. She was the 3rd member of the Alliance Council, and the leader of the Jingwen County Lumberyard base. Lian Na. It was obvious that Lian Na was a mutant, and her strength and posture were different from those of ordinary people. Tang Zheng walked over and greeted her with a smile. Welcome to Councillor Lian Na from afar. Your arrival makes Zhuguang City glorious. Lian Na also shook hands with Tang Zheng. I am an unwelcome person. Let's be frank. When I collect taxes according to the law later. Chief Tang, please don't blame me. Haha. How could that be? Although Zhuguang City is not rich, it still has some supplies. Let's go and take a look in the city first. The guards drove Tang Zheng Hummer Jeep over and opened the carport. Tang Zheng invited Lian Na to get in the car. Except for the bodyguards. The rest of the people Lian Na brought were invited by the Internal Affairs Department to do statistics. Remember Lian Na, let the people below do the tedious statistics. How about we go around Zhuguang City? Okay. To be honest with you, Chief Tang, I'm really shocked by your city. Even if you didn't tell me, I would have come to take a look around. The Public Security Bureau's motorcycle cleared the way in front of the Hummer. Sulu was driving, and Director Ji Yutian was sitting in the sidecar, shouting with a loudspeaker. Make way! Make way! Move aside! You bun seller! Where is your stall? Shan Shan in front. I'm talking to you. The mercenaries with guns. What are you staring at? When we get to Zhuguang City, it's like a dragon coiling around. And you coiling around like a tiger. If you dare to cause trouble here, you will be sent to the dungeon of the Public Security Bureau. With the Public Security Bureau leading the way, the convoy passed through the crowded South Street and arrived at the Registration and Trading Hall. Remember Lian Na, take a look at our trading hall and see how it is different from the University Town base. Okay. I also want to take a look. Maybe I can try to take a task. Lian Na smiled. But she was secretly calculating in her heart. She has rich experience in taxation. And she also has her own judgment criteria for whether a person will cooperate in paying taxes. Generally speaking, it is relatively easy for medium-sized bases to pay taxes, because they have supplies and no strong power to fight against the alliance. So they can only pay taxes obediently. Small bases are difficult because they are relatively poor. But as long as some pressure is applied, they will generally cooperate. On the contrary, it is the most difficult to collect taxes from large bases. They have things, but no one is willing to pay them out. And they are strong enough. So the alliance has no good way to deal with them. Bases as large as Juguang City should be the hardest bones to chew. After seeing the walls of Juguang City, Leonard gave up the idea of using force to threaten. Apart from other things, the guards and the sentry towers on the city walls were not something she could handle. If Tangjing did not cooperate, she would not get anything. Once the city gates were closed, it would be impossible to defeat the local alliance without sending out all the forces. And this was based on the fact that Tangjing armed forces were not numerous. After entering the city, Lian Na carefully observed the situation of the guards on the city walls. According to her initial judgment, the number of guards guarding the city was about 300 to 400. This reminded her of the information Tangjing had registered at the university city base, which indeed stated that the armed forces were 300 people. It seems that he has not had time to expand the army on a large scale during this period. But this situation will not last long. When the situation in the city stabilizes, Tangjing will inevitably expand the army. I absolutely cannot let this happen. At least before expanding the army. I want him to agree to let the Alliance station troops here. As long as the Alliance can station troops here and control the city gate, this city can become ours at any time. I believe that the speaker will agree with my idea when he sees this city. Perhaps this place is more suitable for the headquarters of the Alliance. In a short time, Lian Na determined her idea for this trip. Taxes must be levied. But that is no longer the main point. The most important thing is to sign a protection agreement, and then make it public on the radio, creating a fait accompli, and then let the Alliance station troops here to occupy the Magpie's nest. But it is not easy to accomplish this task. Before that, she must gain Tangjing trust at all costs. With dirty thoughts in their minds, the two of them walked into the registration and trading hall under the protection of the guards. After entering the door, they saw a large electronic screen. This electronic screen was erected the day before yesterday. Tangjing specially sent people out to collect it in order to make the trading hall look more stylish. The blackboard a few days ago has completed its mission and died. On the electronic screen, subtitles are scrolling. Many of the news here are released by the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Juguang City. Most of them are acquisition news. Because the Juguang City army is now fighting outside, there is a shortage of manpower, and many materials cannot be collected. So the news is released here. As long as the team or individual can complete the task, they can exchange weapons, vehicles, etc., or even mutant beast meat. Purchase building materials, cement, steel bars, paint, wood, etc. If there is a large amount of need, you can settle with weapons. If you have goods, contact the Ministry of the Interior. Purchase diesel by tons. Weapons and vehicles can be settled. Purchase salt, message, spices, and can be exchanged for Juguang City points. Purchase a large amount of gold, platinum, silver, diamonds, jade, natural pearls, rubies, sapphires, etc., and settle with weapon points. Purchase uranium ore, enriched uranium, and bullets. Subtitles kept rolling. Juguang City is now in ruins and needs a lot of things. Lian Na glanced at Tangjing, and Tangjing also glanced at her. Lian Na saw what Tangjing meant. He wanted her to help him complete a few tasks first. If this can't be done, there's probably no way to talk about the next thing. Lian Na smiled. Since we are here, we can't return empty-handed. Later, Chief Tang must urge your Ministry of Internal Affairs not to give me IOUs. Tangjing laughed. Of course not. Well, then I will take the task of 50 kilograms of gold and one task of enriching uranium. I can't take other tasks. After all, my lumberyard base and the university town base of the headquarters have a great demand for ordinary materials. I hope Chief Tang can understand. Hearing about 50 kilograms of gold, Tangjing was not too surprised. 50 kilograms of gold, converted into system funds, is 50,000 gold. This number is not big for Tangjing now. After all, the soldiers on the front line can collect about 20,000 gold every day. Now it has accumulated more than 100,000 gold. And Tang Zheng has not gone to get it. But a task of enriching uranium made Tang Zheng's eyes light up. During this period, He Shui pestered him every day, asking Tang Zheng to get some uranium, or enriched uranium as soon as possible. But Tang Zheng had no idea for a while. This kind of thing is too difficult to get. If you ask ordinary people to find it, they don't know where to find it. Unexpectedly, today, Lian Na gave him a surprise. Tang Zheng calmed down and asked with a smile, "Leader Lian Na can actually get something like enriched uranium." Which is amazing. Lian Na waved her hand. It's not amazing. But when the tax was collected, there were survivors from Mubei. There was an Empire's nuclear power plant there. Someone got a bottle by chance. It is said that the purity reached more than 85%. I collected it. But to be honest, this thing is useless. Without a large number of scientific and technological talents, that kind of weapon cannot be made. Today, I will borrow flowers to offer to the Buddha and give it to Leader Tang. But I guess what Chief Tang needs is low-purity enriched uranium. He probably wants to do some research in nuclear power. I'm afraid it's hard for you to use my bottle of high-purity uranium. As she said that, Lian Na asked someone to take the task, and then delivered it directly. 50 kilograms of gold, and a silver white solid in a sealed glass box. Tang Zheng didn't know what enriched uranium was, so he handed it directly to Yi Shui beside him. When Yi Shui saw this thing, her eyes had already lit up, and she immediately took it over, and the joy on her face could not be concealed. "General, it's really high-purity enriched uranium. It's done. Just wait and see." Chapter 103. Lena delivered gold and enriched uranium, and received 20 rifles, 5 AK-47s, a box of grenades, and a large number of bullets. Seeing what Lena had gained, many people watching the excitement around her were jealous. In their opinion, Lena only paid a few insignificant things, but she was able to exchange for so many good weapons, which was a huge profit. Things like gold and gems were indeed very valuable before the end of the world. But what use are they now except for being beautiful? If Zhuguang City hadn't purchased these things, I'm afraid no one would pick them up if they fell on the ground. As for the enriched uranium, can it be eaten? If the Imperial military got it, it might be used for some nuclear power plant experiments. And some people would believe it. But Zhuguang City would definitely use it. Lian Na was also very happy. She thought she had made a profit by getting these weapons. Not only did she make a profit, but she also helped Tang Zheng a little, making a good start and paving the way for the next negotiations. Tang Zheng accompanied Lian Na around the city again, and then arranged for someone to entertain Lian Na and the others. The place they stayed in was the future Zhuguang Hotel. The hotel was planned, but the construction was not completed, so they could only live in the mobile house. However, according to the construction progress, it was fast, and there were too many people working in the city now. Working at various construction sites in Zhuguang City every day was the most ideal place for ordinary survivors. As long as you work here, you can provide free meals every day, and you can also take away a portion of food. And you can also get a small amount of Zhuguang City points card. The kitchen team was too busy to handle the cooking. All the cooks were recruited temporarily. In the end times, food is always the biggest need. Ordinary survivors have no food source, and have started to dig grass roots and peel tree bark. Many people are satisfied to get food here. Moreover, they can take a portion away and provide it to their relatives or partners. After all, not everyone can adapt to the work on the construction site. The large amount of food and other materials purchased by Zhuguang City every day are basically used to provide food. With tens of thousands of people working, Zhuguang City is changing every day. 2 bridges have been built over Fengming River, and all underground optical cables have been laid. The city's drainage system has also been completed, and the pavement of many roads has taken shape. Electric poles have been erected, and electricity has begun to flow into the community. Almost half of the buildings in the residential areas in the city have completed the foundation. Some buildings that are urgently needed have already been capped and have entered the stage of interior decoration. Places such as the Public Security Bureau, the Ministry of the Interior, and the Zhuguang Theater are almost completed. Every day, a large number of adventurer teams and mercenaries enter and leave the city, bringing back carts of supplies, which are then sent to various construction sites after being sent to the material recycling station. Lena was arranged to stay in a temporary hotel. Tang Zheng and Liana agreed that since the statistics work is still in progress today, they will meet formally tomorrow to discuss taxation. Tonight, Tang Zheng did not entertain Liana and the others because he had something to do. But Tang Zheng still arranged dinner for them here. After saying goodbye to Tang Zheng, Liana was still sighing at the development of Zhuguang City. This place is simply too suitable for the Alliance headquarters. After she settled down, she immediately sent a message to the Alliance chairman Xie Jinshan. Soon, Lian Na received a reply from Xie Jinshan. Xie Jinshan actually knew as much about Zhuguang City as Lian Na. In recent days, the Alliance has sent a large number of people to Zhuguang City, and a large number of photos and mobile phone videos have been sent back to the Alliance. It can be said that except for what is behind the walls of the inner city, Xie Jinshan has memorized every corner of Zhuguang City. This place is not only coveted by Lian Na, he is also drooling over it. After receiving Lian Na's report, Xie Jinshan immediately gave Lian Na a death order. Lian Na, I give you a task that you must complete. We don't need to collect taxes. But the only thing is that we must sign a protection agreement. And then our garrison will take over the city wall of the south gate or the east gate. This is our bottom line. And there must be no concessions. Lian Na asked, then how many troops are there in our garrison? How many people are there in Tang Zheng chasing army? According to my initial observation, if you include the engineers, there are about 600 people. And no other troops have been seen. Xie Jinshan nodded slightly. And the intelligence analysis he collected in the past few days was also like this. It is unknown what is hidden in Tang Zheng inner city. But it is certain that there are definitely not too many people in it. A big city guarded by more than 600 people is just like a child carrying gold through the market. Xie Jinshan believes that if Tang Zheng does not expand his army, he will definitely not be able to defend his city. He also didn't want Tang Zheng to expand his army, so he had to act quickly. Lena, our garrison should be at least 1,500 people, so that we can show the sincerity of the alliance. You must implement this as soon as possible. After signing the contract, immediately announce this to the region through the radio and make the information public. Lena hesitated. Speaker, I don't think Tang Zheng will be so easy to talk to. Should we consider taking it directly? After all, it's the end of the world now, and people's hearts and opinions are not that important. Stupid! Xie Jinshan scolded him. Do you think the empire is really finished? You are wrong. I recently received a rumor that someone discovered a small group of the imperial royal family in the border area of the two rivers. This is definitely unusual. Once the empire recovers, all of our forces will be in danger. Before that, we must try our best to strengthen ourselves and try not to leave too many weaknesses. Therefore, we must hold Zhuguang City in our own hands and try to obtain it in an honest way. With this base, we have a future. Do you understand? I understand. Speaker, I will definitely get the right to station troops. It's good that you understand. The future may be an era of separatism. After saying this, Xie Jinshan ended the call with Lian Na. He still had to make some preparations. As long as Lian Na signed a contract with Tang Zheng, he would immediately send troops to Zhuguang City. After completing the transaction with Lian Na, Tang Zheng returned to his residence. With 50,000 gold in hand, Tang Zheng funds exceeded 200,000. Some of the funds were obtained through the trading hall in the past few days. However, civilian adventurers and mercenaries cannot obtain too much funds at one time, and the money comes in bits and pieces. Ever since seeing the huge zombie group, Tang Zheng realized the danger of the situation. Especially when he heard that the zombies came from Tailai Town. Tang Zheng could be sure that the target of the zombie group was Zhuguang City, or himself. In order to survive this crisis, the only way to ensure the potential for fighting is to obtain more funds. Now he has 200,000 gold in his hand, which is not enough for the war. Once the cannons and machine guns sound, the reserve money will flow out like water. There are still about 150,000 gold that he hasn't taken on the front line. But adding that 150,000 gold is just a drop in the bucket. His main goal now is to capture the gold shop in Shuangling County. The battle has been going on for 8 days. At present, the troops have eliminated about 200,000 zombies in total, and they are not far from the bridge in the new city area. In another 3 or 4 days, they will be able to reach the Peace Bridge. At that time, Tang Zheng will personally command the battle, remove the wall, and fight against the zombies in the new city. Hopefully, before the zombies arrive. They can take down the gold shop and prepare for the upcoming war. As for the alliance, Tang Jung also has a more comprehensive plan. Now they are waiting for a formal meeting and negotiation tomorrow, and then come up with a satisfactory result for both parties. As for the alliance's thoughts, Tang Jung can guess them with his toes. Dare to collect such a heavy tax. These guys in the alliance are greedy enough, and it is almost impossible for them not to be tempted when they see their own Zhuguang city. At that time, they might ask for garrisoning. However, garrisoning is not that easy. Without paying a huge price, it is difficult for the garrison party to accept such humiliating conditions. If the alliance wants to garrison in Zhuguang city, Tang Jung thinks this matter can be discussed. However, how to grasp the degree and how to ensure that things do not go out of control also need to be carefully considered and grasped. Just as Tang Jung was thinking, the door of the yard opened and a truck drove in. Only the guards can freely enter and exit Tang Jung's private residence. The driver got off the car, and it was none other than He Shui, a research soldier. General. It worked. He Shui excitedly ran to Tang Jung's side, looking up at his little face and waiting for praise. Oh! Did the truck bomb you mentioned work? It's great. He Shui was a little unhappy when she heard Tang Jung's perfunctory answer. General, take a closer look at this car. Tang Jung looked up at the car that was converted from a military heavy truck. The back of the car was changed into something like a large oil tank, with a black skull painted on it. What is this? A tanker truck? It's very common. That's camouflage, so that others can't see the clues. How about it? Is it well camouflaged? It's really well camouflaged. Nothing can be seen. That's right. But General, let me tell you, there are thousands of kilograms of TNT explosives in it. And there are also explosive devices that I shot myself. The power of the explosion of this truck before was comparable to that of an aerial bomb. I was going to give it to you, but I felt that it was lacking. Just the last bit of uranium. Now with enriched uranium, this bomb will be completely successful. How powerful is it? Let me tell you this. Once this thing explodes, its power is almost comparable to a small nuclear bomb. There will be no one alive within a 2-kilometer radius, and they will all be vaporized. Oh, that's very powerful. How big is the area? 2 kilometers? Tang Jung was stunned. 2 square kilometers? What does that mean? This is not a little boy, but a baby. Yes, to be precise, it's about 2 square kilometers. How about it? General? I'm awesome. Right? Guiyun said he could make a potion that can turn 60% of zombies back into humans. But he hasn't succeeded yet. I succeeded first. As she spoke, He Shui handed a remote control to Tang Jung. General, this is for you. As long as you press the button in the middle, the truck will explode with a rumble. You can drive it like a normal car. From now on, this truck will be placed next to you, so you can sleep peacefully. Oh, by the way, this remote control is very important. Don't give it to others. It's best to put it under your pillow when you sleep. It's safe. Tang Jung took the remote control and looked at the big red button in the middle. When he heard He Shui say to put this thing under the pillow, he didn't feel safe at all. Chapter 104. At night, Tang Jung looked at the radar screen and saw Tang Tang sneaking out along the river. He knew that the little guy was looking for food. Its food might be zombies or mutants. No matter what it was, the little guy was getting bigger and bigger. Its tentacles stretched out and were more than 8 meters long. Despite this, Tang Jung still felt that Tang Tang was not big enough. Before the zombies arrive, I hope you can grow up a little bit. The bigger the better. Maybe Tang Tang sensed Tang Jung's thoughts. When Tang Jung woke up the next morning, he saw Tang Tang, who had grown a little bigger, sleeping in the pool. It seems to be a little bigger, almost 8.5 meters. Today is the day for negotiations with the alliance, and Tang Jung did not attend in person. The person in charge of the negotiations in Zhuguang City was Guiyun and a few scientific research soldiers. Tang Jung gave them a task. That is, not to complete the negotiations today, and not to complete them tomorrow. Wait until the day after tomorrow, and then he will go there in person to give a result. Guiyun, who received Tang Jung's order, understood what he meant and started to argue with Lian Na's negotiation team with the scientific research soldiers. The two sides exchanged opinions on many issues, such as the level of taxation, the discrepancy between population statistics, and the possibility of the alliance sending garrisons to help Zhuguang City defend, etc. On the issue of population statistics, the Alliance believes that everyone in Zhuguang City must pay taxes, which is a rule set by the Alliance. Gui Yun and his team believe that there are a large number of mercenaries and adventurer groups in Zhuguang City now. These people are not stationed in Zhuguang City, but sometimes they transport supplies back. These people should not be considered as a member of Zhuguang City, and Zhuguang City will not pay taxes to them. The two sides discussed this issue back and forth for a whole morning, and in the afternoon, they reached a consensus that these people would not have to pay taxes. However, there are a lot of people in this group, and the specific statistics are also a difficult problem. There is also the issue of how high to levy taxes. Gui Yun believes that if the Alliance wants to station troops, then it should not continue to levy taxes. These two issues should not exist at the same time. Please ask the Alliance to make a choice, either to negotiate on the issue of stationing troops or on the issue of taxation. When the Alliance does not give a clear answer, the negotiations cannot proceed. The first day of negotiations only resulted in a non-problem, because once Zhuguang City agreed to station troops, then there would be no point in counting population and collecting taxes. Lian Na and others returned to their residence and were quite satisfied with today's negotiations, because Zhuguang City did not completely seal the loophole of stationing troops. It seemed that there was still room for negotiation. It seemed that Tang Zheng also realized that his current lack of manpower was not enough to defend such a large city. He wanted to use the power of the Alliance, but he did not want the Alliance to have an advantage here, so the degree of this had to be carefully grasped. After discussing it and asking Xie Jinshan for instructions, they decided to completely abandon the issue of taxation and strive for garrison. This issue must be finalized in the negotiations on the second day. When the negotiations began on the second day, Tang Zheng had already left Zhuguang City. He has now arrived in Fengcheng. When he felt that the zombie army should have passed Fengcheng, Tang Zheng wanted to go over to see the situation. But what he didn't expect was that the zombie army turned a corner here in Fengcheng and did not continue to go north, but entered the urban area of Fengcheng. This made Tang Zheng a little confused. He didn't know what the zombies were going to do, so he followed them to the sky above Fengcheng. The plane landed on the rooftop of a building that was more than 100 meters high. It was also very risky for a helicopter to land here, because there were many mutant birds in the sky above the city. When the plane arrived, many mutant birds tried to approach, and the soldiers kept shooting and driving them away. It took a long time to find a place to land. Tang Zheng stood on the rooftop, looking at the zombies pouring into the city below. The number of zombies in this group is at least 600,000, but it is nothing after entering Fengcheng. In Fengcheng, there are hundreds of millions of zombies, scattered in every corner of the city. The arrival of this group of zombies is like a river entering the sea, which is not at all noticeable. However, Tang Zheng soon discovered that this river is not simple. When the group of zombies entered the city, they actually attacked the zombies around them. This surprised Tang Zheng greatly. You know, when zombies are alive, they never actively attack each other. After they die, their companions will devour their bodies, but not when they are alive. But unexpectedly, this group of zombies actually attacked the zombies in Fengcheng. The attacked zombies naturally would not wait to die, and immediately began to fight back. The battle between zombies is very cruel and bloody. They attack each other with sharp teeth and claws, just like wild beasts. But humans are not wild beasts by nature. Their claws are not as powerful as those of wild beasts, and it is difficult to kill the opponent with one blow. You bite me, I grab him, and he bites you again. It doesn't matter if the intestines are pulled out, or if the face is bitten to expose the bones. It doesn't matter, until one side is completely torn apart. The winner may not be able to enjoy the delicious meal, because other zombies will soon arrive. In such a battle, ordinary zombies can only be consumables, and there is no eternal winner. The real winners are those mutant zombies, or the strong ones, who are about to become mutant zombies. Their claws are sharper, and their defenses are stronger. The attacks of ordinary zombies are difficult to work. On the contrary, they can easily kill ordinary zombies, and easily get food. The more it devours, the stronger it becomes. This kind of battle is a virtuous cycle for mutant zombies. As the battle continues, the number of zombies that fall is simply countless. But in this group, there are more and more mutant zombies. When Tang Zheng saw a licker appear in the zombie group and constantly kill other zombies, he completely understood the intention of the leader of the zombie group. It is to create an elite zombie army. I didn't expect that the zombies would evolve in this way. And even the lickers were brought out. This zombie group is not easy to deal with. Tang Jing took the telescope and continued to observe the situation of the zombies below. And soon made another discovery. That zombie looked so big. He found a huge zombie in the zombie group, which seemed to be more than 3 meters tall. This zombie waved its arm and punched the iron armor more than 2 meters tall next to it, and then swallowed it in its mouth. Compared with the iron armor, it was more than 2 heads taller, and its body was twice as strong. If an iron armor could weigh 200 kilograms, it would weigh at least 400 kilograms. Through the telescope, Tang Jing could clearly see the hideous face of this zombie. The face of the zombie had changed a little. It no longer looked human, but more like a beast. Its fangs stuck out of its mouth like a vampire. Its torso and arms were incredibly thick, and it looked like a gorilla magnified countless times. Its head was as big as a water tank, and its stratum corneum had also changed. The stratum corneum of the armored zombie was like scales, but the stratum corneum of this gorilla zombie was thicker, and there seemed to be a layer of oily substance on the surface. Back then, the skin of the armored zombies could barely resist rifle bullets. The defense of this gorilla zombie seems to be much stronger than that of the armored zombies. Tang Jing waved his hand to his sniper. Shoot at this thing. This sniper was not Chu Xian, but a 1-star sniper who was transferred from the field company after Chu Xian became the company commander of the city guard. After receiving the order, the sniper raised his gun on the rooftop and shot at the gorilla zombie below. Bang! One shot hit. Tang Jing clearly saw the gorilla zombie stagger through the telescope. The shot hit the top of its head, and some dark brown blood oozed out. It hit the zombie, but it didn't kill it. It just caused minor injuries to the zombie. General, my Steyr sniper rifle is 7.62mm caliber. It has no problem sniping armored people, but it is not enough to cause fatal damage to this zombie. Tang Jing did not hesitate and immediately bought a Barrett in the system. Try this gun. The Barrett sniper rifle is known as the king of sniper rifles. The large caliber of 12.7mm can even penetrate armored vehicles. Tang Jing didn't believe that this kind of gorilla zombie could block Barrett's shooting. The sniper took the new gun and was about to aim when the situation changed. The gorilla zombie below seemed to sense the danger and actually entered a building on the side of the road. Not only it, but also 2 lickers also entered the house on the side of the road, not giving the sniper upstairs an angle to shoot. Zombie King. The zombie king of this zombie group has discovered us long ago, but he hid in the dark and refused to show up. Now that he found out that we want to snipe the high-level zombies, he took precautions. Tang Jing could also be sure at this moment that the zombie king of this zombie group had wisdom that was not inferior to that of humans. But Tang Jing did not want to give up so easily. He had to wait for another opportunity. From morning to afternoon, Tang Jing had been waiting for an opportunity on this rooftop. With a portable radar, he was not worried about being surrounded and attacked by zombies. And with a helicopter, he could leave at any time. During this process, he found that the zombie group had changed again. A large number of zombies poured into the building, and many of them were holding some sundries. Tang Jing even saw a group of zombies pushing a rusty money truck into the room. Seeing such actions, Tang Jing had some guesses in his mind. He thought that the zombie leader might be protecting the gorilla zombies and the lickers. If this is the case, the difficulty of killing this kind of zombie will be greatly increased. His guess was confirmed in the afternoon. The top of the head of the gorilla zombie that appeared again was really protected. Large pieces of bulletproof car door fragments, bulletproof glass, some iron blocks and iron filings, and even metal rust were covered on the oily substance on the zombie head. This made the gorilla zombie already huge head immediately 2 circles bigger, and the defense seemed to have reached an extremely terrifying level. Looking at this artificially modified monster, Tang Jing asked the sniper, "Are you sure you can shoot it?" The sniper was also a little unsure if it was the gorilla from before. It should be possible to shoot it, but it's hard to say now. The thickness of the protection plus the cuticle of the zombie itself makes it much more difficult to shoot. Moreover, this kind of zombie has already taken precautions against me. I'm not sure, but we can try. Tang Jing waved his hand. Don't try. There are too many zombies here. Even if we can kill a few, it's meaningless. Instead, it will make the zombie king realize his shortcomings and make more preparations. In a few days, maybe someone else will come to try for us. Chapter 105. Tang Jing attended the negotiation on the 3rd day in person. After intense discussions, the two sides finally reached an agreement. The alliance will send a force of no less than 1,500 people to help Zhuguang City defend. The defense area is the entire southern city wall, including 3 city gates and a water gate. The city walls in the east, west and north directions will continue to be guarded by the Zhuguang army. This is also the result of Tangjung consideration. The inner city can be seen from the 4 city walls, the east, west and north walls, and the alliance cannot be allowed to interfere. Only the south gate can be allowed. At the same time, as a defense area, the alliance will no longer collect head taxes from Zhuguang City. In fact, Zhuguang City suffered a loss in this matter. So the alliance also promised to provide Zhuguang City with 3,000 tons of fuel oil and 500,000 tons of coal as compensation in the next month. This fuel oil and coal were added at Tangjung's request, because the scientific research soldier told him that when Zhuguang City's facilities are gradually completed, a wind power plant will not be enough, and a thermal power plant may be needed. Thermal power plants require a lot of coal, and Tangjung decided to take this opportunity to blackmail the alliance. He believed that the alliance would definitely agree, because after the garrison, the alliance's appetite would grow bigger and bigger, and they might even think about swallowing up Zhuguang City. The city would be theirs in the future, so it didn't matter how much supplies they agreed to give now, because it would still be theirs in the future anyway. So Tangjung asked for a high price. Sure enough, the other party hesitated and discussed for a while, and finally agreed to this additional condition. This also indirectly proved the alliance's wolfish ambitions, and Tangjung didn't have to worry about anything when doing things. The two sides reached an agreement, and the contract was signed soon. As soon as the contract was signed, the alliance could not wait to broadcast this news to the entire northern region. After friendly negotiations between the alliance and Zhuguang City, the two sides reached the following terms. First, from today, within 5 days, the alliance will station 1,500 troops in Zhuguang City, responsible for the defense of the southern city wall of Zhuguang City. Second, the alliance will exempt Zhuguang City from head tax. Third, in view of the rapid development of Zhuguang City, the alliance intends to build it into a pearl in the northern region and is willing to provide Zhuguang City with 3,000 tons of fuel and 500,000 tons of coal for free, which will be delivered before the arrival of January. Fourth, once a war, natural disaster, or zombie invasion breaks out in Zhuguang City, the alliance will unconditionally help Zhuguang City defend itself. If it gives up, it will be considered a breach of contract, and the alliance will permanently give up its jurisdiction and taxation rights over Zhuguang City. Fifth, Zhuguang City must actively cooperate with the alliance's actions and complete the handover as soon as possible. The above terms are supervised by all the people in the Northern Territory. The alliance broadcast 3 times in a row in the morning, noon, and evening, and Zhuguang City also broadcast once as a cooperation. After the signing, Lian Na smiled and held Tangjung's hand. Chief Tang, it's not easy. After 3 days of negotiations, it's over, and my work is over. Tangjung smiled and responded, it's not over yet. You still have to cooperate with the alliance and put the auxiliary defense forces in place as soon as possible. Otherwise I will always feel unsafe. Ha ha ha. Chief Tang is joking. If you are not safe here, there will be no safe place in the northern region. But don't worry, Chief Tang. I will ask the speaker to send someone as soon as possible. As far as I know, the first batch of 500 troops is now on the way and is expected to arrive before sunset today. Oh, that's really fast. As soon as the alliance arrives, our Zhuguang army will immediately make way. Both parties were very happy. At noon, Tangjung hosted a banquet for Lian Na and her party in the Zhuguang City Hotel. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, as Lian Na said, the first batch of auxiliary defense personnel from the alliance had arrived, perhaps to show the strength of the alliance. The 500 people who came this time brought hundreds of vehicles. Some of them were jeeps and trucks. And there were also 30 modified bulletproof vehicles and 5 armored vehicles. Most of these vehicles were modified, with machine guns mounted on them, looking majestic. When the alliance troops arrived, Zhuguang City immediately cooperated and vacated part of the southern city wall. Tangjung city guards also withdrew from the south gate area, vacated the city walls, sentry towers, bunkers, etc., and moved the weapons and equipment inside. After they moved out, The Alliance people moved in, and now they have taken over the defense of the city walls in the West Gate area. The second group of personnel will arrive in 2 days, and will take over the defense of the Southwest City Wall. The last group of personnel will arrive within 5 days, and will take over the defense of the South Gate. Tang Zheng also requested that when their personnel arrived, they must bring a batch of supplies to show their sincerity. The Alliance also readily agreed to Tang Zheng's request, and actively cooperated. When the Alliance troops were stationed on the city wall, Lian Na's heart, which had been hanging, finally succeeded. As long as they were stationed at the South Gate, she believed that the situation in Zhuguang City would gradually fall under the control of the Alliance. They not only sent garrison troops, but also sent many secret agents and mercenaries to sneak into Zhuguang City to assist secretly. When all 1,500 people arrived, they could find an excuse or incident to cause an incident. At that time, they could find an excuse to drive Tang Zheng out of office, and Zhuguang City would be in the hands of the Alliance. Although Tang Zheng had not opened the inner city, Lian Na did not know what was there, but she believed that as long as she occupied the outer city, it would be enough to solve all the troubles. In order to avoid Tang Zheng's suspicion, she also asked the Alliance to send as many supplies as possible to show that they were wholeheartedly planning for Zhuguang City. The handover between the Alliance and Zhuguang City caused quite a stir in the northern region. Some discerning people felt that the Alliance had bad intentions, but Tang Zheng, the leader of the Zhuguang army, agreed to let the Alliance station troops, and no one else could do anything about it. Especially those who had seen Zhuguang City felt that the Alliance's position in the northern region would be unshakable in the future. Once the Alliance occupies Zhuguang City, its strength will be greatly improved. At that time, only the Imperial Royal Army can compete with the Northern Territory Alliance. 2 days later, the second batch of 500 troops of the Alliance arrived, along with hundreds of heavy trucks, transporting a large amount of coal. 5 tankers, loaded with gasoline and diesel, were also transported to Zhuguang City. In order to gain Tang Zheng trust and future plans, the Alliance has invested heavily. The truck sent the supplies to the recycling station and returned to the Alliance again, because there was another transportation. When these supplies arrived, Tang Zheng was not here. This morning, Tang Zheng took a helicopter and went to Shuangling County. Because the battle in Shuangling County has reached a critical stage, Tang Zheng Artillery Company, Armored Company, and 4 main field companies have advanced their positions to the front of the Peace Bridge. At this critical moment, Tang Zheng must go there in person. So he did not wait for the Alliance to send people and supplies, and set off directly from Zhuguang City. After flying 300 kilometers, the plane arrived at Shuangling County. Before Tang Zheng completely landed, he felt the cruelty of the battle. The stench emanating from the ground could be felt even in midair. Countless bones and bloodstains spread throughout the old city. In the past 10 days of fighting, the soldiers advanced almost 1 block every day, and faced countless zombies every day. However, they also strictly followed Tang Zheng's original requirements, and did not rush ahead. They fought 2 battles every morning and afternoon, one using the ammunition refreshed by the system, and one purchasing ammunition. This way, the scale of the battle would not expand infinitely, and cause it to get out of control. It was also the most cost-effective and safest way to fight. When Tang Zheng arrived, every soldier was dirty, with blood on their clothes, and many of them were bandaging their wounds. Even the fur of the military dogs was tangled, and they looked like a group of stray dogs. However, everyone's spirits were extremely high. Tang Zheng got off the plane and found that he had gained a lot from this battle. There were no new soldiers around, and the least were soldiers who had been strengthened to 2 stars. There were even more soldiers who had been strengthened to 3 stars. Some of the veterans had even reached the pinnacle of strengthening to 3 stars. Those military dogs were basically strengthened to 2 stars. And there were several who had been strengthened to 3 stars. And those chariots, tanks, artillery, etc., all achieved almost 1-star upgrade. During this period, Tang Zheng troops have eliminated nearly 300,000 zombies. And these soldiers are all elite troops. Seeing Tang Zheng coming, several company commanders came to meet the general. Everyone looks good. How are you? You have gained a lot in the past few days. First Company Commander Luo Fei said, General, the troops are in high spirits now, and have advanced to the bridgehead of the Peace Bridge. We have also cleared the zombies near the bridge in the old city. In the next battle, we only need to face the zombies in the new city. Tang Zheng raised his head and took a look at the situation on the other side of the river. After so many days of fighting, I don't know how many zombies from the new city area have been attracted to this side. At a glance, it is a complete sea of zombies. However, because of the river blocking the bridge, the zombies can only roar continuously on the other side of the river and cannot pass through it all. How much money and crystals have you collected in the past few days? Luo Fei hurriedly handed over all the gains of the past few days to Tang Zheng. Among them, there are more than 160,000 funds and more than 80 zombie crystals. Tang Zheng has more than 120 zombie crystals in his hand. Call all the soldiers who have reached the top of 3 stars and upgrade them to 4 stars. Take turns to rest. Each person rests for 3 hours. Lunch starts early at 10:30. I brought a lot of food this time. Everyone has a good meal. Lunch ends at 11 o'clock, and we will immediately go into battle. Starting from today, within 3 days, we must kill all the zombies coming from the other side of the river and take down the gold shop. Chapter 106. Tang Zheng distributed all the crystals in his hand, allowing 123 star warriors to upgrade to 4 stars. Among these warriors, 90 were mobilized soldiers. It was relatively difficult to upgrade the remaining warriors, especially to upgrade to 3 stars, which required a particularly large number of kills. The remaining 30 crystals included 3 snipers, 5 scouts, 8 heavy machine gunners, 8 flamethrower warriors, and 6 military dogs. Among them, Luo Fei was the first to upgrade to 4 stars. After the star upgrade, he immediately reported the current situation to Tang Zheng. General, compared with 3-star soldiers, the physical qualities of 4-star mobilized soldiers have been greatly improved. The number of training bullets per day has increased from 180 to 500. Moreover, there is another more important feature, which is resistance to zombie viruses. Resistant? Yes, we have resistance to zombie scratches and bites. As long as we are not scratched or bitten multiple times in a row, we can recover without using serum. Tang Zheng nodded, thinking that if everyone could upgrade to this level, the horror of zombies would be greatly reduced. Of course, that was just a fantasy. It was impossible for everyone to achieve this level. It was already very rare to be able to build an elite force that was not afraid of zombies. In addition to the mobilized soldiers, the other arms were also greatly improved. A 4-star sniper was a real sharpshooter. Ordinary sniping was nothing. They could even complete sniping when the object was moving, and the success rate was very high. The accuracy of the 4-star heavy machine gunners has also been greatly improved, and their heavy machine guns have 2,000 rounds of training bullets every day. The 4-star scouts and flamethrowers have also been greatly improved, especially the flamethrowers, who were originally strong and now are taller and stronger. And the oil bottles they carry behind them are much larger, and the range of the flamethrowers has been increased to 80 meters. There are also 4-star military dogs, which are almost as big as lions before the end of the world. After the troops were upgraded, they rested and had dinner. While the troops were having dinner, Tang Zheng was not idle. He continued to increase his troops. This time, he wanted to fill up the soldiers of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th field companies. Previously, these 4 companies only had 3 combat platoons, and the rest of the troops were not very complete. This time, Tang Zheng directly added 8 combat platoons, 360 people. After spending 84,600 gold, Tang Zheng continued to increase the regular troops such as heavy machine guns, flamethrower warriors and snipers. Then, Tang Zheng also equipped each company with a guard squad for the company commander, and added a cooking squad, a medical squad, etc. to the company. There were also communicators, rocket launcher soldiers, etc., and each company was fully equipped. Tang Zheng had nearly 400,000 yuan in funds, and when there was more than 120,000 yuan left, several field companies were finally full. Now, Tang Zheng 5 field companies, 1 city guard company, and 1 engineering company are all full. The total number of soldiers in these 7 companies has reached 2,100, including the artillery company, armored company, guard platoon, cooking platoon, and medical platoon. The total number of people has exceeded 2,300. There are also 100 people from the Public Security Bureau, the Ministry of the Interior, the radar team, and the aviation company with only a few people, etc. The total number of people on Tang Zheng's side is now 2,440. There is only a gap of 60 people from the full strength of the battalion of 2,500. Tang Jung did not continue to expand these 60 people. He wanted to leave a few mobile people in case of emergency. After the explosion of soldiers was completed, and a large number of new soldiers joined the army, the troops also finished their meals. The meal time was very accurate. At 11 o'clock, the soldiers had finished their meals, and were ready to fight at any time. Tang Jung did not rush to fight, but asked the soldiers to quickly set up positions. The Peace Bridge is a highway bridge, and there is a horizontal highway on both sides of the river. There are also 2 green belts on the river bank, and there are pedestrian paths for pedestrians to take a leisure walk by the river. In the past, people in Shuangling County were willing to walk by the river after dinner. This area is also about 100 meters wide, including the horizontal road. There is a total open area of about 180 meters. Outside this open area are residential buildings along the river, lined up one after another. Tang Jung ordered the troops to retreat to the vicinity of those residential buildings and fan out. Sandbags, armored vehicles, tanks, etc. formed a well-arranged defense line. In the middle, there is a space of nearly 200 meters in the north-south direction, and an arc of nearly 400 meters in the east-west direction. The flamethrower warriors and snipers climbed onto the roofs of the buildings on both sides and began to occupy the commanding heights. After the soldiers were in position, Tang Jung ordered to open fire. The zombies on the other side of the river were in such a state that there was no need to aim at them. Even the artillery only needed to fire their shells to the other side of the river. Every shell was almost a saturation kill, and not a single shrapnel would be wasted. With the artillery firing first, the battle began. Shells were fired from the last few blocks. Among the roaring zombies on the other side of the river, a group of fireballs suddenly exploded into the sky. Each fireball would bring a piece of flesh and blood into the air. Some zombies were directly blown to pieces, and some were left crippled. At this time, the difference in firepower intensity can be clearly seen. The mortar shells fired out will not cause much damage, but rocket launchers and howitzers are different. When the rumbling artillery fire fell, causing violent explosions, it also set off a sea of fire. The zombies ran into flames, trying to get close to the bridge. But at this moment the bridge was already crowded with zombies, and there was no place to stand. In the previous battle in the old city, because of the river, many zombies in the new city were attracted. But after all, the battle did not start in the new city, and there were actually many zombies nearby who had not arrived. Now the light-chasing armies suddenly opened fire, and a large number of zombies were attracted to the other side of the river. Waves of zombies passed through the streets and alleys, forming black torrents, rushing straight to the shore. But at this moment, the bridge was blocked, and the zombies could not get across. Some zombies roared and roared on the river bank, and were squeezed into the river by the zombies behind them. The zombies rolled and thrashed in the river, but they were not proficient in any water. After thrashing a few times, they were finally washed away or sank by the current. Tang Jung only gave the artillery company 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, Tang Jung would open the bridge, so they had to use up all their shells within 10 minutes. The intensive bombing continued, and the other side of the river was a sea of fire. It was unknown how many zombies were killed in this wave of bombardment. Tang Jung only saw that when a group of zombies was cleared out, another group of zombies would come up, as if they would never be wiped out. And within the range of his portable radar, he could not see the boundaries of the zombies at all, so he did not need to worry about anything else. Just open fire. 10 minutes later, the bombardment stopped. The other side of the river was already a scene of hell on earth. But this was just the beginning. Tang Jung sat on a 3-wheeled motorcycle, and the guard platoon leader Ning Yue drove it personally. Starting from the street, he came to the bridgehead of the Peace Bridge. More than 10 days ago, Tang Jung set up a wall here, a regular city wall. More than 10 days have passed, and this city wall is still there. That is also because the battle did not get too close here, and the zombies were not too crazy. Now the battle has started here, and the zombies on the other side of the city wall have gone berserk. Zombies are rushing here one after another, and the crowd on the other side of the bridge is almost exploding. Some zombies want to try to climb the wall, although the height of 5 meters is a bit high for them. As long as they jump up, they will not fall down, because the landing place has been occupied by other zombies. More and more zombies are crowded here, and a gentle slope composed of zombies has formed on the other side of the bridge. When Tang Jung approached the city wall, he even saw an arm sticking out from it. Too scary. The rage and killing of these things are beyond any species. They are completely irrational. There are more than 3,000 zombies gathered on this bridge now. Once the city wall is recovered, these zombies will rush over like a tsunami. Tang Zheng waved his hand, and the prepared soldiers followed. Following them were 8 flamethrower soldiers to deal with the zombies that filled the bridge. Flamethrower soldiers were undoubtedly the best choice. Seeing the soldiers in place, Tang Zheng moved the motorcycle closer to the city wall. Here, he could clearly hear the zombies' screams and roars. With one hand on the wall, Ning Yue held the handlebars tightly, stepped on the accelerator, and was ready to escape at any time. I count to 3, 2, 1. When it's 1, I retract the wall, and then you step on the accelerator and run forward as fast as you can. General, don't worry. Yue will definitely take you away safely. Tang Zheng knew that the system soldiers would never talk big at this time, which was also the source of his confidence to take risks. Okay. 3. Ning Yue gripped the handlebars tightly and put her foot on the accelerator. Tang Zheng had already opened the system and clicked on recover. 2. Ning Yue's foot exerted a little force. The motorcycle engine vibrated, and it was about to rush out. Recover. 1. Tang Zheng gave the order and shouted 1 at the same time. With a loud bang, this wall was recovered by Tang Zheng. The zombies on the other side of the wall lost the support of the wall and collapsed like a wall of flesh. At the same time, the motorcycle driven by Ning Yue rushed out like an arrow. The tires rubbed against the ground and almost sent out sparks, and the front wheels of the 3-wheeled motorcycle were instantly lifted up. Puff puff puff. The zombie body fell almost 1 meter away from Tang Zheng back of the head. But it did not touch Tang Zheng at all. The wind blew in his ears, and Tang Zheng and Ning Yue escaped from the danger zone in an instant. Fire! Tang Zheng roared, and the 8 flamethrower warriors, who had been prepared, opened fire. The highway bridge was 100 meters long, and these 8 flamethrower warriors were the flamethrower warriors who had been upgraded to 4 stars before. 8 long dragons of flames covered the entire highway bridge in almost an instant. 3,000 zombies. At least 2,500 of them were completely covered in flames. A beautiful skewer. Tang Zheng looked back while escaping, and this was the thought in his mind. Chapter 107. Roasting 3,000 zombies at once. The scene was extremely spectacular. Tang Zheng narrowly avoided the moment when the zombie wall fell, and then the aroma of barbecue soon came from behind him. Although zombies are smelly, the smell of barbecue is almost the same. Countless figures turned into human-shaped torches in the arc area of the street. Even if the zombies were roasted, they would not put out the fire like humans would, jump into the river, or run wildly. They lost their sense of pain and still walked forward at the same speed, and then fell down. Those on the bridge, whose sight was blocked by the flames, would fall into the river while walking. The zombies behind crowded in, and the nearly 3,000 fire zombies did not stay for long. Some died, some fell into the river. Occasionally, some of them with strong vitality staggered towards the position of the Zhuguang army, but were killed one by one before they got close. The large group of zombies behind followed. Facing the bridge, Tang Zheng had 12 heavy machine guns lined up, and the soldiers were crawling on the ground, ready to shoot. The machine gunners had cotton stuffed in their ears. Above their heads, there were 4 armored vehicles and 4 scimitar light tanks lined up, and the vehicle-mounted machine guns were also set up. 12 machine guns were ready to fire. Tang Zheng's second step in the battle plan was to fire the machine guns in unison, killing as many zombies as possible on the bridge and preventing the zombies from entering the square area. When the crowded zombies arrived at the bridgehead like sardines at high tide, the machine guns opened fire. 6 of the 12 heavy machine guns, as well as the vehicle-mounted machine guns on 2 armored vehicles and 2 light tanks, fired at the same time. Ding 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 ding. The rapid sound of machine guns sounded like a symphony of death. There are a total of 20 heavy machine guns deployed at the bridgehead, and 10 machine guns are enough to cover the entire bridge area. The 12.7mm caliber bullets gathered into a golden metal torrent. The bullets entered the middle of the zombies and immediately made a piercing sound. This kind of heavy machine gun bullet may not have a particularly good effect if facing the gorilla zombies, but it has a sure kill effect against those below the gorilla zombies, whether they are mutant zombies or not, as long as the armor is not hit continuously. The shooting effect will be like a string of candied haws. Looking around, I saw zombies on the bridge being shot through by machine gun bullets. When blood spurted out, their bodies violently staggered forward and backward and then fell down. And the zombies behind them would still be penetrated. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, the entire bridgehead had become a bloody muddy ground. The metal torrent gathered by 10 heavy machine guns pushed the dense formation of zombies back with an unstoppable trend. Broken flesh flew everywhere, and some zombies fell into the river. If it was just this kind of ordinary zombies, as long as the machine gun kept shooting, the zombies would never cross the bridge. But among the zombies, mutant zombies gradually appeared. When several armored and agile zombies appeared on a bridge, the situation was reversed. Because this kind of Candied Haas-like shooting basically does not aim at the head. And those armored ones will not die or be broken immediately when they are hit by heavy machine guns. The armored man still moved forward despite the bullets, even though his body was shot through. Even though the armored man could not withstand a few shots from the heavy machine gun. More zombies came in. Some agile zombies were even more difficult to deal with than the armored man. They jumped on the bridge, making it more difficult to shoot. Some of them had evolved into lickers, which were the most difficult to deal with. These zombies used their hands and feet, like geckos, to jump from the railings of the bridge, jumping high and far, forcing the soldiers to focus on shooting them. Fortunately, Tang Zheng was prepared for this situation. When the agile zombies rushed to the bridgehead, the snipers and light machine gunners on the high-rise buildings would open fire. On the edge of the high-rise building near the bridge, dozens of light machine guns also formed a firepower strike group. When the agile zombies jumped out, the light machine guns immediately opened fire. If the agile zombies were shot in the head during this process, it would be fine. If they survived by chance, the snipers would take the zombies away with one shot while they were under intensive attack. The various arms cooperated well with each other, forming a tight attack network. So even if the zombies on the bridge could occasionally move forward a little, they could not pass the bridge as a whole. While the 10 heavy machine guns that were firing were changing bullets, the other 10 heavy machine guns continued to fire. 20 heavy machine guns formed 2 combat groups, so that the bullets were almost fired non-stop. This attack lasted for nearly 10 minutes, and the number of zombies killed on the bridge was almost 10,000. Many of the zombies had already fallen into the water, and the river water had turned into a turbid dark brown. But as time went on, the situation gradually became unfavorable to the Zhuguang army, because the pile of corpses on the bridge deck was getting thicker and thicker, especially in the middle of the bridge. A gentle slope had formed. The appearance of this gentle slope greatly reduced the penetration of bullets. The zombies howled and rushed over from the pile of corpses, no longer advancing in a line, and the killing efficiency was reduced. As the killing continued, the pile of corpses gradually moved toward the bridgehead. Looking at the pile of corpses that was in the way, Tang Zheng knew that this was inevitable. However, he was prepared for this situation and immediately ordered the tanks to fire. The 5 Type 15 tanks and 5 Scimitar light tanks that had been upgraded immediately fired at the bridge. Be careful when attacking. Mainly bombard the pile of corpses, not the bridge. Once the bridge is broken, we won't be able to cross the river to get the gold. The tank soldiers adjusted the muzzle and fired under the command of the tank commander. Boom, boom, boom. The 105mm rifled gun fired one after another, blasting the bodies on the pile of bodies into the sky. The complete or incomplete bodies flew up in the air. Some fell back on the bridge, and some fell into the river. Fortunately, the flow of this river is not bad. Otherwise the river channel may be covered with bodies at this time. Even so, the flow rate of the river has slowed down a lot because too many bodies fell into it. And through the battle, Tang Zheng discovered something. Zombies don't seem to be drowned by water. Many zombies floated in the river and were washed away by the water. But when they reached shallow water, they would stand up again. Fortunately, the river channel of this river has been repaired, with more than 5 meters high riverbanks on both sides and more than 1 meter high guardrails on the riverbanks. So these zombies can't easily climb out of the river. Some zombies that were filled with more water had their stomachs swollen after coming out of the river. If they were living people who drank so much water, they would have died long ago. But they still didn't die. After this period of fighting, there are at least thousands of zombies roaring in the river below. And even on the shallows in the distance, zombies continue to appear. It's not a good idea to keep going like this. No matter how we clean up the pile of corpses, they will eventually push over the bridgehead. If too many zombies fall into the river, the flow of the river will become slower and slower. Those corpses will cause siltation in the river. Once the river loses its blocking effect and the water flow becomes smaller. It will not be a good thing. When the tanks finished a new round of bombardment, Tang Jing changed the battle plan. The tank shells bombard the zombies on the other side of the river, and the flamethrowers clean the bridge surface, try to lower the height of the pile of corpses, and then gradually let the zombies cross the river. The tank's turret turned its muzzle and aimed at the huge group of zombies on the other side of the river. The flamethrowers were dispatched again, and long dragons of flames began to burn at the bridge. As a flame covered the bridge, the fire pile rose violently. When the flames became smaller, the second dragon of flame swept over again. After repeated burning, the pile of corpses finally decreased. Thick black smoke rose to the sky with the smell of barbecue. Fortunately, it was a windy day today, and the wind was blowing towards Tangjung. Otherwise the smell would sweep across the city and might attract a million-level corpse tide. After repeating for a while, Tangjung stopped shooting, because the time had come to 11:50. He had to let the zombies cross the river. The bullets refreshed at 12 o'clock, and all the free training bullets of the soldiers had to be used up, because the training bullets refreshed every day are not infinitely superimposed. If you did not use any of yesterday's training bullets, you will not be given today's training bullets. So only the bullets you fired belong to you. When the flame gun stopped spraying, the zombies rushed through the pile of corpses, which was not very high, and even stepped on the burning flames. The Zhuguang army did not rush to open fire, but followed Tangjing instructions and let the zombies cross the river. Without the sniper of the Zhuguang army, the zombies soon passed the peace bridge. Countless zombies were running and roaring. Looking down from a high place, the bridge looked like a river bank bursting, and the zombies were like a flood, spreading forward rapidly. When the zombies rushed to 50 meters from the bridge, Tangjung ordered to open fire. Within 10 minutes, unlimited shooting. In an instant, the artillery positions in the rear, those artillery that had been upgraded and had shells, opened fire. The tanks and armored vehicles that had not used up their bullets and shells opened fire. The field company soldiers on the position opened fire. The snipers and flamethrowers on the tall buildings opened fire. Tangjung Guard Company also participated in the battle, and they had to use up all the bullets as soon as possible. Tangjung also equipped the soldiers in the cooking and medical squads with pistols, and even the scientific research soldiers had a silent pistol. Who cares about him now? Just take out the pistol and shoot. Empty the magazine first. In an instant, the sound of artillery and gunfire was loud, and the long dragon of flames was raging. The bullets were really fired like they were free, and the zombies that rushed out were smashed to pieces, and even crushed. All the soldiers who could play in the Zhuguang army played, and all those who could fire opened fire. Only the military dogs kept grinding their teeth in the back and barking wildly, as if cheering for the soldiers. Chapter 108. These 10 minutes were filled with fierce attacks, and they were also the most refreshing 10 minutes. All the soldiers could shoot as much as they wanted, and there were not enough zombies to fight. There were 4,000 or 5,000 zombies pouring out of the bridgehead, and they were all killed by the soldiers' desperate shooting. There were corpses and dirty blood everywhere, and the torrent of zombies was beaten back to the bridge. On Tangjung's side, people and tanks were constantly upgrading their stars. There was a Type 15 tank that was upgraded to a reinforced 2-star in the battle. After strengthening to 2 stars, the armor of this tank is comparable to that of a main battle tank, and the number of training shells per day has reached 50. If I had unlimited money, no matter how many zombies there were, the soldiers' rounds of shooting would be enough to solve everything. But unfortunately, the output at this moment is at least tens of thousands, or even more than 20,000 gold. Even if there is 1,000,000 gold, it may not be able to support the intensity of full-scale shooting for 2 or 3 hours. 10 minutes passed quickly, and almost everyone had used up their ammunition. But it doesn't matter. At 12 o'clock, everyone's bullets are refilled again. But this time, they can't attack like before. The battle returns to the normal mode. Everyone fights in a cycle to ensure continuous combat effectiveness. The zombies that were beaten back surged out again. They slowly moved forward, but every meter of advancement had to pay the price of at least hundreds of zombies dying. The artillery positions behind them once again showed their power after they had artillery shells. But they were not attacking the zombies on the bridgehead, but the zombies on the other side of the river. The artillery bombarded continuously, and no one knew how many zombies were taken away. It was their continuous bombardment that ensured that the zombies on the bridge never reached saturation, and greatly reduced the pressure on the defenders. However, despite this, The pressure on the Zhuguang army was still not small. Zombies were being killed all the time, and the number of kills could not be counted. The conservative estimate was about 70,000 to 80,000. But the number of zombies did not decrease significantly, and continued to pour out. At the edge of this temporary square, the pile of corpses kept expanding outward. This pile of corpses is an enemy of the light-chasing army. They will block the shooting of bullets and slow down the killing efficiency. The soldiers had to shoot one by one to kill the zombies that crossed the pile of corpses. But those corpses rolled down and made the pile of corpses bigger, gradually approaching the position of the light-chasing army. A crisis occurred at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, the refreshed ammunition of the light-chasing army had been used up, and the soldiers bought ammunition once. After several hours of continuous fighting, even the Iron Man was a little tired. At this time, 7 or 8 mutant zombies gathered in one direction and rushed out, causing local danger. About 60 meters away from the front of the position, 7 or 8 mutant zombies rushed over the pile of corpses and roared down. 4 of them were armored, attracting a lot of firepower, while 3 agile zombies took the opportunity to break through the fire blockade. 1 agile zombie was shot in the head by a sniper 10 meters away from the position. The other 2 rushed over the 10-meter distance in 2 steps, jumped over the armored vehicle, and rushed directly into the position. The claws swung, and 6 soldiers fell. 5 of them were injured, and 1 soldier with a 2-star enhancement accidentally had his throat cut. The military dogs that were waiting in the back rushed up, and did not let the 2 zombies continue to wreak havoc. Soon, the 2 agile zombies were torn apart by the military dogs. The 4-star enhancement military dogs could suppress such agile zombies alone. On the contrary, people, no matter how good their skills are somewhat powerless to deal with such beast-like things. The crisis lasted less than a minute, but it caused the first death in Tangjing troops. The 5 injured soldiers were saved by the medical staff and would be fine after a few days of treatment. But the soldier with a cut throat fell down forever. Tangjing felt sad when he saw the scene. He knew that war meant death. He had tried his best to improve logistics and medical care to avoid death, but no one could prevent such a thing from happening forever. Put our comrade in a good place first, and send him off after today's battle is over. Seeing that it was already past 2 in the afternoon, Tangjing felt that today's battle was almost over. One more wave of attack, and today's battle would be over. At the last moment, Tangjing troops once again burst out with firepower, suppressing the zombies that had already advanced to 100 meters away from the square. Then 5 Type 15 light tanks went into battle. These 5 tanks, for 1 star and 1 2-star, had become very powerful. The tracks clattered forward, forcibly pushing the zombies back to the bridgehead. The shells were fired almost directly at the zombies, and the machine guns roared wildly, hitting back the zombies' charge again. On the left and right sides of the bridge, rocket launcher soldiers and anti-aircraft missile soldiers went into battle, constantly firing close-range shells, trying to suppress the zombies in the middle of the bridge. When the bridgehead was finally cleared, Tangjing rushed over again on a motorcycle. He once again added a wall at the bridgehead. The zombies, separated by the wall and beaten for a whole day, could not pass through the bridgehead no matter how they roared, and could only slap the wall in vain and try to climb up. Tangjing troops quickly stopped firing from the rear, and only the bazooka soldiers fired a few rockets into the distance to attract the zombies' attention, and then quickly withdrew. The zombies at the bridgehead gradually lost their target, and were no longer so violent. Huh? It's finally over. Today, we killed almost 80,000 zombies, if not 100,000. We used some of yesterday's bullets. All the spare bullets refreshed today, and bought 2 more bullets. I hope this battle can end within 3 days. Tangjing didn't like such a brutal battle. The main reason was that after a battle, many zombies were beaten under the bridge. Many were annihilated on the bridge, and a large number were burned. As a result, the funds that could be collected became much less. Tangjing spent more than 37,000 gold today, which was the largest consumption. He ordered the soldiers to collect funds and collect as much as they could. Tangjing took the soldiers of the guard platoon to bury his dead comrades. Tangjing chose the basement of an abandoned building as the burial site. After lighting a few cigarettes and performing a simple funeral, Tangjing saluted first. I don't remember your name anymore, but I remember your appearance. You are here, watching how the place you fought for gradually becomes prosperous again. May your heroic spirit live forever. Salute. Behind him, the soldiers of the guard platoon followed Tangjing and saluted in unison. Although the soldiers of the system were purchased, Tang Jing did not regard them as tools, but as real comrades, because they were living people. Blow up this basement. Let him rest here forever, and he won't have to be disturbed by zombies after death. He Shui carried out the task, asked Tang Jing for some explosives, and soon made a pack of explosives. With a loud bang, the explosion sounded, the abandoned building collapsed, and the comrade rested forever. After burying his comrade, Tang Jing returned to the front line. This time the collection work was not easy to do. From 3 o'clock to dark, the soldiers collected 14,000 gold. Too many zombies fell into the river, and too much money was burned. Real gold is not afraid of fire, but gems are different. Diamonds are made of carbon, and a high temperature of 800 degrees will make them burn. Rubies will also burn at a high temperature of 900 degrees. Tang Jing flamethrower generally has a temperature of more than 1,000 degrees, or even around 1,500 degrees. So this time, basically no gems were found in the search, and the income was greatly reduced. After calculating today's accounts, Tang Jing lost 23,000 gold, and only had 80,000 gold in his hand. This was the first loss since Tang Jing got the system, and he was really not used to it. Looking at the gold shop on the other side of the river, Tang Jing only hoped to open the peace bridge and enter the gold shop as soon as possible, so as to get back his investment and make a lot of money at once. After all, the zombies are coming soon, and without a large amount of reserve funds, this battle will be difficult to fight, or even impossible to win. Have you counted today's results? Tang Jing asked the communicator behind him. The communicator communicated with several company commanders again and reported to Tang Jing, General, the statistics are out. Today, more than 80,000 zombies have been killed. In addition, about 40,000 zombies have fallen into the river. Now some shallow water areas in the river are crowded with zombies, and many have been washed downstream by the river. It is temporarily impossible to count them. How many are there on the other side of the river? General, there are about 300,000. These are attracted by today's battle. If we continue to go south, there are more zombies. Tang Jing silently calculated, 80,000 annihilated, 40,000 drowned, a total of 120,000, and there are about 300,000 left. It's a bit difficult to finish it within 2 days. General, it shouldn't be a big problem. After today's battle, our troops have generally been upgraded, and the combat effectiveness has been improved to a higher level. It's no problem to annihilate 100,000 tomorrow, including the part that fell into the water. It will be almost done within 2 days. Tang Jing nodded slightly. Okay. Then try your best. I go see the zombies in Fengcheng. If they set out yesterday, they would have been able to reach Shuguang City in 5 days. We don't have much time left. Ning Yue said beside him, General, the time left for the alliance is not much. Tang Jing shook his head slightly. Of course, the time left for them is not much. But the alliance is unreliable. Even if they are willing to help, they can't be the opponent of the zombies. So we still have to rely on ourselves. Oh, by the way, ask Gui Yun if there is any progress in the map making. We can't just be busy with internal affairs and forget our roots. The communicator was about to contact Gui Yun, but at this time Gui Yun took the initiative to contact the communicator. Wu Di, tell the general that I have completed the map making of the arsenal. Now the city needs a lot of copper. With copper, we can also buy gunpowder ourselves and make bullets. At that time, the cost of bullets will be greatly reduced. Let the general have time to go back to the city. Chapter 109. Tang Jing was shocked when he heard what Gui Yun said. The arsenal map is complete. This way, the cost of bullets can be reduced. The high cost of bullets has always been a concern for Tang Jing, and the soldiers cannot be too full in battle. Although more than 100 bullets a day are definitely enough under normal circumstances. Even enough to fight people, but not enough to fight zombies. There are too many zombies in this world, with hundreds of thousands or even millions of them. So no matter how many bullets you have, it is not too much. So after hearing what Gui Yun said, Tang Jing didn't even have time to rush to see the zombies in Fengcheng, and took a plane back to Shuguang City. When he returned to the city, it was already brightly lit at night. Tang Jing landed directly in the inner city, where Gui Yun was already waiting. When he saw Tang Jing coming, he immediately handed over a blueprint like offering a treasure. General, this is the blueprint of the arsenal. After you use it, the system will add the building option of the arsenal. Tang Zheng didn't say much and used the blueprint immediately. Sure enough, the system's building page has an additional option for the arsenal. Arsenal. The factory has 3 bullet production lines, producing universal bullets for pistols, universal bullets for rifles and light machine guns, and universal bullets for heavy machine guns and sniper rifles. It has artillery shell production lines, rocket launcher production lines, and mine production lines. When producing bullets, copper supply can reduce capital costs by 60%, and gunpowder supply can reduce production costs by 30%. The arsenal has 100 technicians, who do not occupy troop quotas, but need to provide food and logistics support. The price is 50,000 gold. Seeing the introduction of the arsenal, Tang Zheng let out a long sigh. Finally, it is available. Finally, the problem of bullet cost can be solved. Now Tang Zheng pistol bullets are 0.1 gold per round, and rifle and light machine gun bullets are 0.2 gold per round. The 12.7mm bullet is 0.4 gold per round. This is also the reason why Tang Zheng battles are too expensive. When the machine gun is fired, it costs a lot of gold. If enough copper and gunpowder are taken out according to the system conditions, the production of bullets will directly reduce the cost by 90%. Even if it costs some money to buy gunpowder, it can at least reduce the cost by 85%. This way, the combat effectiveness of Tang Zheng troops is greatly improved. For example, today's battle can be fought from morning to night, and the number of zombies annihilated is definitely more than 80,000. It is possible to destroy more than 200,000 zombies, and the peace bridge can be penetrated in 2 days. So even though Tang Zheng currently only has 80,000 gold, he did not hesitate to take out 50,000 and buy an arsenal. The arsenal, a military stronghold, must be built in the inner city. Tang Zheng had already planned the inner city. Although only his official residence and wind power plant were here, the basic roads and facilities had been built. Arriving at the address that had been chosen long ago, Tang Zheng built an arsenal. After the arrangement was completed, a factory area appeared. There were 100 staff members here, so Tang Zheng did not need to send anyone to start production. The production lines, workshops, storage warehouses, etc. here were all available. The staff were in place and the electricity was connected. But there was no production because raw materials were needed. Tang Zheng opened the system again and looked at the resource page. Although copper was not purchased as a priority before, it is also an important material. Shuguang City will accept any survivors or adventurer teams that bring it back. Therefore, Tang Zheng currently has more than 60 tons of copper. First use these more than 60 tons, and then issue a copper purchase task in the trading hall. Okay, General. We are already doing it. Now some adventurer teams have gone out of the city to look for copper. It is estimated that they will be able to bring some back within a day or 2. Okay. With copper, the cost of bullets will be reduced by 60%. All we need next is gunpowder. Tang Zheng bought another 10,000 gold worth of gunpowder in the system and handed it to the person in charge of the arsenal. With the raw materials, the arsenal began to work overtime overnight. Tang Zheng watched this process for a while. The workers were very efficient. 2 hours later, the first batch of 20 boxes of heavy machine gun bullets with 1,000 rounds per box had been produced. General, this bullet can be sent to the recycling station for storage, or it can be stored in reality. The one in the recycling station can be taken out at any time, and the one in reality needs to be carried by soldiers. Tang Zheng nodded, then put these in the recycling bin first, and take them out when I need them. Okay, General. A truck drove over and started loading bullets. It was already the second half of the night, and Tang Zheng couldn't rest yet. He ordered the plane to take off again, taking advantage of the night, heading straight for Fengcheng. When they arrived near Fengcheng, it was already dawn. With the light of dawn, Tang Zheng finally found the group of corpses. The group of corpses seemed to have grown a little bit bigger. The exact number was a little hard to count, but it was definitely more than before. Moreover, the zombies have left Fengcheng for more than 100 kilometers and are heading north. Looking down vaguely from the plane, Tang Zheng discovered the specific changes in the zombies. That is, the number of mutant zombies in this group has greatly increased. Although the zombie group was large before, the number of mutant zombies was only between 1% and 2%. But now it is different. Looking down from a high place, mutant zombies can be seen almost everywhere. In the dense zombie group, There are often some big armored zombies and fast and agile zombies walking among them. Many of the mutant zombies have even evolved to a certain extent and have signs of evolving into secondary mutations. In the entire zombie swarm, mutant zombies account for more than 5%. This is a very scary number. If there are 1 million zombies in this zombie swarm, the mutant zombies will exceed 50,000. There are also many zombies that are close to mutation. As the battle progresses, many of these things will definitely evolve again. In addition, Tang Zheng also found a few gorilla zombies and lickers in the team. Although the number of these two types is extremely small, being able to find them in such a large zombie swarm proves that these two types of zombies are definitely not as simple as one or two. As for the Corpse King, Tang Zheng had never discovered it. This thing was hidden very deeply and could not be found at all. After watching for a while, Tang Zheng ordered to return. There would be no surprises this time. The corpse group was heading for Zhuguang City, and it was estimated that they would not stop on the way. This meant that in 5 days, this terrifying corpse group would reach Zhuguang City. Before this corpse group arrived, Tang Zheng still had a lot of things to do. First, he had to take over Shuangling County as soon as possible and get the funds from the gold shop for preparations. In addition, he had to deal with the affairs of the Alliance. After all, the Alliance still occupied the south gate of Zhuguang City. He did not think about the situation of the Alliance for the time being. And first of all, he had to take down Shuangling County. After leaving Fengcheng, Tang Zheng, who had hardly slept all night, returned to the front line again. Even if he took a plane, it was the morning of the next day when he arrived in Shuangling County again. After a simple rest, the battle continued on the second day. Compared with the first day, this battle was even more intense. Because the Zhuguang army had an arsenal. The arsenal worked overtime last night and produced a large number of ammunition. This immediately relieved Tang Zheng financial pressure. With the raw materials, Tang Zheng basically didn't spend a penny today and achieved better results than yesterday. With sufficient ammunition, most of the soldiers have upgraded to 3 stars. Today, from early morning to dusk, the battle lasted for 12 hours. Compared with the record of annihilating 80,000 zombies yesterday, today annihilated 180,000 in one fell swoop. At the end of the battle, the zombies almost blocked the river under the bridge. So Tang Zheng had to end the battle and send flamethrower warriors to burn a large number of zombies. The thick black smoke burned for almost a night. And later, Tang Zheng simply had people pour gasoline on the corpses. After a lot of trouble, the river finally resumed flowing. This was the most difficult day. But the results were also significant. The number of zombies on the other side of the river had been significantly reduced. Almost all the zombies in the area near the new city were attracted here, and the remaining zombies were located farther away. The battle on the third day was much easier than the first and second days. The soldiers took turns to fight for a whole morning. At noon, the ammunition was refreshed. Tang Zheng stopped the cannons and started to use guns for point shooting. Those scattered zombies died one by one under the shooting of the soldiers. And the riverside gradually became quiet. When the last zombie was killed by the sniper, the battle in Shuangling County, which lasted for half a month, finally came to an end. The cement floor here has turned dark brown, and the dirty blood has seeped into the ground. And it seems that it will not dissipate for a long time. It is not easy to collect funds here. There is no time to collect them on the second day. Only on the third day, a simple collection was made. The cumulative death of nearly 300,000 zombies only brought Tang Zheng more than 20,000 gold. In the river under the bridge, there are still zombies surviving in the shallow water. Half of their bodies are exposed on the water, and they are still roaring weakly. The zombies that were filled with water had their bellies bulged like big balloons, and seemed to be about to explode at any time. Later, most of these zombies were washed away by the water, and no one knew where they went. Tang Zheng had no time to care about the zombies in the water, even if he could collect some funds there if he tried hard. His attention was now focused on the gold shop across the bridge. When the tank drove across the bridge full of bones and ashes, Tang Zheng finally entered the core area of Shuangling County for the first time. Tang Zheng was almost certain that no civilian survivor had ever done this since the end of the world. That is, to fight his way into the core area of the county town. But he did it. Tang Zheng came to the front door of the gold shop and instinctively touched his back. Ning Yue understood and handed the door-breaking hammer that had been on the back seat of the motorcycle to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng wanted to retract his hand, but it was too late. He was stunned for a moment, looked at the door-breaking hammer in his hand, and then looked at the eyes of thousands of soldiers around him, and finally got off the car. He came to the front door of the gold shop, swung the door-breaking hammer, and smashed the door lock with one hammer, and the door opened. The surrounding soldiers showed their sincere admiration at this moment. This admiration was not fake at all, because they knew that among all the people in the army, no one was more skilled than the general in using this hammer. Chapter 110. A hammer knocked open the door of the jewelry store. There was a second door inside the room, which was the security door of the jewelry store. There were many zombies inside the door, roaring there. This time Tang Jing did not break the door. The soldiers shot and broke the door. There were about 100 zombies in the store, and the door of this jewelry store was locked. These zombies were trapped here since the end of the world. Without food supplements, these zombies were still in their original form, staggering and moving slowly. After the bloody battle just now, this wave of zombies was nothing at all. The soldiers easily shot and killed them at the door. When Tang Jing was about to enter the store, he found that these zombies were a little different. Well, the clothes of these zombies seem to be some luxury brands, and there are many foreigners among them. Women make up the majority. Tang Jing discovered these situations and took a closer look at the cars on the surrounding streets. He found that there were many luxury cars parked near the gold shop. Is this a place where rich people gather? The radar scanned the room. There were no zombies inside, but the light was a little dim. Turn on the lights. The two armored vehicles following behind turned on the xenon headlights. There were no zombies inside. Tang Jing walked into the room first, raised his hand, and fanned the dust and rotten smell. He stopped halfway. The dust seemed to disappear at this moment, and only the glittering jewels were in sight. The gold shop was very large, with 2 floors in total. When the lights of the car shone in, there were some pearls flashing inside. Those were gems. In addition to gems, there was gold. These things were placed in rows and columns on the counters everywhere. There were also some larger gold and silver utensils placed on the counters. Tang Jing looked at the gold with shining eyes, thinking that if he had a mirror at this moment, his eyes would be blood red like the zombies. Don't stand there. Come in and collect. Looking at this huge gold shop with a single floor area of nearly 1,000 square meters, Tang Jing signaled his men to enter. The soldiers immediately came in and began to collect the jewelry on the counter. Tang Jing paced up to the second floor again. The second floor was a high-end exhibition area. In addition to some gold, there were more jade and jade. Tang Jing just came up to the second floor and found a banner dragged from the ceiling to the ground. He pulled up the banner and took a look. It said, "Warmly welcome the national treasure of the Bohemia Empire, the Queen's Crown, to be exhibited in my store. Is there a jewelry exhibition here?" Tang Jing walked into the second floor with this question. At this moment, his eyes also adapted to the dimness. He walked around the room and found a glass display case in the middle of the second floor hall. There was a metal bracket inside, and on the bracket was a small and exquisite crown. The crown itself was made of platinum, with a huge ruby inlaid on it, and a circle of diamonds, sapphires, emeralds, night pearls, and other precious gems around it. There was also a reminder slogan on the glass: "National Treasure of the Bohemia Empire. Not for sale." There were cameras on it, and there were also alarms and other things next to it. It was estimated that there were still people guarding it before the end of the world. Of course, those things are useless now. Tang Jing looked around twice and thought this thing was very beautiful. He knocked on the glass, and it seemed to be bulletproof glass. However, the bulletproof glass could not stop Tang Jing at this moment. He took out the door-breaking hammer from behind and knocked it down. The whole glass cover was opened. He took the crown in his hand and immediately received a system prompt. Found precious jewelry. Do you want to exchange it? Tang Jing hesitated. How much gold can this thing be exchanged for? According to the analysis, this can be exchanged for 100,800 gold. Tang Jing couldn't help but grin. This thing is equivalent to 100 kilograms of gold. It seems that these gems above are definitely not ordinary items. TSK. 100,000 gold. You can buy 2 of my helicopters and paratroopers. After thinking for a while, Tang Jing decided to put the Queen's crown away first. This is not an ordinary jewel. If the funds collected this time are enough, he will keep this treasure. After a while, the soldiers went up to the second floor and started collecting. Tang Jing smoked 2 more cigarettes, and the collection was complete. Bags and boxes of jewelry, gold and silver, were pulled in front of Tang Jing. Tang Zheng threw away his cigarette butts and started to exchange. Funds began to be injected in batches. Congratulations to the general. You got 425,006 gold. Congratulations to the general. You got 713,281 gold. Congratulations to the general. You got 1,047,000 gold. One by one, the information of successful exchange came in, especially a box of jade jewelry, which was exchanged for more than 1 million gold. These things were all found in the boutique display cabinets on the second floor. Tang Zheng remembered that there were some imperial green jadeite, large natural diamonds, and so on. It seems that the price is really ridiculous. An imperial green jadeite bracelet is priced at nearly 10 million yuan. And there are several of them here. It seems that this time we have come. This jewelry store is definitely the best jewelry store in Shuanglin. Of course, this jewelry exhibition also helped us a lot. Many precious jewelry were sent here for display. Tang Zheng already knew the general situation at this time. The best jewelry store in Shuanglin County specially held a jewelry exhibition here at a high price in order to attract customers and celebrities. They even invited foreign buyers. And some clues can be seen from the identities of those zombies. But the apocalypse broke out, and the people here locked the store door to protect themselves. Unexpectedly, there were mutants inside, and the crisis came from the inside. The store door was locked and no one escaped, resulting in the destruction of the whole group. Therefore, a large number of precious jewels fell into Tang Zheng's hands. Tang Zheng only collected the queen's crown, and all the other jewels were turned into system funds and entered his pocket. After checking the final number, Tang Zheng himself was shocked. He actually got a total of 3.79 million gold. Adding the original funds, he already has 3.85 million. If I build 10 system buildings now, I can upgrade to the leader. It's just that this building is stuck. And now there is only one arsenal. So it's still a long way to upgrade the leader. But even if the leader is not upgraded, Tang Zheng can be said to have become rich overnight. I'm rich. I'm really rich this time. Looking at the nearly 4 million funds, Tang Zheng's fingers are shaking a little. He really admires his luck. Even if he robbed the jewelry store in Fengcheng, it is estimated that the income would not exceed this. With so much money, and the arsenal, a treasure that saves money, Tang Zheng has enough confidence for the next battle. As long as they win the battle against zombies, the momentum and strength of Zhuguang City will surpass the Giant Alliance. After collecting funds, Tang Zheng decided to return. However, only his guard platoon returned, although the rest of the large troops also had to return. Tang Zheng asked them not to approach Zhuguang City after returning, but to stay in a hidden place in the wild and wait for orders. Tang Zheng, who had become rich, took a helicopter back to Zhuguang City. Today, the third batch of Alliance troops have moved in and started to take over the southern city wall. The Zhuguang army also actively cooperated with this, and withdrew its troops to the east and west walls and the inner city walls. Since the Alliance occupied the southern wall, the order in Zhuguang City has become increasingly chaotic. First of all, after the third batch of supplies arrived, the Alliance did not mention the matter of continuing to transport supplies. In their view, they have completely occupied the defense of the South Gate and can already compete with the owner here. Transporting supplies is a long way and is troublesome and fuel-intensive, so it would be better if they could not send them. In the outer city, a large number of people from the Alliance's 12 bases poured in. After these people arrived, they looked like the masters of Zhuguang City. If the top beam is not straight, the bottom beam will be crooked. Their behavior has fully explained the attitude of the Alliance's top leaders. One city, two masters, is almost the true portrayal of Zhuguang City now. The people who belong to the Alliance in the city have already had conflicts with other survivors in Zhuguang City, and fights often occur every day. For this matter, Ji Yuntian, the director of the Zhuguang City Security Bureau, has to patrol the streets for almost 18 hours a day. In the underground cell of the Public Security Bureau, a large number of troublemakers are detained every day. Once people from the Alliance are detained, other people from the Alliance will come out and negotiate with the Public Security Bureau, hoping to release their people. However, Ji Yuntian's position this time is very clear. Tang Zheng is not in the city now, and the system of Zhuguang City is not so sound. As for the treatment of the detained people, everything will have to wait until Tang Zheng comes back. No matter who from the Alliance asks, Ji Yuntian will not listen. Not enough cells? That doesn't matter. At most we can just put a few more people in one cell. It shouldn't be a problem to put 2 people in a cell that holds 1 person. Since 2 people can fit in, 5 people should fit in. 5 people can lie down. So it shouldn't be a problem to put 10 people in there sitting. 10 people can sit. So 20 people standing should fit in. Facing the stubborn Jiantian. The people in the alliance were so angry that they had no better way to deal with him. They could only throw the pressure back to the alliance, hoping that the alliance could restrain the people in Zhuguang City. In other words, they hope that the alliance will act as soon as possible to drive the Zhuguang army out of here completely. The alliance is also trying to find a way, but they still dare not act rashly. The city guard company of the Zhuguang army still firmly controls the 3 city walls and the central city wall. It is impossible to completely occupy Zhuguang City without using force. If you want to use force, you must have a good excuse. The alliance is not fully prepared for use of force, so it is not a good choice to fall out now. Lian Na is the person in charge of the alliance in Zhuguang City. Although she dare not use force now, she can't sit idle. There are still so many people imprisoned in the dungeon of the Public Security Bureau. She is also under great pressure from the alliance. If she does nothing, Xie Jinshan may find someone to replace her. We should prepare for a rainy day. At least we should let the people of Zhuguang City realize that this city is no longer controlled by the Zhuguang army alone. Chapter 111. There is no gate on the west side of Zhuguang City, but there is a gate and a water gate on the north side. But that gate leads to the Guyun mountain area and is not open to the public. The main gates in and out of the city are only on the east and south sides. There is another gate on the east side that leads to the inner city. So the south gate is the gate with the largest flow of people in Zhuguang City. The defense of the south gate is now the responsibility of the alliance. At this time, outside the south gate, a team of adventurers was driving 3 jeeps and a truck towards the south gate. There are many such adventurer teams in Zhuguang City now, and their nature is different from that of mercenaries. Mercenaries accept employment from others and can do anything as long as the money is in place. Adventurers are different. They do not accept private employment, but only receive tasks in the trading halls of some cities and then complete the tasks. Their activities are basically in towns or counties where zombies are rampant, places that are difficult for ordinary people to reach. They collect a lot of supplies and bring them back. These supplies are not used by themselves, so they deliver them to tasks, arm themselves, and exchange them for what they need. Today's adventurer team has a total of 10 people. They just got some copper from an abandoned mine in Saichi County. After the end of the world, a lot of metals were corroded, but some of them were well preserved and could still be used, as long as they are not some finished parts. The pure metal is in better condition, and Zhuguang City is not too picky about the items they purchase. It is said that they have mastered the acid-resistant process and can remove rust through some special methods. So even if it is corroded metal, Zhuguang City will still purchase it. The purchase price was just a little lower, and the adventurers thought it was reasonable and acceptable. This adventurer team got a car of copper products and brought them back to Zhuguang City. This team also has a resounding name, called the Corpse Hunters. The captain of the Corpse Hunters team is named Han Jian, a powerful mutant. Now the people judge the strength of the adventurer team by first looking at your weapons and equipment, second whether you have mutants, and third the number of people, because there won't be too many people in an elite adventurer team. Everyone in the team has a clear division of labor, each with their own responsibilities. Too many people will get in the way, and with more people, the income will be less. So the average adventurer team basically does not exceed 20 people. With fewer people, the strength of the members becomes very important. Mutants. This name is gradually no longer a secret. Not only are the leaders of major bases mutants, but the leaders of some medium-sized bases have basically become mutants. But at the level of mercenaries or adventurers, mutants are still very valuable. Even if the base leaders become mutants, they will not easily go out to participate in the collection operation. After they become leaders, their lives become precious. But adventurers can't do that. They make a living from this. Some top adventurer teams have mutants leading the operations, which is also one of the criteria for measuring whether a team is a top team. Han Jian is the captain of a top team. It is almost September now, and the weather is getting colder. Outside Zhuguang City, the autumn grass is yellow. The autumn leaves are falling, and people are gradually wearing more clothes. But Han Jian only wears a tactical vest, which is bulletproof. A pair of strong arms are exposed, and one arm is wrapped in a bandage. I don't know how it was injured, Behind him is an AK-47 automatic rifle, and a three-edged military bayonet is on his waist. The bayonet is stained with blood, and I don't know how many battles it has been through. He was sitting in the passenger seat of the Jeep, slightly closing his eyes and listening to the music in the car. The car was bumping slowly on the road, making people drowsy. However, the people in the car didn't seem to be sleepy. The thin man driving the car said to Han Jian, "Brother Han, the coppers we got this time are almost equal to our previous monthly income. The rewards from the Zhuguang army are very high." There was also a fat man behind him. "That's right, Brother Han. You should be able to change to a light machine gun this time. And then let me use this AK." Han Jian narrowed his eyes slightly. "You only know how to change guns. Apart from changing guns, can't you have some other pursuits?" The thin man chuckled. "Yes. There is already a place with special services at the University City base. After we finish this job, I plan to go back to the University City for a while and enjoy it for a month. Hee hee. There are a few girls I have been thinking about for a long time." Han Jian snorted. "You probably can't think of anything else except these things. Brother Han, we are just living a life of luxury. We have today but no tomorrow. Of course, we should enjoy life while we can. Otherwise, we might be caught by a zombie someday and die. Since our team was established, the personnel have changed like a revolving lantern. Only Fatty and I have always followed you, Brother Han. The rest of the brothers have been replaced several times. Brother Han, haven't you figured this out yet?" the thin man said. And the fat man nodded frequently, indicating that he agreed with the thin man's words. Now, apart from food, guns and women, he really doesn't know what else is worth pursuing. Han Jian looked at the two brothers who were fighting for their lives and shook his head slightly. "Fatty and Thin, you have been with me for such a long time. I must remind you that you must open your eyes and see the times clearly. First of all, this news cannot be delayed. If you think that you can get by one day at a time, we brothers will have to say goodbye sooner or later." The fat and thin faces became solemn, and the thin man said, "Brother Han, just say whatever you want. There are no outsiders here. Turn off the music." Han Jian signaled the thin man to turn off the music, and then said solemnly, "Have you heard of antiviral serum?" "Antiviral serum?" The fat and thin looked at each other, and the thin man hesitated and said, "I seem to have heard of it. There was a survivor from the east in the university town before. He said that the empire seemed to have not fallen yet, and was conducting research on the zombie virus. What they wanted to develop was antiviral serum. But after all, we were isolated from the news and didn't hear about any research and development results." Han Jian smiled slightly. "So what do you think of the Zhuguang city where we are now?" The fat man spoke first this time. "It's huge and shocking. It's hard for me to imagine that this city was built after the end of the world. It should have been built before the end of the world." Han Jian gave the fat man an approving look. "Your analysis is good. Although Tangzheng Xuanqing Zhuguang city was built after the end of the world, we are not fools. This city must have been built before the end of the world. And Tangzheng identity is definitely not simple. Brother Han, what do you think?" Han Jian continued. "This city was built before the end of the world. What does this mean?" "This means that someone knew in advance that the end of the world was coming. This is a shelter built on purpose, regardless of whether that person is Tangzheng. Tangzheng must have an inseparable relationship with that person. Or, it is not just one person, but a huge force. Tangzheng is the person standing on the stage now. Also, think about it. Tangzheng inner city is the same size as the outer city. It has never been open to the outside world. People in the alliance don't know what is inside. Why keep such a large area closed?" The fat and thin guys didn't quite know why, but they felt it was amazing. The fat guy also said, "Yes. Even Dilly promoted Tangzheng. It's hard to say that this was not premeditated. I think she might have an affair with Tangzheng." The thin guy also nodded. "Yes. I saw Tangzheng once when he was traveling. The female soldiers around him were really beautiful. They must have had unclear relationships." Han Jian rolled his eyes, thinking that what he just said was a waste of time. The two brothers' focus was always on women. So he simply cut the Gordian knot. "I heard that the inner city of the Zhuguang army is developing antiviral serum. And it is said that there are already research results." "Really? There is really antiviral serum?" The two men opened their mouths in surprise. Han Jian nodded solemnly. "The source of the news is more reliable. Because someone once saw a black shadow dragging zombies from Fengming River into Zhuguang City at night. It must be that the Zhuguang army caught the zombies and went into the city for research. The fat and thin men looked at each other with horror in their eyes. Catching zombies for research. This is too perverted. Han Jian looked at the two ignorant brothers and laughed. There are so many things you don't know. Anyway, you just need to know this. And I also heard that the Zhuguang army intends to reward those who have more Zhuguang city point cards. When the point cards accumulate to a certain number, the antiviral serum can be exchanged. So I have thought about it. In the future, I will accumulate more points. Not only will I buy a house in Zhuguang City, but I will also exchange serum to save my life. From now on, I will stay in Zhuguang City. After listening, the thin man asked, Brother Han, is the source of the news reliable? Han Jian smiled. Have you heard of Su Liuzi? The two shook their heads. Looking at your ignorance. Su Liuzi is now the third most influential person in the city. The two were stunned. We have also heard some rumors in the streets. Tang Zheng is of course the most influential person. It is said that the second most influential person is Director Ji Yuntian. The third most influential person is still unknown. Haha. Let me tell you. Su Liuzi's original name is Su Lu, and he is the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. I was also fortunate to be with the leader of a mercenary group and met this Su Liuzi. This news was spread by him after he drank. When the fat and thin brothers heard this, they immediately had a clue in their hearts. Brother Han, you are still very capable. We will listen to you. We will stay in Zhuguang City in the future, and will not return to the University City base for the time being. After saying this, the thin man hesitated again, but Brother Han, I heard that the Zhuguang army is about to change its owner. It won't be long before Tang Zheng may step down and be driven away. The alliance will be the boss here in the future. Han Jian looked at the thin man with a serious face. Thin man, remember, don't be indecisive when doing things. From all kinds of analysis, the Zhuguang army is definitely hidden. It is probably difficult for the alliance to replace them in this land. So in the future, we should pay attention to distance ourselves from the alliance. Anyway, I am optimistic about the Zhuguang army. Okay, Brother Han, you are always smarter than the two of us. We will listen to you, and will hold on to the Zhuguang army from now on. After the few people talked about this, the car arrived at the south gate of Zhuguang City. The people guarding the south gate were replaced by people from the alliance 2 days ago. Han Jian and the others didn't know each other, but they didn't take it seriously. The thin man opened the car window and showed an adventurer team pass issued by the Zhuguang army. Brother, we are here to deliver the copper we are transporting. The Zhuguang army needs it urgently. This is the pass. Unexpectedly, the person on the other side didn't even look at the car, but said coldly, Stop the car. Everyone get off and accept the inspection of the alliance. Chapter 112. Seeing the alliance people holding guns to stop the car, Han Jian and others had no choice but to get off the car, open the car, and accept inspection. The alliance people were quite ruthless and asked Han Jian and others to open the car. Han Jian and others had no choice but to check in the car as required. There were some copper wires, copper blocks, and so on inside. Move all the goods down. The alliance will check them one by one. Han Jian got a little angry when he heard it. This car of goods weighed dozens of tons. They were exhausted after moving them up. Now they had to move them down at the city gate. Isn't this a hassle? Please be reasonable. We didn't have this rule before. Our goods were directly taken to the material recycling station. And then, the Zhuguang army directly recycled and inspected them. You know that was in the past. Now this city gate is under our control. We received an order from our superiors that there are illegal armed forces operating nearby. And even umbrella mercenaries are active in this area. In order to prevent these evil forces from infiltrating, all vehicles entering and leaving the city must be carefully inspected. Move quickly. Otherwise your goods will be confiscated directly. Han Jian was so angry that veins on his forehead were jumping. Then we don't go through this city gate. At most we have to go 10 kilometers more. We can go through the east gate. The alliance people laughed. You wish. I think you just want to evade inspection. Maybe you are colluding with the umbrella mercenaries. Now take out all your documents. Hand over your weapons. And accept the interrogation of the alliance officials. As they said, several alliance soldiers at the city gate came over to search them. Han Jian and his friends couldn't help it. As adventurers, if their weapons were taken away, what was the meaning and value of their existence? Several people were about to resist. Hua la la. The soldier guarding the gate pulled the bolt. Han Jian and his men were not pushovers. It had been almost 3 months since the end of the world began. They fought zombies every day, and many of them had to fight humans. They had experienced life and death, and they were not so afraid of death. Besides, this was Zhuguang City. They were not too afraid of the Alliance people showing off their power here. Han Jian immediately raised the AK-47 in his hand. Behind him, several teammates also raised their guns and used vehicles as cover to fight against the Alliance. Beep, beep, beep. Seeing Han Jian and his men trying to resist, the Alliance's gatekeepers blew their whistles immediately. On the city wall, a large number of defenders looked down at Han Jian and his men with guns. In the sentry tower, snipers turned on searchlights, making it almost impossible for Han Jian and his men to open their eyes. Some sniper rifles were also aimed at them. Several people were covered with red dots, which were the sights of some infrared sights. It can be imagined that as soon as they started to fight, several people would be shot into seas immediately. Han Jian suppressed his anger, gritted his teeth, and finally held his breath. Good job. Let's go report to the Public Security Bureau. Throwing away the gun in his hand, Han Jian took a few people and went straight to the Public Security Bureau of Zhuguang City without even taking the goods. The soldiers guarding the city did not check, laughed, and drove Han Jian and his vehicles to the side. What they wanted was to intercept the vehicles that entered the city to deliver supplies, especially those delivering copper. Now everyone knows that the Zhuguang army needs copper, and they want to use this method to embarrass the Zhuguang army and make them pay attention to the Alliance. Are you able to detain our people? Then we will also detain your goods and see who gets anxious first. This is also one of the solutions that Lian Na came up with. First competing with the Zhuguang army for the right to speak. Han Jian and his companions had not walked far into the city when they saw the patrol team of the Public Security Bureau. The director of the Public Security Bureau, Ji Yuntian, was driving a motorcycle with Su Lu, patrolling the streets slowly. Behind them, there were several motorcycles and many security guards from the Public Security Bureau. Seeing Ji Yuntian, Han Jian immediately shouted, "Director Ji, I want to call the police." Ji Yuntian stopped and looked at the guys dressed as adventurers. The leader should be a mutant, which means this is a strong adventurer team. What's the matter? Han Jian came to Ji Yuntian angrily and told him what happened. Director Ji, Deputy Director Su, tell me if this alliance is too much. We took out our pass and asked for inspection. We cooperated with the inspection, but they asked us to move all the goods down. That's dozens of tons of copper. Isn't this deliberately making things difficult? In the end, they simply took our guns. If this matter cannot be resolved, our adventurer team will definitely disband. Ji Yutian was also very angry when he heard it. Although he is no longer the guard platoon leader, he also knows the needs of Tangzheng. These coppers are taken back, but they are used to make bullets. Now that the zombie army is coming, this matter must not be delayed. The Alliance dared to find fault with this matter, which is absolutely intolerable. Ji Yintian immediately picked up the intercom and connected directly to the Public Security Bureau headquarters. Send 50 people to the South Gate immediately. I want to find fault with those grandsons of the Alliance. After receiving the order, the Public Security Bureau immediately dispatched 50 security guards to meet up with Ji Yintian. After everyone arrived, Ji Yintian used the intercom to contact the city guard Captain Chu Xian. Old Chu. I'm Old Ji. The thing is, your city guard company must cooperate with me no matter what. Don't let the defenders on the city wall take action. Okay. Okay. When the general comes back, I will definitely tell him about your contribution in this matter. Ji Yuntian hung up the call and said to Han Jian and the others, lead the way. I take care of this for you. Han Jian and the others ran forward, and a large number of people from the Public Security Bureau followed them. Outside the South Gate, the gatekeepers were still laughing, and suddenly saw Han Jian and the others coming back. Behind them, there was a group of people from the Public Security Bureau. The captain sneered and said, you really called the police. Ji Yuntian is here. Brothers, cheer up. No matter what Ji Yuntian says, these goods cannot be released. If you want to say it, let Tangzhen go to the leader Lian Na and tell him that he, Ji Yuntian, is not important enough. The people in the alliance laughed along, and they obviously didn't take Ji Yuntian and the other security guards seriously. In their opinion, Zhuguang City would change hands sooner or later. So what did these security guards mean to them? Ta 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 ta. Creak. One motorcycle after another stopped outside the south gate. Ji Yutian got out of the car and walked directly to the captain guarding the gate. The captain looked up, posing in a proud posture, waiting for Ji Yutian to speak. Unexpectedly, Ji Yutian came in front of him, and without asking any questions, he just swung his arm and slapped him in the face. Bang! Ji Yutian was already a 2-star scout, and the strength of a 2-star scout was basically the same as that of a mutant. This slap knocked out the captain's teeth. Half of his face swelled up like a bun in an instant, recalling the tone of his idol, General Tang. Ji Yutian cursed, "Hack you! Who gave you the courage to detain our Zhuguang army's goods? Are you tired of living?" As he said that, he raised his foot and kicked the captain directly into the corner. The captain was stunned by these 2 blows, and the rest of the people were also dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the head of the security department was so brutal and didn't play by the rules at all. He started without saying a word, but they didn't dare to shoot at the people in the security department. On the side of the security department, some security guards were equipped with police explosion-proof shields, wearing bulletproof helmets, holding batons in one hand, and equipped with pistols on their waists. Some security guards were directly equipped with Type 95, and their combat effectiveness was no worse than that of the soldiers of the city guards. So they didn't dare to shoot. The captain finally recovered, and the first thing he did was to look at the defenders on the city wall above his head. If the defenders on the city wall helped, he would not be afraid of the people from the Public Security Bureau. But he soon discovered something different. On the city wall, the city guards of Zhuguang City had gathered on both sides of the east and west walls without knowing when. Machine guns were raised, sniper rifles on the sentry towers were aimed, and searchlights were turned on. The defenders of the Alliance were also getting nervous, and they did not care about the conflict under the city and began to confront the city guards of Zhuguang City. Both sides raised their guns and aimed at each other, but no one fired first. The city guards did not ask to help the people from the Public Security Bureau, and the people on his side did not help him either. Obviously, the 2 sides had a tacit understanding that they would solve the problem themselves. The captain was furious at this moment. It was such a prestigious thing to guard the south gate, but now he was beaten. There were many survivors watching around, and he couldn't swallow this breath anyway. Fuck. Ji Yutian. You bastard dare to hit me. Wait. Struggling to get up from the ground, the gate captain came to his team members. There were about 50 people guarding the gate, about the same number as the people at the Public Security Bureau. But their weapons were inferior to theirs. So he simply said, "Everyone unload the bullets. Today we will teach these bastards a lesson." After saying that, he turned around and glared at Ji Yutian. "Ji, shooting is not a skill. If you have the ability, come and stretch your muscles." "Ha ha. I'm afraid of you. Except for the general. There is nothing I'm afraid of in the world. Brothers, listen. Unload the bullets. Use the batons. And beat these grandsons hard." The people from the Public Security Bureau also unloaded their bullets and picked up batons. The people from the Alliance side found some makeshift weapons, and some copper sticks in the car were used as weapons. They had just got the weapons when Ji Yutian suddenly took action. With a flying kick, he kicked the captain of the gate, who had just stood up back to the corner of the wall. "Fuck. Beat him." The captain of the gate spit out a mouthful of blood. He was too weak to get up, so he could only weakly issue a battle order. The people on both sides had no scruples at this moment, each wielding their weapons and crashing into each other, and a group fight broke out outside the south gate. This incident seemed accidental, but it was actually inevitable. Han Jian and his people incident was just a fuse. There were 2 masters in one city, and both sides disliked each other. Conflict was sooner or later. Chapter 113. The conflict at the city gate quickly turned into a melee. Or, it was a one-sided fight. All of Tangzheng's security guards were mobilized soldiers, although most of these security guards were not star level. Under Tangzheng full armor, one person fighting 2 was no problem. The bulletproof vests, bulletproof helmets, and explosion-proof shields made them almost invincible. Although the guards on the Alliance side were not bad, they were still a step behind the security guards. With the number of people on both sides being similar, the Alliance was no match at all. The security guards swung their batons and beat the Alliance members with their flesh, making them cry for their parents. Ji Yutian relied on his strong strength as a 2-star scout and punched and kicked in the crowd. knocking down 7 or 8 people in a short time. Under his leadership, the battle lasted less than 5 minutes and ended. The Alliance's gatekeepers were beaten to the ground and wailed, and no one could stand up. After Lian Na got the news, she rushed to the scene as soon as possible and contacted Tang Zheng on the way. At this time, Tang Zheng had just finished the battle in Shuanglin City and was about to return to Zhuguang City by plane. Before receiving Lian Na's contact, Tang Zheng had already received a report from the city guard captain Chu Xian. After receiving the report, Tang Zheng just gave an instruction. If you fight, you must win. Don't embarrass the Zhuguang army. When the plane landed in front of the city gate, Lian Na also arrived. The people at the scene had already surrounded the scene in 3 circles. And some people took out their mobile phones that had long been scrapped but could not bear to throw away and could only be used as game consoles and cameras to take pictures. Tang Zheng plane landed, and people retreated one after another. Tang Zheng got off the plane and glanced at the scene. The people from the Public Security Bureau were almost intact, while the people from the Alliance fell all over the ground. At the city gate, Lian Na happened to drive over and saw the situation here. Her face suddenly turned pale. She wanted to stir up trouble and force the Public Security Bureau to release their people. But she didn't expect that the situation was completely out of control. Right under the gate they controlled, their defenders were beaten into pig heads, which made her feel humiliated. She wanted to get angry, but couldn't find a suitable target. So she could only come to Tang Zheng and shake hands with him first. Leader Tang, I think I need an explanation. And the Alliance also needs an explanation. Tang Zheng shook hands with Lian Na and nodded. Don't worry, Counselor Lian Na. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. Speaking, Tang Zheng turned to Ji Yutian and said loudly, Ji Yutian, what's going on? Ji Yutian immediately saluted Tang Zheng. General, I received a report from the adventurer. The people of the Alliance detained our copper and refused to release it. We came to investigate and had a conflict. Tang Zheng said coldly, so we have to fight? Do you remember what you said when you took office? Remember? Ensure the security in Zhuguang City. Go deep into the survivors and mingle with everyone. Tang Zheng shouted angrily. Then what are you doing now? Ji Yutian scratched his head and pointed to the Alliance people lying on the ground. This should be considered as getting along with everyone. Hearing this, Lian Na, who had been listening nearby, trembled with anger. Too much. Too much. Chief Tang, this director not only beat our people, but also detained many of us. You must deal with him seriously today. Tang Zheng looked at Ji Yutian again. Is there such a thing? Yes, but none of the people detained were wronged, including the people who were beaten today. Well, that's how it is. Tang Zheng turned around and faced Lian Na. Member Lian Na, this matter is a bit serious. Your purpose in coming to Zhuguang City is to help us defend, not to replace the garrison and the Public Security Bureau. Obviously, what you have done has exceeded our bottom line and should be severely punished. These city gate guards should be sent to the cell. But seeing that they are injured, out of humanitarian concern, I allow you to treat them first, and then decide how to punish them. Chief Tang, you are too. Needless to say, I think it is not enough to communicate with you. How about this? You let Speaker Xia Jinshan contact me, and I will discuss with him and then decide. Lian Na gritted her teeth. Going to Xia Jinshan would embarrass her. Tang Zheng's attitude was clear. He was protecting his son, and his words showed that she was not qualified to talk to him. He even wanted to hold the guards of the city gate accountable. Lian Na originally wanted to use this incident to embarrass the Zhuguang army, but now she has shot herself in the foot. But in order to keep her position, she had to swallow her anger. Leader Tang, I think it's okay to hold them accountable. This matter is also a misunderstanding. Can you please be kind and release our people? I promise to restrain their behavior in the future. Tang Zheng glanced at Lian Na. Member Lian Na, please remember that there is no love without reason in the world. And there is no free lunch. This is what I mean. You can go to the Ministry of the Interior to discuss the rest. After saying that, Tang Zheng turned away without paying attention to Lian Na's livid face. Tang Zheng's meaning was very clear. He could get people, but he had to pay a price. He was not worried about the Alliance turning against him. At least at this time, the Alliance was not ready to turn against him, and was afraid that he would turn against him. At this time, as long as the price is not excessive, the Alliance can bear it. After leaving this matter to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Tang Zheng went back to rest. believing that Guiyun and others would give him a satisfactory answer. That night, Tang Zheng received a report from Guiyun and others. For this matter, the alliance compensated the Zhuguang army with 500 tons of copper. This was required by the Ministry of Internal Affairs to be completed. Otherwise they would not release the people. Lian Na had no choice but to hold her nose and endure it. Another day passed, and the copper of the alliance arrived. It must be said that the efficiency of the alliance is really high at this moment. It can be seen that a lot of copper is removed from some machinery and sent over at once. Tang Zheng does not care what the alliance thinks. The honeymoon period of both parties should end today at the earliest and tomorrow at the latest, because he has already detected that the zombie group in Fengcheng is about to enter the 100-kilometer range of Zhuguang City. This morning, he can see this zombie group on the radar. Zombies can advance 24 hours a day without sleep. This 100+ kilometers is just over a day's journey. Before noon tomorrow, the zombies will arrive at Zhuguang City. And Tang Zheng also got a message that the alliance that paid a large amount of copper was very unwilling. Especially Lian Na, who was scolded by Xie Jinshan. At noon today, Lian Na made an appointment with Dilly's program, and seemed to have something to say. Calculating the time, Tang Zheng is looking forward to this program. 12 noon. This time is everyone's lunch time. People in the end of the world will not be idle. They will work and labor every day. And lunchtime is a rare rest time. The Dilly's appointment radio program in Zhuguang City will also be broadcast at this time. Everyone is used to listening to Dilly's stories or other people's stories while eating. At the end of the story, you can even hear her singing, which is a rare rest in the end of the world. Today's Dilly's appointment will be broadcast on time at 12 o'clock. Hello everyone. I am your old friend Dilly. Today, a friend came here, and she said she has a story to share with everyone. Before introducing this friend, let me tell you something. This morning, at the south gate of Zhuguang City, a violent anti-law incident occurred. The security guards of the Public Security Bureau and the defenders of the Northern Territory Survivor Alliance fought outside the south gate, and the incident caused many injuries. And the friend who came today is the Northern Territory Alliance's leader in Zhuguang City, Miss Lian Na. Hello, Miss Lian Na. Please say hello to the audience, friends. At this moment, Lian Na was in Xiao Dilly's room, facing the microphone together. Lian Na knew that the program Daraba Dilly had a great influence in the Northern Territory and had the highest number of listeners among all radio programs. So she couldn't be rude at this moment and greeted everyone with a smile. Hello everyone. I'm Lian Na, a member of the Northern Territory Alliance. Miss Lian Na, what do you think about what happened today? Well, as far as I know, it's not like that. The Alliance and Zhuguang City have always had a friendly neighborly relationship, and there are no irreconcilable conflicts between the two sides. Do you know what happened? I know a little bit. There was indeed a conflict today, but the scale of the conflict was not large, and no one died in this incident. Who do you think is right, and who is wrong in this matter? Right and wrong are not very important. It's like when two children fight. The adults just need to persuade their own children to go back. There is no need to delve into right and wrong. After all, it takes two hands to clap. Has the matter been properly resolved? It has been resolved. The Alliance has always been adhering to the principle of magnanimity and tolerance, and getting along with Zhuguang City in a harmonious relationship with neighbors. In order to show the friendship between the two sides, the Alliance has specially sent 500 tons of copper to Zhuguang City today. The injured people on our side in the conflict have also treated themselves. Isn't this enough to express our sincerity? Oh, so there is no fundamental conflict between the two sides? Yes. A little friction will not affect the overall situation at all. The Alliance will continue to fulfill our responsibilities in accordance with the previously signed contract and help Zhuguang City continue to defend. At this time, the sound of the intercom came from the radio. Lena seemed to get up to answer it, and Xiao Dilly's voice came. Senator Liana, if it is not a particularly urgent matter, can you answer it in front of the public? Is there something that the Alliance needs to keep secret from the audience? Lena was cornered by Dilly's words, and it was difficult for her to get up and leave. After all, she came here today to show the Alliance's generosity. The compensation had been paid, so of course she had to leave a good impression. So it was even more difficult for her to leave here, and she could only bite the bullet and connect the intercom. Lena, it's bad. Let's run. When Lena heard this, her eyelids jumped, and she said calmly, What nonsense are you talking about? I'd be running until the evening. I'm giving an interview. Let's talk later. What interview? Zombies. There are zombies coming to Zhuguang City. Lena was even more annoyed. Just kill the zombies. Why bother me with such a small matter? You can't kill them all. It's a swarm of zombies. An extremely huge swarm of zombies. Swarm of zombies? Lena was stunned for a moment. Yes. It's a swarm of zombies. Endless zombies. At least 1 million. Bang! Lena's exclamation and the sound of the chair falling were heard by everyone through the radio. Chapter 114. There was a sharp squeak in the radio, as if the microphone was hit. But then Xiao Dilly's voice came again. Member Lian Na, the zombies have really arrived. Will the Alliance still help Zhuguang City defend? The microphone paused. After nearly 10 seconds, Lian Na's voice was heard. I need to understand the situation before I can give you an answer. Let's stop here today. No longer caring about promoting the positive image of the Alliance, and even daring to say the next sentence of loyalty to Zhuguang City. Lian Na hurriedly left Xiao Dilly's radio station. It's really a pity that Counselor Lian Na didn't give me a definite promise. But I was also informed that a group of zombies were approaching Zhuguang City. But I don't think that the group of zombies can threaten the safety of the people in the city. Next, Dilly will sing a song for the warriors of Zhuguang City, for our leader Tang Zheng, and for all the listeners in front of the radio. A song of You Will Never Walk Alone. For everyone to be grateful that in this cold apocalypse, we have such a warm home. The music slowly sounded, and Xiao Dilly's cold voice seemed to come from the deep sea, which gradually calmed the panicked people in front of the broadcast, especially in Zhuguang City. Looking at the towering walls and sentry towers, everyone's fear gradually decreased. With such a solid defense, zombies should not be able to get in. Music can soothe people's hearts, but the reality is not optimistic. First of all, it is the attitude of the Alliance. Facing all the listeners in the Northern Territory, the Alliance did not dare to make a positive promise. Is their help in the defense of Zhuguang City just an empty talk? People in Zhuguang City are worried about their own safety, while people outside Zhuguang City are very concerned about the development of the situation. First of all, everyone is concerned about whether zombies will really act collectively. You must know that this incident has overturned people's understanding of zombies for 3 months. Zombies will not act collectively. At most, they will swarm over to see when they hear a sound somewhere. But the situation in Zhuguang City is obviously not like this now. Do the zombies have a leader? With wisdom? If that's the case, it's too scary. People were anxiously waiting for news, and the city was in a bit of chaos. The first to be in chaos was the Alliance. Lena returned to her residence and immediately saw a video shot by a mobile phone. The video was shot by a hill on the side of the road, and it was shot by the zombie army rushing across the border. Obviously, during the filming process, a zombie discovered the existence of the photographer, but just roared a few times in that direction, ignored it, and continued to move forward. This is abnormal. If it were normal, the zombies would chase after her anyway. The footage was so frightening that Lena was terrified. The dense army of zombies stretched as far as the eye could see, spreading from one side of the site to the other. The video took more than an hour to shoot until the phone ran out of battery, and she didn't see where the end of the zombie swarm was. The huge number of zombies made people feel powerless and desperate. The number of mutant zombies in the zombie swarm was even more terrifying. At least 5% of the zombies were mutant zombies. Some of the zombies were so huge that Liana had never seen or heard of them before. They were obviously more mutated. When she finished watching the video, she found that her hands were shaking and her back was wet with sweat. Can we be sure that this group of zombies is heading towards Zhuguang City? It should be correct. Chief Liana, we have received news from Fengcheng and even Qinzhou through other channels. The group of zombies did set out from Qinzhou and headed straight for Zhuguang City. The place where the group of zombies set out was even Tangzheng hometown. If they met people on the way, the group of zombies would not pay attention. The purpose is very clear, which is Zhuguang City. Moreover, the group of zombies is only more than 100 kilometers away from Zhuguang City. We must make a decision quickly. Others beside Lian Na also panicked and tried to persuade her. Yes. Leader Lian Na. Now Speaker Xie Jinshan also knows about this matter, and he is waiting for your reply. Let's withdraw quickly. This group of zombies looks like there are millions of them. Even if they pile up, they will submerge Zhuguang City. No matter how strong the city is, it cannot be defended. Yes. Yes. This is the trouble Tang Zheng caused himself. Why should we be buried with him? We have no obligation to do so. Lian Na looked a little struggling. This is not good. We signed the defense agreement and announced it to the public on the radio. If we abandon the city now, we will definitely be criticized by thousands of people. In the future, the alliance will have no credibility. Moreover, it will be a breach of contract. There will be no way to restrain Zhuguang City in the future. Leader Lian Na. Success is written by the victors. This chasing light city will soon become history. By then, Tang Zheng and the others will probably run away. No one will mind us leaving. If the alliance really likes this place, we can come back after it is deserted or swept by zombies. Even if some people say something, it's just some insignificant rumors. It's better than us dying here. Right. 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 Tang Zheng should solve the troubles he caused himself. It doesn't matter whether he breached the contract or not. If Tang Zheng doesn't die this time, he will wander in the wilderness. So the contract will naturally be invalid. Yes, Leader Lian Na. You have to make a decision right away. If you delay, everyone's life will be lost. There are more than 1,000 brothers here. The people around her said one thing after another, which made Lian Na more and more shaken. She thought for a while, and chose to talk to Xie Jinshan. During the conversation, Xie Jinshan's attitude was also very clear. Determine the movement and number of zombies, and assess the risks. I will give you 3 hours. Report to me after 3 hours. Lena, you must first remember that our people cannot die in vain in Zhuguang City. 1,500 people. The Alliance cannot afford such a loss. This is my only request. After ending the call with Xie Jinshan, Lian Na gritted her teeth and continued to send people to investigate. 3 hours later, new news came. The number of zombies should be between 800,000 and 1 million. The target is clear. It is Zhuguang City. The distance to Zhuguang City is about 130 kilometers now. Looking at the time, it is already afternoon. That is to say, probably tomorrow morning or morning. This terrifying group of zombies will appear under the city of Zhuguang City. Huh? No more waiting. Let's retreat. After Lian Na talked to Xie Jinshan again, she finally made this difficult decision. When he gave the order, the alliance was in chaos. Some people from the alliance, who had been prepared for a long time, almost immediately got on the car and headed straight to the north. The defenders on the city wall received the order and immediately abandoned the city wall, where they had finally gained a foothold. They only carried the necessary items and left without looking back. The crowd is easily infected and easy to follow the crowd. The performance of the alliance immediately panicked some wavering people in the city. In the past few hours, the news of the arrival of millions of zombies has spread like wildfire in the city. If the alliance dared to stay in the city and hold on together with a light-chasing army, it might give people confidence and let everyone continue to stay here. But when the alliance ran away, the people in the city panicked. Even the defenders ran away. So would they stay here and wait to die? Especially those who have been in the light-chasing city for a short time. Those who came here from the Alliance's 12th base to show off their power and take advantage. Or some mercenaries and adventurers. They simply packed up their things and left the light-chasing city. For a moment, the people in the city were in chaos. Everyone rushed out of the several gates of Zhuguang City with their families. The zombies came from the south, so they ran to the north. The traffic was congested in front of several city gates, with vehicles roaring, adults crying and children making noises, and garbage thrown everywhere. Especially the rumors that the zombies were about to arrive in Zhuguang City were rampant, and too many people could not sit still and prepared to leave. During this process, the Zhuguang army did not persuade or stop them. Even the people from the Public Security Bureau were dispatched again to help maintain order at the city gates so that everyone could leave as soon as possible. During this time, Ji Yutian asked Tang Zheng, "General, should we persuade these people? We should be able to keep some of them." Tang Zheng waved his hand. "No need. No one will appreciate our kindness now. Besides, we also need an opportunity to clean up the unstable people in Zhuguang City." Although many people left this time, some people chose to stay. After this incident, these people who stayed will definitely become more united and love this place more in the future. They will take care of this place as if it were their home. At that time, our city will have roots. Ji Yutian nodded, stopped trying to persuade Tang Zheng, and went back to work. Of course, not everyone chose to leave. At the peak of Zhuguang City, The city's population was close to 100,000. Some of them even bought properties in Zhuguang City. And some had traveled here with great difficulty, but had nowhere else to go. When they saw the Zhuguang City defenders taking over the southern city wall in an orderly manner, saw the people from the Public Security Bureau organizing the order slowly, heard the gentle voice of Xiao Dili on the radio, and looked at the city they had gradually become familiar with, they made up their minds and simply decided not to go anywhere. As night fell, the searchlights in the sentry tower lit up one after another, pointing the way for those leaving. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the hustle and bustle in the city gradually subsided. This morning, there were still 100,000 people in the city, but now the remaining population is only about 40,000. More than half of the people chose to leave Zhuguang City and find a way to survive elsewhere. The rest chose to stay. Seeing that the city had quieted down, Tang Zheng came to the radio station. "Hello, everyone. I'm Tang Zheng. I'm glad that everyone has chosen to stay in Zhuguang City. Here, I promise with my dignity and life that we will defend the city to the death and give everyone a warm and safe home. The Alliance signed a defense agreement with us, but now the ink on the agreement is not dry, and they have abandoned us. I'm here to tell the Alliance that you will definitely pay the price for your despicable behavior. We will slowly settle our accounts later. Now, listen to my orders. The whole city will enter a state of martial law. The whole army will begin to prepare for war, and everyone will stay at home and not go out. Our radio will continue to broadcast the whole process of this battle." Chapter 115. When Tang Zheng first said that the whole army was ready, the people of Zhuguang City were a little skeptical, because Zhuguang City didn't seem to have many troops. Apart from the garrison on the city wall, no other troops had been seen. At most, some engineers and people from the Public Security Bureau had appeared. So when Tang Zheng said that the whole army was ready for war, people thought it was just a slogan. But soon, they found out that they were wrong. A troop came out from the west side of the Guiyun mountain area and rumbled towards Zhuguang City. When the city gates opened and the army entered, the city was in an uproar, watching the tanks rumble forward, the metal tracks rolling over the ground, making a clattering sound, watching the military trucks loaded with soldiers, with huge artillery towing behind, watching the armored vehicles and jeeps moving forward. The soldiers' skin was shiny black, and their clothes were not clean. But the aura of the entire army was almost explosive. And at first glance, it was a lion that had fought 100 battles. It turned out that there were so many troops outside Zhuguang City. Although people were forbidden to go out and stayed indoors, they still opened the windows and cheered for the troops entering the city. The streets had been cleared and were now empty, and the troops entered the city very smoothly. After entering the city, the entire army immediately began to prepare for war. Tang Zheng still had 60 purchase quotas in his hands, which were the mobile forces left behind. Tang Zheng's original idea was to purchase a group of paratroopers as an air assault force, but now it seems not feasible. The massive zombies we are facing this time are all ground troops, and paratroopers have no place to use their skills. It is also not possible to buy ordinary troops such as mobilized soldiers. What the Zhuguang army lacks now is troops with large-scale lethality. So after research, Tang Zheng decided to buy 5 artillery pieces and 5 107 rocket launchers, and add 10 guns to each of these 2 artillery pieces. 5 howitzers require 5 5-man combat teams. 5 107 rocket launchers also require 5 3-man combat teams. After 40 quotas were used up, Tang Zheng spent 75,000 gold. There were still 20 quotas, and Tang Zheng bought 4 more bird helicopters and 4 transport helicopters. The bird helicopter combat team consisted of 2 people, and 4 aircraft had 8 people. The transport helicopter combat team consisted of 3 people, and 4 aircraft had 12 people. Added together, there were exactly 20 people. After spending 340,000 gold, Tang Zheng Army Aviation Company already had 10 helicopters, which was considered to be of a certain scale, although the combat effectiveness of helicopters in air combat was only average. The opponent had no air units, and Tang Zheng 10 aircraft could also cause considerable trouble to the zombies. If the zombie leader dares to show up in the battle, Tang Zheng can send a helicopter to carry out the decapitation operation. After spending more than 400,000 gold, Tang Zheng's entire battalion finally reached a full-strength state, without a single vacancy. But this vacancy is a human vacancy. Tang Zheng can also purchase a type of soldier. That is, military dogs. Military dogs are not very useful in the frontline battle. But once a zombie breaks through the front line, military dogs can play a role. There have been more than one incident where dogs are numerous and bite the lickers to death. Tang Zheng now has 70 to 80 military dogs in the battalion, and he bought another 100 at one time. The task of these military dogs is to patrol and guard inside the city wall. Once a zombie breaks through the city wall, the military dog must rush up to fight immediately. After adding all the arms, Tang Zheng rushed to the arsenal. Here in the arsenal, a large number of bullets are being produced continuously. All the field companies have sent people here to prepare to carry the bullets back. Then Tang Zheng is not here to see the bullets at this moment. He is here to produce mines. In addition to the bullet production line, the arsenal also has an artillery shell production line, a rocket launcher production line, and a mine production line. Tang Zheng has seen the zombies he faced many times, and the number is almost certain. The total number of zombies coming is about 900,000 to 1 million. Tang Zheng is more inclined to the number of 1 million, because this zombie king obviously has a grudge against him, and he will definitely bring as many zombies as he can, and will not give him any chance. If there are 1 million zombies, his entire army is only 2,500 people, and one person must kill 400 zombies to defeat this zombie group. Moreover, these are not ordinary zombies. There are a large number of mutant zombies and quasi-mutant zombies. One mutant zombie can even wipe out a team of survivors, which shows how difficult it is to kill them. Therefore, the most effective way is to reduce the number of zombies as much as possible. Tang Zheng had never had the opportunity to use landmines before, but this time he could use them. In fact, after he received the funds from Shuanglin, the landmines here were produced, and nearly 100,000 landmines have been produced so far. Under normal circumstances, the price of a mine is 2 gold, but there is a mine production line here in the arsenal, which can reduce costs. The shell of the mine can be made of iron, ceramics, stones, plastic, rubber, etc. Of course, copper can also be used, but Tang Zheng will not use expensive copper on mines. The cheapest plastic is the main material for making mines this time. After adding the main material and gunpowder, the production cost of the mine was reduced to 0.5 gold each. The main reason is that the gunpowder required is relatively large, and in the end, only 75% of the cost was reduced. Zhuguang City has accumulated a considerable amount of shells and bullets in the past few days. The task tonight is to produce mines with all our strength. Boxes of mines were taken out of the warehouse, and the production line was also producing continuously. The finished products were immediately loaded and transported out of the city. The battlefield of the battle should be the south gate and the east gate. Among them, the south gate should be the main battlefield of this battle because of its open terrain. After the mines were transported out of the city, the engineering troops began to lay mines quickly. This kind of mines does not need to be buried underground, because even if the zombies are commanded by a leader, they cannot do such delicate work as avoiding mines. So they only need to throw the mines on the ground. The engineers threw a truckload of mines every time the arsenal produced one. From dusk to dawn, the Zhuguang army threw about 150,000 mines outside the city. Most of the mines were concentrated outside the south gate, and about 30,000 mines were also thrown near the east gate, trying to leave no blind spots. The engineers were busy, and the soldiers of several field companies took the time to rest. When dawn came, the soldiers got up. The cooking platoon and the cooking squads of each company got up in the middle of the night to prepare meals. In the past, the soldiers usually went back to the inner city for meals, but this time, the meal was set up under the city wall. Tang Zheng had assigned tasks to several field companies. The South Gate Defense Zone was the defense zone of the 2nd, 3rd and 4th Combat Companies. The East Gate Defense Zone was the defense zone of the 1st Company. The cooking squads directly under each company started to make fires and cook under the walls of their respective defense zones. When Zhuguang City was first built, Tang Zheng had ordered that no buildings were allowed to be built within a 50-meter radius of the city wall. A circle of ring roads was reserved here, which could be used as the outer ring of the city in normal times, and as a lane for transporting troops in wartime. The lane could lead directly to the top of the city wall, and chariots could drive to the top of the city wall. At this time, large pots were placed on the lane, and many mutant beast meats were also brought out and were stewed in the pots, emitting an enticing aroma. Connected to the kitchen team is the medical unit of the Zhuguang army. For a long time, the Zhuguang army has suffered almost no combat losses. except for the death of a soldier during the attack on Shuangling County, which was inseparable from the efforts of the medical unit. Tang Jung could imagine the severity of this battle, so he had prepared the medical unit in place long ago. Temporary beds were placed one by one, and simple medical tents were also set up one by one. Those medical soldiers who have been promoted can even perform surgery on injured soldiers on the battlefield at any time. Many medical soldiers are strong young men. They can not only save people, but also have an important job, which is to carry stretchers. Therefore, when Tang Jung purchased medical soldiers, there was a ratio of male and female soldiers. There must be men who can work hard and women who are careful. The engineers were laying mines. After the soldiers had eaten early, they began to carry boxes of bullets to the top of the city wall. Each company, each platoon, and each squad had its own area to defend. The bullets were right under their feet, ready to use at any time during the battle. The artillery in the distance also deployed their attack formation near the inner city. 10 howitzers and 10 rocket launchers were all in place. There were also a lot of shell boxes piled up nearby. This time Tang Jung spent a lot of money. After he had money, the arsenal started production at full capacity to ensure that the soldiers had enough ammunition. It cost more than 400,000 to buy aircraft and artillery. And now the shells, bullets and mines cost nearly 300,000. If there was no arsenal, the amount of goods purchased this time would almost bankrupt Tang Jung. Tang Jung, who had not slept all night, came to the south gate early. According to the radar map, the zombie army is still more than 20 kilometers away from Zhuguang City. Within 3 hours, they should be at the gates of the city. Tang Jung climbed up the city wall and looked up at the sky. Today's weather was neither good nor bad. Similar to the previous days, with dark clouds and wind. It was fine in the city, but the wind was even stronger when walking on the city wall. The strong wind blew up the flags of the Zhuguang army, making a rustling sound. The soldiers were basically ready, and were on standby in their own defense areas. When they saw Tang Jung coming, they were ready to salute. Tang Jung waved his hand, and issued an order in the system that there was no need to care about etiquette during the battle. The soldiers who received the order saluted the general they respected in their hearts. Tang Jung held the battlements of the city wall with both hands, and looked at the vast land outside the city. The winding river flowed, and the plains and mountains in the distance were in full view, giving a feeling of vastness and boundlessness. But who could have known that such a beautiful place would soon become a battlefield? Chapter 116. After staying here for a while, Tang Jung glanced at the radar again. It's almost there. In an hour and a half, the zombies will arrive. At this point, Tang Jung is not in a hurry. He has made full preparations. At present, the battalion is fully staffed, and the weapons, ammunition and funds are sufficient. He does not believe that the zombies can easily take over Zhuguang City under such circumstances. At this point, it is useless to worry, and his mentality is calm. If there is only one thing that is a little urgent, it is the research progress of scientific research soldier Gui Yun. Now that most of the people in the city have left, the Internal Affairs Department composed of scientific research soldiers is working hard to develop maps. After all, it takes 10 maps to upgrade the commander. The arsenal has just been completed, and there are still 9 gaps. The upgrade is a long way off. The communicator asked Gui Yun and got a reply after a while. General, Gui Yun said that there are currently 3 drawings in progress at the same time, among which the field hospital and the thermal power plant should be completed during the battle. What is the other drawing? There is another one for the Gene Research Institute. Gui Yun said that it will probably be completed together with the drug that can turn zombies that are less than 60% zombie-like back into humans. But it is hard to say when it will be completed. Tang Jung remembered the drug Gui Yun mentioned. But until now, he did not think that the drug would be of any use. But since Gui Yun wanted to study it, let him study it. Tang Jung nodded. If he could complete 3 of them, it would be quite fast. Relaxing, Tang Jung leaned on the city wall, waiting for the zombies to arrive. He really wanted to see what this zombie leader was like, and how he could have such a strong hatred for him. At the Zhuguang City radio station, Xiao Dilly went out with a photographer and a radio staff member. These people were from her previous team, and now they were working with her. Starting today, she was going to do a special program. That was the defense of Zhuguang City, and interviewing people in the city about their views on Tang Jung. In Xiao Dilly's opinion, Tang Jung was a very mysterious person. Xiao Dilly was very curious about everything about him. And she believed that she was not the only one who had this idea. So she brought a photographer today, not only to broadcast the interview, but also to take photos and videos. There are no TV stations and signal towers now. But that doesn't mean there won't be any in the future. When order is restored, she can make this into a promotional video, which I believe will be a big hit. Today, Shiguang City is under martial law. People cannot leave the city or enter the military zone. But there is no problem with interviewing in the rear. Besides, Xiao Dili's interview was allowed by Tang Zheng. So she got up early and went out to look for targets to interview in the city. The vehicles of the Public Security Bureau patrol back and forth on the street, prohibiting survivors from approaching the military zone. Xiao Dili couldn't find the interviewee for a while, so she simply walked to a motorcycle of the Public Security Bureau. He knew the people on the car. One was Director Ji Yutian, and the other was Deputy Director Su Lu. Director Ji. Deputy Director Su. Hello. I'm Xiao Dili. Hello. Xiao Dili. Are you here for an interview today? Yes. But the main content of my interview today is everyone's opinion of Leader Tang Zheng. I wonder how much you know about Leader Tang. Su Lu looked at Ji Yutian, who smiled smugly. You asked the right person this question. In terms of my understanding of Commander Tang, no one dares to say I am the best in the entire Shiguang army. Just ask me if you have anything to say. That's great. I have been doing a program recently, and many people are very interested in Commander Tang's personal life. Can you tell me what kind of person he is? Ji Yutian thought for a while. First of all, he is a soldier. What is a soldier? It's discipline. Brave. Iron-blooded. Fearless. All these characteristics can be found in our Commander Tang. Sounds like a cold and tough guy. Yes. Commander Tang is such a person. You don't know how much he has sacrificed for the happiness of all mankind. Can you be more specific? Ji Yutian thought for a while. There are so many people in our army, and there are all kinds of talents. But Commander Tang, as the highest commander, still leads by example. You don't know how good he is at using a sledgehammer. No matter how strong the anti-theft door is, Commander Tang can smash it open with one hammer and rob the house, as if it were flat ground. Yes. 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 This kind of ability to break doors and pick locks is definitely not something that can be mastered in a day or two. You can imagine how hard-working Commander Tang is. He must have secretly practiced on many lonely nights. You should report on this spirit, Su Lu added. Little Dilly listened blankly for a while, not knowing whether such a scene should be included in the documentary. The admiration and worship of the two people in front of her made her a little confused. How could she know that the system soldiers purchased by Tang Zheng were all infinitely loyal to Tang Zheng? Infinite loyalty means that Tang Zheng is sacred and supreme in their eyes. No matter what Tang Zheng does, they can understand and find a suitable reason to explain it. So Xiao Dili's interview was with the wrong person from the beginning. However, she is a professional reporter and has a good impression of Tang Zheng, and soon led to a new topic. So what about Chief Tang's personal life? Does he have a girlfriend? As far as I know, no. Ji Yutian answered affirmatively. Why? From a woman's perspective, I think Tang Zheng is a very attractive person, and there should be girls who like him. Ji Yutian sighed. Otherwise, how can we say that Commander Tang sacrificed his own happiness for all mankind? His noble character is beyond your imagination. Let me tell you a simple story. Yeah. Little Dilly nodded, thinking that there should be some explosive news. Once, the commander went out with a female guard beside him. Many of you should have seen that guard. She is pretty, isn't she? Little Dilly nodded immediately. She had seen several female guards beside Tang Zheng, although she didn't know which one he was talking about. Any one of them could be called the best. Ji Yutian continued. That time, for some reason, one of them had to go into the water. Commander Tang had to go into the water. But what did the guard do? Of course, the commander couldn't do this kind of thing. So the female guard had to go into the water. You have to know that it was in the wilderness at that time, and there were only two of them. They had to take off their clothes to go into the water. It's normal for a normal man to look at a beautiful woman. It's really normal. It's abnormal not to look. As a beautiful woman, Xiao Dili naturally felt the same way and nodded. I was late. When I arrived, the female guard was about to take off her clothes. But our Chief Tang had his back to her and stretched out one hand to help the female guard take her clothes. He didn't even look back. Tell me, is his behavior, which is completely inconsistent with human nature and logical thinking. Normal? Xiao Dili was a little stunned. She didn't expect it to be like this. That's true. Ji Yutian waved his hands. You can't understand it. It took me a long time to figure it out. I can only say that people who achieve great things must give up some things in order to do things that ordinary people can't. Our Chief Tang has given up very important things in human nature, such as eating, drinking, having fun, drinking, sex, money, etc., that ordinary people value. He has given up a large part of them. Saving the world is his only thought. Women are just clouds. So I think he is a lonely person. As he spoke, Ji Yutian looked towards the city wall. They were not far from the south city wall, and they could just see the top of the city wall. Little Dilly looked up and saw Tang Zheng standing on the city wall, holding the battlements with both hands, standing in the wind, looking into the distance. The strong wind blew over, blowing his military coat in the wind. Even though there were many soldiers around, Tang Zheng gave people a strong sense of loneliness at this moment. Ji Yutian and Su Lu, the two men, had wet eyes. Okay, that's it for today's interview. You go interview other people. We have to continue patrolling. Follow orders without compromise. And always follow Commander Tang. The two started the motorcycle and left in a flash. Lil Dilly couldn't help but wipe the corners of her eyes to keep these precious materials. As a professional journalist, she has seen too many people and knows how to distinguish between people's sincerity and whether their words are hypocritical. It is obvious that Ji Yutian and Su Lu just spoke sincerely and without any pretense. I never thought there are such good people in the world. After this war, we must find a good opportunity to report this matter. The promotional video must be well made. Looking at the lonely Tang Zheng on the wall, Xiao Dili also showed admiration. She originally had some good feelings for Tang Zheng, but seeing Tang Zheng like this, she had only one thought in her mind. I am not worthy of such a man. She is not a paranoid person. If she is not worthy, then she will bless him from afar. Turning around and leaving here, Xiao Dili went to find the next interviewee. South of Zhuguang City, a black line, like a tide, appeared from the horizon, slowly but unstoppably, pressing towards the city. Qin Failong walked in the zombie group, looking at Zhuguang City from afar, under the dim sky of the end of the world. The walls of Zhuguang City were slightly shiny. Looking at this miraculous city, Qin Failong was also very surprised. In the past few days, he knew that he was discovered by Tang Zheng. However, Qin Failong was very cunning. He quietly hid in the zombie tide. With his ordinary appearance, it was impossible for Tang Zheng to find his specific location. In this way, he brought the growing zombie team to Zhuguang City. At this moment, he had reached the limit of his ability, which was to control 1 million zombies. After his catalysis along the way, and the continuous mutual devouring with Feng Chung for a day and a night, there were already 7 gorilla zombies in his team. There were as many as 15 lickers. As for the armored zombies, the number had reached 30,000. The number of agile zombies exceeded 40,000. Among the remaining zombies, those close to the mutation stage numbered more than 100,000. He dared to fight against such a group of zombies even if he was facing the royal army. Although the chasing light city looked very majestic, he still didn't care at all. He stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. Hee hee. Good. Very good. Well done, Mr. Tang. The more difficult the place is, the more excited I feel. I'm waiting for your city to be destroyed by me. And listening to your painful wails when you die. I'm coming. Roar. Finally arriving at the location of the enemy, Qin Failong couldn't hide his excitement and roared to the sky. The zombies around heard the leader's roar and roared along. The roar of millions of zombies. The sound waves gathered and rushed straight into the sky. On the lonely cloud mountain, birds flew into the sky and ran around. The Zhuguang City also became quiet. Everyone knew that the zombies were really coming. Chapter 117. Qin Failong roar actually has a meaning. Because he roars, the zombies will respond. The roar of millions of zombies not only announces his arrival, but also deters the people in Zhuguang City. In the end of the world, people are still afraid of zombies. The hideous faces, sharp claws, terrible viruses, and huge numbers of zombies are all daunting. Especially at the beginning of the end of the world. People hesitated and feared, and their own fighting power could not be exerted. Some scenes that could have allowed escape or victory ended in death. It is almost the same now. Although people have built a survival base. That is without the Zombie King. He believed that the roar of the zombies would make the people in Jugwang City panic and timid before the battle. It is not uncommon for timid people to piss and collapse directly. This is a kind of psychological warfare, which Chen Failong has summed up after being a zombie for so long. But he overlooked one thing. That is, his opponent has never been a good person. Although Tang Jing did not know Chen Failong's thoughts, he could not let the zombies show off their power here. This roar had no effect on the light-chasing army. But the survivors in the city were indeed scared. Tang Jing, who had been watching the movement of the zombies, was staring at a certain direction of the zombies. Beside him, there were several company commanders of the light-chasing army. Among them, the artillery company commander Wang Jinglong and the aviation company commander Hu Yuhan were behind him. Have you roughly determined the location? General, I can't be completely sure, but I can give a general direction. The starting point of the sound wave should be in that direction. Okay. In that case, let's give this corpse king a welcome gift. Wang Jinglong and Hu Yuhang immediately gave the order to attack. Tang Jing deliberately added artillery and helicopters before the battle, and he could actually launch a wave of attacks before the zombies arrived. But he didn't do that, because once the trump card is exposed, it can't be considered a killer move. He wants to give the corpse king a welcome gift. The corpse king's roar seems majestic, but in fact it has exposed his approximate position, which just gave Tang Jing the opportunity to take action. At the rear artillery position, howitzers and rocket launchers adjusted the direction of their muzzles and aimed at the area where the corpse king was roughly located. Target: southwest, 10 o'clock, distance, 5 kilometers. 3 rounds of saturation strikes. Ready. Fire! As the order was issued, the artillery opened fire. Bang 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 bang. Boom bang bang bang. A batch of rockets and howitzers were fired, and bullets rained down from the sky. At this moment, the corpse group was only 3 or 4 kilometers away from Jugwang City, and Chen Failong location was about 5 kilometers away from the city. This distance is completely within the range of the artillery shells. The first howitzer shell exploded about 70 meters to the left of Chen Failong. Boom! A cloud of black smoke rose into the sky, and the huge sound of the artillery immediately suppressed the roar of the zombies. The 30 or so zombies at that position were blown up into the sky by this artillery fire. Whether it was ordinary zombies or armored ones, they were all kites. The center of the explosion was shattered, and those on the edge of the impact were injured to varying degrees. For zombies, a broken leg is even more serious than a broken heart, because a zombie with a broken leg cannot walk, and a zombie that can only crawl is basically useless. A zombie leg fell directly in front of Chen Failong. Ah! Cannon. Before Chen Failong could react, the continuous bombardment arrived. The shells of the howitzer and rocket launcher rumbled over, instantly turning this area into a sea of fire. A rocket launcher shell exploded 30 meters to the right of Chen Failong. He was unable to dodge, and a ball of flame rushed towards him, instantly burning all the remaining hair of Chen Failong. Not only his hair, but also the relatively clean luxury clothes he wore were burned. His skin gave off a sizzling aroma of barbecue. If it were a normal person, this would be a severe burn. It's bad. I'd better stop yelling. At this point, Chen Failong knew that it must be his roar that exposed his position, and as a result, he was hit by the artillery fire of the Jugwang army. But what frightened him even more was yet to come. Amid the artillery fire, a helicopter took off from Jugwang City and headed in this direction. He knew that Tang Jing had a helicopter, but he didn't know that there were 10 in Jugwang City. Cover me! A huge armored car beside him pounced down and pressed Chen Failong under him. The rumbling bombardment continued. This area was hit by artillery plowing. Zombies were constantly being blown to pieces or lifted off. Chen Failong couldn't care less. He completely hid under the armored car, and his body was almost buried in the soil. The plane arrived in a flash at a distance of several kilometers. The order they received was to try to fire within the bombing range of the artillery, and kill as many as they could. If they were lucky enough to kill the corpse king directly, the battle would be almost over. The area covered by the artillery was not only Chen Failong, but also the surrounding area within 1,000 meters, which was the target of attack. Because Tang Jing and his team had not locked Chen Failong's exact location, 10 planes came to the sky above this area and began to empty the magazines. Both the Little Bird helicopter and the transport helicopter were equipped with machine guns. And the little bird helicopter was even equipped with 12 Hellfire anti-tank missiles. It was morning now, and the ammunition would be refreshed at noon, so there was no need to reserve it. The plane stopped in the air about 70 meters above the ground, and then the gunner opened the cabin door and fired. Ding 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 ding. 20 heavy machine guns poured down deadly rain from the sky. This kind of shooting could not guarantee accuracy, but it did not need too high accuracy at this moment, because there were too many zombies on the ground. A string of bullets fell, and blood and flesh splattered on the ground, and corpses were everywhere. Those bird helicopters with zero protection fired missiles one after another. There was no need to carefully look for targets. Just fire at the places where there were more zombies. In the dense rain of bullets, occasionally a missile with a tail dropped from the sky, raising a cloud of black smoke on the ground. However, the effect of this anti-tank missile to kill the zombies was not particularly obvious, and it was not as effective as a machine gun. But the scene was shocking. From the perspective of Zhuguang City, 10 helicopters were seen hovering in the sky, constantly pouring down firepower, and the roars of the zombies before could no longer be heard, completely suppressed by the sound of the explosion. Chen Filong, who had almost hidden himself in the mud, felt a shot behind him, and the sound of machine gun bullets falling rang in his ears. The armored zombie that had been protecting him seemed to have lost its vitality and was limp and motionless. Chen Filong was regretting it at this moment. If he had known earlier, he would not have shouted. In fact, his large army had not arrived yet. He waited obediently until all the zombies arrived, and then let the zombies attack directly. Wouldn't it be very comfortable for him to sit on the Diaoyu Island at a distance? This shout stirred up a hornet's nest. He now had a large army, but he was powerless against the enemy in the air. The only way was to wait until these planes ran out of ammunition, and then he would quietly get up. This process was a bit long. 10 helicopters attacked the area above his head for more than 10 minutes, hitting the ground here with holes, and then slowly left. On the ground, countless zombie corpses were lying all over the place, spreading over a radius of hundreds of meters. Maybe Tang Zheng didn't know how many were killed in this wave, but Chen Filong, as the zombie leader, was very clear. Just this wave of artillery fire plus the strafing by planes, more than 6,000 of his men were killed, not including the thousands of slow-moving disabled zombies. Tang Zheng. So cruel. Chen Filong wanted to get up immediately, but suddenly became alert. No. I underestimated my opponent. Tang Zheng's attack was aimed at me. If I act rashly now, I might be discovered. Chen Filong was smart this time. He ordered several armored and agile zombies to run southeast with an ordinary zombie. He himself took off his armor, quietly retreated, and mixed into the group of zombies. Seeing himself naked and his skin burnt black, Chen Filong, who always thought he was still a human, was very uncomfortable. He called a zombie next to him, who was still wearing intact clothes, then took off his coat and hastily covered himself with it. During this process, another round of artillery fire suddenly came from Zhuguang City. Chen Filong Bait team was hit accurately this time. More than a dozen zombies turned into ashes in the bombardment, which made Chen Filong tremble with fear. If he hadn't been more careful and rashly summoned his men to protect him and retreat, this battle might have ended now. Chen Filong made up his mind this time. He would never show up before he completely conquered Zhuguang City. After mixing into the zombie group, he did not act alone, but made the zombie group pause its pace and stopped 3 kilometers away from Zhuguang City. The corpses of zombies on the ground could not be wasted. He had to devour them before taking action. Chen Filong also needed to take a breath and wait for all the subsequent zombies to arrive before taking action. After this lesson, Chen Filong became more cautious. When he first arrived at Zhuguang City, the momentum that swallowed thousands of miles was gone forever. On Zhuguang City, Tang Zheng saw the zombies that stopped and sighed slightly. As expected, he was not so lucky. The leader of the zombies was not killed in this wave of attacks. It would be very difficult to find such an opportunity next time. However, Tang Zheng did not expect that this lucky way could kill the zombie king in one fell swoop. His initial goal was achieved. First, the people in Zhuguang City cheered. They were able to learn about the situation through the city's broadcast. When the battle began, Xiao Dili ended the interview outside and came to a place on the city wall to broadcast the battle live. When they heard that the zombies were beaten so badly that they had to stop, people cheered, and the fear of the zombies' arrival just now disappeared. Chapter 118. Although some zombies were lost, This was nothing to the million zombie horde. In fact, Chen Failong million zombie horde had not yet arrived. The number of zombies that had come to Zhuguang City had not yet exceeded 300,000. And the subsequent zombies were still arriving. Chen Failong calmed down at this moment, and was no longer blindly arrogant. While letting the zombies devour the corpses of their companions on the spot, he gradually retreated to a relatively safe place. The so-called safety is actually being in the zombie group. At this moment, Chen Failong mixed into the zombie group that came later. He didn't believe that he would be discovered by Tang Zheng. As a zombie king, Chen Failong's eyesight is very good. He hid in the zombie group and could see the general situation of Zhuguang City. The south gate should be the most suitable area for the zombie army to launch an attack. Of course, Tang Zheng also arranged a strict defense here. But Chen Failong didn't think it would be useful. His million zombies could pile up on the walls of Zhuguang City. But he had to be as rational as possible and try to end this battle at a small cost. However, he did not act rashly at this moment. He was waiting for all his zombies to arrive. Time passed by minute, and a large number of zombies gradually approached Zhuguang City along the roads and fields. Chen Failong asked the new zombies to automatically disperse after arriving. Disperse along the south gate and east gate of Zhuguang City. Stop about 6 or 7 kilometers away from the city wall, and surround the entire city. The reason why they stayed at a distance of 6 or 7 kilometers was because Chen Failong knew that guns could not pose a threat to zombies at this distance. As for the light-chasing army's artillery fire, Chen Failong was not afraid. Go ahead and see how many shells you have. Can you kill all my 1 million zombies? As long as you can't kill all the zombies, you will be eaten by zombies sooner or later. The number of zombies increased, gradually obscuring the limit of vision. This process was a bit long. From early morning to morning, from morning to noon, and after 12 o'clock noon, the zombies had not all arrived. And there were still a steady stream of zombies entering the battlefield. This is also a process of psychological pressure. And it also represents Chen Failong's determination to never let the people of Zhuguang City have a chance to escape. At this moment, Zhuguang City is like being in a vast ocean. Like a ship sailing in the sea. It seems that it can be swallowed by the black waves composed of zombies at any time. If it were a normal city defense force, it would collapse just by watching this process. But Tang Zheng troops were fearless and didn't care about these at all. Chen Failong's psychological warfare had no effect. It's just that the long waiting time was so oppressive that it made people feel suffocated. Seeing that the ammunition had been refreshed at noon, and the zombies had not launched an attack yet, Tang Zheng was a little anxious. The previous artillery bombardment and aircraft raids were actually just minor fights. The real victory or defeat was the battle of attacking and defending the city wall. During this process, Tang Zheng kept watching the arrival of the zombies through the radar screen. It must be said that the efficiency of zombies is really high. If 1 million troops were marched to a place by humans, it would take several days for all of them to arrive. And these zombies just walked over the mountains and plains. 1 million zombies. More than half of them came in half a day. The zombie encirclement outside Zhuguang City is nearly 10 kilometers thick. And 10 kilometers away, there are still zombies that have not arrived yet. This zombie leader seems to have learned to be smart. This arrangement is determined not to leave us any chance to survive. It seems that the battle will take at least 2 hours. Notify everyone to have lunch and take turns to rest, so as not to be exhausted when the battle starts. The kitchen team had prepared lunch, and the soldiers began to take turns to rest and eat. Tang Zheng also took a lunch box and a bowl of soup and ate on the city wall. On the radio next to him, people kept asking questions. How is the battle in Zhuguang City going? It won't end so soon. I heard the roar of zombies on the radio before, and I vaguely heard the sound of gunfire. What's the situation? Are there really 1 million zombies? What is the situation now? Little Dilly is on air. There is no doubt that the number of zombies has been confirmed. Zhuguang City is doomed. It is just a matter of time. I estimate that it may fall tonight. I know who is speaking. It is Li Wang, the second counselor of the Alliance. Xie Jinshan asked you to say this. If Zhuguang City is doomed, the Alliance will bear considerable responsibility. Everyone should be careful with what they say. It is hard to say what the future situation will be. According to the speeches on the radio, basically no one is optimistic about Zhuguang City. Tang Zheng doesn't care about people's views at the moment. The more pessimistic people are now, the more shocking the future will be. This is the first battle for the Zhuguang army to gain a foothold in the northern territory. It must be won, And it must be won beautifully. Now Tang Jing just hopes that the zombies can attack as soon as possible. Fortunately, after a rest for a while after eating, the zombies finally moved. It is now 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the million zombie army is basically in place. Among this huge zombie group, a group of zombies were peeling off, which was the first wave of zombies attacking Zhuguang City. Although this wave of zombies seemed to be very large, Tang Jing still breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the previous attack made the zombie leader more cautious. At least, he did not swarm all the zombies into battle, which was a good sign. But despite this, there were enough zombies in this wave. It seemed to be endless. About 50,000 or 60,000. The Zhuguang army was also ready to welcome the arrival of the zombies. This will be the first time since the end of the world that humans face zombies head-on. The broadcast on Xiao Dili's side has also been restored. Now the broadcast channel is silent. Even if people can't see the picture, they want to know the result of this battle. Just as Tang Jing thought, Chen Feilong was indeed very cautious. After all the zombies arrived, he started a tentative attack. This attack was mainly to see the strength of the Zhuguang army's defense. After he found the weakness of the Zhuguang army, he would mobilize a large force to defeat it in one fell swoop. Under his command, 50,000 zombie troops began to march towards Zhuguang City. 50,000 may sound like just a number, but in reality, more than 10,000 zombies are everywhere. 50,000 zombies are moving together, and it looks like they are endless. The black wave formed by the zombies slowly pressed towards Zhuguang City. The stench that rose to the sky even formed a light black smoke that enveloped the zombies. The first zombie was the first to enter the 2-kilometer range. Boom! An explosion sounded. Huh? Are you starting to attack at this distance? Chen Feilong looked at the battlefield from a distance, and soon found something wrong. Zhuguang City did not fire, but mines exploded. Boom, boom, boom. As the zombies advanced, mines began to explode one after another. The zombies that stepped on the mines were either blown to pieces, or had their legs broken, and lost their ability to move on the ground. Soon, mines continued to explode throughout the Nanmen battlefield. Chen Feilong gritted his teeth, and did not issue an order to retreat. He knew that the Zhuguang army had made preparations long ago, but he didn't expect that they were so well prepared and even laid mines outside the city. But he had no way to retreat. The zombies were all ground troops. They couldn't attack the city without passing through the minefield. So no matter how much he lost, he had to grit his teeth and rush forward. Don't retreat. Climb forward even if you have to. He gave an order to the zombies, and the zombies moved forward. However, he quietly withdrew the mutant zombies. At this time, there was no need to waste precious mutant zombies. The continuous explosions continued. The front of the zombie group was decreasing, but the distance to Zhuguang City was getting closer. Seeing this situation, Tang Jing also took a few breaths. This zombie leader is not stupid. He uses ordinary zombies to step on my mine array. I have to say that this seemingly stupid method is actually the best method. In this case, Tang Jing could not order the artillery to fire. Once the artillery was fired, the mine array would be detonated in advance. At present, we can only hope to kill as many zombies as possible before the mine array is stepped on. The first direct confrontation between humans and zombies began in this slightly dull, but extremely cruel situation. From 2:30 p.m. to 5 p.m., the zombies advanced silently and stepped on the minefield of the light-chasing army. For this, all 50,000 zombies attacking from the zombie side were killed, and 30,000 were sent later. There were less than 3,000 zombies who actually reached the city of light chasing, including those killed by artillery bombardment and aircraft raids. Chen Feilong has lost a total of 90,000 zombies. If it were a human army, the casualties would have been huge. But Chen Feilong was a zombie, and his men were worthless. His heart and his thinking were also different from those of humans. As cold and hard as stone. He felt it was worth it to break the outer defense of Zhuguang City at the cost of 90,000 zombies. Seeing that there were still more than 2,000 zombies approaching Zhuguang City, he knew that those zombies would definitely not come back. Since the outer defense of Zhuguang City was broken, his plan had to continue. He raised his hand and pointed, and another 50,000 zombies, who were waiting in the back, followed. At this time, it was almost dusk, and the huge black zombie swarm rushed towards Zhuguang City again. When the local thunder array continued to kill zombies, Xiao Dili's radio broadcasted it. Hearing that the Zhuguang army had wiped out 90,000 zombies without bloodshed, Many people on the radio cheered. It sounded like a great victory. But Tang Zheng didn't think so. Without the protection of the minefield, the light-chasing army will face the zombies directly. And that will be the beginning of the real battle. But Tang Zheng looked up and looked at the sky. The sky of the end of the world is still dim, with only a faint light falling from the clouds. In the sky, you can vaguely see the sun setting in the west. And it will set in more than an hour. The night is coming soon. Chapter 119. The cool mountain wind blew over, making the flags of the Zhuguang army rustle. Tang Zheng walked on the top of the city wall to check on the soldiers. Below the city wall, the remaining more than 2,000 ordinary zombies were easily killed by the soldiers. And even firing cannons was useless. Tang Zheng walked past the soldiers and randomly asked one soldier, "How do you feel?" "Report to the general." "It's as easy as shooting." "Very good. Then continue shooting." "Yes." After walking around and seeing that there was no problem with the preparations, Tang Zheng focused his attention on the zombies that were about to arrive. Perhaps because of the lesson learned from the first wave of bombardment, the zombies' formation this time is no longer so dense. 50,000 zombies are scattered on the plain, with a distance of about 2 or 3 meters between each other. Such a formation will undoubtedly greatly reduce the effect of the bombardment. Fighting can make people grow, and it can also make zombies grow. The zombie king on the opposite side is also constantly improving. The zombie group behind is 6 kilometers away from Zhuguang City, which is a good distance, because the maximum range of the 107 rocket launcher is 85,000 meters. But in actual combat, the best effect is generally within 6 kilometers. They retreated 6 kilometers away, and the rocket launchers had to be deployed in the city. So it was difficult to fight the zombies. As for the howitzers, because there were only 10, it would be difficult to bring much results to the million zombies. And the zombies were not afraid. It seems that this zombie king is also a person who understands military affairs. This arrangement made the defenders very uncomfortable. But Tang Zheng also saw a weakness of the enemy. That is, the charging zombies and the large army behind them have opened up some distance. Once there is any change in the frontline battle, it is difficult for the zombies to support with their speed. This is probably the effect of the artillery bombardment just now. The zombies dare not get too close. With this advantage, Tang Zheng felt a little relieved. This is a good thing. There is still a chance to fight this battle. Focusing on the approaching zombie group, Tang Zheng did not let the troops fire this time. The effect of firing is not very good, so it is better to save the shells first, as they may be used at any time. Attention all units. When the zombies approach the city wall within 400 meters, all rifles will open fire. Attention all units. After conveying it 3 times in a row, all the Zhuguang army received Tang Zheng order. The soldiers finally checked the ammunition in the guns to make sure the bullets were loaded. On the sentry tower, in the machine gun bunker, and behind the battlements of the city wall, everyone was ready. The zombies under the city wall, like monsters from another world, slowly advanced. Occasionally, there were sporadic mine explosions, blowing away a few zombies. The process of advancing was slow and depressing. 1 kilometer. 800 meters. 600 meters. 400 meters. Seeing the zombies enter the predetermined position, Tang Zheng waved his hand. Fire! Beside him, the city guard captain Chu Xian raised his sniper rifle and shot a tall armored head with 1 shot. This shot was like a starting gun, and the soldiers on the city wall opened fire almost at the same time. If it were a normal army facing such a large number of zombies, it would be to fire as much as possible and hit as many as possible. But now the zombies were scattered. Tang Zheng asked, in the range of 400 to 200 meters, to try to achieve headshots. Although the mobilized soldiers did not have the same shooting skills as the sharpshooters, Tang Zheng troops were basically all 3-star mobilized soldiers, and their shooting skills were better than those of ordinary soldiers in the regular army. Although the distance was a bit far, the headshot rate was still maintained at about 30%. As for the heavy machine gunners, Tang Zheng did not let them open fire. Now the zombies were scattered, and the killing effect of the heavy machine guns was not very good. When the zombies reached the city wall, they would naturally gather together, and then the highlight would come. The battle at this time was a one-sided massacre. The soldiers' mission was to shoot at moving targets. It was just that the range was a little far, so it was not easy to hit a headshot. However, the Zhuguang army was strong and well equipped with ammunition, and the zombies had to pay a heavy price for every step forward. The most common scene now was that their heads exploded while they were walking, and they suddenly fell to the ground. Almost every few meters they advanced. Nearly 100 zombies were killed on the road. But Shin Failong didn't care at all. His current order was for the zombies to move forward as much as possible. He also knew that the only way to conquer this fortified city was to charge up the city wall. And to charge up the city wall, there must be a road leading to the wall. The zombies could not use tools, so they could only rely on their bodies to pile up a road. So the losses ahead were inevitable. And he had already prepared for this. Gradually, the zombie group approached within a range of 200 meters. At this distance, the zombie group inevitably began to gather, and the light and heavy machine guns that had long been unable to hold back immediately began to roar wildly. There are many heavy machine guns in Jugwang City. There are more than 30 machine gun bunkers on the south gate wall. On the wall, each platoon has heavy machine guns, and each squad has light machine guns. The fierce rain of bullets whistled down, immediately causing a fatal blow to the zombies. At this moment, from a high place, because the sky is a little dim, you can clearly see the golden torrent pouring down from the wall. The golden torrent collided with the black zombie tide on the ground, and the black zombie tide was immediately beaten back. But the retreat was only a matter of a moment. As the zombies approached the city wall, and the large group of zombies behind them arrived, the black zombies advanced against the golden torrent. The killing efficiency at this moment was much higher than the previous rifle bursts. At the front of the zombies, no zombie could survive for more than 10 seconds. Whether it was an ordinary zombie or a mutant zombie, the huge zombie group relied entirely on inertia to charge against the bullets. Compared with the number of the huge zombie group, the number of machine guns was still too small. Although all the rifles and machine guns of Jugwang City were deployed, the zombies still advanced at a slow speed. Helicopter, go! Tang Jin also knew what the zombie leader was thinking, and he probably wanted to build a path to the city wall as soon as possible. He would not let the zombies succeed easily, and immediately sent a helicopter to the scene. After a rest, the helicopter, which had been fully reloaded with bullets, went on the scene again. They hovered in the area between 250 meters of the city wall, pouring bullets onto the ground as much as possible. With the help of the helicopter, the progress of the zombies slowed down a bit. All jeeps, motorcycles, and all-terrain vehicles equipped with machine guns go to the city wall. These fast and flexible vehicles climbed up the city wall along the driveway. These vehicles also carried vehicle-mounted machine guns. When the vehicles came to the top of the city wall, the soldiers on the vehicles immediately stood up, set up the machine guns, and fired at the bottom. New firepower was constantly added. And finally, the offensive momentum of the zombies was slowed down. The distance of 50 meters from the city wall was the red line of the Jugwang army. The soldiers would never allow the zombies to easily cross this red line. At least this wave of 50,000 zombies would never be allowed to come under the city wall. This intensity of shooting made the zombies' deaths particularly tragic, especially after dozens of vehicles climbed onto the city wall. Zombies died in large numbers every second, and less than half of the 50,000 assault troops remained. The fierce gunshots echoed on the plains, and were also transmitted to thousands of households in the Northern Territory through radio waves. At the Alliance headquarters, on Xia Jinshan's desk, there was a radio equipment. All 12 members of the Alliance Parliament were present, listening to the frontline battle situation in Jugwang City. In the radio waves, fierce gunshots and Xiao Dili's urgent voice continued to come. This is Jugwang City. This is Jugwang City. I am Xiao Dili, and I am now on the city wall bringing you the first-hand battle report. The battle has now entered a white-hot state, and a large number of zombies have been killed in the area between 250 meters near the city wall. According to temporary statistics, the total number of zombies annihilated by the Jugwang army has exceeded 100,000. I can hardly hear any other sounds here. There are gunshots everywhere, and my eardrums are buzzing. The zombies in the distance are moving again, and it seems that there is another group of zombies about to join the battlefield. But it seems that our soldiers are still at ease. The zombies paid a price of more than 100,000, but still failed to approach the city wall. A burst of vehicle sounds came from the radio waves, and Xiao Dili seemed to turn around. Then, fierce gunshots came from the radio. Like popping beans, Lena stepped forward and turned down the volume of the radio a little. Speaker, it seems that the Jugwang army is doing well. Xia Jinshan nodded slightly. It's true that he fought well. We all underestimated Tang Zheng. No one thought that he hid so deeply. Not only did he hide a large number of troops, but he even hid his planes and artillery. He only took them out at this time. Not only did it surprise us, but I guess the zombie leader was so distressed that he was about to bleed. Li Wang also hung beside him. Useless zombies. Hundreds of thousands of them sacrificed, and couldn't even get close to the city wall. If this continues, won't the whole army be wiped out, and can't shake Zhuguang City? The other counselors also showed their concerns. If there is anyone in the Northern Territory who does not want Tang Zheng to win, it may be these people in the alliance. Because once Tang Zheng wins, his reputation in this land will reach a height that others cannot reach. Not to mention other survivors. It is estimated that some people in the alliance will settle in Zhuguang City. On the contrary, the alliance itself will be the biggest victim, and its reputation will fall to the bottom. In their minds, Zhuguang City will be annihilated by zombies. And then the zombies will also suffer heavy losses. And then the alliance will come forward to clean up the mess. Which is the best option? Now seeing that the Zhuguang army fought so well, they all found it hard to accept. Only Xie Jinshan smiled and waved his hand. You are a little too worried. In my opinion, it may be difficult for the Zhuguang army to hold on until tomorrow. Speaker, are you making a wrong estimate? It's already past 6 o'clock. And it's estimated that the battle will last until 8 o'clock. Ah! Wait! What do you mean? Lena was halfway through her words when she suddenly realized something. Xie Jinshan smiled confidently. Yes. Inertial thinking made you make a mistake. Zombies are not humans. The more night falls, the more active they are. Humans are the opposite. Not only will they be more tired at night, but more importantly, they can't see anything. If Tang Zheng is not well prepared, tonight will be the time when Zhuguang City will be destroyed. Chapter 120. After hearing Xie Jinshan's explanation, Liana and the others suddenly realized it was indeed their negligence. After the apocalypse began, the night was almost starless and moonless. No matter which group of survivors, few people were active at night. The zombies were just the opposite. They were more active at night. The darkness had no effect on them. They thought the battle would end at night. But it was not the case. The night was the beginning of the fierce battle. When they thought of the dark night, millions of zombies surging in, and people would become food for the zombies. That scene made everyone shudder. I hope the Zhuguang army can hold out. At least not be wiped out tonight. Well, I don't think it will end so soon. After all, Zhuguang City has 2 walls. If Tang Zheng can't defeat them, he can retreat to the inner city. Tang Zheng is well prepared and is not completely powerless. I think he should be able to hold out for 2 to 3 days. The crowd who just thought the Zhuguang army fought well immediately changed their tone. They hope the Zhuguang army will be defeated. But they don't want them to be defeated so quickly and thoroughly. Otherwise there will be no one to resist this group of zombies. And the entire Northern Territory will face the threat of zombies. Many people in other survivors' bases were also restless. Many people understood the principle of the lips and teeth are cold. Any disputes or unhappiness in normal times were internal affairs of humans. But facing zombies, many people thought that everyone should still unite together. Now Zhuguang City was standing at the forefront of human beings' fight against zombies, which was an important weather vane. Most of the survivors in other bases did not want Tang Zheng to be defeated, and some even wanted to support him. But the Alliance's actions made everyone feel uncertain. The Alliance doesn't care. So will we just fill the gaps between the zombies' teeth if we go there with so few people? Yong Linling at the manor base listened to the fierce battle on the radio and wanted to support several times. But in the end, he didn't give the order. Alas! I have seen Tang Zheng before. He looks like a good guy. What a pity. If he wins this time, I will form an alliance with him and get rid of Xie Jinshan alliance. If he loses, he can't stay in the North Territory. Other bases, some small bases also had the idea of supporting. But in the end, considering their own strength, they had to give up. However, everyone had a preliminary recognition of Tang Zheng. He was able to bravely stand on the front line to fight against zombies. This person was much more reliable than Xie Jinshan alliance. Tang Zheng didn't know that the outside world's evaluation of him was getting better and better. The battle under the city made him unable to distract himself. Of the 50,000 zombies that had been eliminated, only more than 10,000 remained. In more than 20 minutes, this wave of zombies would probably be wiped out. But the current situation is not optimistic. Although the light-chasing army has eliminated hundreds of thousands of zombies, its own consumption is also not small. The training bullets replenished at noon have been used up, and many boxes of ammunition on the city wall have been opened. After the fierce battle, the soldiers themselves began to feel a little tired. The hundreds of thousands of zombies lost were not a big deal. Tang Jing even noticed that the zombies that stepped on the mines and the zombies that attacked the city wall were almost all ordinary zombies. Obviously, the zombie leader has a battle plan. The current calm means the next hardship. Sure enough, when the time was close to 7 o'clock, the zombies here had not been completely eliminated, and new zombies had joined the battlefield. In the last glimmer of daylight, a large number of zombies swept in again. This time, the number of zombies looked more than the previous wave. In the dim light, Tang Jing saw that a large number of mutant zombies had joined the battle among the zombies. 100,000. This time, the number of zombies in the attack wave is almost 100,000. And the sun has set. And it's already dark. It will be night in less than half an hour. And the time for the zombies to arrive here is also very good. Not only does it connect the front and the back, it doesn't give us any chance to breathe. And it arrives just when night falls. It seems that the zombie leader has planned it in advance, and has planned a night attack long ago. If I hadn't had complete armaments and sufficient funds, I would have been tricked by you this time. Tang Jing ordered the troops not to be stingy with bullets, increase firepower output, and eliminate the 10,000 zombies near the city wall as soon as possible to prepare for the next battle. At the same time, he opened his own system. As time passed, the battle in Zhuguang City was not over yet. When they heard Xiao Dili say on the radio that nearly 100,000 zombies had entered the battlefield, many people suddenly realized that it was already dark. It turned out that the idea of ending the battle at dark was wishful thinking on their part. And zombies did not have the habit of resting at night. It's dark now. How can we fight? Even the people in Zhuguang City, who were cheering for the good performance of the Zhuguang army, are now unsure. In the radio, Xiao Dili's voice couldn't help but tremble. The battle is still going on. I can see that the searchlights on the sentry towers inside the city wall are on. The soldiers are using the lights to eliminate the approaching zombies. 5 minutes ago, I could still see a large number of zombies approaching in the distance. But now I can't see where the zombies are when I look into the distance. It must be said that the autumn night comes too early. It's completely dark before 8 o'clock. As she reported, people's hearts were in their throats. Everyone was worried. Worried that they would hear people's screams, hear the news of the city being broken, or hear nothing at all. Different from people's reactions, Qin Feilong was grinning at Zhuguang City in the Dark Corpse group. That Tang Jing is probably still thankful that I didn't attack with all my strength. He thinks I'm a fool. The area in front of Zhuguang City is so small. If we send too many zombies at once, it will suit his needs. The dense formation will allow him to fire at will. You gave me a gift, so I must give you a gift in return. Don't you have a searchlight in your sentry tower? Let's have a night battle. Qin Feilong was very proud. Although he had lost hundreds of thousands of ordinary zombies, it was nothing. He could summon them back in any city with just a few shouts. Moreover, the zombies before were cannon fodder he sent out, and his mutant zombies had not yet entered the battle. This wave of 100,000 zombies was the beginning of the real attack. In the darkness, he did not believe that the light-chasing army still had the same fighting power as before. The zombies would soon rush to the foot of the city wall and pile up on the city wall. If everything went well, the city would be broken tonight. As night fell, Qin Feilong no longer had as many concerns as before and ordered the new zombies to advance quickly. 100,000 zombies were too many. After Qin Feilong's order, the zombies no longer kept a distance from each other and began to move forward quickly in groups in the darkness. Soon, they entered the range of 3 kilometers from the city. Tang Jing turned on the radar screen and watched the zombies advance. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was still within the plan. Since the arrival of the zombies, Tang Jing has been deducing the battle plan in his mind. He put himself in the position of the zombie king and imagined how he would fight if he were the zombie king. Among them, night combat is definitely the highlight. So the zombies are delaying time. Tang Jing is also delaying time. And everyone is waiting for the arrival of night. The zombies felt that they had a sure win. And Tang Jing also had a gift for them. Seeing the zombies coming, Tang Jing ordered to open fire. With the guidance of the radar, there was no need for lighting at all. The artillerymen could just fire according to the coordinates provided by the radar squad. Artillery Company Commander Wang Jinglong was sitting in the radar station at the moment, sitting next to Li Shaoqing, the squad leader of the radar squad. He looked at the radar screen, held the walkie-talkie, and gave the order to fire directly to the soldiers on the front line. Left front. 9 o'clock direction. 2.2 kilometers away. Fire. Directly ahead. At 12 o'clock. 2.3 kilometers away. Fire coverage. Orders were issued one after another, and the artillery in Zhuguang City opened fire. The target area was full of zombies. Balls of fire began to explode in the dark. The artillery soldiers were busy loading shells, firing, unpacking and carrying shells. The deafening sound of the artillery brought a fatal blow to the zombies, especially those rocket launchers. Every time they fired, 19 rockets whizzed out, with burning tails in the dark, in an arc parabola, and flew directly out of the city. Normally, a rocket shell costs 2.5 gold. So, one launch costs 47.5 gold. 10 rocket shells cost 475 gold. If there is no arsenal, Tangjun will go bankrupt soon. But with the arsenal, the cost of funds has been reduced to about 100 gold. Tangjun can afford it now. Behind them, the engineering troops are constantly carrying new shells from the arsenal. Tangjun's order is that as long as the artillery can still fire, don't stop. The dense artillery plowed the land as if it was free, and flew out from Zhuguang City, watching the endless shells falling from the sky and watching his own group of corpses being killed and injured. Chen Filong almost gnashed his fangs. Isn't this the damn life of him? I don't believe it. How many shells can you have? And the area you bombed is nothing more than the range of these 2 kilometers. As long as I advance to within 1 kilometer of the city wall, your shells will be useless. Speed up. Get closer to the city wall. Chen Filong didn't care how many zombies died, and asked them to speed up as much as possible, and pass through the artillery attack area at all costs. He believed that the people of the Zhuguang army could not see through the night, and as long as they reached that area, it would be his world. The zombies received the order, and tried their best to move their staggering steps, and try to get closer to Zhuguang City. After all, the number of artillery was limited, and the large army of zombies finally entered within 1 kilometer of the Zhuguang City wall. At this distance, the parabola of the artillery is not enough to attack them. Without the suppression of the artillery, the zombies move faster. The zombies entered the 500-meter shooting range from the city wall. Although he suffered heavy losses, Chen Filong believed that as long as he could pass these 500 meters, no matter how big the sacrifice was, it was worth it. But the next scene stunned him. In the Zhuguang City, many bright white light bullets swayed into the air and flew directly to a height of nearly 100 meters. Then, the light bullets descended at an extremely slow speed and emitted a strong white light, illuminating the ground hundreds of meters below as if it were daytime. This is a flare. Tangjun. You old cunt. I'm going to eat you. Chapter 121. This sudden flare disrupted Chen Filong deployment. According to his plan, the zombies rushed to the city wall under the cover of night, and quickly built a pile of corpses leading to the city wall. As long as the pile of corpses reached the top of the city wall, the zombies behind would rush up and completely submerge Zhuguang City. The core premise of this plan is that the Zhuguang army cannot see the zombies, and the zombies are also rushing over in a very crowded manner at this moment, piling up densely, which gives the Zhuguang army a very good shooting opportunity. Sure enough, after the flares were launched, a new round of shooting by the Zhuguang army began. Unlike the last time when only rifles fired at a distance of 500 meters. This time, all the machine guns on standby began to fire. This dealt a heavy blow to Chen Filong's group of corpses. But it was impossible to retreat at this moment. The huge group of corpses was crowded together, and he could not respond immediately even if he gave another order. The only way was to rush forward. Although the firepower of the light-chasing army was very strong, and they killed countless zombies, there were too many zombies charging in this wave. The light-chasing army opened fire at full power, but they could only keep the zombies from rushing across the 50-meter red line. The two sides were in a stalemate. But at this time, something suddenly changed on the zombie side. About 4,000 armored zombies went into battle. According to the law of zombie evolution, the initial height of armored zombies is 2 meters. Between 2 and 3 meters, they are all armored zombies. Over 3 meters, they are gorilla zombies. This group of armored zombies are at least 2.2 meters tall, and the taller ones are about 2.56 meters tall. The degree of evolution is already extraordinary. These zombies were forced by Chen Failong to bend down and follow the ordinary zombies to charge. Originally, there were 5,000 zombies. After the previous round of bombardment and machine gun fire, there were still about 4,000. Now the cannon fodder zombies in front attracted a lot of firepower, and the armored zombies appeared as the main force. I saw these armored zombies suddenly stand up, using their sturdy arms to protect the vital parts of their heads, like a black wall, rushing towards Zhuguang City. Ding 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 ding. Countless bullets hit the armored body, but they no longer had the devastating effect that they had on ordinary zombies. As long as the head is not hit, it doesn't matter if the body is shot through. This kind of zombie is difficult to be smashed by heavy machine guns, although there are still armored people who are hit in the head and fall down during the shooting. The situation has changed. Led by the armored, the zombies move forward quickly. The helicopter of Zhuguang City took off again, firing heavy machine guns from the air, cooperating with the defenders on the city wall to kill the armored. The snipers in the sentry tower also gave up killing ordinary zombies and focused on killing armored zombies instead. 30 meters? 20 meters? The armored zombies kept falling and their numbers began to decrease sharply. From 4,000, they quickly dropped to less than 2,000. When they were 10 meters away from the city wall, the Zhuguang army threw grenades. These armored zombies suddenly straightened up and used their bodies to help the zombies behind them resist the frontal impact of the grenades. Under the grenades and machine guns, there were only a few of these armored zombies left. But behind them, a large number of zombies surged forward and rushed to the edge of the city wall. The scene after that was somewhat unstoppable. The zombies rushed forward, regardless of how the bullets on the city wall poured down, and they would die under the city wall, offering their bodies for the construction of the pile of corpses. After more than half an hour of bloody battle, 100,000 zombies, under the cover of the armored zombie group, paid more than 40,000 casualties, and finally approached the city of Zhuguang City. Seeing that the zombies finally approached the city wall, Chen Failong in the distance was overjoyed. Although Tang Zheng arrangement disrupted his plan, and the 100,000 zombies alone could not break through the city wall, he didn't care because he still had a lot of zombies. With a wave of his hand, 100,000 zombies continued to follow. Tonight, we must expand the results of the battle no matter what. And Chen Failong also gained some combat experience after observation. That is, don't use your strength evenly. If you attack the city wall in an all-out manner, all the firepower of the Zhuguang army can be fully released, and the casualties on your side will be too great. From now on, he chose 3 attack locations. One is the main gate of the south gate. One is the southwest of the city wall, and the other is near the water gate of Fengming River. These 3 locations were chosen by Chen Failong as the main attack locations. The south city wall is a long distance of 5 kilometers. The defenders focus on guarding 3 locations. The firepower of so many people cannot be fully released, and no matter how the Zhuguang army kills, the pile of corpses will get higher and higher, and eventually it will exceed the city wall. It must be said that Chen Failong's strategy has worked. When he gave the order to focus the attack, the zombies under the city wall began to move. The zombies around the 3 locations began to gather quickly. This is certainly conducive to killing, but the pile of corpses will accumulate faster. Reinforcements. Reinforcements. The pressure at the south gate is very high, and reinforcements are needed. Zombies are gathering in the southwest, and more than 10,000 zombies have arrived here. We can't kill them all. Request support. The wall between the southeast gate and the water gate is in danger, and more than 15,000 zombies have gathered here. The black mass of zombies crowded under the city wall, trying to pile up. The bullets from the city wall rained down like raindrops, and almost no one missed without aiming. But the pile of corpses continued to grow rapidly. In just 10 minutes, the pile of corpses here was more than 3 meters high, and the area was very large. Seeing this situation, Tang Zheng did not panic. It was only a matter of time before the zombies approached the city wall. After all, the number of the other side was so huge. He was able to successfully suppress the progress of the zombies through various tactical means. And before the other side approached the city wall, he killed nearly 200,000 zombies in total, which was already a great success. Tang Zheng knew long ago that the final victory or defeat must be concentrated in the attack and defense stage of the city wall. Seeing that the zombies had gathered under the city, Tang Jung waved his hand. Flamethrower warriors, go! With such a dense group of zombies, the killing efficiency of ordinary firearms is already very low, and the best killing method is the flamethrower warrior. Now there are about 50 flamethrower warriors in the whole battalion. After receiving the order, 10 flamethrower warriors arrived at each of the 3 dangerous places on the city wall by car. The Polaris all-terrain vehicle was responsible for the road transportation on the city wall. The wheels almost ran out of sparks on the stone slabs of the city wall, transporting the flamethrower warriors to the location. The warriors jumped off the car and lay down on the battlements of the city wall. The flamethrower stuck out of the battlement and fired at the group of corpses below. The long dragon of flames roared out, and the aroma of barbecue immediately began to spread. The pile of corpses below, as well as the zombies around the pile of corpses, were all enveloped in flames. These zombies were also fearless, and not afraid of being burned by the flames. They continued to roar forward and tried to climb onto the pile of corpses. The most tragic attack and defense phase began, with human-shaped torches constantly rising up, and the flames above them falling down. The pile of corpses was burning and falling, but new zombies kept coming up, and then the height rose again. The speed of burning slowed down the rise of the pile of corpses a little, but only a little. 10 flamethrower warriors soon sprayed 10 rounds of flames each, and the gasoline in the box behind them was exhausted. Just as the flamethrower warriors were about to refuel, Tang Jung waved his hand to stop them. You can refuel, but stop spraying flames for a while. The soldiers of the light-chasing army immediately and unconditionally executed the order, although they felt that the situation was urgent at the moment and they should continue to attack the zombies. They still obeyed the general's order. Tang Jung stood on the city wall and looked into the distance. Nothing can be seen clearly in the dark night. Only when the flares are launched, a new wave of zombies can be seen coming in the distance. It seems that the zombie leader is determined to take down Zhuguang City tonight. From the beginning of the battle to now, the zombies have lost more than 200,000. But the zombie leader has no intention of giving up. Tang Jung also saw that no matter how he fought back, it would continue to invest. In this case, killing too quickly is not a good thing, because zombies don't know how to get tired. But their soldiers still need some rest time and time to change meals. So Tang Jung plans to delay the battle tonight. Now is not the time for a decisive battle. Tang Jung must first fight with the opponent to consume. The artillery continues to fire and hit the zombies that have just joined the battlefield. Helicopters must continue to put pressure on the zombies attacking the city in the air. Flamethrower warriors, spray a round of flames every 10 minutes, and the pile of corpses will rise a little bit. The higher it goes, the more corpses are needed below. It will be difficult for them to rush to the top of the city wall tonight. The defenders of the west wall, north wall, and inner city all come to the south wall to assist in the defense. A series of orders were issued, and the Zhuguang army immediately took action. The defenders on the west wall, north wall, and inner wall all rushed over to assist the defenders on the south in the defensive operations. As for the company on the east wall, Tang Jung never let them move, because although the battle had not started on the east wall, the minefield had still been stepped on. As long as the zombie leader wanted, the east wall could be deployed at any time. Tang Jung even saw zombies wandering 3 kilometers away from the east wall. Therefore, Tang Jung kept the east city garrison stationary, not giving the zombies a chance to attack. The south city, which received reinforcements, stabilized its front again. Although there were many zombies at this time, it was impossible to rush up the city wall at once. They piled up corpses below, and the Zhuguang army continued to kill them. The first wave of 100,000 zombies had dropped to more than 30,000, and the loss was extremely heavy. However, the pile of corpses under the city also piled up to a height of more than 6 meters. From a distance, the 3 attack locations of Zhuguang City began to rise like 3 small hills, and the new round of zombie support troops, under the bombardment of artillery, gradually entered the battlefield. The fierce attack and defense continued, and time passed by minute by minute. Soon, the time came to 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. In the dark night, Tang Jung did not continue to command at the south gate, but came to the northeast gate of Zhuguang City. This place is close to the foothills of Guyun Mountain. Even zombies are not guarding here, because it is not suitable for launching an attack. And Tang Jung armored forces have been assembled here. Chapter 122. 5 Type 15s, 5 scimitars, 5 armored vehicles, and a large number of jeeps, and even the off-road vehicles collected by Tang Zheng were all gathered here, with a total of nearly 200 vehicles. At this moment, although Tang Zheng field troops were all fighting on the city wall, he still had soldiers to mobilize. The engineers of the engineering platoon were all transferred to serve as drivers, and Tang Zheng Guard Platoon and Ji Yuntian Security Department personnel all served as machine gunners. Tang Zheng has equipped each vehicle with a machine gun and loaded 2 boxes of bullets. These vehicles gathered here, waiting for Tang Zheng order. Tang Zheng came to the front of the team and made a brief speech. As everyone knows, the battle has reached a critical moment. I know the zombie leader's idea very well. He intends to take advantage of the night to break through the light-chasing city in one fell swoop. Although we have flares here, it is not as convenient as fighting in the daytime. This is his best chance. Their second wave of 100,000 zombies is about to arrive at the city. And I found that after several deployments, the front line of the zombies has become farther away from Zhuguang City, and the current distance is about 8 kilometers. Zombies move slowly, which is their weakness, and the plain in front of Zhuguang City is so small that it is unrealistic to rush it all at once. So I analyzed that this wave of 100,000 attacking zombies is their last wave tonight. If they want to organize a third wave of attack, it should be tomorrow morning. We need to fight for a chance to rest. So we need to choose a suitable time to strike hard at the zombies, forcing them to stop their attack tonight. This is our strategic goal. Listen to my orders now. Half an hour later, the artillery will fire again. While the zombies are in chaos, we will rush out to strike. The time is tentatively set at 2 a.m. Attack at 2 a.m. Arrive at the battlefield in 10 minutes. End the battle at 2:50 a.m. and retreat at 3 a.m. Do you understand this requirement? Understood? Okay. Get ready and wait for the artillery's action. At the artillery position of Zhuguang City, the artillerymen were already exhausted. Tonight's battle was indeed beyond the norm. The barrels of the cannons were almost red, and they would explode if they continued to fire. But Tang Zheng directly added new cannons. The operators were still the same, but the number of cannons increased. Let the previous cannons rest and cool down, and the new cannons were put into battle. When the troops were upgraded to a regiment, he would add new artillery, which was equivalent to buying them in advance. With the new guns, the artillery was able to continue fighting, which ensured the output of firepower. On the other side of the city wall, under the delaying tactics of the light-chasing army, the zombies made some progress, and the height of the pile of corpses had barely reached 10 meters. Another half an hour passed. The artillery opened fire again, and this time the target of the attack was the 100,000 zombies that had just joined the battlefield. On the zombie side, Chen Filong had a rare headache. As a zombie, he had lost most of his senses. He didn't feel any pain when he was burned by fire before, but now he felt this way. He knew that this pain was a sign of his inability to do what he wanted. Commanding a large number of zombies for a long time put a lot of pressure on his mental strength. He didn't know if he, the zombie king, was purebred, but his current ability had indeed reached its limit, and there was no possibility of improvement. He has been commanding the zombies for too long, and his head can't take it. After tonight, I need to have a good rest. It won't take too long. I can recover in half a day. Thinking in his heart, he commanded the 100,000 zombies to continue fighting, and they had to break through the city wall tonight. Even if these 100,000 zombies couldn't do it, he would send another 100,000. In short, they had to achieve results tonight. Enduring the headache, Chen Filong asked another 100,000 zombies to gather and be ready to go to the battlefield at any time. The zombies continued to attack here, and Tang Zheng's side also began to move. In the dark night, the northeast gate quietly opened. More than 100 chariots rumbled out and quietly approached the south along the east gate wall. If it were normal times, such a big noise would definitely be discovered. But now with the roar of gunfire in the south, this little noise would not be noticed at all. After reaching the southeast corner of the city wall, the vehicle made a detour, bypassing the attacking zombies that were advancing under the gunfire, and headed straight for the zombie army. This was the strategy formulated by Tang Zheng. It was past 2 in the morning, and it would be dawn in 3 hours. After dawn, the zombies' advantage in the dark was gone, and the battle would return to normal. He believed that no matter how crazy the zombie leader was, he would have to consider taking a break. Even if the zombies didn't need to rest, shouldn't their hordes devour the corpses on the ground? He wanted to take this opportunity to interrupt the connection between the 100,000 zombies, so that they would be disconnected from each other, and the zombies wouldn't have time to provide support again. As long as the two sides were disconnected, the 8-kilometer distance would create a time difference if they wanted to gather together again. This time difference was the rare rest time for the light-chasing army. If the operation goes smoothly, maybe the battle can be suspended, which is the best result. And the best way to interrupt the connection between the zombie group and the vanguard is to attack with chariots. Tanks and armored vehicles can't play a big role in defending the city, but they are perfect for attacking, taking advantage of the chaos on the battlefield. The convoy rushed forward quickly. Tang Zheng estimated that the zombie king's attention might be focused on the side close to the city wall in a short period of time. Even if it found it, with the speed of the convoy, it could be caught off guard. Sure enough, the convoy took advantage of the chaos and advanced about 5 kilometers before being discovered by the zombies. The zombie army was still endless. A zombie in front discovered the approaching convoy and immediately became agitated. This attracted Chen Filong's attention. What? Tang Zheng dared to send a convoy to attack me. Is he tired of living? Chen Filong felt deeply insulted. Facing his own million zombies, Tang Zheng was not afraid and sent a convoy to attack, which was in itself a contempt for himself. He wanted to organize the zombies to surround this reckless convoy, smash the cars, drag out the people inside and eat them. But this convoy was not a pushover. When the tanks fired at the dark zombies, Chen Filong knew that things were not that simple. The light-chasing army actually had tanks. Tanks, such iron lumps, were too unfriendly to zombies. Whether it was ordinary zombies or mutant zombies, the threat to tanks was almost zero. Even Lickers, a second evolved zombie, had no good way to deal with tanks. Only the gorilla zombies, which have extremely amazing destructive power and can withstand even heavy machine guns under Chen Filong's deliberate armament, can threaten the tanks. Chen Filong believes that as long as the gorilla zombies can get close to the tanks, they can smash their machine guns, bend their gun barrels, and even dismantle their turrets. However, in order to prevent the gorilla zombies from being caught by the aircraft of the Zhuguang army and being focused on, he has dispersed the gorilla zombies to the rear of the large army, and it is difficult to transfer them for a while. So now, he could only watch the enemy vehicles attack his zombies. When the battle really started, Chen Filong realized that every enemy vehicle posed a great threat to his zombies, because all these vehicles were equipped with machine guns by Tang Zheng. More than 100 vehicles were like a long dragon spewing fire, with the high beams of the vehicles turned on, and the machine guns fired madly at the zombies in the distance. The zombies tried in vain to catch up with the vehicles, but the speed and flexibility of these vehicles were not comparable to them. Except for the agile zombies, other zombies could not catch up with the running cars. There were too many zombies here. The agile zombies rushed out of the zombies. Without the cover of a large army, they would not have a good end. Before they could get close to the car, they were shot into sieves by the whistling machine gun bullets. 10 tanks not only opened machine guns, but also opened the rocket nests mounted on the body of the tanks, and fired at the zombies with all their strength. They hovered in front of the convoy, causing the greatest damage to the zombies. Heavy machine guns are anti-personnel artifacts. Metal torrents shot out, and zombies fell down like grass cut. These fallen zombies were the third group of zombies that Chen Filong had gathered to attack. The mission of these zombies was to support the zombies that had already been deployed in front of them, to ensure that they continued to put pressure on the Zhuguang army and strive to capture Zhuguang city before dawn. But now that they were hit by these chariots, they were completely in chaos. Not only did they suffer heavy losses, but they could not provide support to the 100,000 zombies in front. In this way, his battle plan was completely disrupted. The 100,000 zombies in front would become isolated without support from the rear. It is obviously difficult to take down Zhuguang city with just these 100,000 zombies. They might even be annihilated before dawn. The plan to take down Zhuguang city in the dark was about to become a bubble. Chen Filong was in a large army far away, and he was furious. There were two options before him. One was to rush forward regardless of everything and fight to the death with the Zhuguang army. The other was to simply retreat and slow down. Admitting that his night combat plan had failed, he was unwilling to give up. He wanted to fight to the death, but his headache was a bit serious at the moment. No! My mental strength is not enough to support such a fierce battle. I need some time to rest. Damn Tang Zheng. I will never let you have an easy time. I will not take Zhuguang City first, but I will also destroy your convoy here. Chen Filong was a little unable to support it. He decided to stop the large-scale battle tonight, letting the zombies of the vanguard come back, devour the bodies of their companions, and destroy this convoy of chaos by the way. Seems to be a good choice. In desperation, he ordered the attacking zombies to withdraw. The 100,000 zombies that had entered the battlefield and were about to engage in direct fire with the Zhuguang army chose to retreat. They left behind more than 10,000 corpses and tried to come back to surround the Zhuguang army's convoy. But Tang Zheng had a radar to watch, and after discovering the zombies' movements, he immediately ordered the convoy to return to the city. Led by the tanks, the convoy launched a counterattack. Without the participation of the guerrilla zombies, the Type 15 tank was almost invincible as long as there was gasoline. It crushed a path in the zombie swarm, broke through the zombie blockade, and led the convoy back to the city smoothly. The fleet of the Zhuguang army seemed to have completed a honeymoon trip. They annihilated more than 10,000 zombies and broke Chen Filong's night combat plan, exceeding the task. When the zombie vanguard retreated and joined the main force, the sky was already turning pale. Chen Filong organized a battle for an afternoon including most of the night, and lost almost a quarter of the zombies. He did not achieve any results worth mentioning, and even failed to climb the wall of Zhuguang City. Only the 3 piles of corpses over 10 meters high and the countless corpses scattered on the plain still told the tragic situation of the first day. Chapter 123. The first day of the battle ended in the early morning, which surprised many people in the Northern Territory who stayed up late to listen to the radio. In the University City base, in Xie Jinshan office, several large ashtrays were full, and in the smoky office, the eyes of the 12 members of the Alliance Parliament were red from staying up late. The voice of Xiao Dili was coming from the radio on the desk. The zombies retreated? The zombies that were about to attack Zhuguang City left like the tide. There are countless bodies, and 3 piles of bodies left under the city. They fought hard for a day without any results. Under the attack of our Zhuguang army, they had to retreat. This is a great victory. Woo woo. I'm too excited. Sorry. Today's broadcast ends here. I also need to rest. Good night, everyone. Little Dilly's voice was a little hoarse, but it could be heard that she was very excited. When the broadcast ended, Xie Jinshan office was unusually quiet. Li Wang stood up suddenly after the cigarette, but in his hand burned his hand. This is fake. This must be fake. How can zombies know how to retreat? This must be fake news made by Zhuguang City to deceive us. Who would believe such nonsense? Do you believe it? The others in the office were silent for a long time. Finally, Xie Jinshan spoke up. Sit down. Speaker, do you believe it? It's impossible not to believe it. Zhuguang army has no reason to make up such a lie that will be exposed soon. In the last broadcast of Xiao Dili, the sound of gunfire stopped, which should be true. But this is unscientific. There is nothing unscientific. Through today's live broadcast of the battle, we can clearly feel that the zombie leader has the same wisdom as humans. Since he thinks the same as humans, he can't be considered a pure zombie. It's not surprising that he does anything. But I am also surprised that Tang Zheng can actually repel the zombies. This is indeed unbelievable. What should we do now? The zombies were repelled, so Tang Zheng won. Xie Jinshan sneered. Win? That's still a long way off. The zombies have only lost a small part of their forces, and we can probably tell that the Zhuguang army has almost used up all their strength. In the next battle, they are still in danger. After hearing Xie Jinshan analysis, several people in the room breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this is not a bad thing. If the war of attrition continues, Tang Zheng will definitely not be able to hold on, and will eventually be defeated. It would be best if he could hold on for a day or two and consume some of the zombies. That would be perfect. At that time, the Alliance could accept Zhuguang City as a matter of course. They also wanted to see what Tang Zheng Inner City had. Almost 250,000 zombies were annihilated in one day. How did Tang Zheng hold on with such ammunition consumption? Now almost all of them believe that accepting Zhuguang City would be an opportunity for the Alliance to take off. The Alliance did not speak out on this matter, but the other bases were jubilant. The light-chasing army fought against millions of zombies for more than 10 hours, and the battle lasted from afternoon to dawn. This feat was so inspiring. Many bases sent congratulatory messages to the light-chasing army. Yongliling's base, Jonathan's base, the bases in Fengcheng and the bases in the grassland. Even the relatively close bases in Lianhe and Mabe sent congratulatory messages to celebrate this great victory. In their opinion, if they can repel the zombies once, they can repel them a second time. After all, the first day is the most difficult. However, most of these congratulatory messages did not reach Tang Zheng's ears, but were received by the correspondent Wu Di. At this moment, Tang Zheng had already slept soundly on the city wall. Tang Zheng was exhausted physically and mentally this day, and finally had a chance to rest, so he almost laid down on the spot. Beside him, the guard platoon leader Ning Yue got a parasol and a blanket to cover the general. The other soldiers of the guard platoon, holding steel guns, guarded the general's side, as if guarding a body. At dawn, some people who couldn't sleep opened the window and saw the scene. There is a residential building near the small courtyard that Tang Jing built for his father and sister. The window on the top floor of the residential building was opened, and 3 little heads stuck out. From this position, you can just barely see the city wall. These are Tang Ni's 3 best friends, who were rescued by Tang Zheng from Fengcheng Dance Academy. The 3 little girls knelt on the long sofa with their hands on their cheeks, and their elbows rested on the windowsill. On the city wall, Tang Zheng was sleeping soundly, and his soldiers were guarding him. They looked at the direction of the city wall, looking very fascinated. After a long time, a girl spoke first. "Do you think that Nini's brother is also handsome when he sleeps?" Yes, he is very handsome. The way he sleeps on the ground is very heroic." "I think so too. But it's a pity that heroes since ancient times have been lonely." "Lonely? Have you heard about that incident?" "Well, I've heard about it, too. There are a lot of rumors in the city now, saying that Brother Tang Zheng is obsessed with saving the world and is not interested in girls. What a pity. Why should such a good man bear so many things that he shouldn't bear?" "Oh, from your tone, you seem to have some thoughts about Brother Tang Zheng?" "Humph. If you have, then don't you have any? Don't deny it. A child who lies will have a longer nose." One girl bravely admitted it, and the other 2 sighed. "When Brother Tang Zheng rescued us, I had a good impression of him. So I am saying it's a pity that we are destined to be apart. Hey, what do you think? Should we give Brother Tang Zheng a gift? People like him often need warmth to slowly influence them, and let them know that there are many beautiful things in the world." "That's a good idea. What should we give him? Or, let's knit a scarf for him." "Okay. Handmade things can make him feel the heart." "So it's decided. But when is the right time to give it?" "Do it first. There will be a chance to send it out sooner or later." Several little girls were whispering at the window, occasionally blushing and heart-beating, full of warmth. Tang Zheng didn't know that he was labeled, and he slept really comfortably in the breeze on the city wall. He slept from early morning until 10 o'clock in the morning. In the end, if the aroma of cooking from the kitchen team below hadn't drifted up, he wouldn't have woken up so easily. Tang Zheng woke up from his sleep when he felt his stomach growling, and opened his eyes to find that it seemed to be almost noon. "Where are the zombies? Have they attacked us?" "No, General. There are too many corpses here. The zombies are busy devouring their own kind. It looks like they will be lucky if they can finish devouring them in the afternoon. That's why we didn't call you." Tang Zheng jumped up. "Have the pile of zombie corpses been burned?" "We are about to start." "Start burning immediately. Try to burn it lower so that the zombies can't leave too high a passage." "Yes." The soldiers of Zhuguang City, who had been prepared for a long time, immediately started to burn the corpses. Barrels of gasoline were poured down from the city wall, and the pile of corpses began to burn violently after the flamethrower was fired. But this process was very long, and the pile of corpses was too thick. In yesterday's battle, more than 200,000 zombies died, and the corpses had piled up into a mountain. It might take 2 or 3 days to burn them all. After Tang Zheng got up, he picked up a telescope to see the situation over there. About 1 kilometer away from the city wall, countless zombies were devouring unscrupulously. The position outside the south gate was too large, and the mountains were full of zombies. Moreover, the distance was too far, and it was too difficult to kill them. The Zhuguang army ignored it. After all, the soldiers were also very tired, and everyone needed time to rest and recover. Now is a rare time of tacit understanding. On the one hand, they need to devour and evolve, and on the other hand, they need to rest and adjust. No one takes the initiative to provoke a fight. From time to time, zombies evolve and become mutant zombies during the devouring process. It seems that the devouring will take some time. And even if the zombies have completed the devouring, it will take time to organize an attack. Shuguang City is still safe for the time being. Tang Zheng silently calculated that if the zombies are fast, they can only launch an attack in the evening at the earliest, or even late at night. Tang Zheng analyzed that today's zombie king might have to repeat yesterday's battle plan and still fight at night. After all, the night is still more advantageous to zombies. The flares alone for one night on this 5-kilometer battle line are a considerable consumption. No matter how good the flares are, they are not as good as the sun. Since the battle may start at night, it is safe during the day. Tang Zheng immediately came down from the city wall and started to eat. At this time, Tang Zheng did not ask Su Jingqiu to cook for him, but followed the soldiers and ate a meal in a hurry to fill his stomach. After dinner, Tang Zheng first checked his fund consumption. In yesterday's battle, Tang Zheng's fund consumption was as high as 550,000. In addition, the fund of nearly 4 million in his previous wave of troops has been reduced to 2.8 million. If the battle intensity is like this, my funds will be almost gone in 5 days. The battle must not be dragged on for that long, and we must find a way to end it as soon as possible. Tang Zheng returned to his residence in the inner city and came to the edge of the pond, wanting to tease Tang Tang, who used to appear immediately when she sensed Tang Zheng return, just lazily greeted him today. A huge tentacle waved on the water surface and then sank to the bottom. The size of this tentacle was beyond Tang Zheng's impression. The part that was exposed above the water looked like a giant anaconda. This Tang Tang is much bigger, although I didn't see the whole picture. I could feel its size. Did this guy eat too much last night? Seeing that Tang Tang couldn't come out, Tang Zheng sat by the pool and silently thought about the next battle plan. Just as he was thinking, the system prompt sounded suddenly. General, please note that a supply box has been refreshed 30 kilometers north of you. Chapter 124. Hearing the prompt sound of the supply box, Tang Zheng suddenly became excited. It has been a long time since a supply box was refreshed. It may be that with the improvement of his military rank, there are more and more weapons and personnel under his command. Ordinary supply boxes are no longer of much help to him, so the probability of refreshing is also reduced. But since it is refreshed, it proves that there must be good stuff. 30 kilometers to the north. That is within the Guyun mountain area. Tang Zheng immediately asked the communicator Wu Di to call a bird helicopter. Soon, a bird helicopter flew over from the outer city. The cabin door opened, and Tang Zheng found that the pilot was Ji Yutian. Why are you flying the plane? General, I think our city is so big that it is a bit difficult to rely on vehicles for patrolling. I want to discuss with you whether we can give the bird helicopter to our public security bureau after the war. This will be very convenient for patrolling or police dispatch. Yes. Sure. Tang Zheng nodded slightly, thinking that this suggestion was good. I will definitely have a better plane in the future. This small plane can be used by the Public Security Bureau. And it is also a beautiful landscape in the city. Hee. I guess that you would definitely agree. So I got familiar with the performance of the plane in advance. After all, I was a scout, and driving is also my specialty. Where are you going? General? Tang Zheng sat in the plane and gave Ji Yutian a coordinate according to the location where the supply box refreshed. Tang Zheng leaned back in the chair, and the plane took off and flew towards the designated location. During the flight, Ji Yutian kept looking at Tang Zheng in a sneaky way. Tang Zheng was a little surprised. Do I have any questions? Nothing serious. I just want to ask you. General, you slept alone on the city wall yesterday, and no one was there to squeeze with you. Weren't you cold? Not bad. I eat mutant beast meat every day, and I'm in good health. Yeah, I'm in good health. But eating too much mutant beast meat can easily cause internal heat, so I need to relieve it. Tang Zheng rubbed his forehead. Do I need to take anti-inflammatory medicine? Not really. Ji Yutian had a headache. That's not what I meant. Tang Zheng saw him hesitating. He was already stressed by the war, and couldn't help but feel irritated. He patted the plane seat. If you have something to say, just say it. If you have something to say, just fart. What's the point of hesitating? I mean this plane is very obedient. Don't hit it. What? Tang Zheng was getting more and more confused. I mean, your hands are tired. You can let them do less work and take a rest. Ji Yutian, I think there's something wrong with you. Tang Zheng's eyes flashed with danger. thinking that this guy must be weird. Ji Yutian didn't dare to speak, but he sighed deeply in his heart. It seems that persuading the general to find a girlfriend is a long and arduous task. 30 kilometers is a short distance for flying, and the plane soon arrived at the location of the supply box. When the position overlapped and landed, Tang Zheng saw the supply box. This time, the supply box was located upright on a rock, which looked very conspicuous. The plane landed on the edge of the rock, and Tang Zheng got off the plane. Just as he was about to signal Ji Yutian to go get it, Ji Yutian said, "General, it's not that I'm lazy. Last time I went into the water to get the supply box, I only got a bottle of gene medicine. I spent a lot of effort to get an octopus back to use it. And that octopus is a super foodie. It didn't work at all when it came to us. And the food it ate was almost as much as the food of a company. I really don't have confidence in my luck. So I won't go this time." Tang Zheng thought about it, and it made sense. The supply box really depends on luck. The later the supply box is, the more valuable it is. He decided to try it himself. After tidying up his clothes, Tang Zheng climbed up the rock. He carefully took the supply box in his hand and slid down. Tang Zheng opened the box on the spot. Halfway through, the system prompt sounded. "General, the items in the supply box are too large to be placed here. It is recommended to place them after returning to the city." "What is it? Can't the plane take it away?" "The item has been confirmed. Congratulations to the general for obtaining a battleship main gun." Battleship main gun. Tang Zheng pupils dilated instantly. The battleship main gun is not an ordinary thing. Although in modern warfare, battleships have gradually withdrawn from the ranks of main battleships, no one dares to underestimate the power of the ship's gun. It is a thing that has been glorious for nearly a century. A weapon that traverses the oceans. After getting this kind of cannon, Tang Zheng instinctively felt that it was a bit hot. Where should this thing be placed to exert its power? "Can you tell me about its specific properties?" "The caliber of the gun is 406 millimeters. The barrel length is 20.2 meters. And the total length is 33 meters. Because the recoil is too large, it has its own slide rail to reduce the recoil. A 100-meter long turret is needed to place the slide rail and fire. There is a control room inside the cannon, which requires 10 people to operate. The weight of the gun is 1,700 tons. And the weight of a shell reaches 1.2 tons. The range is 40,000 meters. Hearing this string of numbers, Tang Zheng's mouth was a little bit open. Is this thing suitable for use on land? Suddenly thinking of a question, Tang Zheng opened the system. In the system, the naval gun did not enter the purchase sequence, but its shells did. 406 mm battleship main gun shells, priced at 1,000 gold. Tang Zheng grinned slightly. One shell is 1,000 gold. This is a gold-eating beast. However, thinking that he has an arsenal, if he could open a production line for this shell, the cost will go down. But before there is a production line, try not to fire this thing. Tang Zheng's mind was spinning fast at this moment, and he was already thinking about where to put this cannon and what impact it would have on the battle. On the way back, Ji Yutian flattered him. The general is indeed a general, and his moves are extraordinary. He can actually fire the main gun of the battleship, which shows that the general must be a genius in firing cannons. The shells are expensive. Don't waste the general's shells. Let them go where they should go. Tang Zheng felt that Ji Yutian's nagging seemed a little mentally ill, so he ignored him. The plane returned to the inner city. Tang Zheng got off the plane, and Ji Yutian shut up. After returning, Tang Zheng immediately called Gui Yun and told him about the battleship's main gun and the construction of a gun platform. Gui Yun thought for a while and said, "General, this cannon is too huge, and the height of the gun platform must be high enough. I suggest that you find a place in the inner city and use the ultimate city wall to build a platform with a length of 100 meters and a height of 30 meters. And then put the naval gun on it. Now the city is under martial law and can't walk around. I asked the engineers to surround the naval gun with a curtain first, so that the residents of the outer city will only think that we are doing some construction when they see it, and it won't look abrupt when the curtain is removed at the right time. This way, the cannons will have a firing angle. In the future, within a radius of 40 kilometers, there will be almost nothing that can withstand a single shot from a naval gun. This can be considered a major attraction of our Zhuguang city." After hearing Gui Yun's suggestion, Tang Zheng felt that it was very feasible. He immediately took action, and after careful consideration, he chose a location. This location is located to the south of the inner city, and a little north of the buffer zone between the outer city. On this open space, he first began to buy the ultimate city wall. The continuous ultimate city wall was laid out, and finally formed a huge artillery platform with a length of 100 meters, a width of 80 meters, and a height of 30 meters. Like the city wall, a circular driveway spirals up. After the construction of the fort was completed, engineers immediately came on stage and began to cover the fort with a curtain. After working for an afternoon, the curtain was completed, and Tang Jing opened the box again and put the cannon on it. When the giant cannon was placed, there was a loud bang, and the naval gun was completed. Standing on the high platform, Tang Jing stared at the giant cannon blankly, with infinite emotion in his heart. This cannon is too big. The 30-meter high platform. The naval gun itself is nearly 10 meters high, and it can be fired from a height of almost 37 or 38 meters. A long slide rail extends from the muzzle to the rear of the turret. There is an anti-collision rubber pad at the crenel to prevent the cannon from sliding off the turret. Moreover, the angle of the muzzle can be rotated and adjusted. The entire south gate and east gate area are within the shooting range. Of course, it is not very useful if the target is too close. The cannon is suitable for shooting at least 5 kilometers away. The cannon also has a control room. Tang Jing went in to take a look. There is a place for loading ammunition, a control console, and an artillery combat position. However, there was no one to operate it yet. Tang Jing thought about it, and immediately called in 2 howitzer combat groups to station them in the ship's gun. From now on, the 10 of you are the Zhuguang City Giant Cannon Combat Team. Your mission is to guard this cannon and attack it after I give the order. Do you understand? Understood. The 2 howitzer combat groups became members of the Giant Cannon Team. Seeing the cannon in the curtain, Tang Jing was very happy. This time, his luck really exploded, and he actually opened such a magical weapon. However, he did not want to expose this cannon for the time being, so he covered it with a curtain first. If it is exposed now, it will easily make people defensive. So it is better to wait and use it at a critical moment. After placing the cannon, Tang Jing left the inner city artillery platform with satisfaction. This matter was temporarily over, and Tang Jing's attention returned to the zombies outside the city. As he calculated before, after the zombies devoured all the corpses 1 kilometer away, it was night again. This was the night of the second day. Compared with the previous time, the number of zombies at this moment was slightly reduced, but the overall strength did not decrease, and even increased, because the number of mutant zombies in the corpse group has greatly increased. The combat capability is naturally stronger. When night fell, Tang Jing saw the zombie group mobilizing troops and preparing to launch another attack under the cover of night. In yesterday's battle, the Corpse King casually commanded the zombies in an area to rush over, without such a deployment of troops, which shows that the Corpse King attaches great importance to tonight's battle. Under normal circumstances, tonight's battle is more cruel and difficult than yesterday. But today, Tang Jing has a big gift for the Corpse King. Chapter 125. Just as Tang Jing thought, Chen Filong was planning an attack at night. Today, corpses were being burned in Zhuguang City. Thick black smoke floated in the air, and the smell of barbecue filled the air. The pile of corpses had dropped a little, from 10 meters high to about 7 meters. But Chen Filong was not in a hurry. He had learned the lesson of yesterday's battle, and was no longer in a hurry to attack blindly. Today, he mobilized about 200,000 zombies to devour them wantonly in the frontline positions. After a day of devouring, almost all the corpses on the ground were eaten up. And these 200,000 zombies have evolved to varying degrees. Almost all zombies are walking much faster than before, close to the speed of human trotting. Among them, the number of quasi-mutated zombies exceeds 70,000, and the number of mutant zombies exceeds 20,000. Even among these 200,000 corpses, 3 gorilla zombies and 5 lickers were born. More than 3 months after the apocalypse began, the gorilla variant has not yet appeared in the wild, and even lickers are rare. This is artificially catalyzed by Chen Filong, and is very difficult to deal with. If it weren't for the Zhuguang army, which has a large number of advanced weapons, the gorilla zombies would be almost invincible. These 200,000 zombies have become the elite of Chen Filong men, and are also the main force of his attack on Zhuguang City tonight. In order to succeed in one fell swoop, Chen Filong did not even act rashly at night, but waited until late at night. When it was pitch dark, he set zombies to attack. Even if the Zhuguang army had flares, they were still at a disadvantage. So he waited patiently until 9 o'clock in the evening before preparing to launch this attack. 200,000 powerful zombies, including more than 70,000 quasi-mutated zombies, and more than 20,000 mutant zombies. Even ordinary zombies are much stronger than when the apocalypse began. Not to mention that there are 8 level 2 zombies among them. These level 2 zombies will definitely bring enough damage to Zhuguang City. Chen Failong firmly believes in this. At 9 o'clock, the zombies are out. In Zhuguang City, Tang Zheng is also ready to act. Tang Zheng's tactical plan was very clear. That is, to consume as much of the zombies' manpower as possible, and consume as much as possible before the real decisive battle. Tonight's battle was a very important part of his tactical plan. First, Tang Zheng called the scientific research soldier He Shui over. With He Shui, he came to the pond in the inner city residence. There was a tanker parked by the pond. This was a gift from He Shui to Tang Zheng. A super bomb that was said to be able to raise 2 square kilometers to the ground. He Shui, does your car explode when you press a button? Tang Zheng reached into his pocket and took out a small metal box. He opened the small box and found a small iron frame inside. Inside the frame was a remote control wrapped in an iron net. Tang Zheng carefully took out the remote control and asked He Shui. Yes, General. It will explode with a bang when you press a button. Then can this car be driven away by remote control? No. The car needs someone to drive it. I don't have the automatic navigation technology for unmanned driving, and I'm not very good at it. Tang Zheng nodded to indicate that he understood. It seemed that he needed to find a driver. This was the gift he was going to give to the Corpse King. A truck that could explode. However, it was not enough to have a driver. This car had to go deep into the zombies to play its greatest role. After the armored raid last night, the Corpse King had learned a lesson and had obviously paid more attention to the outer defense. Now there were scattered zombies wandering around on the plain outside the city. Once the car left the city, it would be discovered by the Corpse King. So Tang Zheng had to choose another way. Do we have to enter the mountain from the north gate and then go out from the mountain? Then go around for dozens of kilometers to the back of the zombie group to detonate? This method is not appropriate. From the radar screen, there are also scattered zombies wandering behind the zombie group. The Zombie King also knows how to draw inferences from one example, and will not let me take advantage of this loophole. Tang Zheng thought hard, thinking of a way to get out of the city secretly. At this time, the water waves rolled on the pool, and Tang Tang came out. Maybe it was nighttime, and it was time for it to look for food again. Tang Zheng had seen Tang Tang come out of the water many times, but this time, he was still startled. A head, as big as a hill, slowly emerged from the water. Eyes bigger than lanterns blinked at Tang Zheng. Puff! A bubble came out, and immediately enveloped Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng waved his hand hard to break the bubble. Tang Tang had already stretched out its tentacles in the water, wanting to play with Tang Zheng. The huge tentacles stretched out of the water, like a dragon making trouble in the sea, causing a large amount of water to rise. The part that was exposed above the water was more than 10 meters long and thicker than a water tank. This is a Caribbean monster. Looking at the huge Tang Tang, who was no longer the same as before, Tang Zheng didn't know how to express himself. This guy could easily overturn a medium-sized ship in the sea. Looking at the mysterious scene in front of him, Tang Zheng's eyes suddenly lit up. This guy should be able to take a car with him easily. Tang Tang, come ashore and let me see. After receiving the master's order, Tang Tang moved her huge body and climbed out of the water. This time, Tang Zheng finally saw Tong Tong's full appearance. Her body length was almost 20 meters, with a big head like a small room, a ferocious mouthparts, and 8 powerful tentacles waving, which made spider spirits weak. Go and try. Can you lift that car? Tang Zheng pointed at the exploding truck, and Tang Tang immediately walked over, waved her tentacles, and rolled up. Be careful. Handle it with care. This thing is deadly. Tang Tang waved her tentacles carelessly, wrapping around the truck, and then used her 2 tentacles to lift the truck over her head. Tang Tang, you little monster. You deserve to be the #1 foodie in the Zhuguang army. Your meal was not in vain. Well done. Tang Tang was praised, spitting bubbles happily, and almost dropped the truck to the ground. Tang Zheng was so scared that he quickly let it go gently, and broke out in a cold sweat. We have a way to leave the city. That is, let Tang Tang take the truck, leave the city from Foaming River, and sneak into the core area of the zombie group. But then, We have to drive for a while before we can really get into the middle of the zombies. During this process, I must follow. Tang is more attached to me and only obeys my orders. It doesn't work if someone else orders her. Drive the car to the middle of the zombies and then come back. During this process, Tang can try to follow and protect. We need a driver. Wu Di, go call Ji Yuntian back. Ji Yuntian, who had just returned to the Public Security Bureau, received Tang Zheng's order and said to his colleagues with a little boasting, "Look, I'm so busy every day. I just came back from the general. And now he wants me to go over again. I guess he wants me to drink with him and talk." Su Lu and several other people who were already doing well in Zhuguang City enviously watched their director fly away in a helicopter. When will they be valued by the general? The plane quickly arrived at the pond, and Ji Yuntian got off the plane. Ji Yuntian was also shocked when he saw Tang. "My dear, let it eat all the food." Tang slapped the water surface unsatisfiedly, and a stream of water shot out, directly soaking Ji Yuntian like a drowned chicken. Ji Yuntian couldn't help complaining, "General, Tang needs to be taken care of." Tang Zheng turned a blind eye to this. "Don't complain. Tang will take you and me out of the city through the water gate later, and take Yishui's truck with us. We will find a place where zombies are densely populated and go ashore. And then the two of us will drive the explosive truck and rush into the zombie group." Hearing this, Ji Yuntian's face showed a solemn look. "General, I can do this job by myself. After all, before I joined the army, I had a girlfriend, and I was already a complete man." Tang Zheng shook his head slightly. Ji Yuntian's nonsense problem has worsened. He didn't know what he was thinking. "Who told you that you were going to die? We will go there quietly, and then drive a few hundred meters. Tang will lead us back from the corpses." Ji Yuntian was stunned for a moment, looked at Tang, who was like a deep-sea monster, and felt that this matter seemed to be feasible. He also knew why Tang Zheng followed. Because Tang listened to Tang Zheng, and no one else was its master, let alone its superior. The two discussed the details of the operation and prepared to set off. The two entered the cab of the truck, and Tang Zheng put the remote control back into the small box to avoid bumping into it. Tang, take us out. Hold it high and steady." Tang stretched out 4 huge tentacles, grabbed the 4 corners, and the suction cups retracted, firmly sticking the truck, and then easily lifted it over his head. Although the 4 tentacles were used, it still had 4 tentacles, and it was easy to enter the pool. Holding the truck, Tang swam slowly on the water. When passing the water gate, the soldiers turned the winch with a click and raised the water gate. Tang Zheng sat in the co-pilot seat, looking at the river outside the car door. The water flowed under the car door, as if the truck was driving in the river. After leaving the inner city and entering the outer city, you can still see the lights in the buildings by the river. When you come to the water gate of the south gate, the winch here is also raised. Go out from this gate, and you will reach the outside of Zhuguang City. A strong smell of barbecue hits the face, and the pile of corpses next to it is still burning. After passing through this black smoke area, we enter the plain battlefield outside the city. Above the Zhuguang City, the soldiers in the sentry tower are also cooperating with Tang Zheng, constantly shining the searchlight into the distance, so that Tang Zheng can see the situation on the opposite side. In the distance, a dark group of zombies are gathering, almost covering the entire south gate area. However, few zombies will approach the river. The instinctive fear of water makes zombies rarely walk by the river, which also makes Tang Zheng action very smooth. This wave is more than yesterday. Tang Zheng calculated the distance. Now they were 2 kilometers away from the southern wall of Zhuguang City. The distance was almost there, while the zombies were not walking by the river. He ordered Tang to put the truck down. Tang stretched out her tentacles and gently put the truck on the land by the river like serving food. At this time, some zombies in the corpse group not far away had already discovered them and looked over with scarlet eyes. The critical moment was coming. Whether the plan could succeed depended on now. Chapter 126. The car landed, and Tang Zheng and Ji Yuntian got in quickly. Ji Yuntian started the car and turned on the high beam. Where the light shined, the dense swarm of zombies was endless. In the dark night, the zombies became more hideous and terrifying, and their scarlet eyes were like countless sparks all over the mountains. "General, this group of zombies is going to attack the city. Judging from their evolution level, they seem to be very advanced. Don't worry about it. Rush over first. Tang will follow to protect us." Ji Yutian looked back and saw that Tang Tang had already landed. 8 tentacles supported its body like a big spider. And it was 6 or 7 meters high. Isn't the octopus a mollusk? How can it still stand up? Tang Tang is no longer an ordinary octopus. It has mutated and taken genetic drugs. These are routine operations. You just need to rush. If you rush 7 or 800 meters, you will complete the task. Okay. Ji Yutian stepped on the accelerator. And the vehicle started with a roar and rushed directly towards the group of corpses. Behind the car, Tang Tang took 8 steps and could move forward more than 10 meters in one step, easily catching up with the truck. In front, zombies were attracted by the vehicle and rushed in this direction. Ji Yutian didn't care about that. He stepped on the accelerator and hit it head-on. With a bang, the zombie was knocked away in an instant. Then, there were continuous bangs. The speed of the car quickly dropped from 100 yards to 80 yards. From 80 yards, it dropped to 60 yards. It's not that the car is not running fast, but it can't go fast at all now. Countless zombies rushed towards the car one after another, and the continuous collisions made the car slower and slower. General, we may not be able to rush for more than 700 or 800 meters. The car is about to be stopped by the collision. It may stall soon. Tang Tang. Tang Zheng called Tong Tong's name directly, and saw a huge tentacle waving in front of the car. A group of zombies approaching were directly beaten into rolling gourds. We don't need to go too fast now. Keep a constant speed and let Tang Tang cover us as we move forward. Ji Yutian controlled the speed of the car and maintained it at about 50 yards. Tang Tang followed the car, and her tentacles moved, constantly clearing obstacles. But there were too many zombies. The place where Tang Zheng and his team were heading was the center of the zombie group attacking the city. There were 200,000 zombies here, and their evolution levels were not low. Countless zombie groups came one after another, and Tong Tong's 8 legs were not enough. Some zombies took advantage of Tong Tong's attack on other zombies and protecting the car. And when she was unable to move, they suddenly grabbed her tentacles behind her and bit her. During the evolution of zombies, their claws and teeth became much sharper, just like wild animals. So every zombie has very good teeth. If they bite people, they can bite through arteries. But such sharp teeth have little effect on Tang Tang. Tang Tang is a marine creature, with a layer of mucus unique to marine creatures. And it is too advanced in evolution. And its tentacles are as thick as a water tank. When a zombie bites it, most of the time, there is no trace left. But there were too many zombies. They held onto Tong Tong's tentacles tightly, trying to slow her down. As long as Tang Tang was slow, a large number of zombies would rush over, and she might be drowned. Of course, Tang Tang was not a free man. With her huge tentacles, she could easily throw away the zombies that were holding her. Then new zombies came up and continued to throw them away. The speed of the car also dropped to 30 yards. But it was still moving forward. We're almost there. The advance lasted about 3 minutes. And Tang Zheng felt that the distance was almost there. And they were close to the center of the zombie group. Abandon the car. Tang Tang. Come pick us up. Tang Zheng shouted. Tang Tang. Hurry up. You know, I like to eat grilled squid when I'm in a bad mood. So you'd better protect me. Ji Yutian also shouted. 2 huge tentacles stretched directly in from the car window. And on Tang Zheng's side, a suction cup sucked his chest and took him out directly from the car window. Ji Yutian was in a similar situation. A suction cup firmly covered his face and pulled him out of the car window like pulling a carrot. Go back. No longer needing to protect the vehicle, Tang Tang finally sped up. 2 tentacles cleared the way, whipping the approaching zombies into flight, and rushed all the way to Foaming River. Chen Failong saw the commotion of the zombies attacking the city. At first, he couldn't believe his eyes. A truck actually dared to go deep into his zombie group. And behind the truck, there was an absurdly large octopus. Chen Failong knew about mutant beasts, but it was the first time he had seen one that had mutated to this extent. Although the octopus was big enough, he didn't take it too seriously. A large number of ants can kill an elephant, and no matter how strong the octopus is, it will be swallowed by the swarm of corpses. But when he saw the 2 people getting out of the car, Chen Failong anger rushed to his head. Tang Zheng. He still clearly remembered the man with a sledgehammer on his back that he met at the edge of Tailai Town. It was Tang Zheng's strange operation that disrupted his plan, and was the main reason why he became a half-human and half-ghost today. The biggest enemy in his heart was Tang Zheng. He didn't expect this enemy to be so bold that he drove into the middle of his zombie group in the middle of the night. How could this be tolerated? Chase them. He didn't care about attacking the city. He gave an order, and the zombies that were preparing to attack the city turned around and chased after him. Although Chen Filong gave the order, there were not many zombies that could catch up with Tang Tang. After all, Tang Tang was not far from the foaming river. Only some agile zombies barely caught up. But they were all blown away by Tong Tong's tentacles. So Chen Filong's move had no effect on the siege of Tangjung. Instead, it made a large number of zombies gather in this direction. After a distance of several hundred meters, Tang Tang quickly ran to the river. The suction cup opened, and Ji Yintian was finally able to breathe. Ahem. Tang Tang. You bastard. Be careful, or I let the general fire you. Get ready to go in the water. Tangjung reminded him. And Ji Yintian immediately covered his face. Don't cover my face again. Tong Tong's tentacles covered him again. This time, Tangjung's face was covered by the suction cup. But the suction cup was very large, and it slightly closed to form a small closed space. After completely covering his face, he could still breathe. Seeing that Ji Yintian didn't like to cover his face, Tong Tong's tentacles directly wrapped around him and dragged him into the water. Gulp! Tang Tang dived down and almost reached the bottom of the river. Tangjung felt that his body was already underwater, and he took out the remote control from his pocket. Zombies! Go to hell! The button that he had not dared to press before was finally pressed. At this time, the defenders in Zhuguang City, and Xiao Dili, and others, who stayed up late to broadcast the whole picture were the ones who could see the whole picture most clearly. On the plain about 4 kilometers away from Zhuguang City, accompanied by the sound of an explosion like a landslide, a ball of fire bloomed there. The sound of the explosion was so loud that it shook the eardrums. The fireball rose into the air and began to rapidly expand. The night was lit up. The rising fireball instantly rushed up more than 100 meters high, like a bright sun rising from the ground. The fire below turned into a huge pillar, and the fire above was still a fireball. The shockwaves spread the flames in all directions. And this was a mushroom cloud. The violent flames were driven by the shockwave generated by the explosion, forming a wall of fire tens of meters high, which quickly spread in all directions. The violent shock wave made a terrifying sound, and within a radius of 2 kilometers, it was all covered. Wherever the shock wave passed, whether it was zombies or flowers, plants and trees, they were instantly vaporized. Among them, several lickers and gorilla zombies did not escape the power of this shock wave and were turned into dust. The shock wave spread with a roar and rushed across the foaming river. Above the foaming river, the river water was rising, emitting bursts of white smoke. Tangjung was at the bottom of the river, letting Tang Tang release the suction cup, and barely opened his eyes to look up. On the water surface, the dazzling red light penetrated the water waves and turned into a distorted shape in front of his eyes. Even at the bottom of the river, he seemed to feel a hint of warmth. In the river, some cold-water fish could not bear such a temperature and floated to the surface with their bellies turned white. Beside Tangjung, Ji Yintian gulped down several mouthfuls of water before he barely stabilized his body and directed his energy towards Tang Tang. The shockwave continued to spread, and just as Yishui said, the explosion range was about 2 square kilometers. 2 square kilometers away. Some zombies were also affected. Their bodies burned. Some survived, and some fell in the flames. The walls of Zhuguang City were also affected by the smoke and dust. The air quality here was very poor amid the smoke and dust. But no one cared, and the photographer recorded the explosion with a camera. Xiao Dili's voice trembled as she reported the incident through the radio. Everyone should have heard the explosion. Outside Zhuguang City, there was an explosion at a distance. I can't describe the power accurately. It felt like a small nuclear weapon. A large mushroom cloud appeared right in front of me. A large area. Everything is gone. Countless zombies are now completely gone. At this moment, I feel honored and awed. I am honored that my city has such a powerful weapon. But I am also awed. Such a scene is too terrifying. The people in Zhuguang City were stunned when they saw the fireball rising into the sky. The people who listened to the radio were also stunned when they heard such a call. The zombie leader Chen Filong was also stunned. Why? Why did this happen? The elite siege zombies I worked so hard to create are gone just like that? The explosion of the truck not only wiped out Chen Filong 200,000 elite zombies, but also affected some zombies nearby, losing more than 40,000. After 2 days of fighting, devouring and evolving, the million zombies he brought had lost almost half. After paying such a high price, he gained nothing except a pile of corpses 6 or 7 meters long under Zhuguang City. Chapter 127. In the office of the Northern Alliance, the 12 counselors, who had been waiting in the office for almost a day, were dumbfounded. Today, the zombies were silent and had been devouring corpses all day. They analyzed that the zombies were waiting for the night to attack. Later, Xiao Dili's broadcast also mentioned this, proving that their guess was correct. Hearing that the zombies had started, some people even planned to go to bed first and then come back to listen to the results tomorrow morning, because it seemed that the light-chasing army was not so easy to be defeated. But the result in front of them was unacceptable to everyone. The Zhuguang army had a big explosion, and this night, which was supposed to be the most difficult, seemed to be over. The zombies had lost a lot of money, and their combat effectiveness had begun to decline sharply. The balance of victory in this battle had begun to lean towards Zhuguang City. People thinking began to diverge. At the beginning, everyone thought Tang Zheng was going to die. Now it seems that it is not that simple. But problems also arise. If Tang Zheng is not finished, then it may be their turn to be finished. What should the speaker do? What should the alliance do? This question is already very serious. There was a cheering in the radio, and those base leaders, who were currying favor with the powerful, began to sing praises for Tang Zheng again. There were also many people mocking the alliance. Yesterday, although there was this trend, it was not to this extent. Today, the situation has changed. Some people have gradually stopped taking themselves. The speaker of the alliance. Seriously? Xie Jinshan clenched his fists and clenched them tightly. A congressman couldn't help but speak. Speaker, we have to do something. Do you have any good suggestions? Xie Jinshan finally spoke. And others also spoke. I think the reason why we are in the passive situation now is mainly because of the withdrawal of troops from Zhuguang City. At that time, no one thought that the zombies were so vulnerable. If we had known this, we would have stayed. Although the situation is passive now, we still have a chance to save it. So I suggest that we send troops to support Zhuguang City now. Xie Jinshan eyelids twitched. Is this necessary? It is necessary. If we send troops to support, we can restore some of our reputation. And we can also continue to enter Zhuguang City after the war and receive some of the fruits of the victory of the Zhuguang army. As for the withdrawal of troops, I am afraid I have to wrong Counselor Liana. This is her personal behavior and has nothing to do with the alliance. Yes. This suggestion is good. I also think it is feasible. The Zhuguang army can kill half of the zombies and still be safe. If we go there now, together with the Zhuguang army, we will definitely win easily. We can also publicize this matter on the radio. I think so too. Counselor Lian Na can take the responsibility for this matter. I think we should let him leave the parliament temporarily, which can also be regarded as an explanation to Tang Zheng. When necessary, Tang Zheng can also be included in the parliament. Everyone was talking at the same time, which made Xie Jinshan thinking a little confused. Sending troops does have advantages, but he always feels that zombies are not so easy to defeat. But Xie Jinshan has a disadvantage here. That is, all the situations are learned through the radio. Xiao Dili's commentary was not very exciting. She did not describe the cruelty and brutality of the battle, which made many people who listened to the radio think that the zombies were not that scary. If you don't experience this kind of thing yourself, you will never know the depth of the water. In the end, Xie Jinshan agreed to everyone's request. He felt that even if they couldn't win, with the alliance's mobile force, it would be no problem to deal with the zombies. After all, they were just a group of staggering monsters. Xie Jinshan signed the order, and the alliance began to mobilize. Tomorrow morning, 3,000 troops from the alliance will go to support Zhuguang City. The radio will report this event as a propaganda tool. Under this trend, Counselor Lian Na can only bear the humiliation and step down in disgrace. Tang Zheng and Ji Yitian swam with Tang Tang at the bottom of the river for a while, and had already swam hundreds of meters. Tong Tong's speed was very fast, like a submarine underwater. When the two people could no longer hold their breath, Tang Ang lifted them out of the water. Splash! The two men exposed their heads and gasped for air. The air was hot now, and it felt hot when they gasped. After taking a few breaths, they dived again. After repeating this several times, They had arrived near the water gate of Zhuguang City. After surfacing again, Tang Zheng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the plane in the distance was still emitting red light, and some body parts were still burning. The fields were not passable now, and they would burn if they walked on them. After the heavy blow, the zombies obviously found it difficult to organize an offensive for the time being. Tonight passed peacefully. Maybe the battle will start in the early morning or tomorrow morning. But it doesn't matter. After 2 consecutive days of consumption, half of the million zombies have been lost, and the difficulty of fighting has been reduced a lot. If Zhuguang City can't survive like this, then it doesn't deserve to be here. After following Tang Tang through the water gate, there is no need to dive anymore. Sitting on Tong Tong's back, it's like riding a yacht and going directly back to the inner city. Let Ji Yuntian go back. And Tang Zheng saw Yi Shui again. Xiaoxue, can you make another truck bomb like that? Tang Zheng thought that if he could make another bomb, he would basically win this battle. It can be done, as long as the general gets me some enriched uranium. Tang Zheng's excitement disappeared immediately, as enriched uranium was really hard to get. It was very lucky that he got one by chance from the alliance before. I guess Lian Na is a little alert now, and it is unlikely to get it again. But through this incident, Tang Zheng also realized the strength of his scientific research soldiers. A seemingly casual scientific research result can even change the direction of the war. This kind of truth that has long been understood will only be felt when it really happens to you. After letting He Shui leave, Gui Yun came to find Tang Zheng again. This time, Gui Yun came to deliver drawings. One is the drawing of the thermal power plant, and the other is the drawing of the field hospital. Thermal power plant, priced at 50,000 gold. Field hospital, priced at 50,000 gold. In fact, the power of Zhuguang City is still sufficient. But Tang Zheng has to consider after the battle. At that time, the population of Zhuguang City is expected to grow explosively, and one wind power plant will not be enough. Moreover, when winter comes, the thermal power plant can also drive the heating of the whole city, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Tang Zheng immediately started to build a thermal power plant in the southeast area of the inner city, because all the coal transported by the alliance was piled up in this area. This is a reserved location. When the huge chimney of the power plant rose from the ground, Tang Zheng scratched his head in distress and asked the engineers to work overnight to cover these chimneys with cloth curtains. Otherwise it would be difficult to explain. The thermal power plant also has 100 staff members, so Tang Zheng does not need to arrange additional staff. Then, there is the field hospital. Tang Zheng does not plan to build this building in the inner city, but by the Fengming River in the outer city. The houses in the riverside area have not been completed yet, and no one lives there. In addition, the whole city is under martial law during this period, and people cannot move around. It is not out of place to build it there. After the war, this will be the hospital of the Zhuguang army, and can also be open to the public. After choosing a location for the hospital, Tang Zheng went over again and arranged the hospital. The hospital was very large, with outpatient and emergency departments. Many large departments had separate buildings, and the internal environment was also quiet. The field hospital did not have its own doctors and nurses, but needed Tang Zheng to send people to station there. Tang Zheng thought of Lin Feifei, the medical soldier who had been following him, and he should make some arrangements for her. He directly appointed Lin Feifei as the director of the field hospital, with a military rank of company level. However, he did not plan to manage the medical staff in the later stage. In the future, ordinary staff can also be recruited from the society. After all, many people also need work. As for now, Tang Zheng does not plan to start the hospital immediately. The medical soldiers on the front line are now sufficient, and even surgery can be performed. There is no need to go to the hospital now. When the battle is over, this place will naturally develop. After placing 2 buildings, Tang Zheng is 1 step closer to upgrading to the leader. Upgrading the leader condition 1. The entire battalion is fully staffed, completed. Upgrading the leader condition 2. Killing a total of 2 million zombies, 46% completed. Condition 3 for upgrading to team leader, 2 million upgrade funds, completed. Condition 4 for upgrading to team leader, complete 10 official buildings, completed 3/10. Tang Zheng looked at it, and found that the zombies and 10 buildings had not been completed. But after this battle, the progress of killing zombies should be more than half completed. After finishing all this, it was already the second half of the night. Tang Zheng looked through the radar and found that the zombies outside the city had not continued to attack for the time being. So he knew that there would be no problem tonight. However, Tang Zheng was not careless. Although the zombies suffered a lot of damage, there were still 500,000 of them. If they really fought, it would be hard to say who would win. Moreover, he had basically used all the means he could use. The next battle would definitely be very fierce and cruel. Instructing the radar team to keep an eye on the zombies, Tang Zheng changed into clean clothes and went to sleep without even taking a shower. Outside the city, Qin Feilong stood there for a long time without moving. All the zombies stood with him, waiting for the leader's order. Gusts of night wind blew, and the flames gradually died down on the field after the explosion. The earth, which was scorched by the explosion, was also gradually cooling down. Qin Feilong stood there without saying a word until the sky in the east gradually turned pale. It's almost time. I was wrong all along. I shouldn't have thought about fighting in the dark. I fell into Tang Zheng's trap. His helicopters and cannons made me hesitate. The most correct approach is to keep attacking regardless of day or night, and not give the other side any chance to breathe. After all, they are human beings, and humans will get tired. But my zombies will not. From now on, I will not make the same mistake as before, and I will not give Zhuguang City any chance. Keep attacking until the city is broken. Qin Feilong issued the order to fight. Now he still has 500,000 zombies, which is half of what it was when he first arrived, but still endless. He ordered the 500,000 zombies to disperse. They were 2 meters apart from each other to effectively prevent artillery bombardment. After that, it was a full-scale advance. The 500,000 zombies were already too huge, and if they were further apart, the plain south of Zhuguang City would not be able to accommodate them. Qin Feilong waved his hand, and the zombies immediately dispersed and moved towards the east gate. This time, not only the south gate was included in the attack range, but also the east gate. Don't give the Zhuguang army any chance to breathe until the battle is over. After Qin Feilong's order was issued, all the zombies began to move and adjust. In the early morning, when the skylight fell slightly through the clouds, the zombies had all adjusted to their positions. The huge zombies of 500,000 formed an encirclement of more than 10 kilometers thick. This encirclement moved forward slowly but firmly. The south gate plain and the east gate plain of Zhuguang City will rekindle the flames of war. This time, it will determine not only victory and defeat, but also life and death. Chapter 128. Tang Zheng got up early in the morning and came to the city wall without even having time to eat. When he arrived at the city wall, almost all the officers of the Zhuguang army had arrived. General, the situation is a little different this time. The zombies are going to fight desperately. The 2nd Company Commander Yang Mu's defense area reported the situation to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng nodded. It will come sooner or later. The zombies have been hit hard and don't want to use any tactics anymore. This time, they are betting everything. Tang Zheng explained some precautions and began to check the battle preparations of the positions. Is the food guaranteed and the medical care in place? Is the ammunition sufficient and the morale high? While checking one by one, the communicator Wu Di suddenly came over. General, there is a piece of news. Please listen. Tang Zheng stopped and listened to Wu Di's broadcast. Fellow countrymen in the Northern Territory, I will report another piece of news to you. This morning, the Alliance Parliament made a meeting decision on the matter that Councillor Liana decided to withdraw troops from Zhuguang City without authorization some time ago. The decision is as follows. Member Lian Na disregarded the friendship between the Alliance and the light-chasing army and arbitrarily decided to withdraw troops from light-chasing city. This incident not only deeply hurt the feelings of the people of light-chasing city, but also tarnished the image of the Alliance. The Alliance decided to expel member Lian Na from the parliament and at the same time invited Tang Zheng, the leader of light-chasing city, to join the Alliance family and join in the celebration. In order to show sincerity, with the approval of the Imperial Earl and Alliance Speaker Xie Jinshan, the Alliance will send 3,000 elite troops today to support light-chasing city and eliminate our common enemy, the zombies. Here, the Alliance calls on the people of the Northern Territory to remain united and to put Hanwen national interests first. Don't fight over trivial matters, which will surely be despised by everyone. 3,000 troops have now set out from the Alliance and are expected to arrive at Zhuguang City in 3 hours. Alliance reporters have set out with the team and will report on the movements of the Alliance troops throughout the journey. After listening to the broadcast, Tang Zheng was speechless. As soon as he heard this, He knew that Lian Na was taking the blame. Of course, she can't be considered to be completely blamed, because she was also one of the instigators, but was abandoned by the Alliance. But Tang Zheng felt that Xie Jinshan had made a wrong calculation this time. Yes, the zombies did lose almost half. But this does not mean that the zombies are soft persimmons. Especially the organized zombies. That is simply a nightmare. But the Alliance does not seem to think so, and instead sent troops to support. It seems that they think there is no suspense in this battle. Well, come on. We can't refuse the kindness of those congressmen. It's always a good thing to help us. At least it can share some of the pressure for me. As for their invitation to me to join the parliament, you go and reply. If the Alliance can help the Zhuguang army fight to the end and win, then I agree to join the parliament. After explaining, Tang Zheng continued his inspection. About half an hour later, the inspection stopped because the zombie group had entered the range of 3 kilometers from Zhuguang City. The dark mass of zombies spread over, keeping a distance of about 2 meters from each other. General, do you want to fire? Tang Zheng shook his head slightly. In this case, the effect of the bombardment is very poor, and it is not cost-effective to fire. Just guard in the usual way. The troops got enough rest yesterday, and now they are full of energy and high morale. Today will be the best time to annihilate the zombies. And the pile of zombie corpses cannot be built up in a day, and they cannot really threaten us in a day. Give the order to kill as accurately as possible. Our task today is to pursue more kills, because after today, I am afraid there will be no such good opportunity. Understood? After the order was issued, the soldiers also knew the main combat objectives for today. Rely on the city wall to fight, and try to eliminate the zombies. With a clear combat plan, the soldiers let the zombies go forward. The battle started when the zombies walked to about 800 meters. This distance is the best distance for snipers to open fire. There are more than 100 snipers on the southeastern walls. Among these snipers, the worst one is also enhanced to 2 stars. A sniper with 2 enhanced stars is a perfect marksman. At this distance, the hit rate of the zombies is over 85%. As for the 3 enhanced stars, the hit rate can reach at least 95% at a distance of 800 meters. Don't underestimate these more than 100 people. Each person shoots once every 15 seconds, and can kill more than 500 zombies in 1 minute. And what they kill are basically mutant zombies. Those armored and agile zombies in the zombie group are their main targets. Tang Zheng focused on training the sniper team. He replaced all the snipers with Barrett sniper rifles. Only this kind of powerful firearm can maintain the ability to kill the armored zombies with 1 shot at a distance of 800 meters. The sound of sniper rifles continued to ring, and the mutant zombies fell to the ground one by one while walking. At a distance of about 800 meters, before the zombie group walked 200 meters, more than 4,000 mutant zombies became dead souls under the gun. Chen Filong gnashed his teeth at the sight. Losing 4,000 ordinary zombies was nothing. But the mutant zombies were not. They were his main force in attacking the city. Protect your head. Bend over. Move faster. For the dull zombies, he could only issue some simple commands. The zombies did as he was told, which made it more difficult for the light-chasing army to kill them. However, the snipers were not idle either. They started to kill the quasi-mutant zombies. As the battle progressed, these guys could evolve into mutants at any time, so eliminating them in advance would also reduce pressure. The quasi-mutated zombies, which had already evolved to a considerable degree, began to die one after another. But this time Chen Filong didn't care anymore. And he couldn't care anymore. His dispersed formation was still effective. At least the artillery of the Zhuguang army stopped firing. Some losses were losses. As long as they could get close to the city wall, everything would be worth it. But he still thought too simply. As the distance got closer, the heavy machine guns also started to fire in bursts. At 650 meters, the heavy machine guns also joined the battle sequence. Compared with sniper rifles, the star upgrade of heavy machine guns is not inferior. Most of the heavy machine gun combat teams in Zhuguang City have been strengthened to 3 stars. The 3-star soldiers operate machine guns, allowing them to maintain a headshot rate of about 50% at about 600 meters. Moreover, the 3-round burst fire, hitting other parts of the body, is also likely to make the zombies lose their mobility. In the bunker of Zhuguang City, on the city wall, all the heavy machine guns began to fire in bursts. With the addition of heavy machine guns, the death rate of zombies has greatly increased. Quasi-mutated zombies are still the main target of killing. For every meter the zombies advance, about 200 zombies will die. Chen Filong gritted his teeth and asked the zombies to move as fast as possible. He knew that the current death rate was not a big deal. The moment when the rifles opened fire within 500 meters was the truly cruel moment. Tens of thousands of zombies died before and after. And the zombies entered the 500-meter range. When they reached this range, just as Chen Filong thought, the rifles of Zhuguang City opened fire. This time, almost all zombies were the targets of the soldiers. Zhuguang City was like a hedgehog, and the bullets were the exposed thorns. At a distance of 500 meters, they might be killed. Chen Filong made up his mind to let the zombies move forward. Countless zombies fell on the road ahead. From the distance of 500 meters to 400 meters, Chen Filong lost more than 20,000 zombies. He found that the number of his zombies had dropped to 470,000. And Zhuguang City was still so far away, which made him anxious. Raise your hands and cover your heads. Do you know what your heads are? Some of the more evolved zombies could vaguely understand his orders and knew to raise their hands to protect their heads. As for the ordinary zombies, some raised their hands, some raised one hand, and some even opened their hands in a gesture of surrender. Chen Filong was helpless about this situation. The more ordinary the zombies were, the harder it was to command them, and his own control seemed to be insufficient. Being able to keep the zombies at a certain distance was almost the limit. Just when he was annoyed about this, something happened. As the leader of the zombie group was everything to him. He could learn about the surrounding news through the eyes of other zombies. In the northwest direction of the zombie group, on the other side of the road, a group of humans were coming. The zombie in the most northwest direction saw the situation of the group of humans. It was also a group of soldiers, driving armored vehicles and bulletproof vehicles, and many trucks, which had stopped at the northwest intersection. They were urgently building fortifications and arranging defenses. Seeing this, Chen Filong was shocked. Tang Zheng is really mean enough. He even left me a trick. Want to attack from behind while I'm attacking the city? Then you've made a wrong calculation. In that case, I let your delicious subordinates feed my children first. Chen Filong waved his hand, and the 100,000 zombies behind the zombie group immediately separated and headed straight for the new soldiers. I'm reporting a good news to everyone. The Alliance troops have arrived at the battlefield after a long journey. From our perspective, we can already see Zhuguang City from afar. Zhuguang City is now completely surrounded by zombies. The whole city is covered with black smoke, and the air is filled with the smell of burning. The city is packed with people. If we come later, the consequences may be disastrous. The soldiers of the Alliance have already got off the car and are setting up defensive positions. They can immediately join the battle and share the pressure on Zhuguang City. People of Zhuguang City, don't panic after hearing the broadcast. You have the Alliance as a solid backing. You don't have to worry about any danger. The Alliance has signed a protection agreement with you and will fulfill its obligation to protect you. You will be safe. Zombies are coming. A lot. Chapter 129. Tang Zheng commanded the battle and listened to the content on the radio. He looked at the radar screen. Northwest direction. More than 10 kilometers away, the Alliance's troops did appear. A large group of white light spots representing survivors appeared there and gathered together. However, on the zombie side, a large number of red light spots, far exceeding the number of survivors, were gathering over there. Tang Zheng carefully checked the radar and found some problems. Among the zombies, a large number of red light spots filled the ordinary red light spots, and those red spots are in step with the red spots. Tang Zheng smelled the smell of tactics here. Those should be mutant zombies, mixed in with the ordinary zombies, preparing to launch a surprise attack on the Alliance. But Tang Zheng did not take the initiative to remind them. If he reminded them now, the Alliance would only think that they have ulterior motives, which would have a bad effect. I hope they are really as strong as the broadcast said. Tang Zheng ignored the Alliance. After all, Zhuguang City was facing greater pressure. The zombies have entered the range of 300 meters. The density of the zombies has begun to decrease, and the speed of advancement has become faster. In Zhuguang City, the sound of gunfire has become a string of popcorn. As the commander of the Alliance, Li Wang commanded the deployment of defense while listening to the feedback from other bases. Although some people still question the actions of the Alliance, many people have changed their tone. The Alliance's ability to travel hundreds of kilometers to support Juguang City has been recognized by many people. Many people praise the Alliance. And many praise Xie Jinshan. And even Li Wang's name was mentioned. But what made him unhappy was that many people compared the Alliance with Juguang City. These ignorant things. What qualifications does Juguang City have to be compared with the Alliance? It's nothing more than a well-built city wall. If the Alliance owned this city, it would have taken off long ago. But it's not too late now. As long as this battle is over, the Alliance will have the upper hand in terms of morality. Tang Zheng has no reason to refuse to cooperate with the Alliance. As long as he agrees to join the parliament, the Alliance will have the final say here in the future. Seeing the zombies approaching him, Li Wang stepped down to command the battle. Everyone, get ready. Finally, check if there are any problems with the guns. Don't worry. Zombies are also flesh and blood. The number of the light-chasing army is not as large as ours now. But they can eliminate half of the zombies. Now they still bear most of the pressure. We only need to face a small number of zombies. Victory is not a suspense. The Alliance has been under a lot of pressure during this period. Now it's time to show our style. Zombies are coming. Beat them hard. As Li Wang gave the order, the intersection in the northwest immediately became the second battlefield. It must be said that the Alliance, which had just arrived, performed well. These 3,000 people were also troops that had received military training in the Alliance. And they were considered an elite force in the northern region. The 3,000 people formed two lines of defense. A sandbag line of defense and a vehicle line of defense. And were assigned combat batches. They let the zombies enter a range of about 300 meters before they started shooting. Because the distance was too far. The hit rate could not be guaranteed at all. The Alliance had traveled a long distance this time. And the ammunition they carried was not enough to ensure that they could shoot recklessly. There were also some heavy machine guns here. When the machine guns opened fire, they immediately set off a bloody storm among the zombies. Large numbers of zombies were knocked down like mowing grass, which made everyone cheer. For a long time, the survivors were afraid of fighting zombies. Even if there was a battle, it was usually a defense battle based on buildings. This is the first time that such a large-scale mobilization to collectively annihilate zombies has happened. But now they find that zombies don't seem to be that scary. The Juguang army can fight. And they can fight as well. As long as they overcome their fear. It seems that there is nothing difficult. The battle has already started. Right in front of me. Do you hear the fierce gunfire? The soldiers of the Alliance are firing. And under the leadership of Councillor Li Wang, they are fighting bravely. Zombies fell in groups. In just a few minutes, I saw at least tens of thousands of zombies being killed. Councilman Li Wang is urging the soldiers to fight. He said that we should try to end the siege before sunset today. Captain Tang Zheng, did you hear that? You should prepare wine and food to welcome our soldiers, the saviors of Juguang City, into the city. The reporters brought by the Alliance spared no effort to promote it, but also fooled quite a few outsiders. In the radio, the praise for the Alliance is constantly improving. However, Tang Zheng did not listen to these things. There were gunshots everywhere, and he could not hear clearly. The battle in Juguang City was also very fierce, and he did not have time to listen. But he took a quick look at the radar, and saw that the group of mutant zombies were approaching the Alliance's position. The battle on the Alliance side was even more intense than that in Juguang City during this period. Without the cover of the city wall, they could not observe from a high position, and could only use continuous firepower output to prevent the zombies from approaching. Occasionally, mutant zombies appeared, and the Alliance also had snipers, who would decisively shoot and kill them. Everything seemed to be going well. Although tens of thousands were not killed, as the broadcaster boasted. Thousands were definitely killed. Li Wang sat on the roof of a jeep with a saber in his hand, rubbing it constantly. As a mutant, this is his weapon. As a mutant, he is very confident. Even if he faces a mutant zombie alone, he feels that he can fight. Of course, he will not take the initiative to try. After all, he is also the leader of a base, and he will not do such risky things. But he still has a desire to fight in his heart. He once heard that a second-level mutant zombie appeared in the wild. His ideal is to become a level 2 mutant. Level 1 mutants are considered strongmen for ordinary people. And level 2 mutants are probably like supermen. But level 2 zombies must be difficult to deal with. And I wonder if I can encounter one today. If I do, he will use the power of a large army to kill it. And then fulfill his dream of becoming a level 2 mutant. By that time, even though he is not the speaker of the Alliance, he will definitely have a transcendent status. Just as he was daydreaming, he heard the shouts of soldiers in front of him. Attention! Mutated zombies appeared. There are so many of them. Oh my god! How can there be so many mutant zombies? We are doomed now. Fire! Fire! Don't stop shooting. Don't let the mutant zombies get close. Where is Chief Li Wang? Should we consider retreating? Duh. Li Wang heard people exclamations and hurriedly looked into the distance. He was immediately frightened when he saw thousands of mutant zombies appearing about 200 meters ahead. The tall armored zombies and the fast-moving agile zombies suddenly rushed out of the zombie group and rushed towards the position. He even saw a gorilla zombie over 3 meters tall in the zombie group, which was as big as 4 or 5 ordinary armored zombies and looked like King Kong. This is a second-level mutant zombie. Li Wang almost instantly determined the identity of this zombie. Although the current situation is very dangerous, he still wants to take a gamble. Fortunes are sought in danger. As long as he kills this zombie, he will have the hope of becoming a second-level mutant. Focus your fire and kill this gorilla. The heavy machine guns around him were aimed at the gorilla zombie at the same time. It was so tall that it was easy to aim. Ding 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 ding. The heavy machine gun sent out a torrent of metal and hit the gorilla zombie directly. Something shocking happened. A string of sparks appeared on the gorilla zombie body. Although there was blood occasionally, it was obviously not fatal. Countless bullets were fired, and many of them were embedded in the gorilla's cuticle without penetrating at all. Captain Li Wang. The stratum corneum of this zombie is too thick, and there are a lot of metal debris wrapped outside the body, which adds an extra layer of protection. Even heavy machine guns can't penetrate it. Where is the sniper? Fire! The sniper raised his gun and fired a shot. Their sniper rifles are not large caliber guns like Barrett. After firing a shot, the gorilla zombie head only moved slightly. A few sparks came out, and it was unharmed. The continuous attacks not only did not hurt the gorilla, but made it more ferocious. With its huge legs spread out, it actually started running. It rumbled past the zombies around it, and quickly rushed to the front of the position under countless bullets. Where's the armored vehicle? Push it up. Li Wang also knew how to command. He didn't dare to let the gorilla zombie rush into the position, so he immediately sent an armored vehicle to meet it. Although the driver of the armored vehicle was terrified, he didn't dare to disobey the order, and he stepped on the accelerator and crashed into it. If the distance was far enough, the car might really be useful, but the distance was too close. The gorilla zombie stretched out its sturdy arms and stopped the armored vehicle's forward momentum. The wheels spun on the ground, and the friction caused dust to rise. After barely pushing the gorilla back more than 10 meters, the car could no longer move. Roar! The gorilla zombie exerted force and actually flipped the armored vehicle sideways. After flipping the vehicle, the gorilla zombie huge fist smashed down and directly smashed the car window. He pulled the driver out of the car and bit him. A living person. Half of him was left in an instant. Opening his mouth again, the gorilla stuffed the whole person into his mouth, and suddenly jumped into the position. The Alliance soldiers who were already scared to death had no time to dodge, and more than a dozen of them were flattened by the gorilla in an instant. The position was immediately in chaos, and the soldiers began to run and dodge, fearing that they would become the next victim. As a result, there was no one in this area to defend against the attack of the zombies, and the mutant zombies that surged and afterwards formed a breakthrough here. Just like a river bank bursting, the gap quickly spread to both sides, getting bigger and bigger. Chapter 130. From the time the gorilla zombies overturned the armored vehicle to the time the Alliance line collapsed, it took no more than 3 minutes. At this critical moment, the quality of the soldiers was the decisive factor. If these soldiers were replaced by the light-chasing army, the scene at this moment would definitely not be so ugly. Now, as soon as these people in the Alliance saw the zombies rushing up, they immediately abandoned their weapons and positions and fled in all directions. An avalanche-like chain reaction occurred, and the best description of this moment was a crushing defeat. At this moment, Li Wang understood that strict military training was all bullshit. Actual combat is the best training. The new recruits who had been shooting, running, and kicking in the back were faced with such a life-and-death situation right away, which completely destroyed their will and made the situation out of control. Some defeated soldiers were quick and ran over to start the vehicle. Those who ran slower could only rely on their own feet. There were only more than 30 vehicles that started, and the rest of the people fled in all directions. In the more than 30 vehicles, the fewest had only one person, and the most had more than a dozen people on board. In total, there were about 200 people who could escape. As for the soldiers who escaped on foot, facing the agile zombies running wildly, their fate can be imagined. Li Wang stood on the roof of the bulletproof car, facing the rushing guerrilla zombies. He did not choose to escape. Everything was over. As the leader of the troops this time, he had no face to go back after leading the 3,000 troops of the Alliance to this point. He was also the main initiator of this expedition. And now it was time for him to take responsibility for his mistakes. Li Wang took out his long knife and faced the gorilla zombie. "Come on! Let me see how hard you are to deal with." The gorilla zombie strode over and slapped him. Li Wang jumped to the side and dodged the palm in midair, showing the mutant's excellent physical fitness. The zombie swung another palm horizontally, and Li Wang was in the air, so he had no room to dodge. He could only block with his sword, but it was useless. A huge hand like a door panel smashed over and blew up Li Wang in the air. Amid the flying blood foam, the second-ranked member of the Alliance Parliament died outside Zhuguang City. In the distance, a speeding vehicle took a picture of this scene and reported it. "It's a pity that the Alliance's front has collapsed. We have to evacuate because I am a journalist, not a soldier. My mission is to feed back the news to the audience in a timely and accurate manner, not to stay and fight. I can see that there are many soldiers running around. We have surpassed them, but it is too late to rescue them. The fate of these soldiers is doomed to be tragic." At the last moment, I saw Chief Li Wang. He was blown up by the invulnerable gorilla. There was no trace of his body. This is really a sad scene. Oh. Helicopters. Oh my god. The helicopters of the light-chasing army have landed. There seem to be 10 of them. 5 little bird helicopters are intercepting them. They fired bullets and anti-tank missiles, hitting many zombies. The transport plane landed. They are rescuing the fleeing soldiers, and many soldiers boarded the plane. This is an incredible scene. The rescue is still going on. The plane left, and about 300 soldiers were rescued. Thank God. Or we should thank Tang Jing more. I admit that I didn't have much good feelings for Tang Zheng, but at this moment, I want to say thank you to him. You are an amazing person. I hope Zhuguang City can win, and I hope the rescued people are safe. I have to return to the Alliance to report now. And today's report is over. With the departure of the Alliance reporter, the report of this battle also ended. The 3,000 Alliance troops who came to assist Zhuguang City fought hard for half an hour and annihilated about 15,000 zombies. They also paid a heavy price, including the leader Li Wang. More than 2,300 people died, and more than 200 people drove back to the Alliance. If Tang Zheng had not sent a helicopter unit for a rescue at the last moment, except for those who escaped, the rest would have been wiped out. Tang Zheng rescue operation saved more than 300 Alliance soldiers and brought them back to Zhuguang City. The content of the broadcast at that time made the listeners feel desperate. After all, no one could face the death of 3,000 soldiers calmly. But Tang Zheng rescue at the last moment was like a warm light, which made people feel hopeful again and relieve their sadness. But what followed was the release of anger. The Zhuguang army had less than 3,000 people, and there was no sign of collapse in the battle until now. More than 500,000 zombies had been annihilated. The Alliance had 3,000 people, and they were completely wiped out after fighting for half an hour. Such a sharp contrast. How could everyone not be angry? I just want to say here that the Alliance is a garbage alliance. Xie Jinshan is a waste. The future belongs to Tang Zheng. I am Yong Linling of the Manor Base. I am responsible for what I say. 3,000 people fought hard for half an hour, and were completely wiped out. Ha ha ha. Is there anything more ironic than this? Xie Jinshan should commit suicide to apologize. Step down. The Alliance Parliament is now missing 2 people. Tang Zheng should fill in and take over the position of speaker. It's better not to. What's the point of going into such an alliance? They abandoned the city and fled. Now that the Zhuguang army is fighting well and seems to be winning, they want to come back to pick up the fallen peaches. Do you really think that everyone knows nothing? But I didn't expect to shoot myself in the foot and end up losing more than stealing a chicken. It can be seen that there is nothing good in the Alliance Parliament. Tang Zheng should not go to such a place. Yes. Zhuguang City is so good. If we win this battle, I plan to settle there. Don't become a part of the Alliance. Today's battle made many people realize the weakness of the alliance, and also highlighted the strength of the light-chasing army. In the past, people were very cautious when they said something bad about the alliance. But now they have no worries at all. And the trend of everyone pushing down the wall has emerged. Those base leaders are also shrewd people. The tricks of the alliance can't be hidden from people. Whether they can be recognized in the end depends mainly on whether they win. Victory can cover up many things, but failure will expose everything. Obviously, the alliance's performance no longer commands respect or awe. In the face of everyone's ridicule, the alliance did not say a word from beginning to end, and it was obvious that they had nothing to say. Tang Jing listened to the words on the radio for a while, and then stopped listening. The alliance is certainly hateful, but those soldiers are still innocent, and every bit of them that can be saved is a bit of a loss. From the beginning of the apocalypse to now, the population has been declining sharply, and there are fewer and fewer survivors in the wild. The population has become the most precious resource. Maybe this situation is not particularly obvious now, but after this winter, maybe no one will be seen in the wild anymore. The act of saving people was praised by many leaders. However, Tang Jing did not take it too seriously. Although the broadcast now felt that the Zhuguang army was able to control the situation, he knew that the most brutal battle had just begun. The alliance brought some consumption to the zombies, but it was also negligible. Now there are still a huge number of 450,000 zombies, and they have approached the range within 300 meters of Zhuguang City. The shooting on the city wall never stopped, continuously consuming the zombies' manpower. The zombies continued to advance unstoppably, and after paying a lot of casualties, they finally approached the city of Zhuguang. At this point, the zombies automatically began to split up, according to the 3 main attack locations set by Chen Failong the day before yesterday. They gathered on the remains of the pile of corpses. Those walking in front were all ordinary zombies, and also cannon fodder. They let the Zhuguang army shoot. As long as they could lie the corpses on the pile of corpses, they would complete the mission. Many zombies fell on the road near the pile of corpses, but more and more zombies rushed to the pile of corpses. After a day and a night of burning, the pile of corpses has dropped from 10 meters to about 5 meters. And there are some collapses when stepped on. At first, some zombies went up and soon stepped on the pile of corpses to a height of 4 meters. But as time went on and the battle continued, this height was still slowly rising. On the walls of Zhuguang City, in addition to a large number of soldiers lying on the battlements and shooting, there were also flamethrower soldiers, who kept spraying down long dragons of flames. The engineering corps has now also climbed onto the city wall, each carrying a barrel of gasoline. The tanker truck obtained from the alliance is now parked under the city wall, and the engineering corps is nervously filling it with gasoline. Bring the gasoline to the top of the city wall, and then pour it directly down. Every time the gasoline falls, the pile of corpses will burn violently with a bang, and the crackling sound of grease will make the fragrance spread everywhere. Countless zombies are burning violently under such circumstances, and eventually become nutrients for the pile of corpses. This is the most brutal war of attrition. No one in the world would choose to attack the city like this except zombies. But such an attack is also the most terrifying. Facing the endless zombies, the psychological pressure on the soldiers will definitely increase. Only the iron-like troops, like the Zhuguang army, can ignore this pressure and always maintain their fighting rhythm. From early morning to noon, from noon to dusk, until night, such a battle has been going on. The two sides of the battle are like machines with a spring tightened, running steadily and tirelessly. Tang Jing was still insisting on letting the soldiers take turns to rest, because the soldiers of the Zhuguang army only needed to sleep 4 hours a day. 4/5 of the soldiers were always fighting on the city wall. When it was time to fight, they would go up immediately, and when it was time to rest, they would rest immediately. Facing the grinding wheel tactics of the zombies, they were able to persist, but Tang Jing knew that this would not last too long, because by midnight, the height of the pile of corpses had been piled up to 15 meters. There were zombie roars in the distance again. That was the arrival of the mutant zombie group. Obviously, the zombie leader thought that the last opportunity to attack the city had come. Chapter 131. When the mutant zombies approached, the radar squad immediately alerted Tang Jing. Tang Jing had been observing this, not daring to leave his position for a moment. Now that he saw the mutant zombies finally arrive, he was relieved. What was coming would eventually come, and it was nothing more than a fight. Another batch of flares was launched, lighting up the darkness below the city wall. In the darkness, A large group of armored soldiers were marching forward. The snipers and heavy machine guns on the city wall aimed at the armored vehicles and started shooting. This batch of armored vehicles had obviously evolved to a certain level. They were all over 2.3 meters tall, with their huge hands protecting their heads, charging forward under the bullets. Strings of sparks or blood burst out from their bodies. Some armored vehicles fell down while walking, while others insisted on walking onto the pile of corpses. Don't panic. Prepare the flame guns and warm up the armored vehicles first. Once they feel warm, they won't protect their heads with their hands anymore. The soldiers of the light-chasing army had gained experience and knew how to make the armored zombies give up protecting their heads. The flamethrower warrior immediately stuck his head out and sprayed flames at the armored zombies. Because the armored zombies at this moment had come to the pile of corpses, close to the city wall, and there was no shooting angle on the normal battlements. The flamethrower warrior held a flame gun and shot a long dragon of flames at the bottom. The blazing fire burned the armor and also blocked people's sight. This situation is a normal phenomenon. When a huge pile of fire is burning in front of you, it is difficult for your eyes to penetrate this bright area and see through the darkness on the opposite side. Even with flares, it would be the same. After all, the light from flares is not as good as sunlight. It was at this time that changes suddenly occurred. I saw many armored zombies rushing to the pile of corpses. The pile of corpses is piled up to 15 meters high, and the height of the armored zombies themselves is more than 2 meters. Standing on it, the distance from the top of the wall is only about 3 meters. At this height, the armored zombies can't jump up. But behind them, there is another zombie. Behind every armored zombie that rushed up, there was an agile zombie on its back, with the cover of the fire. The powerful armored zombie exerted force with his arms, and threw the agile zombie onto the top of the city wall. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, hundreds of agile zombies climbed onto the walls of Zhuguang City. This was the first time that zombies had attacked the walls since the start of the war. There was a momentary commotion at the scene. Because the agile zombies landed, they began to attack the Zhuguang army soldiers around them. If it were other troops, thousands of people might have died within a minute. But this would not happen with the Zhuguang army. Because on the city wall, there were not only soldiers of the light-chasing army guarding, but also a large number of military dogs. The first wave of zombie attacks was launched against the light-chasing army soldiers, which did cause casualties at this moment. Nearly 10 soldiers fell in the zombies' surprise attack without being prepared. But more soldiers were just injured, because each of them was a 3-star enhanced soldier. Such a soldier, if placed in a Sonda team, would easily win a city-level championship, and would not be killed so easily. So they were able to fight against the mutant zombies. After a short attack and counterattack, the military dog rushed up in just 2 or 3 seconds. With its mouth wide open, the military dog bit the agile zombie directly. They would not place the battle on the city wall, which would cause too many unnecessary casualties. After biting the zombie, the military dog exerted force and rolled down from the city wall with the agile zombie. In addition, there was a sniper on the sentry tower who adjusted the shooting angle and fired, killing many of the zombies that attacked. The remaining zombies were dragged down by the military dogs. About 45 pairs. The conflict on the city wall was short-lived, and 60 to 70 of the agile zombies that attacked were killed. Similarly, 7 or 8 soldiers of the light-chasing army were killed, and nearly 100 were injured. Medical team, treat the seriously injured immediately. Every injured soldier, inject antiviral serum immediately. The medical team under the city wall immediately rushed up, and the lightly injured were treated urgently on the city wall. Iodine disinfection, wound healing medicine covering the wound, gauze bandage. Antiviral serum was exchanged and injected directly into the wounded. Those with more serious injuries were carried by stretcher team members to the built medical tent for surgery. As for the agile zombies and military dogs that were biting each other under the city wall, no one paid attention to them now. The 40 or 50 agile zombies dragged down from the city wall by military dogs were now fighting alone. These 40 or 50 dogs were not dragged down from one place, but everywhere on the east and south city walls. The military dogs of the light-chasing army were also distributed everywhere. As long as a zombie was entangled by a military dog, a second one would come to support it soon. If it was the starless military dog at the beginning, the threat to the agile zombies would not be that high. But now they are all 2-star and 3-star military dogs, and the agile zombies no longer have an advantage. Those lion-like brave military dogs. Two of them can completely suppress the agile zombies and end the battle within a minute. Some people who were unlucky were easily killed by 4-star military dogs. This wave of riots lasted for about 5 minutes and ended. Seeing such a scene, Tang Zheng was also secretly alert. The battle under the city looked like the light-chasing army was killing zombies one-sidedly. But the zombie leader obviously would not let himself do whatever he wanted. The current raid was just the beginning. And there would be more brutal battles next. 2 consecutive batches of flares were launched, illuminating the city even brighter. Radar squad. Now we must not only be alert to the approach of mutant zombies, but also be alert to the zombies hiding among them. The big zombies may bring the small zombies with them. Understood, General. We must observe carefully. In the distance, Chen Failong watched the city head return to calm, and the Zhuguang army continued to fight in an orderly manner. And he sighed in his heart. This move was originally a means of surprise attack. In his opinion, it was possible to break the Zhuguang city. But unfortunately, the fighting power of the light-chasing army was beyond his imagination. In the face of the sudden attack of many mutant zombies, they not only did not panic, but also made the most effective counterattack, annihilating all the invading zombies without paying much price. This world really makes me a little confused. When will human troops have such fighting power? Chen Failong sighed and looked at the zombies under his command. His million zombies have now dropped to 370,000. Although the number of soldiers was reduced by nearly 2/3, Chen Failong still believed that victory belonged to him, because the pile of corpses under Zhuguang City was close to a height of 16 meters. Although the Zhuguang army kept burning, there were too many zombies rushing up, and the pile of corpses was still inevitably rising. 17 meters? 1 more meter will be enough. At that time, the armored zombies can even touch the edge of the city wall with their hands. At that time, I will give you another surprise. Chen Failong let the cannon fodder zombies continue to rush. And then, he quietly made preparations. This time, he decided to use his trump card. Among the attacking team, 3 gorilla zombies and 6 mutants quietly moved to the group of zombies in front. These second-level zombies are Chen Failong real elite. The 3,000 troops of the Alliance arrived. But they couldn't even withstand the attack of a gorilla zombie, causing the front line to collapse and the whole army to be annihilated. This shows the strong combat power of the gorilla zombies. Even for the light-chasing army, it is still unlikely to kill the gorilla zombies in a short time. Chen Failong firmly believes this. Now the 3 piles of corpses are almost piled up to the top of the city wall. And it's time for these trump cards to appear. As long as one place is breached, the zombies behind will instantly rush up the city wall and flood the city. The fierce attack and defense are still going on. The pile of corpses under the city wall has been burning, and the rising black smoke has covered the entire Zhuguang city. And the air is filled with a pungent smell. The sound of gunfire like popping beans continues to ring. The soldiers are fighting. The medical soldiers are treating. And the engineers are constantly going back and forth between the city wall and the arsenal, carrying ammunition back and forth. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, and the battle had entered a white-hot state. The pile of corpses under the city wall had been piled up to nearly 10 meters high. Occasionally, a mutant zombie would rush up and almost directly threaten the defenders on the city wall. Fortunately, the Zhuguang army was also very experienced in combat. The soldiers near each other supported each other. Once a danger occurred somewhere, there would be comrades to help. Although people were constantly injured, deaths rarely occurred. Helicopters also continued to take off, hovering over the top of the city, pouring firepower down continuously, killing as many as possible, and trying to help relieve the pressure on the city wall. The pile of corpses was rising slowly, but it was still rising, gradually reaching a height of 17 meters. Grenade! Grenade was thrown from the city wall, bombing the pile of corpses a little lower. But the effect was not obvious. Only by pouring gasoline down and letting it burn continuously can the city wall be temporarily safe. The mutant zombies are coming again. Seeing a large number of red light spots approaching the city wall, the radar team issued a timely reminder. The defenders of the city wall all focused their attention, and the zombies' tricks that they wanted to play last time were no longer successful. But this time, the zombies didn't play any tricks. They just charged straight at the city wall. Groups of armored and agile zombies roared and rushed to the pile of corpses, attracting a lot of firepower. They had to fight. Otherwise these zombies would kill them. Among the group of armored and agile zombies, there were 2 red figures running fast. Crack! Crack! The red figure jumped up to the pile of corpses, but did not break through from the front, but jumped directly onto the city wall. Like geckos, they quickly climbed up the city wall from the nearby undefended area. The licker appeared, just as the light-chasing army was about to turn its guns to attack the licker. A gigantic zombie also rushed onto the pile of corpses, relying on the cuticle that had mutated twice in a row, and the bulletproof glass, or bulletproof car door, that the zombie king had attached to its body, and with countless heavy machine guns and sniper rifles firing, and sparks all over its body. This zombie almost rushed onto the city wall while bearing the torrent of bullets. The gorilla zombie, the culprit that destroyed the 3,000 troops of the Alliance, also appeared, and there were 3 of them, attacking 3 locations on the city wall at the same time. 3 gorillas and 6 lickers instantly became the biggest threat to the light-chasing army. Chapter 132. There are not many level 2 zombies under Chen Failong. He has 6 gorilla zombies and 12 lickers. At the moment, he has sent out half of his elite forces to attack Shuguang City. These forces have indeed caused a lot of trouble for the Shuguang army. If the gorilla zombies and lickers cannot be eliminated in a short time, the mutant zombies behind will definitely take this opportunity to climb the city wall. In this case, neither the gorillas nor the lickers are so easy to eliminate. The red body of the licker was like a flash of lightning, darting along the city wall, looking for a weakly guarded place to climb up the wall. The gorilla zombie attracted a lot of firepower, came to the top of the pile of corpses, and also tried to climb up. Tang Zheng's current position was above the south gate of the city wall. At this location, the pile of corpses under the city wall was the largest of the 3 piles of corpses. On the left and right sentry towers, there were 4 snipers each, aiming at the licker and preparing to kill him. On the left sentry tower, City Guard Captain Chu Xian clenched the Barrett sniper rifle in his hand. As a City Guard captain, he is now a 4-star sniper. If there was an agile zombie below, he could hit it with 1 shot even if it was moving. But the licker was too fast, making it difficult for him to aim. On the city wall, Tang Zheng also knew that Chu Xian was going to snipe the licker, and his mind was spinning rapidly at this moment. The senses of zombies are mainly smell, hearing and vision. Now that the gunfire keeps ringing, its hearing sense is no longer of much use. The pile of corpses has been burning, and its sense of smell has been greatly degraded. So now it mainly relies on vision. As long as its vision can be affected, its mobility will be greatly reduced. Use flares. Tang Zheng gave the order with an idea. Immediately, a soldier took out the flares and fired them at the city wall. Bang! Flares exploded on the city wall, and a ball of strong light suddenly lit up. The licker, who was still running around on the city wall, suddenly stopped at this moment. The strong light caused its eyes to be temporarily blinded. It didn't know where to go, so it could only crawl temporarily and wait for its eyes to recover. As a 4-star sniper, Chu Xian certainly couldn't miss such a critical opportunity. Bang! The Barrett made a muffled sound, and the licker's head was smashed with a shot. The suction cup-like claws lost their function and rolled down from the city wall. On the city wall, the defenders cheered. Seeing that this method worked, the defenders next to them also fired a flare. Another licker who was about to jump onto the top of the city stopped under the battlements of the city wall, under the raised round stones. But a 4-star sniper leaned out of the sentry tower, and his comrades pulled him to prevent him from falling. He found the shooting angle and shot the licker dead with 1 shot. The method of using flares to temporarily blind the lickers was immediately passed on to the other 2 attack locations. However, it took some time for the message to be transmitted, and they were a little slow to act. They each killed a licker, and then a licker from each of them jumped onto the city wall. On the southwest city wall, the 4-star military dogs De Kongming and Xiaopieliang entangled a licker that broke into the city wall. The 2 of them, with a group of 2-star and 3-star military dogs, fought with the licker. The situation at Minato was similar. The 4-star military dogs Xiaopieliang and several 3-star military dogs intercepted a licker. But the battle situation was not favorable. The licker was not something that a 4-star military dog could suppress. The crisis of the licker was temporarily alleviated. But the biggest danger came from the gorilla zombie. The gorilla zombie was so strong that after being armed, it was as strong as iron. Heavy machine guns and sniper rifles could hardly penetrate its defense. The head was especially deadly. Some bulletproof glass and steel plates were almost integrated with the oily substance on its head, leaving no place to shoot. The mouth was still a little angled, but this guy lowered his head and was consciously protecting his mouth. Tang Jing saw the gorilla zombie arm grabbing the protruding boulder, and the upper body had already climbed up, and immediately shouted, "Bazooka!" The bazooka warrior immediately rushed to the front, and at another section of the wall, 10 meters away from the gorilla zombie, he fired a rocket. The gorilla zombie that had just climbed up was blasted down from the wall by the rocket. The chest was charred, and it was obvious that he was injured, but not seriously. He rolled on the pile of corpses, and then continued to climb up. This is simply a piece of iron. Even rockets can hardly cause fatal damage. General, how can we fight it? Tang Zheng was thinking of a solution when Yi Shui suddenly ran over. General, don't forget the super explosive pack I gave you. Tang Zheng suddenly remembered that Yi Shui did give him an explosive pack, saying that it could blow up a skyscraper in one go. Tang Zheng never had the chance to use this. Isn't this the best opportunity? He looked around and saw that his Hummer was still parked on the city wall. He opened the door and pulled out a package. A battering ram. He threw the battering ram back and took out another package. This time it was a dynamite pack. Will this dynamite pack collapse our city wall? No, General. Our city wall is 10 meters thick, and we didn't blow it up close to the wall, so it won't collapse that easily, even if there is some damage. Can't you rebuild it at any time? Tang Jing nodded and stopped talking, and handed the dynamite pack to a soldier guarding the city. This dynamite pack has glue on it. When the gorilla comes up again, just throw it directly at it. I understand. General. The roar of the gorilla below came, and the giant's palm was placed on the wall again, revealing its body. The soldier grabbed the explosive pack and smashed it directly on the gorilla's body about 3 meters away. The glue on it was very strong and firmly stuck to the gorilla zombie shoulder. Bazooka! The bazooka warrior fired, and another shot hit the gorilla zombie chest. The gorilla roared and was hit again. Flamethrower warrior. The flamethrower warrior, who had been prepared for a long time, fired at the gorilla rolling down the corpse. A fire dragon enveloped it. The gorilla zombie was not easy to burn, and this fire dragon would soon go out. But the explosive pack on its shoulder was ignited. The people on the city wall all lay down. Boom! The earth shook, and the countless broken arms on the corpses under the city wall were directly blasted into the sky, and a layer of blood rain fell on the city wall. The huge gorilla zombie was directly blown into pieces by this super explosive pack, and no bones were left. A huge cheer sounded at the south gate. After dealing with the gorilla and the liquor, it would be impossible for the other zombies to rush up the city wall in a short time. Moreover, the explosion of the explosive pack blasted the pile of corpses down 2 meters, and the city wall was safer. However, Tang Zheng did not relax, because there were 3 such attack points in the entire South City, and the Southwest City Gate and the Water Gate needed to be guarded. At this time, Yi Shui said to Tang Zheng, General, I can make another explosive pack and go to support a location. Should I go to the Southwest City Wall or the Water Gate? Now the Southwest City Wall and the Water Gate are still in danger. The liquors have not been completely dealt with. They are using Tang Zheng method just now to bombard the gorilla with rockets to prevent it from climbing up the city wall. But it is obvious that this method cannot last long. They are in urgent need of support. Yi Shui can also make a bomb to solve a dangerous situation. Tang Zheng thought for a while. Go to support the Southwest City Gate. Yi Shui got on a motorcycle and headed straight for the Southwest City Gate. Watching Yi Shui running away, Tang Zheng knew that there was no problem with the Southwest City Gate for the time being. The reason why I chose the Southwest Gate is that there are many residents living there, and my father and sister are also in that direction. If it is breached, the zombies will cause great casualties. On the contrary, the area near the Water Gate near Fengming River is not inhabited yet, so even if it is breached, the casualties will be minimal. I hope nothing will happen. After all, there should be no problem there. Chen Filon was watching the battle from the back, and as a zombie, he rarely felt nervous. This attack was crucial, and it was almost the best chance to break the city defense. Seeing the gorilla climb onto the pile of corpses, he felt that his chance had come, but he didn't stay happy for too long, as the light-chasing army quickly found a way to deal with it, using the impact of the rocket launcher to prevent the gorilla from climbing the city wall, and then using something to cause a violent explosion, directly killing an gorilla. Damn it! Damn it! It actually killed my gorilla zombie. It's unforgivable. But don't be happy for too long. There are 2 more locations where there will definitely be breakthroughs. A few minutes later, an explosion occurred at the southwest gate. The zombies that were about to climb the city wall were killed by the Zhuguang army in the same way. Chen Feilong, who watched the battle throughout, vaguely saw what was going on with his excellent eyesight. A female soldier of the Zhuguang army rode a motorcycle straight to the southwest after the first explosion. About 5 minutes later, an explosion also occurred in the southwest. And now, the female soldier was riding a motorcycle again, running towards the Watergate from the southwest. This female soldier should be a technician. She caused this explosion. But it should be too late. The distance from the southwest city wall to the Watergate is 4 kilometers. When you arrive, my children will have rushed past here. Chen Feilong was very proud. His liquor at the Watergate had just been killed. But he failed to intercept the gorilla zombie. The gorilla zombie had already climbed up the city wall at this moment. The gorilla, which had been bombarded 7 or 8 times before coming up, angrily punched his chest several times with his fists and roared loudly. Next, it will go on a killing spree. Chen Feilong almost shouted for encouragement. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of a huge black shadow in Fengming River. Chapter 133. Tang Tang helped Tang Zheng transport a truck and fought a large group of zombies. Countless zombies attacked it, causing Tang Tang to suffer some skin injuries. But Tang Tang is not a vegetarian. It eats meat. Seeing many delicious zombies, Tang Tang picked some mutant zombies that tasted better and devoured them. With continuous evolution, it no longer eats ordinary zombies, because the energy contained in the bodies of ordinary zombies is not enough to support its continued evolution. Just like dry food without nutrition, it does not satisfy its appetite at all. Only the bodies of mutant zombies have rich nutrition. After being injured and eating a lot of nutritious food, Tang Tang needs some time to digest. So after returning, it took a nap. After sleeping for a whole night and a day, Tang Tang slowly woke up. After waking up, it smelled delicious food. Tang Tang swam all the way from the pool, along the Fengming River, to the Watergate. It saw a group of military dogs biting a zombie. And before it could get close, the zombie was shot to death. Tang Tang rushed over, wrapped the zombie with its huge tentacles, and swallowed it in one gulp. It tasted very good, very delicious. But it had not yet satisfied its appetite. It found another prey. A zombie that looked even more delicious jumped onto the city wall. The zombie slapped its chest and roared. Tang Tang immediately moved its tentacles, and its huge suction cups grabbed the city wall and climbed directly over it. After yesterday's rest, Tong Tong's body length was close to 22 meters. It stretched out a huge tentacle. The tentacle was like a giant anaconda, wrapping around the zombie. The gorilla zombie, who was still roaring, was suddenly wrapped around, and then felt a huge pulling force. The gorilla zombie sensed the danger, and it grabbed the battlement of the city wall with its huge palm. After stabilizing its body, the gorilla zombie swung its other arm and smashed hard at the tentacle that was wrapped around it. 2 punches. The gorilla zombie was very powerful, and even if the tentacle was made of iron, it could still make a hole. But the tentacles were not made of iron, but rather of very tough rubber, and his 2 consecutive punches had no effect at all. The gorilla howled, clinging to the krenel tightly, refusing to be pulled down, and tried to tear the tentacles apart with his claws. But then, another tentacle stretched out. This tentacle directly wrapped around the gorilla's other hand, making it unable to attack with its fists and claws. The gorilla also became anxious, and began to kick the tentacles with one foot. As a result, the 3rd tentacle came up and directly wrapped around its foot. The gorilla used its last leg to kick again, but the 4th tentacle came up again, with 2 legs and 1 hand imprisoned at the same time. The gorilla zombie no longer had the ability to fight back. Roar! The gorilla zombie kept howling, and its last hand was still tightly grasping the battlement of the city wall. It hoped that its howling would make their king come to rescue it. But the monster below did not give it this opportunity. The 5th tentacle stretched out and directly wrapped around its head. All the howls of the gorilla were sealed in its stomach. The 5 tentacles exerted force together, and with a loud bang, the battlements of the city wall were forcibly broken off. Losing its fulcrum, the gorilla was violently pulled down. The water splashed, and the huge gorilla zombie was pulled down into the Fengming River. It struggled hard in the water, but more and more tentacles were wrapped around it. Its hands and feet were all tied up, and its mouth was sealed. After struggling several times, it finally sank to the bottom of the river. Bubbles rose for a while, and the river's surface gradually returned to calm. An ape zombie that had successfully reached the top was pulled down to the bottom of the river by an unknown monster, and would never appear again. With the disappearance of the ape, the crisis of Zhuguang City was finally resolved. Although some mutant zombies tried to attack the city wall, they were suppressed by the powerful firepower of the Zhuguang army. It seems that Zhuguang City will not be broken for a while. The battle process under Zhuguang City was still broadcast live by Xiao Dili. Due to the distance, the battle situation at the water gate was not filmed. Even Xiao Dili didn't know how the battle at the water gate ended. She only knew that it ended, which should be the same as the situation at the south gate. The excited and trembling voice reported the good news to the north region. 3 heads. The 3-headed gorilla zombies have been killed by the Zhuguang army. This kind of zombie is very scary. The collapse of the Alliance's troops was defeated by this kind of zombie. But they still failed in front of the Zhuguang army, which also proves the strength of the Zhuguang army. If you are still thinking about how to survive the coming winter, I suggest that you come to Zhuguang City after the battle here. There is absolutely no better choice in the entire northern region. Little Dilly's words were not deliberately targeted, but people heard something else. The zombies that easily defeated the 3,000 troops of the Alliance were now defeated by the Zhuguang army. What does this show? Is it just that the Zhuguang army is strong? Does it also show that the Alliance is a waste of good-for-nothings? The Survivors Alliance, which once dominated the borders of the 4 provinces in the Northern Territory, seems to be coming to an end. In the office of the Northern Territory Alliance, when Xie Jinshan heard that the Zhuguang army had killed 3 gorilla zombies one after another, he turned off the radio. There was no need to listen anymore. No matter what the result of this battle was, the Alliance had been nailed to the pillar of shame. Today's Alliance meeting was not held, and he did not ask those members to come. He used to have 2 most capable subordinates in this alliance. One was Li Wang, and the other was Lian Na. Now that Lian Na was driven out of office by the parliamentarians, and Li Wang died in the battle on the front line of Zhuguang City, he will become a lonely man in the parliament. Xie Jinshan knew very well that if he could not stabilize the situation as soon as possible, those ambitious parliamentarians might be the next to drive him out of office. Today, someone even implicitly said that they should take the initiative to find the Empire and the 5th Army. Then, surrender completely. No, they didn't say that. They said to return to the embrace of the Empire. Although this is likely to gain the support of the people, Xie Jinshan does not want to do that. Even if the other party is the Empire, he has finally achieved the current situation. And if he wants to let go now, it would be better to let him die directly. Sitting in the office, Xie Jinshan smoked one cigarette after another. What led to the current situation? Xie Jinshan summarized many reasons, including the right time, right place, and right people. But he believed that the most fundamental reason was that his weapons were not as good as those of the Zhuguang army. The light-chasing army has everything, including heavy machine guns, howitzers, tanks, and helicopters. When they were defending the city, flamethrowers, rocket launchers, and other things appeared one after another. It's no wonder they won. And what does his university town base have? Except for a few armored vehicles, and some bulletproof vehicles converted from money transporters, he has almost nothing. If he also has weapons and equipment like the light-chasing army, will anyone dare to look down on him? Will those congressmen still dare to pretend to obey? Will those people on the radio still speak ill of him unscrupulously? What is Tangzheng? What are zombies? Perhaps only when Liu Bong from the 5th Army arrives can he have an equal dialogue with him. What Xie Jinshan is thinking about is not just a fantasy, because he already has armored vehicles. Very few people know the source of these weapons. It's just that the price to get these weapons is too high, and the big Xie Jinshan doesn't want to make such a deal at all. But what about now? Xie Jinshan thought for a long time and felt a little thirsty. He picked up the teacup, but found that there was no water in it. Where are the people? Add water, Xie Jinshan shouted. But no one responded for a long time. His secretary ran off to some unknown place. This kind of thing has never happened before. Damn it. You are neglecting me now. Do you think I am no longer capable? Xie Jinshan raised the water cup angrily and threw it to the ground. Looking at the broken teacup, he finally made up his mind. My era has not ended yet. I will make all those who underestimate me pay the price. In this area of the Northern Territory, there can only be one voice, and that is the voice of me, Xie Jinshan. For this, I am willing to pay everything. Not to mention that it is just some bad reputation. I will bear it. Xie Jinshan began to control the radio station next to him and adjusted it to a frequency band that had only been used once. This frequency band is not in the Northern Territory. After a while, the conversation was connected. Hello. I am Xie Jinshan. I need weapons. A large number of advanced weapons. I know the price. I agree to your request. Please believe in me, and don't have any concerns about me. Although there are not many people in the University City base. You should know that in the Northern Territory, more people are not in the large survival base. You also know Tang Zheng? Yes. He is a newly rising strongman with a good armed force. But please rest assured that after this time, the northern region will still be my world. I know that Tang Zheng is indeed a big threat. But it's okay. I already have the means and preparations to deal with him. The last time I retreated from Zhuguang City, I still left a lot of backup plans there. If Tang Zheng wins against the zombies this time, it will be time to use those backup plans. I will act immediately and send the bargaining chips over soon. But please act faster. After all, I also know that you have a short time to restore the production line. Well, I want to order 300 heavy machine guns, 50 tanks, 30 cannons, and 20 helicopters. Chapter 134. The helicopter flew out of Zhuguang City, bombing the pile of corpses back and forth. The pile of corpses piled up, was bombed down, piled up again, and was bombed down again. The rain of bullets from the city wall also poured down almost non-stop, taking away the lives of zombies at every moment. The huge casualties made Chen Filon's eyes turn blood red. Just now, the number of zombies has dropped below 300,000. The sky turned pale again, and his battle with the Zhuguang army had been going on for the 4th day. At this time, Chen Filon could no longer stop. After paying such a huge price, if he could not capture Zhuguang City, he suspected that he might suddenly die of cerebral congestion. Although as a zombie, cerebral congestion was unlikely, but he already felt a headache. Fortunately, after dawn, he felt that the balance of victory was still tilted towards him. After being bombed and trampled repeatedly, the pile of corpses had become extremely solid. The blood and rotten meat underneath were almost solidified together, becoming a gelatinous substance, and it was difficult to reduce it even if the flames burned. The pile of corpses, which was once bombed to a height of about 14 meters, gradually returned to a height of 17 meters. It's almost there. It's almost there. Although my corpse group is less than 300,000, it can still flatten Zhuguang City, as long as the last gap is opened. Chen Filon hid in the back, gritting his teeth and waiting. He felt that in another 3 hours, the pile of corpses would definitely be piled up to a height of 19 meters. At that time, no matter how powerful the Zhuguang army's firepower was, it would be impossible to stop the corpse group's advance. Tang Zheng was of course very clear about this situation. Being able to fight to this extent was almost the limit of the Zhuguang army. 1 million zombies were still too many. After 4 days of continuous attacks, it was only a matter of time before the outer city wall fell. Seeing that the situation was almost irreversible, Tang Zheng issued an order. All residents in the outer city area, from now on, all came out of their homes and entered the buffer zone of the inner city area. The people from the Public Security Bureau took to the streets again and began to evacuate the residents. The residents of Zhuguang City came out of their homes and, under the guidance of the Public Security Bureau, entered the inner city gate that they had never entered before. But after entering, they found that there was a large open space here, enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. There was still a circle of city walls around, and they still didn't know what was behind the walls. Waves of Zhuguang City residents began to enter this buffer zone. It would take time to evacuate 40,000 people. The people of the Public Security Bureau were busy, and military trucks were used at this time to pull some residents, who were far away directly over. Fortunately, the execution of the Zhuguang army was very strong, and there was no dragging of the feet. The residents who stayed in Zhuguang City also cooperated with the actions of the Zhuguang army. After more than 2 hours of hard work, the transfer of 40,000 residents was completed. All 40,000 people entered the buffer zone. The city gates were closed, and the outer city had become a vacuum zone. When the transfer was completed here, Tang Zheng's persistence was almost at its limit. The pile of corpses outside the city wall had reached a height of 18 meters. When the armored zombies arrived, their heads were almost level with the battlements. Although this is very conducive to headshots, it will also cause the pile of corpses to grow rapidly. And it has already reached 19 meters. General. The radar squad reports that the total number of zombies is less than 250,000. Tang Zheng nodded. It's almost done. The outer city area can't be defended. Now convey my order. The medical team, the cooking team, the engineering team, the artillery team, the armored team, and the public security department personnel will enter the inner city area first. Then the field troops and the city guards will retreat along the city wall to the east and west sides, focusing on guarding the northeastern city wall area and the city wall passage. Retreat to the inner city wall and redeploy defenses. The helicopter troops will continue to provide cover and help our personnel enter the safe zone. Understood. As Tang Zheng gave the order, the Zhuguang army began to retreat. At this time, the artillery troops had already entered the inner city. After all, the attack and defense of the city wall, the cannons and rockets had lost their effectiveness. Other troops also began to retreat in an orderly manner. When the other arms had all retreated, the field troops and the city guard company also began to retreat. First, the soldiers on the sentry tower and the soldiers in the bunker came to the city wall and retreated with the main force. The advanced troops have returned to the northeastern city wall area and the inner city wall area. The northeastern city wall area is a blind spot, which is not conducive to the deployment of zombies. So the attack intensity is very small, far less intense than the southeastern area, and it has become a safe area. After the advanced troops gained a foothold, large sections of the city wall began to be abandoned. First, the soldiers began to evacuate the south gate where the battle was the most intense. As the soldiers evacuated, the zombies roared and rushed to the top of the city. But there was no one here, and the zombies tried to chase the retreating soldiers. Helicopters arrived and continued to fire at the zombies on the city wall from the sky. The city wall was 10 meters wide, and several planes fired back and forth, quickly forming a blockade, temporarily blocking most of the zombies. The retreating soldiers of the light-chasing army also kept shooting, knocking down zombies one by one, or directly hitting them under the city wall. In this way, the soldiers retreated steadily and came to the southwest and southeast areas. All helicopters entered the cover state, and the retreat in the southwest and southeast areas was also very smooth. After nearly an hour of retreat, the soldiers finally moved to the inner city wall. There were only two places to be guarded. One was the middle section of the eastern wall, and the other was the middle section of the western wall, because the walls of these two places were connected to the inner city. As long as these 2 points were guarded, the zombies would not be able to rush over. A large number of heavy machine guns and rocket launchers were set up in these 2 places. As long as the zombies rushed over, they would be met with a violent attack from the light-chasing army. The city wall is 10 meters wide and 20 meters high on both sides. It is difficult for zombies to crowd in here by relying on numbers. In the end, they will be squeezed under the city wall by their own people. At this point in the battle, the Zhuguang army has completed the strategic shift and entered a new stage. Zombies can hardly force their way through the city wall unless they have 500,000 new zombies joining. If they can't pass through the city wall, they can only launch a new round of attack on the second city wall under the city wall of the inner city. Only by piling up a few more corpses and attacking again can we defeat the light-chasing army. But it is obvious that it is difficult to do this with the current number of more than 200,000 zombies. When the zombies climbed up the city wall, Qin Feilong almost shouted with excitement. Even though his tear glands were no longer effective, he felt his eyes were a little wet. It was not easy. With only a quarter of his corpse group left, he finally climbed up to the top of the light-chasing city. He knew that the outer city had been completely breached, and the light-chasing army could not recapture this wall again. The pile of corpses outside the city was more than 19 meters high, and the zombies could step onto the top of the city wall with just a lift of their legs. So there was no point in recapture. He thought he had one. And the next step was the time for the zombies to slaughter humans, which was also the time he was most looking forward to. But the performance of the light-chasing army surprised him again. They did not show any panic when the city was breached, and retreated in an orderly manner with guns, and continued to kill zombies during the retreat. After an hour of retreat, his zombies did not gain any advantage. And after leaving behind more than 10,000 corpses, they could only watch the Zhuguang army retreat to another wall. When Qin Feilong mixed into the ordinary zombie group and climbed up to the top of Zhuguang city, he spat out a mouthful of blood after seeing the second wall and the Zhuguang army waiting on the wall. There is actually a second line of defense. Is God kidding me? Especially when he looked at the place where the two sides of the wall were connected. Countless heavy machine guns and rocket launchers formed an indestructible line of defense. He felt that it would be almost impossible for the guerrilla zombies to succeed even if they forced their way in. A large amount of firepower is concentrated on one point. That's no joke. Especially it knows that there is a terrible monster hidden under the water of Zhuguang City. This idea is even more unrealistic. What to do? Chen Filong stood on the city wall blankly, and was accidentally squeezed down by his men, and rolled down from the pile of corpses to the bottom of the city. Sitting blankly under the city for a long time, he felt that he had no hope. He was completely trapped by Tang Zheng, and was led by the other party from the beginning of the battle. At this point, he had almost no hope of a comeback. There were only two options at the moment. One was to continue the attack until they were completely wiped out. The other was to retreat while he still had some self-protection power. He could find a new city, redevelop the zombie horde, summon another million zombies, and then come back. But it would take at least 20 days, or even a month to summon them back and forth. Chen Filong didn't want to wait that long. Are there any other ways? Chen Filong looked behind him. Behind the 200,000 zombies, he still had some cards. For example, Han Yuhu. Han Yuhu, the gorilla zombie, was the first one he successfully cultivated and evolved. Now Han Yuhu's height has exceeded 4 meters, making him the king among the gorilla zombies. Because he had some special feelings for Han Yuhu, Chen Filong did not send him into battle even when the battle was difficult. Now seeing Han Yuhu behind the zombies, Chen Filong suddenly had an idea. What is above the gorilla zombie? He didn't know. If he hadn't deliberately cultivated it, the gorilla variant wouldn't even have appeared in the wild. But now, he seemed to be able to give it a try. He could no longer care about the zombies in front of him fighting in vain with the Zhuguang army. Taking advantage of the chaos, Chen Filong returned to his rear. He came to a small hill a few kilometers away from Zhuguang City. With the cover of the forest here, he was going to conduct an experiment. With Chen Filong howling, more than 1,000 mutant zombies, as well as 2 other gorillas and 6 lickers, came to this area. Coming to Han Yuhu's side, Chen Filong reluctantly stretched out his hand and patted his upper arm. Boss Han, this is the lunch I prepared for you. Now, eat them, and let me see how far you can evolve. It depends on you whether I can get my revenge. Chapter 135. Han Yuhu heard what Chen Filong said, and he immediately moved. He raised his palm and slapped it lightly, and the armored zombie next to him was slapped to death. He grabbed the armored zombie and bit off a third of it in one bite. After a few bites, the armored zombie went into his stomach. Then he grabbed another agile zombie, crushed it, and stuffed it into his mouth. Because the zombies around him had received Chen Filong orders, they would not resist at all and let Han Yuhu devour them crazily. Han Yuhu's stomach was almost unlimited. As he swallowed zombie after zombie, his height gradually grew. At first, he could grow about 1 centimeter when he swallowed a mutant zombie. Later, as he swallowed more and more, he could only grow to a few millimeters. Han Yuhu, who was about 4 meters tall, kept swallowing and had swallowed hundreds of mutant zombies in succession. His height gradually grew to 4.5 meters. After reaching this height, Han Yuhu's swallowing of mutant zombies no longer had any effect, and his height and body shape were fixed. It stopped devouring the mutant zombies and grabbed a licker. It bit the licker to death and started to devour it. After eating a licker, its height increased again, reaching a height of 4.6 meters. Seeing this, Chen Filong became excited. It works. It can grow. Keep eating. I want to see how tall you can grow. Han Yuhu continued to devour, and the second licker entered his stomach. This licker made him grow another 8 centimeters taller, close to 4.7 meters in height. The third one continued to devour, and grew another 5 centimeters. After the fourth licker devoured it, he did not grow to 4.8 meters. The nutritional effect of the licker was also rapidly weakening. Han Yuhu immediately sent a gorilla to it. Eat this. The 3-meter-tall gorilla zombie was like a child in front of Han Yuhu, who was nearly 4.8 meters tall. With one punch, the head that could not be penetrated by a heavy machine gun was smashed. Grabbing the corpse and biting it, Han Yuhu's height broke through again. After eating one gorilla zombie, it had grown to a height of about 4.85 meters. Then, he ate the second gorilla without stopping. This time, His height exceeded 4.9 meters. But there was still no sign of evolution again. No. No. It's still not enough. You guys, devour other mutant zombies for me. Chen Filong selected a few tall armored zombies, and asked them to devour other mutant zombies as quickly as possible. The mutant zombies devoured each other, and the speed of evolution was also very fast. Under Chen Filong command, thousands of mutant zombies were constantly being consumed and devoured. After losing more than 800 mutant zombies, 2 more gorillas were catalyzed. When Han Yuhu saw the gorilla zombies appear, he immediately took the initiative to pounce on them, and devoured the 2 gorilla zombies one after another. After devouring the 2 gorillas, Han Yuhu's situation finally changed. Its height exceeded 5 meters, and it quickly grew to about 5.5 meters. And its body thickness also increased greatly. The stratum corneum on its body has a metallic luster, and a huge tail has grown behind it. The bone spurs on it are like the tail of a stegosaurus. The head has also changed a lot. It looks like the front of a truck, and its mouth has become longer. It looks a bit like the head of a tyrannosaurus, but it is more ferocious. Overall, its current size is close to that of a tyrannosaurus, but in fact, it is much heavier than a tyrannosaurus. When it walks back and forth, the ground will have deep depressions. Even if the real tyrannosaurus is resurrected, it will never have such a huge weight. The diameter of the arms exceeded 1 meter, and the sharp nails turned into black claws, which were also more than 1 meter long. The head looked like a tyrannosaurus. The arms looked like an ape. The tail looked like a stegosaurus, and the claws were unprecedented, so they looked like those of a monster. Great! Great! This Tyrannosaurus zombie. Let alone a heavy machine gun. I'm afraid that artillery would not be able to cause serious damage to it. This big guy alone should be able to break through the defense line of the light-chasing army. Chen Filong was very excited, although he lost a lot of high-level zombies in order to train this Tyrannosaurus. It seemed that everything was worth it now. Only such a powerful monster could break the defense of Zhuguang City and completely defeat Tang Zheng and his men. He was already impatient, eager to see the power of the Tyrannosaurus zombie, and how the people of the Zhuguang army wailed in pain under the claws of this zombie. However, he did not notice that in the clouds above his head, a small drone was hovering there, vaguely capturing what was happening in the woods. Tang Zheng kept observing the images sent back by the drone. The branches and leaves here were a bit lush, and he couldn't accurately check the location of the Corpse King because there were also many zombies here. But the huge Tyrannosaurus zombie and its evolution process were clearly photographed by the drone. General, it is basically certain that the Corpse King is in this forest, and the Corpse King should not be very conspicuous, and it is not easy to find under the cover of branches and leaves. Tang Zheng nodded slightly. Don't worry about it for the time being. You just lock on this forest tightly. If there is anyone who escapes, it is basically the Corpse King. At this point, he has almost placed all his hopes on the Tyrannosaurus zombie, and it is impossible for him to escape before there is a result. Our first task is to kill this Tyrannosaurus zombie first. If we kill it, the zombie king will lose hope and will consider escaping. Then we can deal with it. The officers around nodded, but they didn't know how Tang Zheng would deal with this Tyrannosaurus. It seems that this thing has much stronger defense than the gorilla, and the heavy machine gun should not be able to cause any damage. But Tang Zheng already had a way to deal with it. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he immediately ordered, remove the cloth of the ship's gun, aim at the Tyrannosaurus zombie, and fire. The artillery squad, having received the order, immediately began to act. From the beginning of the battle till now, they have been staying on the gun platform, watching the fierce battle on the battlefield. But they have never had the opportunity to join the battle, and they have long been impatient. But they also know that the responsibility is heavy, so they wait patiently. Now, a super evolved body has appeared on the zombie side, and it is finally their turn to take action. The curtain that has been surrounding the gun platform has finally been removed. This giant, that should only appear on the ocean, has revealed its true face. Under the control of the giant cannon squad, the naval gun adjusted its muzzle and locked the target in the deep forest 7 or 8 kilometers outside the city. The current Tyrannosaurus zombie looks more conspicuous than an armored vehicle, and the target is still not small. Tang Zheng came to the giant cannon squad and asked, "Can you kill that zombie with one shot?" Report to the general. The accuracy of the giant cannon is not particularly high, although the zombie is not small. It is not big for the giant cannon. I can't guarantee one shot. but it will definitely be solved within 2 shots. Okay. Then don't hesitate. Fire now. The giant cannon squad was adjusted, and the soldiers used the conveyor belt to deliver the shells to the barrel. The 1.2-ton huge shells were extremely shocking to look at. Before firing, Tang Jun left the turret. Fire! As the squad leader of the giant cannon squad gave the order, the giant cannon opened fire. Boom! A huge cannon sounded, even covering the surrounding gunfire. The recoil of the giant cannon made the entire cannon body retreat. But there was a 100-meter slide rail behind it, which easily alleviated the recoil of the cannon. A huge explosion occurred on a small hill in the distance. A cloud of black smoke rose into the sky, and a huge crater 30 meters wide appeared at the center of the explosion. The ground within 100 meters in diameter was lifted up. A group of mutant zombies in this place were directly blown to pieces by this cannon. A large area of forest, and the zombies were razed to the ground under the bombardment of a cannon. This scared Chen Failong, who was hiding on the other side. Was he discovered? Chen Failong rolled over and found a rock to hide. He also did not forget Han Yuhu. Now this was his treasure, so he could not take too many risks. He asked Han Yuhu to hide under a very tall tree. There was a tree trunk and a tree canopy as a cover, which could well shield him from attacks from the air or the ground. But he somewhat ignored Han Yuhu's huge body. The tree could not stop an elephant, so this cover seemed to be a comfort. The Tyrannosaurus zombie had just come behind the tree when the second attack of the light-chasing army arrived. After the correction of the first shot, the second shot finally did not miss. With a huge explosion, the tree was broken in half. The tree was broken along with Han Yuhu's huge body. The 5-meter-tall body became the best live target. No matter how strong its defense was, it would not survive under the bombardment of the 406mm naval gun. With a violent explosion, Han Yuhu's body was directly blown into pieces, turning into a bloody rain. Dang! Dang! The hard body fell all over the ground like metal. A large piece of body tissue fell down, even breaking a stone in front of Chen Failong. Looking at Han Yuhu, who was smashed to pieces, Chen Failong was stunned. All this happened too suddenly. So suddenly that he didn't react at all, and the battle was almost over. Han Yuhu, the Tyrannosaurus zombie that he had just catalyzed, must be the world's first, was destroyed by the Zhuguang army. He lost some of his ability to think, turned his head with a dull look, and looked in the direction of Zhuguang city. The battle there was still going on. The zombies were still advancing in vain along the city wall, being mercilessly killed by the firepower network formed by the Zhuguang army. And in the inner city, on a cloth curtain that he had previously ignored, a huge cannon was pointing in this direction. What kind of cannon is this? When did it appear there? I didn't even notice it. Tang Jun, this person is hiding too deeply. Chen Failong felt a chill in his heart. At this time, he finally didn't want to continue fighting. The outcome of this battle was determined. Chapter 136. Han Yuhu was killed by a cannon, which made Chen Failong completely panic. You know, in order to catalyze Han Yuhu, almost all of his elite forces were used up. During this period, the zombies were still attacking Zhuguang city according to his orders, and countless people died on the 2 city walls. Now the number of zombies under his command has dropped to about 160,000, and there are only a few elite forces left. The scale of the million zombies, when they first arrived, has now shrunk significantly, and the number of zombies outside the city is not much. Chen Failong thought of escaping at the first moment. It was a fantasy to continue to take over Zhuguang city. Now being able to escape safely was his only luxury. Looking around, he was in the rear area, and the number of zombies around him was about 10,000. The remaining zombies had all gone to the front, and were still fighting desperately with the Zhuguang army. Chen Failong could no longer care about so much, and ordered the zombies in front to continue their fierce attack. He took the 10,000 zombies, and prepared to run away. This move was also discovered by Tang Jun at the first time, when he saw on the radar screen that the zombies gathered at the hillock and did not move forward. Tang Jun knew that the zombie king wanted to escape. The battle had reached this point, and Tang Jun could not let the zombie king go no matter what. This zombie king had hatred for him. If he escaped, it might not be long before he would come back with 1,000,000 zombies. The battles in the past few days had consumed a huge amount of money for Tang Jun. The original 4 million funds were now only a little over 1 million. If this group of corpses comes again, he may not be able to hold on. After all, fighting is actually about money. If you don't have money, You can't fight at all. Even if you fight, it will be a small fight. So even if he temporarily gives up Zhuguang City, Tang Zheng will not let this corpse king go. Seeing that the other party is about to run, Tang Zheng immediately ordered to chase. 10 helicopters took off at the same time. At the northeast gate, armored vehicles and jeeps formed a fast convoy and suddenly rushed out of the city, preparing to take a detour to catch up. Tang Zheng himself took a helicopter and chased in the direction of the group of corpses. Looking down from the sky, there were still some zombies outside the field, joining the attack. These zombies were almost all mutant zombies, and they could not pose much threat. Now they were just suicide attacks to buy time for the zombie king. Tang Zheng ignored these zombies and headed straight for the hill with the rest of the helicopters. 10,000 zombies had already begun to evacuate, and they were fleeing to the south. Don't worry about anything. Just fire at the zombies below. The fewer there are, the harder it will be for the zombie king to hide. The machine guns on the 10 helicopters started roaring at the same time. With the support of Tang Zheng money, they now have almost unlimited bullets. Under the fire of the heavy machine guns, zombies kept falling down on the road of escape. The group of 10,000 zombies was like a school of sardines. Tang Zheng and his men were like fishermen, encircling this group of sardines. As the fishermen kept fishing, more and more sardines were caught, and the core circle became smaller and smaller. After running for a while, the armored vehicles and jeeps of the Zhuguang army also caught up. The convoy bit the tail of the zombies tightly, and the machine guns kept firing, facing the double attack from the sky and the ground. The number of zombies decreased faster and faster. After running about 5 kilometers, the number gradually dropped to less than 5,000. General, it seems that the zombie king has been found. The soldiers of the radar squad reported back, and Tang Zheng followed the prompts and found something different. A zombie with a broken arm shuttled back and forth in the zombies. Whenever a machine gun swept by, the zombies around would actively help it resist the bullets. This situation is obviously abnormal. If there is a zombie king, this one is the most likely one. Tang Zheng's eyes fell on the zombie. This zombie looked a bit miserable. All the hair on his body had been burned. His skin was dark, and he was wearing an ill-fitting, tattered coat. He looked worse than a beggar. Looking at his face, he seemed a little familiar. But after being burned and mutated, his appearance had changed a lot, and Tang Zheng could hardly recognize him. First, shoot all the zombies around him. I see where he can hide. The helicopter immediately turned around and flew over the zombie. The soldier shot, but not at him, and only at the other zombies around him. At first, Chen Failong used the zombies to cover himself. But as the light-chasing army continued to shoot, he found that there were fewer and fewer zombies around him. After running about 3 kilometers, the remaining number of his 10,000 zombies was less than 1,000. Looking at the scattered zombies around him, seeing the helicopter hovering overhead, and watching the bullets falling around him in a string, but only hitting ordinary zombies and not himself, Chen Failong knew what Tang Zheng meant no matter how stupid he was. It's over. I can't run away. Chen Failong felt extremely regretful. He hated himself for not running away earlier. If he had left at night, he would never have ended up like this. But it was useless to think about it. Maybe he shouldn't have come in the first place. At this moment, he didn't run away. He sat on the ground with his eyes closed, waiting to die like a bachelor. Seeing this scene, Tang Zheng was not in a hurry. He asked the soldiers to kill them one by one. After killing all the remaining zombies, Tang Zheng parked the helicopter opposite Chen Failong. Opening the cabin door, Tang Zheng walked down. He put his hands in his pockets and walked to a place about 5 meters away from Chen Failong. Chen Failong lowered his head slightly and did not look at Tang Zheng, protesting with silence. Looking at this miserable zombie, Tang Zheng carefully looked at it for a while before slowly speaking. Raise your head and let this general take a look. Hearing this, Chen Failong, who had been resisting with silence, was instantly defeated. He opened his eyes angrily. Tang Zheng, don't pretend in front of me. Just look. I won't change my name. I'm Chen Failong. You didn't expect it? Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment. Chen Failong? What? Seeing Tang Zheng's unfailing expression, Chen Failong was even more furious. I came to you to seek revenge, and fought for 4 or 5 days. But you didn't even know who I was. The humiliation of being ignored made him explode completely. And he said regardless, Tang Zheng, why are you pretending to be confused with me? That day outside Tailai town, It was my miscalculation that saved your lives. And you actually pretended not to know me. After hearing Chen Filong's words, Tang Zheng suddenly realized. Oh, you are one of the scum who attacked us that day. After saying that, regardless of Chen Filong's eyes that wanted to spit fire, Tang Zheng said to Ning Yue and Ji Yitian, who came with him, you still remember. 2 of them ran away that day. And then, they were chased by Chu Xian and his men in a car. And then, they were chased by dogs. They should have been beaten to death at that time. But they were unexpectedly alive again. Ning Yue also nodded. I also remember that he should be the one who fought with Ji Yitian. Director Ji. Why didn't you recognize him? Ji Yitian coughed. The Public Security Bureau is so busy. Who would remember such a small character? I didn't recognize him, because I didn't expect it. I can't stand seeing a zombie king being so miserable. I really want to give him a bowl of rice. Chen Filong felt more and more humiliated as he listened. But he didn't know how to refute. He simply sat on the ground. Tang Zheng. You win. You can kill me, or cut me up as you like. I can live for so long after becoming a zombie. Which is already a profit. I have already put life and death aside. If you don't believe me, just say something to me, and see if I will frown. Tang Zheng looked at Chen Filong, who was quite single, and had a headache for a while. He didn't want to kill Chen Filong. This was the first corpse king he found, and he wanted to study the secrets of the corpse king's evolution. But it was obvious that Chen Filong would not cooperate with him. Giving Ji Yitian a look, Ji Yitian walked over and fired several shots at Chen Filong's legs. Crack! The leg was broken. But Chen Filong just sneered at Tang Zheng and the others. His expression did not change at all. He Shui, who was following Tang Zheng, looked at them and said to Tang Zheng, General, zombies have lost their sense of pain, and any torture is useless to them. This is also the source of his confidence. No sense of pain? This is really a bit difficult to deal with. For a person who has lost consciousness, torture is definitely useless. Moreover, Chen Filong has now become a zombie, and feels that there is no point in living. He relies on the fact that he has no pain nerves. So he dares to provoke Tang Zheng unscrupulously. But this kind of thing is a bit unsolvable. Tang Zheng didn't have any good ideas for a while. At this time, Guiyun beside Tang Zheng spoke. General, my Gene Research Institute has completed the mapping. As long as you build it, I can complete the potion that can restore people who have turned into zombies less than 60%. Oh, there's no rush for that. I get it ready after the zombies are completely eliminated. Huh? The potion you mentioned? That's right. General, although the corpse king in front of us has turned into a zombie, his mind is still human. Obviously, he has not completely turned into a zombie. Maybe the potion will be useful. Hearing Guiyun's words, Tang Zheng's eyes lit up. Go. Tie up this zombie for me, and take it back to Zhuguang City. Ji Yitian and his men went up, kicked Chen Filong over, stuffed his mouth with a piece of zombie's smelly clothes, and then tied him up and took him to the plane. Chen Filong didn't care, lying on the plane with his eyes closed pretending to be dead. The plane returned to Zhuguang City, and the battle here was still going on. But it didn't seem to last long, and the number of zombies still attacking was only about 60,000 to 70,000. Continue to annihilate. Before tonight, the battle must be ended. Then simply collect supplies and burn the bodies. Don't let these rotten bodies breed viruses before winter. After giving the order, Tang Zheng took a plane back to the inner city. After arriving at a predetermined location, Tang Zheng first used Guiyun's mapping, and then opened the system page. There was an extra building inside. Gene Research Institute, used for various studies on zombies and mutant beasts. The price is 100,000. Tang Zheng clicked on the purchase and displayed the Gene Research Institute. It looked like a scientific research institute. There was nothing special about the door in the yard. But when you went inside, you could see countless experimental props. Tang Zheng even saw many huge vessels that could hold a person, with either light yellow or light blue liquid inside. There was also a large test bed with many tubes on it, and no one knew what they were used for. Guiyun walked over, worked for a while, and handed Tang Zheng a syringe with some red medicine in it. General, this is the medicine I was talking about. As long as the zombie transformation does not exceed 60%, inject all of these medicines into him, and he will become a human again. Chapter 137. Hearing what Guiyun said, Tang Zheng took the medicine. If you inject all of it, zombies that are less than 60% zombified will be transformed into humans. Right? Yes, General. What if I inject half? Then his zombification will be half restored. And the pain, taste, and some body functions that were lost before will gradually be restored. There is still such a situation. Then it seems that we must try it. Tang Zheng waved his hand and called Ji Yutian over again. He stuffed the potion into his hand. You are the first person to fight with Chen Filong, which shows that you two are destined to be together. Now it's still you who should do it. Put half of the potion into my neck. Ji Yutian took the potion without saying a word, went over to grab Chen Filong, and injected the potion directly into his neck. After injecting half of it, Ji Yutian stopped, looking at Chen Filong again. His body gradually changed. His body was shaking constantly. Although his broken arm did not regenerate, he suddenly shook his head and whimpered. Ji Yutian took off the stinky clothes that were blocking his throat. And Chen Filong suddenly shouted, "The ground is cold. Give me some clothes." Tang Zheng didn't say anything. Everyone looked at him. But Chen Filong himself was suddenly stunned. Why do I say it's cold? I shouldn't feel cold or hot. Ji Yutian walked over and hit him hard on the bald head. Ouch! Why did you hit me? Does it hurt? Ji Yutian pretended to hit him again. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. It hurts. Chen Filong dodged hastily. Then he was stunned again. Why did he feel pain? But thinking about it, it should be related to the drug he had just injected. When this feeling appeared, Chen Filong's heart suddenly rose with ecstasy. Could he still have a chance to start a new life? The light of hope appeared in his eyes. But when he saw Tang Zheng and others looking at him with ill intentions, he immediately knew that this matter would not be easy to handle. He had just shouted so loudly, and he was not afraid of death and torture casually. It seemed a bit difficult to bow his head now. But the fearless courage just now has completely disappeared, because there was no hope of survival before. Naturally, I am not afraid of death. Now that I see the hope of survival, death is too terrible, especially being beaten to death. It is really painful. Seeing Chen Filong's face changing from time to time, Tang Zheng knew that he no longer wanted to die. And the next thing would be easy. Tell me, how many zombies can you control with your current ability? Chen Filong was stunned for a moment, not daring to answer Tang Zheng's words, and silently felt his own state. This feeling made him feel cold in his heart. My power has decreased. Now, I can only control about 500,000 at most. Tang Zheng nodded slightly. It's still a bit too much. Give him a little more injection to keep him at 300,000. Ji Yutian injected him with a little medicine again. The hand was at Chen Filong's mouth, but he didn't dare to bite it. When Ji Yutian finished the injection, Chen Filong changed a little bit. He looked more like a human. The exposed fangs had shrunk back a little, and he looked like a pair of tiger teeth. Gui Yun, this corpse king is now in your hands. Study him carefully and dig out the secrets of him. Remember, we must make him controllable. If we can't do this, we must kill him as soon as possible. Gui Yun's face was solemn. Don't worry, General. I will study this matter with Yi Shui and ask her to make a bomb and put it in the body of this corpse king. As long as he dares to betray us, we will detonate it immediately. Now he really wants to live, so we are not afraid that he will disobey. Okay, then you can stay at the Gene Research Institute for the time being. You don't have to worry about the Ministry of the Interior. Remember to complete the next map as soon as possible. Gui Yun nodded in agreement, and Tang Zheng left a squad of soldiers from the guard platoon to guard the Gene Research Institute. As for the corpse king Chen Filong, he was also imprisoned here. Yi Shui also stayed temporarily to study how to install a controllable bomb in the corpse king's body. Tang Zheng had his plan for Chen Filong, the corpse king, but it was not time to use it yet. After leaving the Gene Research Institute with his men, the battle near the inner city wall was drawing to a close. There were no zombies on the city wall. Only a large number of zombies fell down from the sides of the city wall. Soldiers were standing on the city wall shooting down, constantly killing zombies. Those zombies could only wave their claws in vain under the city wall, and were constantly killed. It seemed that the battle would be completely over within 2 hours. Tang Zheng watched for a while, and gave orders. Wait until the battle is over. The collection work here will proceed normally, and the residents in the city will be allowed to return home. But do not let them approach the battle area for the time being. The martial law will continue for 2 days, until all the zombie bodies are dealt with. At this time, someone suggested, General, residents should not be allowed to pass through the area outside the city where the explosion occurred. There are radioactive materials in that area now, and it may take 1 or 2 years to fully recover. Tang Zheng sighed slightly. When he enriched uranium for Yishui, he thought that this situation might happen. If possible, he would not want to use this weapon. But for the victory of the battle, there is no other way. Then block that area. Do not allow people to pass through. Do not farm. And wait for nature to recover. As time passed, at night, the battle under Zhuguang City finally ended. When the last ordinary old man zombie was killed, no red light spots could be seen around Zhuguang City on the radar screen. The only red light spot was Chen Feilong in the Gene Research Institute. Seeing the last zombie killed, Xiao Dili, who had been following the report, let out a series of excited shouts. Victory! We finally won! All friends in the Northern Territory. After 4 days and 5 nights of fierce fighting, the light-chasing army finally annihilated 1 million zombies and completely won the battle to defend the city. Through this battle, we proved to everyone our great strength and fighting will. Facing 1 million zombies, I never saw any fear or panic in our soldiers. They are well-trained and disciplined. I didn't see such a situation when I interviewed the Royal Army Group. There are so many inspiring stories in this process. I have so many things to do and so many people to interview. I believe that one day in the future, I will make a documentary about this experience. If you have not made a decision in front of the radio at this moment, Dilly now suggests that you pack your bags and come to Zhuguang City. As Dilly's words spread throughout the Northern Territory, a considerable number of survivors who heard the news packed their bags and prepared to set off. The situation in the northern region is now basically clear. Although the alliance still seems to be composed of 12 large survivor bases, no one takes them seriously anymore. They fled without fighting and lost the support of the people. Later, they made all kinds of calculations and wanted to come back to pick up the peaches that fell on the ground. In the end, they didn't eat the peaches, but returned in defeat. If it weren't for Tang Zheng's help, I'm afraid they would have been wiped out, having lost the support of the people and lacking strength. Is there any need for such an alliance to exist? Many people believe that the alliance will be disbanded before January. The post-war work is still heavy. Since the second day after the battle, the burning of Zhuguang City has never stopped, even though it has been burning for several days. And even though some of the corpses have been devoured by the zombies themselves, there are still at least 500,000 corpses here. In particular, the 3 piles of corpses in the outer city have become extremely tough after countless trampling and repeated burning, forcing the Zhuguang army to use machinery to split them piece by piece and then burn them one by one. Thick black smoke filled the sky above the city and did not dissipate for many days. The soldiers of the Zhuguang army dealt with the bodies while paying attention to the fire. Now it was autumn, and they had to prevent wildfires. When the last body was dealt with, a full week had passed. October 1st. The black smoke that filled the sky above the city for more than 10 days was finally blown away by a north wind. People woke up in the morning and found that the black smoke had disappeared and the air was much colder. At some point, a thin layer of frost appeared on the ground. Looking around, there is a layer of white on Guyun Mountain. It is not snowing, but frost has arrived. The temperature seems to have dropped by 10 degrees overnight, and autumn is coming to an end. But outside Zhuguang City, it is a scene of bustling activity. As the bodies were dealt with, Zhuguang City officially began to accept survivors. Outside the south gate, there was even a long queue of vehicles arriving. Not only did new survivors arrive, but many people who left at the beginning chose to return to Zhuguang City. But the properties, houses, and even the land they applied for, which they left here in the past, no longer belong to them. These houses and land will be sold preferentially to those who stay. This makes many people who come back dissatisfied, and they try to appeal to the Ministry of the Interior, but they basically get the same sentence. Those who abandon Zhuguang City and leave will not be able to enjoy the original treatment, and everything will have to start from scratch. If you don't accompany the sunset, who are you to make a comeback? The truth is simple, cruel, and speechless. The original staff of the Ministry of Internal Affairs were all scientific research soldiers assigned by Tang Zheng, and now they have all been withdrawn. The new staff of the Ministry of Internal Affairs have all been replaced by ordinary survivors. Many of these survivors used to do related work. As the population of Zhuguang City increases, Tang Zheng also realizes that it is not appropriate to rely solely on scientific research soldiers to do internal affairs. The survivors need to work, And the scientific research soldiers are not professionally suitable. His Zhuguang army should be responsible for military affairs. And he needs to let go of other things. Not only the Ministry of the Interior needs to let go. Tang Zheng thinks that the Public Security Bureau also needs to let go. It is not professionally appropriate to use mobilized soldiers as public security officers. Because public security officers are responsible for too many things. Many of which involve trivial matters such as family affairs among survivors. And mobilized soldiers are not good at these. So now the Public Security Bureau personnel have also begun to recruit from the society. Also recruiting are medical staff for field hospitals, staff for resource recycling stations, staff for transaction registration halls, and so on. As the population gradually increased, the number of jobs in the civilian sector also gradually increased. Chefs in restaurants, truck drivers, waiters in hotels, stalls in markets. Even some special industries unique to the end of the world began to appear in Zhuguang City. For example, weapons dealers, and some women with no survival skills. With the victory of the battle, and the continuous publicity of the radio, Zhuguang City became more and more famous in the Northern Territory. According to statistics, from the end of the battle to now, in half a month, the population of Zhuguang City has soared from 40,000 to 300,000, and is still increasing. The whole city presents a picture of flourishing and thriving in all walks of life. Chapter 138. The busiest days in Zhuguang City are also the most comfortable days for Tang Zheng. After handing over the complicated Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Public Security Bureau to the survivors, his life became more relaxed. The post-war results of this battle were also counted. The Zhuguang army annihilated a total of 980,000 zombies, with 175 wounded and 12 killed in the headquarters. The wounded soldiers have now received proper treatment and have returned to the team. The fallen soldiers were buried, and Tang Zheng also added new soldiers in time. The 4 fully staffed field companies are now engaged in the search and rescue of survivors. From the end of the war to half a month after the war, it was the peak period for Zhuguang City to receive survivors. On average, nearly 20,000 people came to Zhuguang City every day. After half a month, the number of new arrivals gradually decreased. And now the number of people arriving every day is around 5 or 6. This is because, in the Northern Territory, there are still many people who cannot hear the broadcasts on the radio, and do not know the existence of Zhuguang City, or even the existence of the Alliance. Quite a few small groups of survivors are still living like rats, avoiding zombies and even people, fearing that they will be discovered and face disaster. Tang Zheng now asked the field company to follow the radar instructions to find the hiding places of the survivors. Find them, and try to persuade them to join the light-chasing city. During this process, if those lawless and cruel people are found, the field troops can execute them on the spot. Generally speaking, this method is very useful to deal with those small groups. Small groups have no confidence and no backbone. They often have no food to eat and are in danger of dying. After hearing about the situation in Zhuguang City and facing the strength of the field troops, they will basically follow smoothly. However, some larger survivor groups are not so easy to deal with. Faced with the sudden arrival of the field troops, they may even take resistance measures, or close the door, or defend intensively, and ask the field troops to leave, etc. Tang Zheng will not use force against these survivor groups. If they really refuse to come, he will choose to give up temporarily, and look for opportunities later. There are 2 larger survivor bases in the northern region. One is a cave base in the Guyun mountain area. The other is a peninsula base in the southern foot of Saichi County, and in the South Lake. The number of survivors in these 2 bases is about 10,000. They have a certain armed force, and a good geographical advantage. They can be self-sufficient for the time being, and are more defensive against the outside world. The Alliance had also tried to recruit them, but the leaders of the 2 bases all refused. But they also have a natural disadvantage. That is, there is no real heating facility. When winter comes, they are destined to have a hard time. Tang Zheng did not want to see a humanitarian tragedy happen, so he asked the field troops to bring the people from the 2 bases back as soon as possible. However, without using force, there is not much progress at present. Crackling. The sound of firecrackers rang out in the prime location of the outer city of Zhuguang City. There were as many as 1 million firecrackers. After they were lit, the smoke filled the intersection of Nanmen Street and Dongmen Street. A big restaurant opened here today. The restaurant is 5 stories high, with luxurious decoration. and each floor has unique features. For example, the first floor is a typical Hanwha ancient style, with antique decoration, and the dishes are all Hanwha classic cuisine. The second floor is a hot pot city. The third floor is a restaurant from various countries in the Western continent. The fourth floor is the most popular mutant meat restaurant, where many precious mutant meats can be tasted. On the fifth floor, there is a huge open bar. It only opened in the afternoon. There was a lot of publicity before the opening. Countless beautiful girls danced here to accompany the drinking. It was a carnival nightclub. Many mercenaries and adventurers had already applied for membership cards here. The name of this restaurant is also quite special, called Guns and Beauty. Before the end of the world, this name was out of place and destined to fail. But after the end of the world, it is very appropriate. Guns represent weapons and your strength in the end times. Beauty represents material and physiological needs and your pursuit in the end times. After the end times, these are the two main things people pursue. And it can be said that they are the elements of demand after the end times. At the entrance of the restaurant, a huge electronic screen has been advertising. Among them, the owner of the hotel is very eye-catching. She is a young beauty in her early 20s, named Luo Chiuwon. Before the end times, she was also a very famous internet celebrity. Luo Chiuwon is a mixed-race girl, with the blood of Hanwha and Zijing. She has the gracefulness of Hanwha beauty, and the three-dimensional facial features of Zijing beauty. She is famous for her good looks. She does not use beauty filters online, but has attracted countless fans with her natural appearance. But no one thought that she could open such a luxurious restaurant in Zhuguang City after the end of the world. You know, no matter how much wealth you have before the end of the world, it will all be invalid after the end of the world. The money in the past has become waste paper, and the balance in your bank card can only become a decoration later. You can take the old mobile phone and take a look at the balance as a comfort to remember that you were once a rich person. This is their only function. So the end of the world is a new beginning, and everyone is back to the same starting line. There are many examples of celebrities in the past who have fallen into this state. It is really rare for a beauty like Luo Chiuwon, an internet celebrity, to be able to open a big restaurant in the core area of Zhuguang City, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. You know, if you want to open a restaurant in such a location, the requirements are too high. First of all, you must have enough points, which means that you have completed many tasks in the trading hall, and did not go to get supplies, but chose a lot of point cards. Point cards currently represent money in Zhuguang City. This intersection is the most expensive area in Zhuguang City. If the price per square meter is calculated based on food, I am afraid that 10 truckloads of food will be needed. This hotel covers an area of more than 1,000 square meters, and the materials needed are absolutely huge. It is really hard to imagine how a woman like Luo Chiuwon can do this. There are even rumors in Zhuguang City that Luo Chiuwon may be Tang Zheng lover, and this rumor is still very popular. After all, the two are about the same age, and this kind of gossip is often spread the fastest, and people are most willing to hear and believe it. Today, the Guns and Ladies restaurant opened, and many celebrities in Zhuguang City came to try the food. Although Zhuguang City was recently established, it has gradually formed a class, and the upper class has begun to form. For example, officials from the Ministry of the Interior, officials from the Public Security Bureau, senior managers of hospitals, as well as big mercenary leaders, adventurer leaders, or more successful businessmen, etc., have gradually become influential figures in the city. Small circles have begun to appear in their respective fields, and the small circles are linked to each other, forming many industrial chains. Whatever existed before the end of the world, many of them can be found here. Whatever did not exist before the end of the world, many of them can also be found here. But everyone knows that the ruler of Zhuguang City is Tang Zheng and the Zhuguang army. So once something is related to Tang Zheng, everyone is happy to participate. The opening of Luo Chiuwon restaurant has created such a big momentum. In addition to her internet celebrity status, the biggest reason is the gossip with Tang Zheng. Is there really anything delicious here? Tang Zheng stood in front of the door of Guns and Ladies, followed by Ji Yuntian, Ning Yue, and He Shui. Today, none of them wore military uniforms, but casual clothes. The clothing in the end times is not as well defined as in the past. The poor cannot afford luxury goods, and the rich will not wear street goods, because as long as you can get those clothes, you can wear them casually. Adventurers and mercenaries, who often go out in the wild, wear the best. Tang Jing certainly has no shortage of these things. He wears Prada casual clothes, gray Gucci casual pants, and Armani purple leather sandals. She put on Hermes sports sunglasses, a Patek Philippe watch on her wrist, and a golden Desert Eagle hanging on her waist. In the past, this kind of dress might be considered crazy, but now it is normal. Ning Yue was wearing a Louis Vuitton dress, carrying a small Hermes bag, and wearing pink Hermes high heels. When her snow-white and slender thighs moved, a black gun holster could be vaguely seen inside. Where there was a silenced pistol, He Shui wore a small Chanel jacket, a small Versace v-neck underneath, light green Gucci sweatpants, Burberry crystal shoes, and a small Dior bag with a big bomb in it. Ji Yitian was wearing a black Armani suit, big black sunglasses, and an AK-47 casually hung on his back, looking cold and stern. The four of them looked like a licentious mercenary leader with two female companions, followed by a bodyguard and thugs. Hearing Tang Zheng question, Ji Yitian hurriedly said, "Young Master Tang, there must be delicious food here. I used my previous relationship with the Public Security Bureau to get a platinum membership card. Non-members are not welcome today." "Oh, Director Ji has the leisure to use his connections to get a platinum membership card here. It seems that he has been living a leisurely life these days." Ji Yitian chuckled, "I am not the director now. And young Master Tang has not announced that I will return to the guard platoon. I am very leisurely. I just walk around the city when I have nothing to do. I know a lot of things here, but I haven't figured out the details of this restaurant. But it is definitely not simple." The Public Security Bureau was handed over to the survivors. Many of the former security guards entered various troops, but Ji Yitian and Su Lu were temporarily unemployed. Tang Jing did not assign positions to them, and they are now idle. Ji Yitian was so bored that he wandered around every day. He had applied for a membership card long ago when the restaurant opened, thinking that he would invite the general to have a big meal on the opening day. If the general was happy, he would arrange a position for him. That's why he went to the big restaurant today. Tang Jing didn't have much to do now. He couldn't be promoted to the leader for the time being, and he didn't need to come in person to collect survivors. So he agreed to come to the city for a stroll. Several people were handsome men and beautiful women. Ning Yue and Yi Shui dressed up carefully and had exquisite makeup to save face for Tang Zheng. They were pampered people at first glance. When they arrived at the door of the restaurant, they attracted some people's attention. In the end times, wearing famous brands is nothing. But if you are wearing famous brands and are well maintained, without any wind and rain, and malnutrition, that's not simple. Those who can do this are undoubtedly superior people. So when several people arrived at the door, someone in the restaurant immediately came out to greet them. Chapter 139. Inside the restaurant, a woman in a dress came out. She looked like the restaurant's front desk manager, with a sophisticated and capable look on her face. But she didn't recognize Tang Zheng. Today was a secret visit. Tang Zheng wore big sunglasses, changed his old clothes, and fixed his hair. Unless someone was particularly familiar with him, they would not be able to tell that he was the king of Zhuguang City. The person she was facing was Ji Yitian. She was not very familiar with Ji Yitian. After all, the former director of the Public Security Bureau was not someone that ordinary people could get in touch with. But she knew that this person was Mr. Ji, a platinum member of the restaurant. "Mr. Ji, you are a distinguished guest. Why are you still standing at the door? Please come in quickly." Ji Yitian snorted from his nose. "This is our boss, Mr. Tang." "Oh, hello, Mr. Tang. I didn't expect that you are the leader at such a young age. I really didn't recognize you." Tang Zheng nodded slightly. "It doesn't matter. The first time is new. The second time is familiar. But whether I can come a second time depends on whether your restaurant has any special features. Don't worry, Mr. Tang. When it comes to food in Zhuguang City, our guns and ladies are second to none. I guarantee that you will want to come again after coming here once. Okay, let's try your specialties today." Tang Zheng walked into the room. The hotel manager wanted to come over to help him, but was pushed aside by Ning Yue and Yi Shui. Others didn't know, but the two of them had heard that Tang Zheng didn't like women's touch. However, the two of them had been with Tang Zheng for a long time, so they had no scruples in this regard. So in order to avoid causing Tang Zheng disgust, they basically didn't let other women get close to Tang Zheng. The hot and sexy hotel manager was so choked up that she could only follow behind him in a depressed mood. Tang Zheng did not stay on the first floor, but went directly to the second floor. Seeing Tang Zheng go to the second floor, the hotel manager's eyes dimmed a little. Whether a person has money or not is most directly reflected by which floor he goes to. The Hanwei cuisine on the first floor, the hot pot on the second floor, the Western food on the third floor, and the mutant beast feast on the fourth floor. If we talk about the price, the fourth floor is undoubtedly the most expensive. It is now well known that eating mutant beast meat can strengthen the body. However, not many people can afford to eat here, as the fourth floor is a high-end consumption place. Even though it is the opening day today, when there are the most customers, there are still not many people on the fourth floor. The cheapest is the hot pot on the second floor. Of course, the second floor is also the most crowded. Tang Zheng came up, and almost half of the seats in the hall were occupied. Ji Yutian wanted a single room, but there was none. Mr. Tang, how about we go to the fourth floor to eat? Ji Yutian asked tentatively. Tang Zheng waved his hand. We are tired of eating mutant beast meat every day. Let's stay here today. We don't need a single room. Let's eat in the hall. Whatever Tang Zheng said. That was what it was. Several people followed Tang Zheng and sat down at an empty table in the hall. The surroundings were bustling with people, toasting and drinking, full of the atmosphere of life. The arrival of Tang Zheng and his group attracted some attention, and many people looked at them from a distance. Tang Zheng didn't care. After sitting down, Ji Yutian directly picked up the menu and ordered dishes. For river fish from Foaming River, about 1 pound. 6 plates of this hand-cut mutant beef, seaweed, tofu, eggs, cabbage, and river shrimp. Ji Yutian ordered a round of dishes, and the manager who was in charge of recording beside him had his eyes wide open. This customer ordered a lot of dishes, worthy of being a platinum member. It seems that he is not short of points. After ordering more than 20 dishes in a row, Ji Yutian glanced at Tang Zheng, and when Tang Zheng nodded slightly, he handed the menu to the manager. 2 more bottles of white wine. Dundee Mountain? At least 20 years old. Don't tell me you don't have it. Hey. Yes. Yes. I serve it to you right away. The dishes were served quickly, and in a short while, a table of dishes was already set. The manager left, and several people started to eat. The hot pot exuded a strong aroma, and all kinds of delicious food, which could not be enjoyed even before the end of the world. At least this mutant beast meat and river fish and shrimp were not available before the end of the world. Sticking with oil and sauce, Tang Zheng ate comfortably. There was a table diagonally opposite Tang Zheng and his group, with 7 or 8 men, who also ate a lot of food and drank a lot of wine. The weather was not too cold now, and several people were sweating profusely while eating, and they drank a lot of wine and were talking loudly. Brothers, how is it? The food is good today, isn't it? Great, Brother Joe. To be honest, I haven't eaten so well since the beginning of this hell. Same. At least for more than 3 months. I have lost more than 20 pounds. And today I have a good meal. I just looked at the prices. Wow. A plate of small fish from Foaming River costs 20 points. If it weren't for you, Brother Joe, I couldn't afford it. I could only eat a big bowl of wide noodles on Dongcheng Street. Ha ha ha. Meng Laosan. Don't pretend to be poor in front of me. If you say adventurers are poor, I believe it. But are mercenaries poor? Take out the sign of our Gale mercenary group, and you can buy on credit here. Right? That's right. With your status as the 3rd person in Gale, I'm afraid you can ask the boss lady to accompany you for a whole night, let alone a meal. Shoo! Keep your voice down. You'd better be careful when you are outside. What are you afraid of? I have a gun in my hand, and the only thing I can be afraid of besides mutant zombies is the light-chasing army. What's there to be afraid of in a restaurant here? I told you to keep your voice down. So keep your voice down. Do you know who this restaurant owner's wife belongs to? Who? A man looked around furtively, then pointed to the sky. Tang Zheng, the woman of the king of Zhuguang City. You dare to act wild here. Are you tired of living? The man who was shouting just now was sweating a little. Really? I heard that Tang Zheng doesn't dislike it. When the man asked this question, he was very cautious, and his voice was very low. Tang Zheng didn't hear what he said clearly. I've heard of it. But it's better to believe it than not. It's always better to be careful. If you really offend someone, you won't know how you died. Besides, there are all kinds of people in the city now. There are more than 20 mercenary groups like us. And there are countless adventurers. Walls have ears. So you better be careful when you speak. You're right. I was a little arrogant just now. The voices of several people talking were a little lower. And Tang Zheng frowned slightly when he listened to it. How did he get involved in gossip? He didn't even know the owner of this restaurant. But he didn't delve into it. As the highest official in Zhuguang City, there had been a lot of news about him. And he was too lazy to care about it. The content of the conversation between the several people in the Gale mercenary group gradually changed direction. Have you heard? The cave base was wiped out. And now the base is empty. With no one left. No way. There are tens of thousands of people in that base. How could there be no one left all of a sudden? Was it attacked by zombies? It wasn't zombies. Another team went there and left without any problems. Some valuable materials in the base were also taken away. There were signs of fighting at the scene. Some bodies and shells were found. There were also some traces of wheel tracks outside. It was man-made. The faces of several adventurers also became serious. It must have been man-made. However, there are not many people or forces in this land who can wipe out the cave base in one fell swoop. Indeed, apart from Zhuguang City and the Alliance, I'm afraid only a few large mercenary groups can do this. But I'm very curious. They took away tens of thousands of people. Isn't this adding burden to themselves? I don't know if it's a burden or not. I just want to know who did it. But I don't seem to have heard of any large mercenary group being hired in the past few days. Could it be someone from Umbrella? It's hard to say. But no matter who did this, they won't tell anyone. It should be a headless case. The sound of several people drinking became quieter. Tang Zheng couldn't eat after hearing this. The cave base was raided? This base is a little far from Zhuguang City. It is located in the northwest foothills of Guyun Mountain area and is not within the radar range. Tang Zheng had sent people to this base before, hoping that they could bring people to Zhuguang City to settle down. But they were rejected. The cave is also a place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Although the opponent's weapons are poor, they can still fight against ordinary threats. I didn't expect it to be breached like this. It sounds like it was done by mercenaries. But mercenaries will do anything as long as they are paid and given supplies. There must be a mastermind behind this. Taking away more than 10,000 survivors and annihilating the armed forces. Who would do such a thing? Looking back at Ningyue, Tang Zheng said, "Go and ask the Army Aviation Company to send a helicopter to investigate the situation at the cave base and bring back detailed information." Okay. Ningyue quietly gave the order on the intercom. With this matter bothering him, Tang Zheng lost interest in eating and was about to leave. But unexpectedly, a conflict suddenly broke out in the restaurant. The Gale mercenaries, who had just been talking, quarreled with the people at another table. Crazy Huang. Have your people overstepped their boundaries recently? Adventurer teams usually have no more than 10 people. What are you going to do with 45 people? Adventurers should go out to collect supplies and come back to earn points. That's your job. You guys have also taken on the job of transporting supplies. Is that what you should do? The speaker was Brother Zhou from the Gale mercenaries, who was drunk and was attacking the people at another table. The man called Huang Fingzi squinted his eyes and glanced at Brother Zhou. Zhou Xian. What's wrong? Have you guys contracted all the work of transporting goods and sending people? I do whatever I like. What the hell is it to you? Fuck. How can you talk to Brother Zhou like that? Keep your mouth shut. The people of the Fengfeng mercenary group were not happy with Huang Fingzi's ridicule. Several people stood up and pulled out their guns. And Huang Fingzi's people were not to be outdone. And several of them raised their guns. The dinner scene was just fine. But suddenly it became tense. Chapter 140. Seeing this situation, Tang Zheng couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. These adventurers and mercenaries are actually a hidden danger to public security. Especially after the war. As more and more people came to the city, there were always many conflicts of varying sizes in the city every day. Although there were not many actual exchanges of fire, it was indeed chaotic enough. The security guards of the Public Security Bureau were also conscientious and responsible. But this kind of thing was too common in the end times. And it was still a bit difficult to rely on a single Public Security Bureau to maintain public security. It seems that he still needs some strong law enforcement departments under his command. For example, the Armed Security Team and the Special Service Team. The Armed Security Team can also be called the Armed Police. The Special Service Team can also be called the Special Police. Both teams are higher-level armed forces than the Public Security Bureau, used to deal with emergencies, violent incidents, etc. After the zombie siege ended, Tang Jing also gained a lot, including nearly 1 million in funds recovered, and more than 5,000 zombie crystals were found. This is the result after most of the zombie crystals have been mixed with the flesh and blood of the corpses, which is really difficult to search. After the rescue of the survivors came to an end, Tang Jing planned to upgrade the entire army to 4-star fighters. He actually had a few level 2 crystals and a level 3 crystal in his hand. Level 2 crystals were the crystals of the gorilla and the liquor. Tang Jing had 5 of them, all of which he had found with great difficulty. Level 3 crystals were the crystals of the Tyrannosaurus zombie. After the Tyrannosaurus zombie was killed by the ship's gun, Tang Jing had ordered that the crystal must be found. Later, the Zhuguang army conducted a carpet-style investigation and finally found the crystal. The 3rd level crystal is too precious. Tang Jing believes that there is no other crystal in the world, so he saved it. The function of this crystal is to allow a 5-star full soldier to evolve from a hero unit. The crystals of armored zombies and agile zombies can allow soldiers to evolve to strengthen 4 stars. A 4-star soldier can take a 2nd level crystal to upgrade to 5 stars after killing 3,000 zombies. A 5-star soldier can kill 10,000 zombies and become a 5-star full soldier. Taking a 3rd level crystal, he can become a hero unit. But now no one in the light-chasing army has evolved to 4 stars, and 5-star warriors have not appeared yet. So Tang Jing naturally doesn't know what the hero unit looks like, because the search and rescue is in a hurry. He has not started this work yet. Now it seems that it is necessary to add an armed security team and a special security team. Otherwise, these people will be lawless. Of course, these 2 armed forces cannot be managed by the survivors, but must be controlled by him. Just as Tang Jing was thinking, the atmosphere between the 2 sides became more and more tense, and the people on both sides shouted at each other, and it seemed that a gunfight could break out at any time. But it can be seen that they have concerns about each other. After all, the Public Security Bureau of Zhuguang City is not a decoration. Although they are allowed to carry guns, it is forbidden to shoot in the city. But they are lawless people who live on the edge of a knife and have no tomorrow. Moreover, they are all drunk now. If someone accidentally discharges a gunfight is likely to break out. Just when Ji Yutian was about to notify the current Public Security Bureau to deal with it, a woman walked in from the door. She was wearing an OL suit, black stockings on her long legs, and black high heels, and she walked in gracefully from outside. Her fair face was very beautiful, and she looked about 20 years old, with a smile on her face and a faint dimple on her face. She wore a pair of glasses without lenses, which made it easier for people to notice her big sea blue eyes. Her blue eyes proved that she was a mixed race. But apart from this feature, she looked more like a Hanwha person. She came to the middle of the 2 conflicting tables, ignoring the guns raised by both sides, and smiled like a blooming flower. 2 leaders. Is there any poor hospitality in Chiowan's restaurant? If there is any neglect, then Chiowan will apologize to you first. How about Chiowan waiving your meal expenses today? Many people at the scene knew this woman, the former internet celebrity, now the owner of Guns and Ladies, Luo Chiowan. This woman was rumored to be a god in the city. Some people think that she is Tang Jing lover, and some people think that even if she is not Tang Jing lover, she must be a big shot. Otherwise this restaurant would not be able to open. No matter what her identity is, it is worth paying attention to. Hearing Luo Chiowan words, Zhou Xian spoke first, then thank you, Boss Luo. Today I will give Boss Luo face, and not bother with Huang Fengzi for the time being. We will settle our accounts later. Then you should thank Boss Luo for saving your life. Both of them said a few harsh words to save themselves. Seeing that the 2 people gave him face, Luo Chiowan smiled and asked the manager to send 2 cards. This is our store's diamond card. With this card, you can enjoy a 50% discount when you spend money here. Zhou Xian and Huang Fengzi were both flattered. Zhou Xian was the head of the mercenaries, and Huang Fengzi also transformed from an adventurer to a mercenary. Although they had some status, they should not be worthy of Luo Chiowan attention. Boss Luo, I call you sister. You are so nice. Give me face. If you have any problem in the future, just let me know. Our mercenary group is always at your service. Don't worry. We will give you a discount when the time comes. It's the same for me. I am building a mercenary group, and when the group is formed, I will take care of this floor to show my support for Miss Luo. Luo Chiowan smiled and nodded. except for a few words at the beginning. She was aloof throughout the whole process, which was both polite and not overly enthusiastic. This style also made these mercenaries more respectful and more afraid to act rashly. After solving this matter, Luo Qiuwan turned around and left without saying hello to other guests. Quite casually, at Tangjung table, He Shui said, "A woman who can have a scandal with a general seems to be quite qualified." Ning Yue also nodded in agreement. As a woman, she also thought Luo Qiuwan was good, beautiful and generous enough. No wonder she could do such a big business. Ji Yutian secretly glanced at Tang Zheng a few times, and seeing that Tang Zheng didn't seem to be interested, he couldn't help but sigh quietly. Tang Zheng picked up a napkin and wiped his hands. "We watched a great show. It was pretty good. Let's not eat anymore. Let's go." Ji Yutian paid the bill with a points card, and several people followed Tang Zheng out. After leaving the restaurant, several people got in the car and returned to the inner city. Here in the inner city, Tang Zheng official residence has been completed. Tang Zheng car entered the yard, ran along the driveway for a while, and arrived in front of the official residence. The car stopped in front of the door. Tang Zheng got out, and the guards platoon guarding the door saluted. Entering the room, the hall is sunken, and there is a huge sand table inside. The area of the sand table is hundreds of square meters. Standing at the edge of the hall, you can clearly see the whole picture of the sand table. This is what the Ministry of the Interior has made recently. Within a diameter of 500 kilometers, the mountains, rivers, and cities are all visible. Here on the sand table, Captain Hu Yuhang of the Army Aviation Company is waiting for a report. Seeing Tang Zheng coming in, Hu Yuhang immediately said, "General, we have already found out the situation of the cave base you just asked us to check. Say, the cave base was attacked yesterday morning, and a total of 120 armed personnel were wiped out. The number of intruders was about 800, including hundreds of large transport trucks and buses. About 10,000 people from the cave base were taken away. It was initially determined that the convoy was heading north, but it rained yesterday, and the track marks could no longer be found. It is impossible to track and determine the final destination." Tang Zheng nodded. "Are there any other situations? There are also some rumors that people from other bases seem to have suddenly disappeared, but they don't know where they are, and they don't know whether they are true or not." Tang Zheng said he understood, and waved his hand to let Hu Yuhang leave. After Hu Yuhang left, Ji Yutian and the others also left the official residence. Although Tang Zheng did not make any specific arrangements for Ji Yutian, he quickly found his position, which was to return to Tang Zheng and continue to be a guard. However, Ning Yue was the platoon leader now, and his position was not clear. So he walked around the yard casually and checked everywhere. Tang Zheng returned to the third floor, which was his exclusive floor. It was just built, and he stayed there for the first night yesterday. Leaning on the sofa, he thought about what happened today. Today in the restaurant, Tang Zheng saw a lot of things and learned a lot of things. The current Zhuguang city can be described as a mixed bag. Today he heard about the attack on the cave base, saw the conflict between the two mercenary groups, and saw the elegance of the beautiful restaurant owner. These things seem unrelated, but they reflect problems with each other. First of all, someone is stirring up trouble in the land of the North Territory, and the plot behind it must be big. The Alliance is the biggest suspect for allowing 10,000 people to disappear quietly. Although the Alliance has been silent for a while, Tang Zheng has never ignored them. The Alliance will not sit still and wait for death. That's for sure. There may be something hidden behind the current silence, but it's hard to say now. The conflict between the mercenaries reflects that the security in the city is still not up to standard, and Tang Zheng has planned to establish a new department. The conversations of those mercenaries also let Tang Zheng know some news that he didn't know before, which shows that the development of the Zhuguang army pays too much attention to combat effectiveness and ignores intelligence work. If he hadn't gone to the restaurant to eat today, he wouldn't have known that there were so many things going on in the city. But the soldiers under his command had never reported these things. Finally, it was the beautiful boss Luo Qiuwan. That person was a mutant, and Tang Zheng saw it at the first time. An internet celebrity became a mutant and opened such a big restaurant in Zhuguang City. If there is no support behind it, it is simply impossible. Today, Luo Qiuwan appeared and easily calmed down a possible conflict, and also forged friendships with the leaders of the two mercenary groups. These things seem ordinary, but there are some special information behind them. It seems that something that I don't know is happening quietly. Now it seems that the collection of intelligence work is imminent. Picking up the pen, Tang Zheng wrote down 2 new department names on the paper. Special Service Team. Military Intelligence Bureau. Chapter 141. General. This is the map I have recently researched. Guiyun ran to Tang Zheng official residence, with sweat all over his forehead, and presented 3 drawings. During this period, Guiyun was the busiest person. He not only had to study the evolution of the Corpse King, but also had to be responsible for drawing. Fortunately, Tang Zheng assigned all 10 scientific research soldiers of the Ministry of Internal Affairs to him. Otherwise he would be too busy. In addition, Tang Zheng urged him to make the drawings. So he worked day and night, and finally made 3 drawings. Tang Zheng saw the 3 drawings, and took them with satisfaction. Freshwater Purification Plant, price, 50,000 gold. Military Camp, price, 200,000 gold. Vehicle Modification Center, price, 500,000 gold. Tell me, what are these 3 buildings used for? General. This freshwater purification plant is very simple. It can purify fresh water. We have laid heating pipes, sewage pipes, and water supply pipes in Zhuguang City. However, Fengming River water is mineral water, which is not suitable for all people. The freshwater purification plant directly uses groundwater, which becomes pure water after purification and can be directly transported to thousands of households. Tang Zheng nodded. This is something for people's livelihood. It is necessary to build one. Now the population in the city is increasing. Tap water is not yet popular. Everyone goes to Fengming River to get water, which gradually pollutes Fengming River. And it is very inconvenient for Tang Tang to go out. There are many legends about Fengming River monsters in the city. There is also a military camp. At present, it is still very inconvenient for our soldiers to rest. They basically sleep in the sleeping bags issued by the general. The soldiers need a home. So this military camp was built. I designed the barracks according to the number of troops. The maximum number of people in a barracks is 2,500, which is a battalion. It covers an area of 100,000 square meters, with training grounds, dormitories, shooting ranges, training camps, garages, canteens, bathrooms, and other buildings. After hearing Guiyun's introduction, Tang Zheng felt that it was not expensive. The barracks were to be set up in the inner city. 100,000 square meters sounded like a lot. But compared to the inner city area of nearly 5 square kilometers, it was actually only a small part. But Guiyun's next words surprised Tang Zheng. General, you should be careful when drawing the military camps. Because if you increase your troops in the future, you will be restricted by the number of military camps. You can only buy as many troops as you have military camps. Because the soldiers also need shelter. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment. You mean? If I upgrade the Zhuguang army to a regiment, then I will need a lot of military camps? Yes, General. Assuming that the total number of our regiment is 10,000 in the future, then you need to build 4 military camps. 1 military camp costs 200,000 gold, and 4 camps cost 800,000, which is not a small number. But Tang Zheng didn't think there was anything wrong with this. There had been no barracks before, so he had treated the soldiers unfairly. Although there were some restrictions on the construction of barracks, he fully agreed that if he couldn't even build barracks, he would rather not expand the army. Thinking in his heart, he had already planned some locations for barracks in the inner city. In the future, he would definitely upgrade the position of regiment commander. Maybe 4 barracks would not be enough. After all, according to the current configuration, 5 field battalions would require 12,500 people. Seeing the last building, the Vehicle Modification Center, Tang Zheng asked Guiyun, "What is this?" It costs 500,000 yuan, which is much more expensive than the military camp. General, this is a recent breakthrough made by our research institute. The acid-resistant technology and rust removal technology are all mechanically operated. As long as you build this modification center, you can send some old vehicles to the center's workshop. After an hour of modification, you can basically return a new car to you. Oh, there is such technology? Yes, General. I suggest that this center be placed in the inner city. Now in the entire Zhuguang City, including the northern region, almost no ordinary survivors own vehicles. Only adventurers and mercenaries have some jeeps and trucks, and they are often scrapped. The shortage of vehicles is already a big problem. If we have this, it means we have a continuous source of wealth and can manufacture cars in large quantities. Hearing the prospects described by Guiyun, Tang Zheng was very excited. But he quickly thought of a problem: wealth. But there is no currency in this area now. General, this also requires me to discuss with you. Our Zhuguang city is developing rapidly now, with a large influx of people, and buildings are being built quickly. Many projects are gradually being completed. It is expected that all existing buildings in Zhuguang city will be completed before January, and the total population may reach 1 million. This is close to the scale of a small county before the end of the world. So I think we already have the basis for issuing currency. Hearing this, Tang Zheng did not speak for a long time. According to Guiyun, there is no problem with issuing currency on a small scale. But Tang Zheng thought more deeply, because he knew that as time went on, he would have to deal with the empire sooner or later. And throughout the history of Hanwei, issuing currency was the exclusive right of the royal family. If he issued currency, it would almost be equivalent to walking on the opposite side of the royal family. Guiyun here did not think as far as Tang Zheng, and was still talking. General, there are rumors now that the alliance is also preparing to issue currency. We can't fall behind. We can produce cars at almost no cost. And we can also sell our guns and tanks. In addition, we have technology that no one else has. That is, antiviral serum. These can all be sold. If you want to buy these things, you can only use our currency. With such a good foundation, other forces will not be competitive even if they issue currencies. Our currency will become a universal currency. It can be foreseen that countless materials will flow here in the future, and we will be the richest. After listening to this, Tang Zheng finally made up his mind. It is indeed a good opportunity that we have not yet contacted the empire. As for the future, no one can say for sure. The closest to Zhuguang city is Lu Yibong 5th Army of the Empire. The 5th Army is stationed in Jingchuan County, Lianghe Province, about 1,300 kilometers away from Zhuguang city. But if you want to come here from Jingchuan, there is a place that you can hardly bypass. That is Hezhou City. Hezhou is a city with a population of 50 million. Now the number of zombies is about 40 million. It is definitely not an easy task for the 5th Army to come from there. Therefore, it is impossible to border the Imperial forces in a short period of time. It is estimated that it will be next spring if it is fast. Thinking of this, Tang Zheng finally made a decision. You guys get ready. I agree with this matter. Okay, General. Then my next map should be the printing factory. Tang Zheng nodded. After making the decision, he didn't have so many concerns and felt relieved. Are there any other ideas for map making? Yes. The acid rain after the end of the world caused most metals to be corroded. Many power lines, signal tower base stations, etc. are unusable. Our research institute plans to start from this aspect. The next step is to build the TV line of Zhuguang City, and then connect the surrounding areas to build a TV station. TV station? Yes, TV station. And our line equipment has strong acid resistance. When other places want to make TV programs, they will probably have to come to us to purchase them. These are also the basis for the future strength of our currency. Hearing Guiyun talking about issuing currency every other sentence, Tang Zheng also laughed in his heart. It seems that these subordinates of his have no respect for the empire and the royal family, and are only loyal to him. But Tang Zheng never intended to correct this kind of thing. Guiyun left, and Tang Zheng was going to build a new building. Ning Yue drove a Willis and took Tang Zheng to look for a construction site in the inner city. Tang Zheng chose a freshwater purification plant near the foaming river. After spending 50,000 gold, the purification plant was built. Like the power plant, it has 30 workers, a large yard with good greening. There are 2 huge water towers 30 meters high and 50 meters in diameter, which can be recycled to ensure continuous water supply for the entire city. After the construction of the freshwater purification plant, Tang Zheng then looked for a place to build a military camp. He would definitely build more military camps, but he didn't have much money at the moment, so he could just build one first. Finally, in the southeast of the inner city, Tang Zheng built the first military camp. The huge military camp covering an area of 100,000 square meters was laid out, and Tang Zheng felt it was a miracle. 6 dormitory buildings were enough to accommodate 2,500 people. The military camp had a 20-meter wide electric gate, and the driveway surrounded the military camp. There is a large training ground inside, with a running track, horizontal bars, parallel bars, and other outdoor fitness equipment. There is also a shooting range near the city wall, where soldiers can practice shooting. There is also a canteen inside, so that the cooking team can move in when the time comes, and the soldiers don't have to sleep outside. Tang Jung deliberately entered the dormitory building to take a look. There are male soldiers' dormitories and female soldiers' dormitories, but they are not on the same floor. The dormitories are all 8-person rooms, with bunk beds, and the interior is spacious and bright. The solid wood beds, kettles inside, bedding, etc. are all brand new. Moreover, each dormitory has its own shower room, and the facilities in the bathroom are relatively complete, comparable to ordinary hotels. When you turn on the faucet, the tap water is even flowing inside, which is the benefit of building a freshwater purification plant first. The platoon leader has a separate room, and there is also a medical room and an indoor gym in the dormitory building. Leaving the dormitory building, there are garages downstairs of the dormitory buildings of each company for parking vehicles. There is even an expansion training center here. The so-called expansion training is to simulate actual combat. The troops can organize internal confrontations and conduct actual combat exercises. After looking around, Tang Jung was more and more satisfied. This is the life that a soldier should have. He was not kind enough to the soldiers in the past. In the future, the soldiers of the Zhuguang army will not only fight, but also have excellent logistical support. Tang Jung did not feel bad at all for spending 200,000 yuan. But the next building will cost 500,000 yuan. Tang Jung looked at the money in his hand. He collected a wave of funds after defeating the zombies, and the money in his hand rose to more than 2 million yuan. But now it has dropped to 1.8 million yuan. When the vehicle modification center is built, the money in his hand will only be 1.3 million yuan, and the gap from upgrading to the leader will widen. Chapter 142. Seeing the amount of funds, Tang Jung was a little worried. The flow of population in Zhuguang City allowed him to earn some money every day, but compared with the increasing funds for upgrading and construction, this number is very small. It seems that going out to make money is on the agenda again. Coming to the location near the east gate of the inner city, Tang Jung built a vehicle modification center here. Unlike the military camp, this place looks like a huge factory area, covering an area of 100,000 square meters. As an expensive building worth 500,000 yuan, it has 200 staff members. There are many large workshops in the factory area. If you send the old cars to the workshop for transformation, they can become a new car. Tang Jung personally conducted an experiment here. He asked the soldiers to go out and find a rusty scrap coupe and sent it to the transformation workshop. About half an hour later, the door of the workshop opened and a new car appeared. Looking at this shiny car that can reflect people's faces, Tang Jung was stunned. This is a completely new car. Everything is brand new. Even the leather seats exude a fresh leather smell. The engine is new. The tires are new, except for the license plate. Everything else is completely new. Where is this license plate? General, the old license plate is no longer meaningful, and there is no management of vehicles now. So we think that Zhuguang City will issue new license plates. So the old license plates will be automatically destroyed. So, I have to set up a vehicle management office? Yes, General. When our new cars start to sell, the vehicle management office must be established in advance. When Tang Jung decided to issue currency, it seemed that people related to the Zhuguang army had some changes. The factory director here was like this. Before Tang Jung gave any instructions, he even told Tang Jung that he could keep some good license plate numbers for his own use. After listening to Tang Jung, although he thought it made sense, he also felt that there were more and more things to do. He didn't want to be responsible for too many complicated matters. So he immediately ordered the Ministry of the Interior to draft the establishment of the Vehicle Management Office and be responsible for the work of license plate registration and making. At the same time, the Public Security Bureau will also add a Traffic Security Sub-Bureau to manage the current chaotic traffic situation. Tang Jung was not satisfied with the work of the Public Security Bureau during this period, but he still wanted to give the survivors a chance. If their work was still unsatisfactory this time, Tang Jung would reappoint his men as officials of the Ministry of the Interior and the Public Security Bureau. However, his soldiers were not omnipotent after all. Even the scientific research soldiers preferred to do scientific research and did not like complicated work. So they are not the best candidates. And Tang Jung is also very troubled. But there is no better solution at the moment. The battalion-level soldiers are still relatively single. Maybe this problem will be solved after upgrading to the regiment level. When thinking about upgrading, Tang Jung had to turn his focus back to raising funds. He needs funds now. A lot of funds. With the current funds, let alone upgrading the regiment leader, he can't even build the barracks needed to upgrade the regiment leader. And after the upgrade, there will definitely be a large-scale expansion of the army. And the funds required at that time will be even more massive. Wait a minute. Settle the matter of Nanhu Peninsula in Saichi County. And then go out to make money. After all the people in the cave base were kidnapped 2 days ago, Tang Zheng felt that he should go out in person to settle the survivor base of the peninsula with a population of nearly 20,000. After thinking it over, Tang Zheng decided to set off tomorrow and go to Nanhu Peninsula in Saichi County. Tang Zheng found Ji Yitian and Su Lu. These two people were not happy to manage the Public Security Bureau before, because there were too many things to do in the Public Security Bureau. Just registering household registration was a headache for them. They liked simpler work. After Tang Zheng found the two, he said to them directly, I am going to set up 2 new departments now. One is the Special Service Team, and the other is the Military Intelligence Bureau. But there are not many people at present. The Special Service Team will be stationed by the original members of the Public Security Bureau to set up a violent law enforcement department in the city, equipped with 4 Little Bird helicopters, 10 Willis patrol cars, 10 Polaris all-terrain vehicles, and 2 armored vehicles. However, their future work is to cooperate with the City Guard Company and be responsible for the security of Zhuguang City. They will have fewer opportunities to go out. As for the Military Intelligence Bureau, it will be responsible for the intelligence work of the entire army in the future. Not only Zhuguang City, but also the entire northern region. As our army expands, the intelligence work of the surrounding areas will all be under the jurisdiction of the Military Intelligence Bureau. By then, the number of people and the scale will be large. But it will be small in the initial stage because our army lacks the corresponding arms and is built in advance. What kind of work do you two think you are suitable for? Ji Yitian and Su Lu looked at each other, not knowing how to choose for a while. From now on, the Special Forces must be very impressive. Unlike the Public Security Bureau, which has to take care of a myriad of tasks, this side only needs to deal with things as they happen. The current Zhuguang City is a mixed bag. With an increasing population, the work of the Special Forces is not easy. But it is not brain-intensive. This is a job that almost every soldier of the Zhuguang army is willing to do. There are also helicopters and armored vehicles, which is really good. And the Military Intelligence Bureau will definitely be better than the Special Forces in the future. After all, the area it is responsible for is getting larger and larger, and the power will be great. But as Tang Zheng said, the scale is very small at this stage, and it may just be a sign. At present, it is not as good as the Special Service Team. Neither of them knew how to choose. And Ji Yitian asked, General, what level are these 2 units? These 2 units are under my direct management, and they are temporarily set at the company level. What are their full names? Tang Zheng thought for a while. The full name of the Special Service Team is Zhuguang City Special Service Operations Team, and the Military Intelligence Bureau is called Zhuguang Army Military Intelligence, Management, and Statistics Bureau. Ji Yitian silently recited the full name and felt the difference. The prefix of the Special Service Team is Zhuguang City, and the prefix of the Military Intelligence Bureau is Zhuguang Army. The difference is very obvious. The future of the Special Service is limited to one city and one place, while the Military Intelligence Bureau looks at the overall situation. Although they are both company level, it is almost obvious which one has a brighter future. Ji Yitian knew it in his heart. Coughed and asked Su Lu, Deputy Director Su, you choose first? Su Lu is no longer the Deputy Director. Seeing Ji Yitian's pretentious look, he immediately smiled and said, of course Director Ji will choose first. And the one left by you is mine. Well, since you are so modest, I will choose first. General, I want to be the Director of the Military Intelligence Bureau. Tang Zheng smiled, you have thought about it. The Military Intelligence Bureau can also be called the Military Control Bureau. In the future, most of the people to be managed will be plainclothes personnel, special agents, spies, etc. And there will be no shortage of offending people. Ji Yitian patted his chest. General, don't worry. I can handle both the Military Intelligence Bureau and the Military Control Bureau. To be honest, during these boring days, I like to ask around for information, such as whether the restaurant yesterday was delicious. Tang Zheng looked at him speechlessly for a few seconds. Well, then, it's up to you. From now on, The Zhuguang City Special Service Team and the Military Intelligence Bureau will be established at the same time. Su Lu will be the captain of the Special Service Team, and he will lead the 100 security guards of the original Public Security Bureau to establish the Special Service Team. Now go to the city to select a site, communicate with the Engineering Corps, and build the Special Service Team office building as soon as possible. You can also go and claim the Little Bird helicopter, Willis Jeep, Polaris all-terrain vehicle, and armored vehicle. Yes. Thank you, General. Su Lu saluted Tang Zheng with a smile on her face, which made Ji Yutian sigh slightly. My deputy has a limited future after all. I will promote you when the Military Intelligence Bureau grows stronger in the future. Ji Yutian, you will be the director of the Military Intelligence Bureau from now on, responsible for collecting surrounding intelligence. You can also go to select a site for the Military Intelligence Bureau. The location is also set up in the outer city. Ji Yutian stood at attention and saluted. After listening to Tang Zheng's words, he asked tentatively, General, you won't give me a single person? Didn't I just say that there is no suitable military branch right now? And the entire army is already full. So we can't add people for the time being. If you find the work difficult, you can switch with Su Lu. No. 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 There is always someone who needs to be a lone hero. And I think I'm good enough. After Ji Yutian finished speaking, he asked again, General, what if someone else volunteers to join the Military Intelligence Bureau? Tang Zheng smiled. Then you must ensure that this person will not betray. An ordinary survivor may not be able to do that. General, rest assured, the person I'm looking for will definitely not dare to betray me. Just wait for me. After saying that, Ji Yutian got on his motorcycle and went out to select a location for the Military Intelligence Bureau with great enthusiasm. After appointing Ji Yutian and Su Lu, it was already late. Tang Zheng gave orders to the guard platoon and the aviation company to follow him to the Nanhu Peninsula in Saichi County early tomorrow morning to see the situation there. North of Lumba City, Beifengdu Port. Lumba is a city in the Prairie Province, with a population of more than 15 million. The university city base of the Alliance is located in the south of Lombardy. For Hanwei, a large empire with a population of 10 billion. A city with a population of 15 million can only be regarded as a small-scale city. There is no way around it. Lombardy is located in the north of Hanwei, with a cold climate, and not many people are willing to stay here. About 800 kilometers north of Lombardy is another empire in the north, the Dalyo Empire. The Dalyo Empire also had a glorious history. Its national area is similar to that of Hanwei, but its population is only more than 900 million. Which can be regarded as a country with vast land and sparse population. There is a big river between Hanwei and Dalyu Empire. The name of the river is Tongtian River, which originates from Baitian Mountain in the northwest. The river is winding for tens of thousands of kilometers and several kilometers wide, which is considered the largest river in the north. The Beifengdu port is located on the border of the Grassland province, across the river from the Dalyo Empire. It is the customs port and import and export terminal here. This terminal was originally a small market town, where some fishermen and terminal-related staff lived, with a total number of about 3,000 people. But after the end of the world, this place quickly fell, and has long become a deserted no-man's land. But today, the roar of cars came, and the long-lost Beifengdu port was reopened. Chapter 143. A huge convoy came along the overgrown and unmaintained road of Beifengdu. In the front was a row of jeeps filled with armed personnel. Behind the jeeps were nearly 300 buses and trucks, each of which was in a tattered state, but still able to move, and filled with people. Finally, another row of jeeps followed to ensure the safety of the convoy. After the convoy entered the Beifengdu port, no gunfight occurred. The zombies here had been wiped out long ago, and the riverside town was empty, like a ruin. Only the tall gate of the port still stood, with the 5 big characters of Beifengdu port and the double-headed dragon national emblem of the Han Empire still hanging there, telling of the past glory and honor. In the jeep in front, Xie Jinshan sat behind the driver's seat, looking at the port with some regrets. This was his second time here after the end of the world. The first time, he met a nobleman from the Dalyo Empire across the river through someone else's introduction, Count Ferdinand of Dalyu. His ability to become the chairman of the alliance is inseparable from the support of Count Ferdinand. All his modified vehicles were collected by himself, but those armored vehicles were purchased from Count Ferdinand. The reason why he only has these 5 vehicles is because the cost of purchasing the vehicles is too high. The situation is somewhat different from Hanwei. The population of Daliu is less than 1/10 of Hanwei, so the number of zombies is also small. But the military strength of Daliu is not worse than that of Hanwei. Count Ferdinand was not only a noble of Daliu, but also the division commander of the Daliu Volcano City garrison across the river. He not only had a division of troops, but also a military factory. In the Daliu military system, a division had 50,000 people. Of course, after the end of the world, this number was greatly reduced. Only less than 6,000 people survived in Ferdinand's reorganized division, and the death toll was close to 90%. However, 6,000 people was not a small number. In the later period, Ferdinand increased his troops to 20,000 through forced conscription, which was considered a very powerful force. With his troops, Ferdinand successfully recaptured Volcano City, although the population of Volcano City is less than that of a developed county in Hanwei. It is still a city after all, and now has about 400,000 survivors. After occupying the city, Ferdinand immediately restored the production line. After such a long period of accumulation, his strength has become quite terrifying. But Xie Jinshan didn't know how terrifying it was. Today was his second transaction with Ferdinand after the end of the world. The Daliu Empire is vast and sparsely populated, with rich resources, and Ferdinand doesn't look down on ordinary things. He asked Xie Jinshan to trade with him only with population. The 400,000 people in Volcano City were not enough to support Ferdinand's ambitions. He needed more people to support his future development. After the convoy arrived at Beifengdu, Xie Jinshan asked everyone to get off the bus. More than 10,000 people in the cave base were driven off the bus by Xie Jinshan men, and they stood shivering in the north wind. It was still 800 kilometers away from Lumba City, and the temperature was even lower. The autumn grass on the surrounding grasslands was already withered and yellow, and the temperature was almost 10 degrees lower than that in Zhuguang City. Across the river was the mighty Tongtian River. The north wind from Daliao blew over unhindered, which is probably how the name Beifengdu came from. These survivors stood here, not daring to move or complain, not knowing what their fate would be. Xie Jinshan looked back at the crowd of survivors, feeling a little reluctant. These were his compatriots, but now he was sending them to a foreign country. But he had no choice. After making the decision, he had no way back. Besides Xie Jinshan, one of his men looked at the river and said, "Chairman, are we going to cross the river? But we don't have a boat. I just looked at the riverside and many boats are broken and unusable." Xie Jinshan shook his head slightly. "Of course those boats are unusable. But we don't need to cross the river. We just need to wait for people from the other side of the river." As he said that, Xie Jinshan walked a few steps along the border of the port and came to a guard tower on the riverside. Climbing up the guard tower, he took out a gun and loaded a flare. Xie Jinshan fired a shot at the sky. Bang! The flash of the flare exploded in the sky, which was quite conspicuous under the sky covered by dark clouds. "Just wait. Someone will come over there in a while." Xie Jinshan walked down and waited by the river with a group of men. After about 40 minutes, a whistle sounded on the river. Several cargo ships slowly sailed along the river. Xie Jinshan looked at those rusty ships with envy in his eyes. Although this ship was on the verge of obsolescence before the end of the world, it is definitely a good thing in the end of the world. After all, with the status and strength of the Alliance, it doesn't even have a ship. And he noticed that there was a yacht among these ships. Compared with the cargo ship, the yacht looked newer, and it was obvious that someone was maintaining it regularly. On the second floor of the yacht, someone could be vaguely seen sitting there, looking over here. "Come on, everyone. It may be Count Ferdinand himself. We are here to trade with them normally. Don't let down the prestige of our alliance." Under the command of Xie Jinshan, his men quickly lined up, and the people behind him also shouted at the survivors, who were a little agitated. The survivors looked at the boats on the other side of the river and had a premonition of something. Some cried, some fainted, and some were numb. After a while, the boat docked at the former customs dock. Some people got off the boat and walked along the landing site. When Xie Jinshan saw a blond man walking in front, he immediately greeted him with a smile on his face. "Count Ferdinand. Long time no see." "Thank you. Long time no see." The two hugged each other and then continued to talk. Both of them were nobles and earls, so the atmosphere during the conversation was quite good. Ferdinand glanced into the distance and smiled with satisfaction. Thank you. You are a trustworthy person. I am very satisfied with the bargaining chips this time. Xie Jinshan smiled bitterly. To be honest with you, Mr. Earl, this time I am risking the world's condemnation. There are a total of 13,000 people here, all of whom I secretly captured. If this matter is spread out, I am afraid that I will be torn into pieces by my country's people. Ferdinand laughed. No. If I want to kill you, I have to defeat you first. This time I also brought chips that will satisfy you. I believe that with these things, it will not be so easy for people in your country to kill you. Ferdinand looked back and saw that the freighter was unloading. The long sampan had been spread out, and the former loading and unloading dock was used again. The cabin of the freighter was opened, and a number of tanks drove out of the freighter. Brand new armored vehicles drove out one after another. A total of 20. The armored convoy drove ashore, and Ferdinand opened the door of a car. There were heavy machine guns inside, and there were 5 heavy machine guns in one car. After seeing the armored vehicles, tanks drove down from the freighter. Xie Jinshan was not excited when he saw the armored vehicles, but his eyes lit up when he saw the tanks. The tanks were also new, although the protective armor in some places did not look so new. They were definitely newly assembled, and he could see it. Ferdinand also introduced with a smile, IKV-91 light tank, equipped with a 90mm low-pressure gun, with 2 types of shells, armor-piercing shells and grenades. Each car is loaded with 50 shells, and there is also a 7.62mm machine gun. I will also give you some extra smoke bombs, which is good for friends. Xie Jinshan's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. When all the tanks were unloaded, Xie Jinshan looked a little depressed. The deck of the last freighter was very large, with 8 helicopters parked on it. The helicopter also flew down, and it looked new. Xie Jinshan didn't even listen to Ferdinand's introduction to the helicopter, but asked directly, Mr. Count, the number is a little wrong? What's wrong? I want 50 armored vehicles, 300 machine guns, 50 tanks, and 20 helicopters. But this number is wrong. There are 20 armored vehicles and tanks, 150 machine guns, and only 8 helicopters, which is more than half of the requirement. Ferdinand glanced at Xie Jinshan and said, Mr. Speaker, have you forgotten the price list of our transaction? The weapons you propose require a total of 30,000 people in exchange. Before you came, you told me the population number, which was only 13,000. I followed the price list completely and absolutely did not deduct anything from you. Xie Jinshan was stunned for a moment. It took him a lot of effort to gather these 13,000 people. He lost some people when he took down the cave base, and the transportation later also consumed a lot of manpower and material resources. After that, there is still the work of finishing off, so as not to be tracked by others. He was like a mouse all the way, worried about being discovered. In the end, he forgot about the price list and did not achieve the result he wanted. Well, Your Excellency, 17,000 people are too many. Can you keep an account for the time being? When I get the absolute control of the Northern Territory, I will gather the required population for you. Ferdinand shook his head. That's absolutely not possible. If you don't bring me people, I won't give you weapons. Xie Jinshan gritted his teeth. Mr. Ferdinand, forgive me for being blunt. What do you want so many people for? In this era, the more people there are, the more food is needed. Collecting supplies is a more difficult task. Ferdinand smiled. Mr. Speaker, you don't have to worry about this. It's a fair trade between us. To be honest, I don't just have your weapons orders here. The Bohemia Empire has also come to me to order weapons. But their population is not large, so they give priority to you. You are not my only choice. Xie Jinshan was also a little worried when he saw Ferdinand's stubborn attitude. In his opinion, these weapons were not enough to completely suppress the Zhuguang army, and could not achieve the effect he wanted. But he had no other choice. If he wanted more weapons, he could only continue to act. It seemed that the peninsula base in Saichi County must also be taken down. Fortunately, with these weapons, it was not a problem to take down the peninsula base. Xie Jinshan gritted his teeth and said, Well, Mr. Ferdinand, take these people away. Please complete my remaining orders as soon as possible. We may have to make another transaction in a few days. Xie Jinshan waved his hand behind him, and his men began to escort Han Yu's 13,000 people onto the cargo ship of the Dalio Empire. Chapter 144. The next morning, Tang Zheng led the team out of Zhuguang City. A little bird helicopter led the way, followed by 5 transport helicopters, heading straight for the Nanhu Peninsula base in Saichi County. This base is located in the southwest of Saichi County, and the radar is almost out of coverage. So Tang Zheng can't see the specific situation, and can only learn about it through other channels. The reason why it is called a peninsula is that the island is deep in the South Lake, and there is only a narrow passage connecting it to the land. It is basically surrounded by water, and zombies can't swim and are afraid of water currents. So such a place is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Moreover, Nanhu Peninsula used to be a tourist area in Hanwha, with natural fishing grounds, swimming pools, golf courses, several 5-star hotels, and amusement parks and other entertainment facilities. There is also a very famous temple in China, called Doomsday Temple. This temple has a very long history, dating back thousands of years. It is very famous in Hanwha, and the royal family sometimes comes to this temple to pray. This has also greatly increased the popularity of the peninsula, and it is an SSS-level tourist attraction in Hanwha. Every summer and autumn, there are many people in the peninsula tourist area. The leader of this peninsula base is a security captain on the peninsula, named Lu Dachuan. After the end of the world, Lu Dachuan also experienced a lot of hardships, and finally recaptured the peninsula with the survivors. With this feng shui treasure land, Lu Dachuan did not have too much ambition, and directly became a local emperor here, closed the door, and lived his small life. The entire base has more than 10,000 people, and basically makes a living by fishing and growing vegetables. And their lives are still quite comfortable. The Alliance had once taken a fancy to this place, and wanted to recruit Lu Dachuan to join the Alliance. But Lu Dachuan rejected it directly without any hesitation. Xie Jinshan had also thought about solving it by force, but without ships, it was too difficult to attack the peninsula base. So he had to give up after thinking about it for a while. Therefore, the peninsula base is relatively isolated in the northern region, and it is isolated and basically has no contact with the outside world. Even a few days ago, the Zhuguang army came here and tried to contact Lu Dachuan to let him lead the survivors to join Zhuguang City. But unexpectedly, Lu Dachuan countered with just one sentence. If you let me go to Zhuguang City, I will agree if Tang Zheng gives me his position. If you can't do it, then forget it. We don't interfere with each other. This made Tang Zheng have a certain understanding of Lu Dachuan. A security captain before the end of the world. A little inflated after the end of the world. A more selfish guy. According to the current situation, if he lets it go, the people of the peninsula base may be the next to be abducted. Now Zhuguang City is searching for survivors. Tang Zheng must come over. Maybe the people here think they don't need rescue, but Tang Zheng thinks they do, because there are not only survivors here, but also a tourist area. There should be a lot of good things in a tourist area. In the courtyard of the abbot of Doomsday Temple on the peninsula, Lu Dachuan sat indoors, brewing tea on the coffee table, drinking cup after cup of tea, but it couldn't relieve his uneasy heart. These days, he has been a little worried. Zhuguang City and the Alliance invited him successively, but Lu Dachuan was not tempted at all. What's good about the University City base? What's good about Zhuguang City? Is it as beautiful as the lakes and mountains here? None of them. And he would still be dependent on others. And it would be much more comfortable than commanding more than 10,000 people and occupying a place. He used to be just a security captain, although the name sounded nice. He was actually just an employee and didn't make much money. He had no status before the end of the world. It was different now. He was the leader of this faction, and everyone had to listen to him. In the past, those gorgeously dressed, young and beautiful women all scrambled to climb into his bed. He would never get tired of such a life. So how could he go to Zhuguang City or the Alliance? But he also knew that both the Alliance and Zhuguang City were not easy to deal with. If he rejected their request, Xie Jinshan and Tang Zheng might not give up. These days, he could only order his subordinates to strengthen the defense and be prepared for resistance. His weapons were not very advanced. But a few days ago, he had sent his men to Zhuguang City and exchanged a lot of weapons with supplies. So his combat effectiveness was pretty good now. He set up more than 10 machine guns on the only passage in and out of the island. And his men were also equipped with a considerable number of grenades. The number of his armed men exceeded 500, which was not a lot, but with natural barriers to defend. I believe Tang Zheng or Xie Jinshan would not dare to mess around. If they forcefully attack, they must pay the price of blood and retreat when they know the difficulty. Just when Lu Dachuan was thinking about it, a subordinate came to report. Chief, it's bad. Tang Zheng of the Zhuguang army is coming in a helicopter. When Lu Dachuan heard this, he was a little panicked. If it was before the end of the world, he would have knelt down now. But now it is not possible. For the sake of his status, he must take a gamble. Everyone is ready. Use a loudspeaker to tell them to leave. If Tang Zheng dares to force a landing, then shoot. Yes. The subordinates went out in a panic. First, the sound of the loudspeaker sounded outside. And after a while, the sound of gunfire rang out. The people on the ground fired at the helicopter. But who was Tang Zheng? How could he tolerate their rampant behavior? He decisively ordered to fire back. As soon as the two sides exchanged fire, the gap became apparent. Even though Tang Zheng's side was only a transport helicopter, the heavy machine guns on board were not to be trifled with. The light machine guns and rifles on the ground could hardly pose a threat to the transport aircraft with certain protection capabilities. After a few rounds of bullets from the heavy machine guns, the resistance on the ground cried for their parents, especially the Little Bird helicopter, which fired 2 anti-tank missiles in a row, directly blowing up the 2 hiding places of the resistance, and immediately made them lose their will to fight. Soon Lu Dachuan got the reward. Chief, no! The firepower of Tang Zheng men is too strong. Our people can't resist it at all. Our main firepower is deployed at the passage to the island. But Tang Zheng flew directly from the lake without taking the passage. The firepower here is not enough. And we can't beat him at all. Let's surrender. Lu Dachuan was also afraid. But he didn't want to surrender. Surrender is the worst choice. It would be better for him to agree to join when the Zhuguang army just came. Maybe Tang Zheng can give him a good life and make him a rich and idle person because of his merits. But now that he has been beaten and surrendered, what kind of treatment can he get? A captive who doesn't know his place? Lu Dachuan thought that such a life would be too terrible. At this moment, he made up his mind and said, pull out the survivors. Put them in front of your bodies. And then shoot at the sky. Tang Zheng has set his sights on the more than 17,000 people here. He will never kill the survivors casually. Otherwise his reputation in Zhuguang City will collapse. Understood? Leader. Like a leader. Like subordinates. Lu Dachuan's men ran out immediately. After a while, a large number of survivors were brought out. Lu Dachuan's men mixed in the crowd and fired at the sky to prevent the helicopter from landing and approaching. This despicable behavior really made Tang Zheng a little at a loss for a while. In the sky, Tang Zheng looked at the situation on the ground and gritted his teeth in hatred. This Lu Dachuan is indeed a selfish villain who actually threatened his opponent with his own lives. If Tang Zheng lets go and bombs the area, Lu Dachuan will surrender in less than 3 minutes. But many people will die tragically. And those who survive will join the light-chasing city in the future. At that time, many people will say that they don't know whether they went out to save people or kill people, which is very unfavorable for Tang Zheng's future plans. After thinking for a while on the plane, Tang Zheng wondered if he should let Michael's 5th company come over to commit a crime? Tang Zheng didn't speak, and neither did anyone else, patiently waiting for the general's order. Only the communicator Wudi was talking on the intercom from time to time. Who are you talking to? General. Director G of the Military Intelligence Bureau asked me about my progress. I told him about the situation here, and he said he wanted to come over to take a look. He is probably on the helicopter of the Special Forces now. Tang Zheng didn't care. In this situation, Ji Yuntian's coming over wouldn't be of any use. But since he was talking, he might have some ideas. So it wouldn't hurt to listen. He indicated that the plane had landed on the road beside the lake, and that everyone should take a rest first. About an hour later, another bird helicopter flew over. This type of helicopter can carry 2 people. At this moment, Ji Yuntian was driving the plane. In the co-pilot seat sat a man wearing black clothes and a black hat. Tang Zheng looked at this man and felt inexplicably familiar. But the other person's hat brim was pulled down very low, and he was wearing sunglasses, so his face could not be seen at all. Ji Yuntian took the man in black off the plane and came to Tang Zheng to salute him. General. Ji Yuntian from the Military Intelligence Bureau reports to you. Who is this person? Tang Zheng asked. General. This person is a temporary member of the Military Intelligence Bureau that I just recruited. He came here for the Peninsula Base incident. You recruited someone so quickly? What ability does he have to join the Military Intelligence Bureau? Tang Zheng was a little surprised. Ji Yutian smiled. Look up. Take off your sunglasses and top hat. And let the general see your face. The man in black looked reluctant, but helpless. He slowly raised his head and took off his sunglasses and top hat. Seeing this person's face, Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment, because the person in front of him was completely beyond his expectations. Some scarlet eyes, some stiff face, pale skin, quite different from normal people. The left arm was slightly out of sync with the body, as if he was not used to the existence of his left hand. This person was none other than the Corpse King in the Gene Research Institute. Chen Filong. Chapter 145. Tang Zheng was shocked to see that the temporary member Ji Yutian found was Chen Filong. How did you bring him out? Is he safe now? General. Don't worry. I brought him out after discussing it with Director Guiyun. Ji Yutian patted his chest and assured, He Shui didn't tell you. She made a collar bomb for the Corpse King before. This is it. As he said that, Ji Yutian pulled Chen Filong close, and saw a silver metal collar on his neck, firmly buckled on his neck. If you don't know, you might think it's some kind of decoration, and it's made quite beautifully. He Shui, who was as tall as Tang Zheng, also nodded. I made it. General, this bomb is connected to the central nervous system of the Corpse King, and it has the ability to identify friend or foe. As long as he attacks the members of the light-chasing army, a small-scale explosion will occur immediately. It will not hurt the people around him, but it can blow his head off. Tang Zheng felt a chill in his neck when he heard it. What a terrible research. Ji Yutian added, and Director Guiyun also made braces for the Corpse King. I personally pulled out the teeth for the Corpse King, and Guiyun made porcelain braces for him to ensure that he can't bite anyone. As he said that, Ji Yutian asked Tang Zheng to look at the new braces of the Corpse King. Seeing that Chen Filong was not willing to cooperate, Ji Yutian slapped him on the back of his head. Open your mouth. Chen Filong was very helpless and wanted to crush Ji Yutian to death, but he didn't have the ability to do so. He could only open his mouth like a pet, revealing a mouthful of dazzling white porcelain teeth. The fangs of the past had been pulled out, and the image of the Corpse King was almost ruined. Tang Zheng took a look. Where are the claws? I also cut off the nails of the claws. Director Guo replaced him with a prosthesis so that his left hand could move. Then both hands were equipped with a high-density fiber glove, which was sewn into the skin to ensure that he could not scratch anyone. Tang Zheng looked again, and sure enough, Chen Filong was wearing a pair of silver white gloves, and his left hand seemed to be out of coordination, as if he was not used to the existence of his left hand. Zombies' nerve reactions are much worse than humans, and they have almost no sense of pain. Even though Chen Filong has recovered a little, he is still a zombie in essence. The metal arm on his left hand feels very weak, and is basically not used. After introducing the basic situation, Ji Yutian handed Tang Zheng another remote control. General, this is the remote control for the Zombie King's collar. With this thing, the radar can sense its position. If you want to kill him, pressing this button can also detonate the collar. Tang Zheng took the remote control and looked at the red button in the center. He thought that it was indeed He Shui's work. The remote controls were all made from the same mold. After putting the remote control away, Tang Zheng asked again, I see that he is still not under control. Yes, General. This guy is not honest and always wants to escape. I beat him 8 times a day now, and he gradually listens to me. So I have discussed it with Guizhua, and he agreed to let me keep him with me. I think he is still useful, so I let him be a temporary member of the Military Intelligence Bureau to help us do some things. Tang Zheng nodded slightly. He had to admit that in this era of zombies, having a zombie king under his command would undoubtedly make things much easier. For example, in today's situation, with Chen Filong here, a lot of problems would be solved. Even more convenient than Michael's 5th company coming over. If the 5th company came over now, it would be easy for people to associate it with him. After all, it would be too coincidental. It's good that you brought him here. At least there is a solution to today's problem. Tang Zheng said to Ji Yutian, take him to the nearby town now and summon 300,000 zombies. The morning should be almost up. At 1 p.m., let him lead the zombies to attack the peninsula base. But do not wantonly kill ordinary survivors. I will be in charge of the situation at that time. General, rest assured, if I can bring him out, I will be able to control him. As he said that, Ji Yutian pulled Chen Filong onto the little bird helicopter and headed for Saichi County. When the cabin door was closed, Tang Zheng could still hear Ji Yutian constantly threatening Chen Filong. If I can pull out your teeth, I can also pull out some of your other organs that you don't need. If you cause trouble for me this time and embarrass me in front of the general, I will definitely not show mercy. Be careful or I will remove your extra parts and turn you into a female corpse king. Chen Filong's face was twisted and he gritted his teeth. But he had to obey Ji Yutian's orders. Looking very aggrieved, the helicopter took off and flew straight to a town 30 kilometers away. It would take about 6 hours for Chen Filong to lead the corpse group back. Tang Zheng and his men did not go anywhere else, but waited on the lakeside road of Nanhu. At this time, Tang Zheng also ordered the 1st and 2nd Field Companies of the Zhuguang Army to lead the 300 trucks in the base. But they don't need to come too fast. They can arrive around 4 p.m. In the peninsula base. Lu Dachuan looked at the sky for a long time without any movement. And then he gradually put his mind at ease. His subordinates also flattered Lu Dachuan and gave him a thumbs up. Chief, your method is still brilliant. So it's so easy to force Tang Zheng plane back. Lu Dachuan snorted coldly. It's not a brilliant method. It's just understanding human nature. Although Tang Zheng has strong military power, his reputation in the Northern Territory is too good, which is also a burden for him. And he will inevitably be restrained when doing things. Master, you are wise. Do you think Tang Zheng will come again? It's hard to say for now. Although Tang Zheng has a good reputation among the survivors, he can't hide it from me. This person is a vindictive person. He can't attack us openly, but he will definitely make some tricks. He might even ask those mercenaries to attack me. So we must guard against them. How to guard? Humph. Idiot. Is our defense just for show? Ordinary mercenaries can't get in without planes and cannons. Unless Tang Zheng lends them planes and cannons. But that's impossible. Just guard well. I understand. Chief. Also, watch the radio. If anyone calls in the next 2 days, it's most likely Tang Zheng. Then, criticize him harshly on the radio, and make Tang Zheng's reputation bad. After giving his instructions, Lu Dachuan felt a little relieved. It was not difficult to guard the island in the middle of the lake. He didn't believe that Tang Zheng would lend a plane to those mercenaries. A whole morning passed without any movement. After lunch, Lu Dachuan wanted to take a nap, but his men suddenly ran over in a hurry. Chief, it's bad. What happened? Are there mercenaries coming? No, not mercenaries, but zombies coming. Lu Dachuan's eyes almost popped out of his head in shock, and he hurriedly followed his men to the defensive position. He climbed up the 6-meter wall he built and saw a dark mass of zombies in the distance, pressing towards his base endlessly. It was impossible to determine the number, but he could only see that black line, surging like a tide. How is this possible? How is this possible? Wasn't the Corpse King killed by Tang Zheng in Zhuguang City? Why is there another Corpse King here? He panicked, and so did his men. After all, zombies are not human beings, and they will not talk to you at all. If the zombies attack, everyone will become food. Lu Dachuan has no other choice now, so he can only let his men prepare for resistance. At the same time, he also broadcasted the news that the peninsula base was attacked by a group of zombies, hoping that the nearby bases could provide support to the peninsula base. At 1:30, the battle began. Under the command of the Zombie King, the zombies launched wave after wave of fierce attacks on the walls of the peninsula base. At the beginning, the people of the peninsula base were able to kill many zombies with firepower, but the protection of their walls was too poor. In less than an hour, the pile of corpses below the 6-meter height had accumulated to more than 3 meters. The tall armored zombies raised their hands and could even grab the ankles of the defenders. Casualties soon began to appear. If this continues, the peninsula base will be destroyed by the zombies in at most 1 hour. Those who listened to the radio were also worried when they heard this situation. It seems that the peninsula base is finished. The time they hold on is too short. They will be finished before they can wait for support. Moreover, the Alliance's support for Zhuguang City a few days ago is still vivid in people's minds. Who dares to go there and die? What people are more worried about is the appearance of another zombie king. Is it going to be the era of zombie kings from now on? At this time, who can turn the tide? I guess everyone who heard the broadcast heard it, but no one responded at this time, and everyone chose to be deaf and dumb. A large base with more than 10,000 people is about to be destroyed. And no one can be happy, said Jinshan, who had just transported the weapons back to the University City base. Also heard it. He has only got half of the weapons in the plan now. And he feels that these weapons are not enough to fight against Juguang City. So he chose to endure it temporarily. Unexpectedly, the peninsula base was attacked again. And another corpse king appeared. He was not far from the peninsula base. Only less than 100 kilometers away. But after thinking for a long time, he chose to give up. The last time he supported Juguang City. Less than an hour. 3,000 troops were wiped out, causing his strength to be greatly reduced. He had to trade with Ferdinand again, collecting people in exchange for weapons. These weapons were hard to come by, and he took a great risk to collect people. Although he needed the people on the peninsula, he could not take this kind of risk again, and he could not afford another loss. As for the population needed for the next arms trade, we can only think of another way. Xie Jinshan sat in the office without moving after smoking one cigarette after another, waiting for the outcome of the peninsula base. But soon, Xie Jinshan heard shocking news on the radio. In view of the dangerous situation of the peninsula base, Tang Zheng, the leader of Juguang City, ordered the Juguang army to set off immediately to the peninsula base to fight zombies and rescue the trapped survivors. I hope that the survivors of the peninsula base can cooperate and actively cooperate with our army's actions, with everyone's life safety as the highest guarantee, and complete as many rescues as possible. Now the Juguang army's troops have set off from Juguang City and are on the way to the peninsula base. Please hold on a little longer. Chapter 146. Hearing the content of the broadcast, Xie Jinshan's cigarette fell out of his mouth without realizing it. At this moment, he deeply felt the gap. Facing the zombies, he shrank back and didn't even dare to say a word on the radio. But Tang Zheng went to rescue without hesitation. This alone made him incomparable to Tang Zheng. Hearing the praises on the radio, his mouth became more bitter. At this moment, people seemed to have forgotten the alliance. Everyone only had Juguang City and Tang Zheng in their eyes. Now Xie Jinshan didn't know what to compare with Tang Zheng. He just hoped that the Juguang army would fail in the peninsula base and end up like himself. What if the Juguang army succeeded? Xie Jinshan didn't dare to think about it. Lu Dachuan was going crazy. Although the Juguang army agreed to come to rescue, it was nearly 300 kilometers away from here. Far water can't quench thirst. After holding on for an hour and a half, his defensive position was finally breached by zombies. Lu Dachuan wanted to escape, but he seemed to be spotted by the zombie king. A group of agile zombies chased him relentlessly, and no matter how many people he sent to intercept them, it was useless. He ran to the gate of Donglai Temple and was finally caught up by the zombies. The claws of an agile zombie cut his throat, and he fell at the gate of Donglai Temple. The blood stained the stairs red, and Lu Dachuan, who ruled the peninsula base for more than 100 days, became history. After Lu Dachuan's death, the people in the peninsula base fled frantically, but the zombies had occupied the passage out of the island. Without a boat, they all ran to the edge of the lake. Looking at the endless lake, people are already desperate. There are mutated big fish in the lake, which seem to sense the arrival of a feast and jump back and forth on the lake. Looking at those big fish that are more than 2 meters long, people dare not go into the water. There are zombies in front and the lake behind, and they are on a dead end. And the Juguang army came under such circumstances. In the radio, Xiao Dili from Juguang City came with the troops and was reporting the situation on the scene. Our soldiers bravely charged and killed a large number of zombies. From my perspective, I can see that the zombies are attracted by the gunfire, leaving the peninsula base and rushing towards our soldiers. The soldiers use the speed of the vehicles to fight and retreat. It can be seen that the wisdom of this zombie king is not as good as the one that attacked Juguang City. The zombies are attracted out. Many of our jeeps lead a large number of zombies to the north. Our trucks have entered the peninsula. The first batch of survivors has been transported out. More and more vehicles are coming out of the peninsula. And now there are more than 100. People's faces are full of joy. And the scene of surviving the disaster makes countless people burst into tears. Everyone is very grateful to the Juguang army and Chief Tang Zheng. I believe they will become a member of Juguang City in the future. The convoy left and the survivors were saved. I took a picture of Chief Tang Zheng. He also went into the peninsula base and came out now. But his face didn't look good. In my opinion, it is a miracle to achieve such a result. But Chief Tang Zheng is still not satisfied. It is probably because the armed personnel of the peninsula and Chief Lu Dachuan have been killed. It seems that he is really, as the rumors say, a person who demands perfection and is dedicated to saving the world. The broadcast lasted for nearly 3 hours. And the battle was over. Such a result made many people in the Northern Territory cheer. Because this was another great victory for humans against the zombies led by the Zombie King. In the entire Northern Territory, Xie Jinshan may be the only one who is lost. Now in the Northern Territory, few people talk about the alliance. Xie Jinshan seems to have become history and forgotten. That night, he sat alone in the office for a long time. That night, he figured out a truth. That is, only one of him, Xie Jinshan, and Tang Zheng, can stay on this land. The extra person should disappear. Tang Zheng returned to Zhuguang City, feeling a little disappointed. This time, the peninsula operation was only half successful. With Chen Filong cooperation, the peninsula was easily taken, and no one was injured. However, the peninsula is a tourist area, and there should be some funds. But Tang Zheng did not get anything. Later, after asking around, he found out that the funds of the peninsula were all taken to Zhuguang City to exchange for weapons. Chen Filong controlled 280,000 zombies this time. Later, when Tang Zheng wanted to kill the zombies to get some funds, Chen Filong control could not hold on. He said it was a headache, and finally had to release a large number of zombies back to Saichi County. The medicine that Guiyun gave at the beginning seemed to be injected a little too much. In the end, the soldiers collected some funds and obtained more than 30,000 gold, which was only a drizzle for Tang Zheng now. Tang Zheng could only comfort himself that people should not be too greedy. Being able to easily take over the peninsula base was already a great success, and the funding problem could be solved through other channels. Fortunately, after returning to Zhuguang City, Guiyun had another good news. That is, the drawing of the banknote printing factory was completed. Hearing this news, Tang Zheng was excited. He immediately summoned Guiyun to study the location of the banknote printing factory and related matters of currency issuance. But Tang Zheng did not expect that a large group of people followed Guiyun to Tang Zheng official residence. When Tang Zheng went downstairs, the conference room was already full of people. Of course, those who could come here were not ordinary survivors, but Tang Zheng owned people. The captains of each company, the Genetic Research Institute, the Special Service Team, the Military Intelligence Bureau, the Field Hospital, and the affiliated units under Tang Zheng and the Light Chasing Army also came. This includes the directors of large factories such as wind power plants, thermal power plants, and freshwater purification plants. The personnel of these units do not occupy the quota of the Light Chasing Army, but they also need Tang Zheng to provide logistical supplies. Seeing such a large group of people, Tang Zheng was a little surprised. He didn't know what these men of his came here for. When Tang Zheng raised questions, Guiyun gave an explanation. General, the establishment of the banknote printing factory means that we have completely ended the era of barter and points. And our troops will also face the problem of salary. After all, everyone needs to make a living. They come here to see the scale of the banknote printing factory, and how much salary they can be provided in the future. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment. Aren't we the ones who have the final say in banknote printing? It's right to pay everyone a little more. Right? Guiyun shook his head. General, it's not that simple. First of all, when a country or city-state issues currency, it is the result of a lot of calculations. There are too many factors involved. If too much is printed, it will lead to the depreciation of banknotes and cause inflation. If less is printed, it will affect economic development. Tang Zheng really didn't do much research on this aspect. So he asked again, what are the main factors that affect it? I'm not too professional in this, but I have a map here. General, you can complete this map first, and the people here will give you a satisfactory answer. As he spoke, Guiyun took out 2 blueprints. One was the blueprint of the banknote printing factory that he and Tang Zheng had agreed on. Banknote printing factory. The price is 500,000 gold. This 500,000 gold is indeed not cheap, but it will definitely bring great convenience and money to Tang Zheng in the future. Let alone 500,000. Even if it is 5 million, Tang Zheng will collect funds to build it. But the second blueprint was something Tang Zheng had not expected. Bank, head office, the price is 500,000 gold. They actually made the blueprint of the bank. Isn't it just the banknote printing factory that can do it? No. General. The issuance of currency is determined by the bank. For example, the currency issued by our Hanwei Empire was previously determined by the Royal Bank. Now it is no exception. How to issue it? How much? The face value of the currency, pattern design, etc. They are all professionals. Professional things should be left to professionals. When I was drawing the map, I thought that this place could not be controlled by the survivors. So I made the map of the bank. Now, General, build the bank first. After hearing what Guiyun said, Tang Zheng gradually realized the complexity of the matter. However, he also knew that this matter was of great importance and could not be taken lightly. After thinking about it, Tang Zheng took his men out and went directly to the outer city. A place like a bank must be set up in the outer city, but the location must be carefully chosen. After arriving in the outer city, Tang Zheng decided to set it up on the east bank of the Fengming River. The Fengming River runs through Zhuguang City, dividing the city into two. It's just that one side is bigger and the other side is smaller. The west bank occupies 70% of the outer city, and the east bank occupies 30%. Currently, the west bank is basically the only one that is being developed and utilized. The east bank has not been open to ordinary survivors, and there are not many residential communities built. Only a few high-end communities have been completed. Because there is no one here, it is not abrupt to build a building. Tang Zheng found a place 1 block away from Dongmen Street and built a bank. 300,000 gold was spent, and the building was placed. 3 7-story buildings formed a semi-arc courtyard, with the middle one being relatively large and the 2 on both sides being slightly smaller. There is a large parking lot in front, and facilities such as the guardhouse door card monitor are also available. At the entrance of the courtyard, a landmark long stone tablet stands there, with the 4 characters Zhuguang Bank written on it. On the first floor of the building on the left is the bank's external business hall, commonly known as a savings office. However, this savings office is very large, with as many as 30 windows for external business. When Tang Zheng arrived, the bank staff were already waiting here. The building worth 500,000 gold only had 50 staff members, all of whom were bank management. It seemed that ordinary employees still had to be recruited from the society. The leader was the bank president, a man in his 30s who looked quite mature. Seeing Tang Zheng coming, the man immediately saluted. Qi Zhenyang, the president of Zhuguang Bank, greets the general. Tang Zheng returned the salute, and Qi Zhenyang immediately took Tang Zheng and the Zhuguang army to his president's office. The office was not small, with a circle of leather sofas and a huge desk. Qi Zhenyang invited Tang Zheng, the supreme general in his mind, to the main seat, and a group of people from the Zhuguang army sat down. Looking at the serious expressions of the people, Tang Zheng knew that this unknowingly held meeting would decide some very important things. These things may have a far-reaching impact not only on the Zhuguang army, but also on the northern territory and even the entire empire. And he, Tang Zheng, may also be at the center of the storm because of this matter. Chapter 147. Everyone sat down. Tang Zheng coughed, and everyone at the scene straightened their backs. Today, I didn't expect so many people to come, but since everyone is here, let's just have a simple meeting. As you can see, our Zhuguang Bank has been established, and we will soon build a banknote printing factory. This means that our Zhuguang city has officially bid farewell to the era of barter and points. There are both advantages and disadvantages to doing this. The advantages are self-evident, and everyone understands that it is more convenient. Everyone can get a salary and live a better life. But there are many disadvantages. First of all, we are undoubtedly violating the taboo of the empire by doing this, because the coinage and issuance of banknotes have always been controlled by the royal family. The Hanwei coin we used before was printed with the words Yuanjing Royal Bank on it. It is convenient for us to issue currency now, but it may offend the empire in the future. Everyone should be mentally prepared. The faces of everyone present showed an expression of indifference. As a member of the Zhuguang army, they did not take anything else seriously except being loyal to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng was helpless and could only continue. Moreover, the issuance of currency will definitely cause dissatisfaction among surrounding forces, making us the target of public criticism. During this process, I don't know how many people will be jealous and even sabotage. And under our leadership, other people may follow our example and issue currency, and face competition in the future. These are all problems. Tang Zheng's mouth was dry after talking for a while. Seeing that the Zhuguang army was still indifferent, He simply gave up the idea of persuading his subordinates. Okay. Now that it's decided, I won't go on and on. Qi Zhenyang. Can you tell me what the prerequisites are for issuing currency? Qi Zhenyang, the new president of Zhuguang Bank, stood up, nodded slightly to Tang Zheng, and then began to speak. General. Colleagues, let me first talk about the prerequisites for currency issuance. Before, we in Hanwha had these conditions for issuing currency. First, we based it on the domestic economic situation, then looked at the current price level, and then evaluated future market demand, and predicted the demand for currency in the future period of time. This also involves issues such as foreign exchange reserves. Generally speaking, if the domestic economy grows rapidly, the money supply will increase. If inflationary pressure is high, the monetary policy will be tightened. Finally, after comprehensive consideration of various aspects and according to actual needs, a printing plan will be formulated. During the printing process, the Imperial Royal Bank will also take some measures to control the money supply and maintain price stability. The most intuitive means here is to control the amount and speed of printing money, and adjust the bank deposit reserve. Only by doing all these things can we ensure currency stability and good economic development. After Qi Zhenyang finished speaking, he was immediately greeted with warm applause from everyone. The palms of these iron-headed soldiers of the Zhuguang army were almost red from clapping. They usually only knew how to shoot and fire cannons, and they had never heard of such high-sounding talks. They all said, "I don't know what you are talking about, but it looks so impressive." Tang Zheng was also overwhelmed by what he heard, and coughed and asked, "Well, do we need to be so complicated?" Qi Zhenyang politely nodded to Tang Zheng again. "General, it's much simpler here, because Zhuguang City is newly built. Everything is thriving, and the price level is compared with the points, so it's easy to determine. Now there is no need to consider the international situation, nor to check import and export trade, nor to involve foreign exchange reserves. As long as we don't print too much at the beginning, there shouldn't be any problems." Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment, and really wanted to ask Qi Zhenyang, "If it's not that complicated, then why did you say so much before?" But he couldn't ask such a low-level question, and it would be as if he didn't understand it. "So if I build a banknote printing factory now, can our bank start working?" Qi Zhenyang said hurriedly. "General, before that, we still need to determine the currency denomination, pattern, and the exchange ratio with the existing points. We will calculate and determine the points exchange ratio, but you still need to determine the denomination and pattern." Tang Zheng didn't speak immediately, thinking about Hanyu's currency. The currency before Hanwha was called Hanwha Yuan, with denominations of 100 yuan, 50 yuan, 20 yuan, 10 yuan, 5 yuan, 2 yuan, 1 yuan, 5 jiao, and so on. Tang Zheng thought about it, and thought that the 50 yuan and 20 yuan notes could be changed to a 30 yuan note. In this way, it is very convenient to find change with a 100 yuan note. But he also considered one point. That is, what is the maximum denomination of the currency? He raised this question, and Qi Zhenyang said, "General, in the past, Hanwha only issued a maximum of 100 yuan. Because of the later mobile payment, cash transactions decreased, and also to prevent the proliferation of counterfeit currency. But we will not have mobile payment here for the time being, and the currency produced by our printing factory cannot be imitated by others. So it doesn't matter if the denomination is set a little higher." After hearing Qi Zhenyang's statement, Tang Zheng felt it was very reasonable. He was also worried that if the denomination was too small, it would be troublesome to carry cash and transactions in the end times. In this case, Tang Zheng made the decision. Then let's follow the maximum denomination of 1,000 yuan, then 300 yuan, 100 yuan, 30 yuan, and so on. The smallest denomination is 1 cent. However, I want to point out that our cents must also have purchasing power. The currency of the Zhuguang army must be strong. Qi Zhenyang and others nodded and quickly recorded Tang Zheng's words. "General, what are the patterns on the front and back of our currency? What is the color of the currency? We must not only consider the different colors, but also the different patterns. After all, some people with color blindness must also be taken into consideration. Hanyu's currency used to be celestial phenomena. The front pattern of the 100 yuan note was the moon. The 50 yuan note was the Milky Way. The 20 yuan note was clouds, and so on. And the back was the emperors of Hanyu. Tang Zheng certainly couldn't follow Han Yu's previous currency. He thought for a moment. The front of the 1,000 yuan note should use our Zhuguang city. You can take a picture of the city and make it beautiful. And then use it as the front of the 1,000 yuan note. This is our foundation. Qi Zhengyang and others were recording. On the front of the 300 yuan note, you can take a close-up of our Zhuguang city. You need to clearly capture the 3 characters Zhuguang city. After all, the distant view is not very clear, and the close-up is a supplement. On the front of the 100 yuan note, take a picture of our Zhuguang city's cannon, the one in the inner city. This is our Zhuguang city's military deterrence and a symbol of strength. With this cannon, any enemy who wants to attack will have to think twice. And it can also give the survivors enough sense of security. The front of the 30 yuan note shows our first transport helicopter. The front of the 10 yuan note shows our first light tank. The front of the 3 yuan note shows our first jeep. The front of the 1 yuan note shows our first motorcycle. Then you decide on the designs for the dimes and cents. Oh! And on the front of the cent, put smart and pretty. Our first military dogs. As for the designs on the back, you can put our power plants, freshwater purification plants, radar stations, arsenals, military camps, etc. to reflect the life of our light-chasing army. Well, let's put the front picture of Zhuguang Bank on the back of the 1,000 yuan note. Qi Zhengyang and a group of bank executives took notes and recorded Tang Zheng words word for word. General, what's the color? Let's use gold for the 1,000 yuan note. After all, it looks luxurious. Let's use silver for the 300 yuan note, which is second only to gold. Let's use purple for the 100 yuan note. Purple also looks noble. Let's use red for the 30 yuan note, which is close to purple. Let's use orange for the 10 yuan note. The 3 yuan note should be green. The 1 yuan note should be blue. You guys decide on the dimes and cents. But you should not only consider the needs of the colorblind, but also the needs of the blind. I suggest that you make the notes more high-end and 3-dimensional, so that counterfeiters will have no way to start. Don't worry about this, General. The printing factory will definitely give you a satisfactory answer once the pattern and denomination are decided. It is a big deal. Of course, Tang Zheng also emphasized one point. That is, the purchasing power of currency. The currency of Zhuguang army must become the strongest currency. This is not the case that the more you print, the better. You don't have so many commodities. The more you print, the more useless the currency is. In the end, it will only become waste paper. Here, Tang Zheng needs to work harder. Not only selling cars, weapons and serums, but other materials can also be used for sales. And there must be a certain amount of gold reserves in hand. This requirement was proposed by Qi Zhengyang. General, because of the existence of the war system, gold, silver, gems and other items play a big role in our currency system. You'd better get a batch of funds and store them in the bank vault as our deposit reserve. These things are also the basis for us to issue currency. Tang Zheng nodded. But it was not easy for him to take out the money for the time being. After all, there was a shortage of funds now. Then Qi Zhengyang proposed to recruit workers from the society, giving priority to those with a foundation in the financial industry, and to open savings offices in various prosperous areas of Zhuguang City. Not only will they issue currency to the outside, but they will also hold gold and silver exchange activities, so that the survivors can collect gold and silver and then take them to the bank to exchange for currency, which is also a way to source funds. After saying this, someone raised the issue of future salary. Tang Zheng believed that, in principle, the initial salary of company-level officers should not exceed 2,000 yuan, because in his conception, the purchasing power of the currency of the Zhuguang army is very strong, and the current 2,000 yuan is almost equivalent to 20,000 yuan before Hanwei. And this is the salary of senior officers, and the salary of other jobs should be reduced to prevent price inflation. Hearing this salary, everyone present was very satisfied, especially the soldiers of the Zhuguang army. They have been fighting all the time and have basically no points. It is also difficult for them to buy things. Now all the problems have been solved. Then Qi Zhengyang asked another question. General, should we produce coins? Tang Zheng thought about it. He thought that the coins of Hanwei were useless. They were heavy and had a small face value. No one was willing to carry them. Although coins were not good, coins similar to gold coins should still have a certain market. Finally, Tang Zheng decided that the Zhuguang army would only issue one kind of coin. which was a gold-plated copper coin with a face value of 100 yuan. The pattern of the copper coin was like the flag of the Zhuguang army. A person chasing the light. The size of the coin is similar to that of a ping-pong ball, and it is required to be beautiful and pretty. It is estimated that the coin will have a large market. After finally finishing all these, Tang Zheng was hungry and was about to go to eat when Qi Jingyang asked an important question. General, what is the name of our currency? Tang Zheng stopped and blurted out his first reaction. Guang Yuan. This is our first generation of currency, and the name is Guang Yuan. Chapter 148. After deciding on the currency policy denomination and other issues, Tang Zheng did not go to eat immediately. He almost rushed to the inner city and built a banknote printing factory. The banknote printing factory is located on the east side of the inner city, which is closer to the bank and relatively convenient for transportation. Another 500,000 gold was spent, and the banknote printing factory was completed. However, there are more employees here than in the bank. A full 300 people. 100 of them are security personnel in the factory, and 100 mobilized soldiers. However, they still do not occupy the Zhuguang Army's organization, but are only responsible for protecting the banknote printing factory. Except for a few senior executives, the remaining 200 people are all workers. From drawing, plate setting, printing, review, cutting, semi-finished products to finished products. Each process has a dedicated person in charge. There are 11 printing workshops and 1 coin manufacturing workshop in the whole factory. The 11 printing workshops correspond to the printing of 11 kinds of banknotes, from 1,000 to 1 cent. Coins are relatively simple, and only one kind of coin needs to be made. After Tang Zheng finished the construction, the printing factory people started working. Qi Jingyang and his team's work efficiency was amazing. Tang Zheng had just finished the construction, and they had already produced the sample coin pattern. Seeing that the printing factory had started working, Tang Zheng simply stopped eating and waited patiently for the first set of sample coins to appear. Through the electronic screen here, he could clearly see the whole process of currency manufacturing. Looking at the currency made according to his own ideas, Tang Zheng felt very satisfied. About 20 minutes later, the first set of currency was finished. Each version was made of 10,000 pieces. A total of more than 100,000 pieces of currency, and 10,000 coins. General, it's done. Please take a look. Bundles of brand new banknotes were placed in front of Tang Zheng, making him a little dazzled. He first took out a 1,000 yuan note and held it up to check. What was a little surprising was that the note was still heavy in the hand, and the paper was quite thick. 1,000 yuan is a large note, and it is also the largest in size. The front side is what Tang Zheng requested. A panoramic view of Zhuguang City, the big city under the mountains, with winding rivers and flags flying on the top of the city, gives a sense of the vastness of the world. The words Zhuguang Bank are in regular script, and the coin is golden in color. The back side is a panoramic view of Zhuguang Bank. There are also points for blind people to touch on it. When rubbed with hands, it feels a bit bumpy and has a strong three-dimensional sense. Shaking in the wind, the currency makes a creaking sound and is very solid. At this time, Li Changjun, the new director of the printing factory, said to Tang Zheng, General, according to your requirements, our money is made very high-end, and the paper used is also mixed with acid-resistant and waterproof technology. Normally, a banknote is frequently used, and its service life exceeds 10 years. Tang Zheng nodded with satisfaction. Well done. What about anti-counterfeiting? Anti-counterfeiting is even simpler. You know, the first step in making banknotes is paper. No one can imitate our paper. Not to mention other processes. Very good. I am very satisfied. Tang Zheng looked at other banknotes. Silver 300 yuan banknotes. Purple 100 yuan banknotes. Etc. After looking at these, he looked at the 1 cent banknotes and coins. Behind the cents, De Coming and Xiaopialian were photographed vividly, sticking out their tongues and looking very cute. Actually, Tang Zheng originally wanted to include Tang Tang in the photo, but he didn't want to expose Tong Tong's existence for the time being, so he could only postpone this issue for the time being. The current version is only the first version of banknotes, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. When the situation stabilizes, the second and third sets can be issued. And then, there are coins. Tang Zheng picked up a coin and weighed it with his hand. It was neither light nor heavy, so it was more suitable to hold and play with. The brass gold plating process made this coin look like a gold coin. Tang Jing picked it up and blew it with his mouth. And a pleasant buzzing sound came out from the coin. That's good. It seems that many people will get used to playing with a coin in the future. After looking at all the money, Tang Jing was about to leave. Li Changjun immediately said, "General, this money is yours. You can take it away." "Oh, how come it's mine?" "General, this first set of Guangyuan first edition is the most precious. Look at the numbers. From 1 to 10,000. Only you are worthy of this version. I can say that 1 year later, the value of this set of currency in your hand will at least be 5 times its original value." Tang Jing was slightly surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that this currency had such a high collection value. Apart from other things, the 10,000 notes of 1,000 light yuan are worth 10 million yuan. After 1 year, it will be 5 times the value, which means it will be 50 million yuan. With this little money in his hand, it won't be a problem to sell it for 3 or 500 million yuan in a few years. Seeing the enthusiasm of his subordinates, Tang Jing couldn't refuse and could only move the money back to the official residence. After that, the printing factory started to work overtime to produce new currency. After the bank's research, Qi Jingyang reported to Tang Jing that the total amount of the first batch of currency printing was 3 billion. 3 billion is certainly not much. But it is only the first batch, which is put into the market to test the waters. Tang Jing agreed to this request and asked the bank to do it as soon as possible. After that, Qi Jingyang also requested to open a branch savings institution in the prosperous area of Zhuguang City and recruit staff at the same time. Tang Jing also approved it and let Qi Jingyang choose the site himself. Printing banknotes is only the first step. Next, Zhuguang City still has a lot of new work to do. First, the points system was abolished, and the points were exchanged for currency in proportion. The original points were exchanged at a ratio of 3 to 1, with 3 points for 1 light yuan. Originally, 1 kilogram of grain could be exchanged for 1 point. But now 3 kilograms of grain can be exchanged for 1 light yuan. Previously, gasoline, gold and other materials could also be exchanged for points. But now they are all exchanged for light yuan. The detailed pricing was made by the Ministry of the Interior, which is more in line with the current actual situation of Zhuguang City. Of course, the price is not static. The market rules are always in operation. In order to make Guangyuan a success, Tang Jing also did a lot of work and began to push some goods to the market. It was another day after the beginning of the end of the world. The sky was still gray, but with the arrival of autumn, the rainfall gradually became less. It can even be said that it has not rained for almost 20 days. But there has been a frost. In the morning, the residents of Zhuguang City got up and prepared to start a new day of work. There are many jobs in Zhuguang City now, but there are too many people. Since the people from the Peninsula base joined, the total number of people in Zhuguang City has exceeded 600,000. This number has exceeded the total number of people in the 12 alliance bases. But even in Zhuguang City, people can't just eat for free without doing anything. There are many professions now. People with guns will organize to collect supplies. That is, adventurer teams, which is more profitable. And when the adventurer team grows bigger, it may become a mercenary group, which is the most profitable. However, neither adventurers nor mercenaries can be ordinary people. Without certain military skills, some knowledge of wilderness survival, strong physique and fighting power, and sufficient courage and carefulness, working in this industry is basically to die. For the rest of the people, those who have professional counterparts before the end of the world can find corresponding jobs. For example, former doctors and nurses, or those who have studied and worked in the medical industry, can go to Zhuguang Hospital. For example, those who have studied accounting, worked in statistics, and worked as interpreters can apply for jobs in the trading hall. Those who can drive and afford a car can become drivers. Those who are particularly strong can become stevedores, loading and unloading goods for adventurer teams. Those who have worked in the construction industry can also find jobs in Zhuguang City, where urban construction is flourishing. Those who are particularly good at cooking can open restaurants. And some handicraft practitioners can set up stalls. Some weak women who don't have any special skills, if they are beautiful, may even choose to sell their bodies. This kind of thing also happens in Zhuguang City now. But there are more ordinary people who can't find any jobs and live a very difficult life. On weekdays, these people will choose to go near the trading hall because there are many people here, and it is easy to find work. So every day when the trading hall opens, people flock here to look for business opportunities, or wait for a boss to hire them. Some people even hold signs here to help queue up for business. This morning was no exception. Before the trading hall opened, the square outside the door was crowded with tens of thousands of people. The staff of Zhuguang City's Ministry of Internal Affairs entered from the back door, ready to start a day's work. The security guard opened the door of the trading hall, and people swarmed in. After entering the door, many people who hang out here every day felt something different. There are many large display cabinets around the trading hall, where both supplies are sold and purchased. There are also scrolling subtitles on the big screen in the hall. This subtitle can be posted by Zhuguang Army and others, as long as a certain amount of points are spent. But today is indeed different, because there are too many more products. Brand new cars are displayed in rows in a corner of the hall, including many expensive models before the end of the world. Life-saving medicines that were rarely seen in the past are now on sale, including cold medicine, anti-inflammatory medicine, healing medicine, antibiotics, cough and asthma medicine, and even first aid kits. In the weapons display cabinet, heavy machine guns, military jeeps, grenades, etc. are all on the shelves. There are even some products that were not available on the shelves in the trading hall. Many people know about mutant beast meat. Eating it can strengthen the body. But currently the survivors are generally short of money, and only those adventurers and mercenaries, who often go out and have a lot of money, can enjoy it. This is not rare. But the other thing is too shocking. In a place surrounded by a fence, there is a hexagonal glass display case. Inside the display case, there is a syringe with a light blue liquid. Next to the display case, there are soldiers of the light-chasing army guarding with live ammunition. People can only look outside, but cannot enter to take or touch it. There is an introduction next to it, with some jaw-dropping words. Antiviral serum. It can resist the zombie virus, effective within 30 minutes after infection, and continuous protection for 48 hours. Chapter 149. When people saw the antiviral serum, they couldn't believe their eyes. Is there really such a thing in the world? The light-chasing city actually made an antiviral serum. People were excited and suspicious, and their eyes fell on the electronic screen above the display cabinet. This is a recorded promotional video, which is being played. In the video, a soldier of the light-chasing army stood there, revealing one arm. Next to him, a zombie was locked in a cage, roaring to the outside. Almost everyone has seen zombies in the apocalypse, and everyone knows this kind of thing. There have been some zombie movies in the past, and the zombies in them are made up by people. But real zombies are much more terrifying than that. Human acting skills are not enough to show the bloodthirstiness and madness of zombies, because in a sense, zombies are already dead people, and they cannot be resurrected and belong to the category of humans. So whether a zombie is real or fake can be seen at a glance. This zombie is absolutely genuine, and has evolved to a certain extent. The soldier of the light-chasing army walked over and stretched his arm directly to the side of the cage. The zombie immediately pounced on him and bit him. Blood flowed out, and the wound turned outward. The camera recorded clearly, and the wound began to turn black, and the blood gradually turned black. The soldier's breathing was rapid. His face turned pale, and his eyes gradually turned red. The camera even clearly recorded that the soldier's teeth gradually grew in the direction of fangs. This one-shot video has no editing. At the 29th minute, the soldier was about to turn into a zombie. At this time, a man came over with a tube of light blue liquid and injected it directly into the soldier. The injection time was stuck at 29 minutes and 50 seconds. Then a miracle happened. The injected soldier's condition improved rapidly and recovered within 5 minutes. Yes, he recovered. Even the black blood flowing out of the wound had turned red. In the end, the wound was even healed, and after a simple bandage, the soldier was no different from before. Then, a video was fast-forwarded, still without any editing. White clouds flew across the sky, and the sky was bright and dark. For 2 consecutive days, 47 hours and 59 minutes passed. The soldier came here again, and was bitten by the zombie again. Then the camera was still filming the soldier, and after an hour, the wound gradually showed signs of healing. But there was no sign of retransformation. The video ended here, and the last line of text was very clear. Antiviral serum. Effective within 30 minutes after infection, and lasts for 48 hours. This video can be said to have overturned people's cognition. And it also proved how real and effective this antiviral serum is. The stunned crowd was immediately blown up. How many points? How many points do I need to buy the serum? This thing shouldn't be a lot. Right? Are you accepting reservations? I'm going to take people out to get supplies in exchange for points. And you must leave me 1. No. Leave me 10. Where are the people? Where are the responsible people? I take care of it no matter how many there are. Go back and tell Boss Han. There's a big shipment. People were excited and clamored to buy serum. If it weren't for the soldiers of the light-chasing army guarding here, they would probably smash the display case. At this time, an explanation immediately appeared. Don't get excited. The antiviral serum is the latest achievement of our light-chasing army's scientific research. And it is also unique. It is not currently available for reservation. You can buy it directly with light yuan. 1 bottle of serum costs 200,000 light yuan. Everyone was stunned. What is light yuan? The commentator didn't say anything. And then the broadcast sounded. Approved by leader Tang Zheng and issued by Shiguang Bank. Shiguang City now launches a new currency. Light yuan. After light yuan is launched, it will completely replace the point trading method. Any commodity in Shiguang City can be purchased with light yuan. People can go to Shiguang Bank on the DC Financial Street to exchange their existing points for light yuan. The exchange rate is 3-to-1. 3 points can be exchanged for 1 light yuan. If you don't have points but have supplies, you can send them to the Shiguang City Resource Recycling Station, and the staff will purchase them on the spot with light yuan. Repeat again, approved by leader Tang Zheng. Issued by Shiguang Bank. Another newly added large screen in the hall immediately began to display scrolling subtitles. The subtitles detail the price list of various supplies for exchanging light yuan. Rice, 1 kilogram is exchanged for 0.34 light yuan. Flour, 0.28 guang yuan for 1 kilogram. Millet, 0.5 guang yuan for 1 kilogram. Cereals, 0.2 guang yuan for 1 kilogram. Diesel, 0.38 guang yuan for 1 liter. Gasoline, 0.4 guang yuan for 1 liter. Gold, 0.5 guang yuan for 1 gram. Silver. There are hundreds of detailed price lists, which keep scrolling on the screen. Moreover, the Shiguang Army has also issued a mandatory order that the price of the goods on the price list must not fluctuate by more than 10% of the official exchange price. Otherwise, they will be arrested for disrupting the market. People from the Public Security Bureau and even the Special Service Team have already started heading to the market to see who dares to be the first to step forward. This heavy news shocked everyone present. The Shiguang Army actually issued currency. In Shiguang City, you can buy anything you want with guang yuan. It is the end of the world now. If other places issue currency, it will be difficult to get the public's approval. But Shiguang City is different. People believe in this place, believe in the strength of the Shiguang Army, and believe that this place can bring them security. The feat of annihilating millions of zombies in one fell swoop. Shiguang City has become the safest place in the hearts of the people in the Northern Territory. If this place cannot be trusted, then there is almost no place that can be trusted. Besides, the points card has been popular for a while, and now it has just changed to a different form. Especially the temptation of the antivirus serum is simply irresistible. Although 200,000 light yuan is a lot, there is no shortage of wealthy people in Shiguang City. At least those adventurer teams and mercenaries immediately found a goal to fight for. It doesn't matter if you don't have money. Just go out and collect supplies. There are ownerless things everywhere now. As long as you have the ability to bring them back. They are money in Shiguang City. And in this hall, it's not just the serum that attracts people. The rest of the weapons, medicines, food, etc. are also necessary for people. The first demand in the end of the world is always food. People can give up almost everything to fill their stomachs. Anxiety and depression that were common before the end of the world disappeared without a trace after the end of the world. Survival is the biggest problem. Now that the points card is no longer usable, let's quickly exchange it for guang yuan. People in the hall rushed out, went back to get their points cards, and headed straight to Shiguang Bank in the east of the city. I had never heard of Financial Street before, because the east side of the city was not open yet. Now that it is open, there is a road leading directly to Financial Street, and the survivors are flocking to the bank. The bank, which temporarily recruited hundreds of employees yesterday, is now open for business. People arrived, and under the guidance of the security guards, people lined up in an orderly manner. One by one, people walked over and exchanged their points cards for Guangyuan. The brand new banknotes were fragrant with ink, and the exquisite printing and thick paper made people reluctant to let go of them. Many people did not have many points, so they could only exchange for a small amount of Guangyuan. After the exchange, there were few big bills in their hands, but mostly small change. But when people thought of the strong purchasing power of Guangyuan, they became excited again. With the price protection of the Zhuguang army, the goods on the market could not exceed 10% of the official price. For example, the official price of recycled millet is 0.5 light yuan per kilogram, and the maximum price sold on the market is 0.55 light yuan. If you buy more than that, you will be arrested. Everyone who gets light yuan is very happy and feels that their life is guaranteed. Of course, there are not many people who have points cards now, because most people have come to Zhuguang City recently, and many people have not even found a job and have not earned points. But without points, they still have certain supplies. Few people are willing to exchange food and medicine for light yuan, because after all, there is still a 10% price difference. But those gold, silver, jewelry, and so on can be completely discarded now. Most of these new women have jewelry. They originally wanted to keep them as a memory, but now it seems unnecessary. It is more important to maintain life and fill their stomachs. So more people began to enter the trading hall and the bank to exchange their jewelry for more secure light yuan. And here in Zhuguangjun, there are also professionals who are doing the appraisal. Tang Zheng opened the authority to the appraisers, and the system can directly appraise, without the possibility of fraud. The weight is what it should be, and the quality is what it should be. Some people came with a big diamond ring, but the system identified it as an artificial diamond and worthless. Some people came with a big gold bracelet, but it turned out that it was filled with lead and was not worth much. At first, the survivors still had objections, but when the Zhuguang army gave professional data and factual basis, they had to accept it. On this day, even Tang Zheng underestimated the potential of the survivors. In fact, the largest amount of jewelry is not in the jewelry store, but in the hands of the survivors. There are now 600,000 people in Zhuguang City, and the jewelry held by these 600,000 survivors exceeds that of any gold store. Assuming that each person holds 10 grams of gold on average, then 600,000 people have 6 million gold. And this does not include the value of jewelry, nor does it include the fact that some adventurer groups or mercenary groups hold a large amount of jewelry. On the first day alone, from morning to 5 p.m., after the bank closed, Tang Zheng received a total of 1.3 million gold worth of jewelry. This made Tang Zheng funds, which had dropped to less than 800,000 due to continuous mapping and building construction, rise to 2 million. And this is just one day. Now the people in Zhuguang City still have a lot of gold and silver jewelry in their hands. On the first day, many people did not have time to exchange them because of time constraints. And this news has spread throughout the northern region with radio waves. Many people are unhappy with Zhuguang City's approach. But I believe that more people will come here specially to exchange light yuan with jewelry that is useless to them. So in the next few days, it can be imagined that Tang Zheng funds will have an explosive growth. Chapter 150. Members, our current situation is very serious. At the University City base, Xie Jinshan convened a meeting of all members of the Alliance. Today, except for the deceased Li Wang, all members are here, and even the dismissed Lian Na was called back. And Li Wang's position was also replaced by a new person. Seeing this situation, the members probably guessed that Xie Jinshan was going to make a big move. Xie Jinshan's behavior was not in accordance with the rules. He called Lian Na back and promoted a member, but it was not approved by the parliament. This would definitely cause dissatisfaction among other members in the past. But this time was different. When the congressmen arrived, they saw Xie Jinshan troops. In the University City base, there were planes, tanks and armored vehicles. Although no one knew where these weapons came from, no one dared to oppose Xie Jinshan's decision at this moment. Xie Jinshan looked at the people present with a serious face. Everyone knows about the currency issuance of Zhuguang City. Still no one spoke. Xie Jinshan snorted coldly. Why are you all dumb? Do you think that now that Zhuguang City is so powerful, you all have other thoughts? The scene was silent, and the guilty counselors dared not speak more. Just as Xie Jinshan said, many counselors had some other thoughts. Even after the issuance of Guangyuan, they secretly sent people to Zhuguang City. took some supplies to exchange for Guangyuan, and then bought goods in Zhuguang City. The alliance is now in decline, so it is not surprising that they have other thoughts. But now that Xie Jinshan pointed it out, it is a bit embarrassing. Xie Jinshan saw the expressions of the crowd and sneered. You don't have to look so guilty. There is nothing shameful about exchanging light yuan. I am even going to exchange it. Everyone was stunned. In their opinion, anyone who supports Tang Zheng's career can be understood. But Xie Jinshan's behavior is a little incomprehensible. He and Tang Zheng are basically incompatible now. That is determined by their status, and no one can adjust. Xie Jinshan continued before explaining. Let me emphasize to you that when we stationed troops in Zhuguang City, and then withdrew our troops, you all voted in favor. We also took on a large debt because of this. Now we still owe a lot of coal and fuel oil to the Zhuguang army. Everyone has a share of these debts. If anyone among you cannot keep pace with me now, then this debt will be borne by him. Everyone's face showed a look of horror. In order to get the Zhuguang army to agree to the conditions for the garrison, the alliance dared to agree to any conditions. Unexpectedly, what was originally thought to be a sure win went wrong, and ended up with a ruined reputation and heavy debts. Xie Jinshan should take the main responsibility for this matter. And they can't escape responsibility. Xie Jinshan has obviously made up his mind at this moment. And his tone is firm. Don't think I'm kidding you. The current university city base has the ability to sanction any of you, and even sanction multiple companies at the same time. So you have to understand one thing. Now we are grasshoppers on the same rope. I can't run away. And you can't run away. You can only follow me, and go down the same path. No one can get off the boat halfway. Hearing this, a leader finally spoke up worriedly. Speaker, just tell me what you are planning. Xie Jinshan snorted. Then I will tell you straight away. I am going to fight the Zhuguang army, and you all have to follow me. The leader waved his hand upon hearing this. Speaker, it's not that I, old Lu, am a coward. It's really that our base is weak. Apart from a population of 40,000 to 50,000, our armed forces are not worth mentioning. And we don't even have many heavy machine guns. What can we use to fight the Zhuguang army? Isn't this like an egg hitting a stone? His words immediately opened up the conversation. We are the same, with a population of more than 40,000 and 2,000 armed personnel. Although it sounds like a lot, most of our weapons are 98 Burmese shots. And there are quite a few pistols, which were exchanged in Zhuguang City. Moreover, they have not received any military training, so they will be cannon fodder on the battlefield. That's right. We have no more than 3,000 armed personnel. Let's put it this way. When we go to the battlefield, as soon as the Zhuguang army's cannons sound, half of these 3,000 people will run away, which may hinder us. Speaker, I'm not trying to discourage you. But have you seen the cannon in Zhuguang City? It looks like a naval cannon removed from a warship. The range of this thing can reach 40 kilometers. Even if we are armed, I'm afraid that at least 1/3 of the people will be destroyed by the cannon on the way to Zhuguang City. Besides, the walls of Zhuguang City are dizzying. How can we attack? Speaker, our base is weaker. There are more than 30,000 people, and more than 1,000 armed people. How about we take charge of logistics? Everyone was talking about how they were not strong enough. They could not risk attacking, and they had to take responsibility for the lives of the survivors. In short, they all made sense. But no one wanted to go into battle. Seeing everyone's excuses, Xie Jinshan finally couldn't help it. He slammed the table angrily. Am I a fool in your eyes? I want to use your lives to fill the pit. Right? Can you let me finish what I'm saying? Everyone immediately shut up. Xie Jinshan was under too much pressure, and was very irritable. It was better not to anger him at this time. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Xie Jinshan's chest rose and fell a few times. And he took a breath before saying, Where do you think my current weapons come from? People were stunned for a moment. They had guessed about this question, but none of them were reliable. Xie Jinshan continued, Let me tell you. My current weapons come from the Dalio Empire in the north. And they were exchanged for people. The scene suddenly became quiet. Xie Jinshan even said such a secret thing. It seems that he will not give up until he achieves his goal today. Don't look at me like that. I have no choice. And now you have no choice either. I originally planned to bring the people from the peninsula base over there to continue exchanging weapons. But Tang Zheng got there first. Now there is no other way. I called you here today to ask you to send at least 3,000 people from each base to the Daliu to continue exchanging weapons so that we can fight Tangzheng. After listening to Xie Jinshan's words, a leader finally couldn't help it. Speaker, I can agree to other things, but it's hard for me to agree to this. The survivors of our base are also our compatriots. They have lived with me for more than 100 days. Just like my family. How can you let me send them away? Or send them to a foreign country, where they can still live well? Xie Jinshan looked at the leader and said word by word, you must send them. And the old, weak, sick and disabled are not allowed. The people sent must be between 15 and 35 years old. Half of them are men and half are women. The leader became even more annoyed. That's even worse. We only have more than 30,000 people in our base. And there are only more than 10,000 people of this age group you mentioned. Sending 3,000 people will have too much impact. I don't agree. If you insist, then I will withdraw from the alliance. After he finished speaking, several base leaders were also quite interested and seemed to want to speak. Xie Jinshan sneered. I have made it clear what I said just now. Since you are still stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lian Na, who was next to Xie Jinshan, suddenly stood up, pulled out a gun and shot at the base leader. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots hit the chest. The base leader was unable to dodge and fell to the ground and died on the spot. At this time, a large number of gunmen suddenly poured in from outside and firmly controlled the situation in the venue. Xie Jinshan had obviously made sufficient preparations. He said to everyone with a blank expression, now you will issue orders to bring 3,000 people from your respective bases, and then we will set off directly to Beifengdu. I have already made an appointment with Count Ferdinand of Daliu Volcano City to trade at Beifengdu early tomorrow morning. Whoever dares to defy my orders will be your fate. Hearing this, the councillors present all felt cold in their hearts. Once this decision was made, they were completely tied to the same boat with Xie Jinshan. Sending away 3,000 young men and women under his command will leave them with no way out. And they can only follow Xie Jinshan to the end. But can he not agree? Xie Jinshan was almost driven crazy by Tangzheng, especially after Guangyuan appeared. Shuguang City has become the core of the northern region. If Xie Jinshan does not fight to the death, he will probably have to step down in disgrace. So now Xie Jinshan has already given up and has no scruples in doing things. Seeing that people were a little shaken, Xie Jinshan continued, don't think that what you are doing now is a dead end. As long as you take Shuguang City, everything Tangzheng has will be ours. There must be treasures in his inner city. At least there must be a research institute for making serum. There must be a military factory. There must be a car factory. There must be an aircraft factory. And even naval guns can be made. How advanced and developed will his industry be? Won't they all be ours by then? Oh! And there will be Guangyuan as well. By then, everyone will have endless Guangyuan in their hands. Don't you want them? Xie Jinshan's words finally made people a little excited. Now that the gun is pointed at their heads, they have no other choice but to think in this direction. A member of parliament said, Speaker, what you said is indeed very tempting. But I still have some doubts. Shuguang City's defense is too tight. How can we fight? Even if we buy weapons from Daliao, I'm afraid it won't be easy to win. Xie Jinshan finally showed a trace of relief. Your worries are justified. But don't worry too much. Since I have decided to break up with Tangzheng this time, I am of course well prepared and have a detailed battle plan. I can't reveal the specifics to you now. I will only tell you in detail after you complete the transaction with Daliao. Hearing Xie Jinshan say this, everyone present was speechless. Since there is no other choice, let's give it a try. As long as this battle is won, they will all rise to heaven and become rich and prosperous. With the technology of the Zhuguang army, especially the antivirus serum technology, they will be able to negotiate with the empire in the future. In this apocalypse, it is possible to divide the territory and become a warlord. With no other choice, the people began to contact their bases and ask their subordinates to bring people over. Seeing this scene, Xie Jinshan finally breathed a sigh of relief. 12 bases, each with 3,000 people. A total of 36,000 people. Adding the people he sent over before, it is close to 50,000 people. The weapons exchanged by these 50,000 people, plus the existing equipment in each base, should be able to arm a force of nearly 20,000 people. Moreover, he had learned about the situation of the Zhuguang army from many aspects, and it seemed that there were only more than 2,000 people. Although the combat effectiveness of these 2,000 people was very strong. No matter how strong they were only more than 2,000 people. With 20,000 people on his side against 2,000. Couldn't he win? Xie Jinshan firmly believed that he could win. But there was still a problem that had been bothering him. That was that it took time to form a force. And it took time to get familiar with the weapons. At least a short military training was required. If a group of survivors were to operate the weapons directly, even if Tang Zheng only had 2,000 people, he would probably have little chance of winning. No matter how much time is compressed. It will not be less than half a month. Which is already the limit. But Zhuguang City is developing too fast now. I am afraid Tang Zheng will not give himself so much time. He believes that once Tang Zheng Guangyuan has a firm foothold, he will probably expand his army soon. After all, he already has that foundation. So Xie Jinshan can't put all his hopes on this. It is only the last resort. Xie Jinshan has always been a man who makes preparations for both situations. Although he may seem reckless and aggressive today, his goal has been achieved. Because he has a second plan. And once the second plan succeeds, the effect will be better than the first plan. In fact, Xie Jinshan has long been planning to launch an incident in Zhuguang City. A strong fortress is often breached from the inside, which is an unbreakable truth. Attacking Zhuguang City from the outside. The cannon with a range of 40 kilometers alone will be an unforgettable nightmare. Xie Jinshan knows all this. So he started planning and preparing for this action very early. This time, the other 11 bases will definitely send some elite troops to escort 3,000 people. And he will use these elite troops. These leaders are already on the same boat with him. And they have no choice but to obey. He has also made sufficient arrangements in Zhuguang City. When these elite troops arrive, he will start to act and strive to capture Zhuguang City in one fell swoop. Of course, before that, he still has to do some preparations to ensure that everything is foolproof. After all, the Zhuguang army is still very strong. If the number of people is reduced, the action will be more certain. Xie Jinshan stood behind the desk, looking at the map on the wall. Now that Zhuguang City's business transactions are underway, behind the seemingly full swing, there are actually many hidden concerns. That is, the city is safe, and the outside of the city is empty and lacks protection, which gives him too many opportunities to take action. Soon, a long-conceived, complete plan for capturing the city appeared.